Chapter 1. The Strange Encounter. Yezi, stop right there. A group of individuals was vociferously pursuing a young woman clad in a white t-shirt and navy blue jeans, her golden locks cascading in voluminous waves, her features strikingly delicate. Yezi, head down and sprinting, was drenched in sweat as she muttered, "Stop for what? Only a fool would stand still. This prospective match has been meticulously chosen by us. He possesses commendable qualities in every regard. Why do you flee upon sighting him?" Yezi rolled her eyes. "You deem every man acceptable. This isn't my first rodeo with such encounters. Given your circumstances, securing a young man of that caliber is already a stroke of luck. What more could you possibly desire?" Yezi longed to halt and retort, "What's wrong with my attributes? I'm neither limping nor blind. My health is impeccable and am quite presentable. Outside, who doesn't call me beauty? Yezi, please, for your mother's sake, just marry him." This was the one she could never trust. Her mother resorted to tears whenever her usual tactics failed. Yezi shook her head vigorously, reminding herself, "Do not succumb to weakness." Before long, Yezi distanced herself from the relentless aunts and uncles, the shouts fading behind her. A smirk crept across her lips as she thought, as a top 100 marathon contender, how could I allow a bunch of middle-aged women to catch up? That would be utterly disgraceful. In her self-satisfied reverie, Yezi failed to notice a large truck hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. "At last, we found you. Come, join us, we need you. What on earth?" In her frantic dash, Yezi felt a momentary haze, as if she had heard a distant call. Shaking her head vigorously, she thought, it must be the influence of those ants. Ugh, better keep my distance, they're truly terrifying. Beep beep, clear the way. Oh my goodness. Just as the truck bore down on Yezi, she felt a sudden force pulling her backward, her body flying uncontrollably away. The truck driver's eyes widened in horror, helplessly watching the woman he was about to collide with being sucked into a sudden black void. Then, the black hole vanished, and the woman was nowhere to be seen. The truck driver, momentarily forgetting he was still driving, exclaimed in terror, "This is bizarre." Bang! The truck collided violently with a roadside barrier. Despite being buckled in, the driver's head slammed against the steering wheel, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he frantically recounted his surreal experience, only to be met with sympathetic gazes, as onlookers concluded he had lost his mind. In a distant world, amidst dense jungles, the sounds of battle echoed. Before him, a horde of serpent-bodied beastmen was engaged in a fierce hunt, targeting a gigantic spider, nearly the size of a mature elephant. Its 8 legs were razor-sharp, easily piercing the bodies of its foes, and the barbs on its legs ensured that once pierced, the victim could not escape, much like a candied hawthorn skewer. Moreover, the spider's silk was deadly corrosive. Any prey ensnared would be swiftly disintegrated by its venom. As the leader watched his kin fall one by one to the monstrous arachnid, fury ignited in his dark green eyes, fixed intently on the creature. 8 of you, transform into your true forms and bind its 8 legs with your tails. The rest, avoid its mouth and attack from behind. Understood, Chief. Quickly, the group obeyed, maneuvering closer to the spider's rear. 8 members morphed into snakes over 10 meters long, coiling around the spider's legs, rendering them immobile. Everyone, attack its tail immediately. Seeing his comrade's success, Missouri Yin commanded and leaped forward, utilizing the strength of the constricted tail and his climbing skills to swiftly ascend the spider's back, plunging a bone knife into its flesh without hesitation. Splash! A torrent of green liquid sprayed across Mo Yan's face. Undeterred, he twisted the knife deeply. Eek! The giant spider screeched in agony, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge Mo Yan from its back. Eyes sharp and determined, Mo Yan gripped the knife tightly, embedding it deeper into the spider's flesh, refusing to be thrown off. Meanwhile, the snake beastman relentlessly attacked the spider's tail, quickly piercing through its hide. Green liquid oozed from the wound, and soon, the spider's bloated abdomen began to deflate. Mo Yan leaped down, initially believing that this would subdue the spider, but to his dismay, it continued its assault, screeching incessantly while thrashing its 8 legs, swinging the 2 snakes that had latched on. If those snakes were dislodged, the razor-sharp legs would undoubtedly strike mercilessly, leading to the swift demise of 2 more. Mo Yan's heart ached. Each transformable kin was a warrior of their tribe, and with every loss, they diminished in strength. Yet, during this hunt for the giant spider, they had already lost more than 1 brave soul. From a team of over 30, only 12 remained, and they still had not subdued the beast. He pondered, is this truly worth it, Grandmother Witch? If they were all to perish, what good would it do if the witch summoned a new shaman? Without warriors to protect them, the shaman would eventually fall, and their serpent tribe would face extinction. Mo Yin could not accept such a fate. Chief, we are no match for it. Should we continue? Can the grandmother witch truly summon a new shaman? Will the new shaman really bring us hope? This was a question on everyone's lips. They were on the brink of annihilation for the sake of a potentially non-existent shaman. Was it truly worth it? The grandmother witch never speaks without purpose. For the tribe, she is sacrificing her remaining vitality to seek hope for us. We must have faith in her. The shaman was the hope for their tribe's survival. Their existing shaman was aging, yet no successor had emerged. The grandmother witch had proclaimed that she would exhaust her final powers to find the next shaman, urging them to procure the essence of the core. It was common knowledge that this essence resided only within powerful beasts, beings that they, as beastmen, could not hope to confront. To secure a new shaman, the serpent tribe had chosen this formidable giant spider, yet it was far too powerful for them to conquer. Everyone felt despair. Was this the end of their hope? You hold it off, I will sever its head. Having already sacrificed so many kin, they could not abandon their mission. No matter what, they must secure the essence today. I'll help. Bang. Eek. I'm in excruciating pain. Chapter 2. The Descending Female. All stood agape, staring at the female who had suddenly plummeted from the sky, fortuitously landing upon the giant spider's head and promptly losing consciousness. The very creature that had almost led to their demise had been felled by her. How could this be so incredulous? Chief, Mo Yin concealed his astonishment, retracting his tail and approaching Yezi on two legs. Though he was unaware of how this female had descended from the heavens, her arrival was indeed timely. She had effectively saved them. However, what on earth was she wearing? Mo Yin was certain he had never encountered anything like it. Who was this female, truly? Hey, female, wake up. Yezi, sprawled atop the spider's head, remained unresponsive. Mo Yin frowned, flipping her over to reveal her face smeared with green liquid. Disgusted, he reached out to wipe it away. His rough, calloused hands owned through years of hunting and labor scraped against Yezi's face, jolting her awake with pain. Damn it. Which reckless fool dares to mess with me? What does that smell? This is revolting. Mo Yin, still taken aback by the softness of her skin, had never realized that a female's skin could feel so smooth. Hey, what kind of monster are you? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Are you some sort of exhibitionist? Yezi felt nauseous, nearly retching, only to glance up and find a grotesque man covered in green goo, save for a patch of animal skin covering his private parts. Female, what are you saying? Mo Yin couldn't comprehend her words at all, furrowing his brow in frustration. How could they communicate if they spoke different languages? Is she a foreigner? Yezi's eyes widened. While others failed to understand her, she too could not grasp their speech. What was happening? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Damn it, I almost got hit by a truck. Are you that reckless driver? Was he in such a hurry to meet his end? What are you mumbling about? Mo Yin's patience was limited indeed. The female was quite a nuisance. Had it not been for her assistance moments prior, he would have preferred to disregard her entirely. Yezi raised her head once more to gaze at Mo Yin while surveying her surroundings, her eyes widening in shock. It must be an illusion. It simply has to be. Bang. Mo Yin and his kin stared in bewilderment at the female who had fainted once again in a dramatic fashion. Had she not already regained consciousness? How could she have collapsed again? This was utterly pathetic. In truth, Yezi had fainted from the fright induced by the scene before her, surrounded by a dense jungle and a group of serpent-bodied creatures. It was no wonder she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chief, how should we proceed? This female is quite peculiar. Should we take her back? We cannot understand her words. Taking her back would be a hassle. Let us ignore her and simply extract the core essence and return swiftly. That won't do. She is currently unconscious. If we do not take her back, she will soon become prey for the beasts. Why should we concern ourselves with her when we are struggling to survive? Observing his kin quarrel over the fate of a single female, Mo Yin's expression turned icy as he coldly stated, regardless of the situation, she has just saved us. For that reason alone, we must take her with us. The Serpent Clan does not engage in acts of ingratitude. Indeed, we shall not be ungrateful, especially since she is a female. There are few females in our tribe. Having one more would be beneficial. Yes, let us keep her and allow her to bear offspring for the tribe. At this point, those who had voiced opposition fell silent, although they could not discern the female's appearance. As long as she could reproduce, they were willing to retain her. Mo Duo, keep an eye on her while I fetch the core essence. All right, leave it to me. One of the beast men swished his tail as he approached, bending down to lift the unconscious female from the ground, muttering, "This female is remarkably light. Compared to the females in their tribe, she felt as light as a feather, akin to a mere cub." Mo Yin sliced open the head of the giant spider and quickly located the coveted core essence amidst a mass of white and green brain matter. It was a red crystal, within which he could see a swirl of crimson energy. Was this the mystical power that the old witch had spoken of? So this is what core essence looks like. It is truly beautiful. Their tribe had never possessed core essence, having heard that beastmen awakened their bloodline powers through its energy. Unfortunately, their tribe was too weak to hunt large beasts, and thus had never obtained even a single piece of core essence. The awakening of bloodline powers and the beastmen of their tribe relied solely on the old witch, who was now too aged and claimed she could not hold on much longer. Hence, they had ventured to hunt the giant octopus, hoping to use its core essence to awaken a new witch to continue safeguarding the tribe. One could only wonder if the old witch had summoned a new witch. Chief, let us return. Perhaps the old witch has already summoned a new witch. This was what truly mattered in comparison. All other concerns could be set aside for the moment. Yes, let us carry our fallen kin back home. At this, a wave of sorrow washed over everyone as they hoisted the lifeless bodies of their fallen brethren, their eyes brimming with tears as they followed Mo Yin, silently vowing, "Kin, we shall take you home." Wait. Halfway through their journey, Mo Yin detected an approaching presence and immediately raised his hand to signal his kin to halt. Mo Yin, is something amiss? Mo Duo, carrying Yezi, approached Mo Yin's side, his expression grave as he peered ahead. Without needing Mo Yin to speak, he already sensed a group advancing towards them. It is the wolf tribe. Prepare for battle. Mo Yin's expression darkened. They had just suffered significant losses, with most of their warriors having perished. Facing the wolf tribe now seemed hopeless. Yet, the serpent tribe had never shied away from conflict. Should they encounter it, they would fight. The beastmen set down their fallen kin and braced themselves, ready to confront the approaching pack of wolves with fierce determination. Soon, a group of wolf-bodied beings, fierce and intimidating, approached swiftly on all fours, encircling them. A woo! This was a signal that the wolf tribe had detected their target. In an instant, all the werewolves converged, halting 50 meters from Mo Yin and his group. The pack parted, revealing a formidable leader, robust and imposing, striding forth. His silver mane flowed wildly, and a jagged scar traversed his face, rendering him even more fearsome. At that moment, he regarded the disheveled members of the serpent tribe with a scornful gaze. Mo Yin, hand over the core essence, and I may spare your lives. The giant octopus was a formidable creature that none dared to provoke lightly. It was surprising that the serpent tribe had indeed succeeded, albeit at what appeared to be a steep cost. Chapter 3. The werewolves attempt to seize the core essence. If memory serves, the serpent tribe's warriors were not limited to this small number to hunt the giant octopus. They must have mobilized their entire force. Now, to see so few remaining is truly pitiful.
However, the core essence is firmly in his grasp. If they possess the capability, let them come and take it. The core essence, nearly lost at the brink of total annihilation, is coveted by these wretched scoundrels who wish to gain without toil. The serpentine tribe's orcs glared furiously at their wolf counterparts, ready to engage in a desperate battle, eager to sink their venomous fangs into the bodies of those shameless beings, teaching them that the serpent tribe is not to be trifled with. Their venom represents the serpent orc's ultimate lifeline. They would not dare to employ it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Now, a collective resolution was reached. Should the wolf tribe dare to advance, they would not hesitate to reveal their fangs and slay these werewolves. This palpable atmosphere of impending doom compelled the wolf tribe's orcs to take a few steps back, except for Wolf Shah, who stood resolutely, his expression devoid of previous disdain, replaced by a foreboding solemnity. Moyen, why must you persist? Do you not contemplate leaving a flicker of hope for the serpent tribe? A sardonic smirk curled upon Moyen's lips. Granting the core essence to Wolf Shah would extinguish the serpent tribe's aspirations. Without the shaman, the serpent tribe would inevitably face annihilation, even if a spark of hope remained. Let us dispense with idle chatter. If you desire the core essence, you must tread over our bodies. Not a single soul wavered, even in their disheveled state. They stood resolutely behind Moyen, united against the external threat. Wolf Shah remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon Moyen, weighing the worth of acquiring that core essence. Recalling the shaman's parting words, she had said, "Wolf Shah, should we obtain another core essence, my shamanic power will amplify, awakening greater warriors for the wolf tribe. No matter the cost, we must secure the core essence sourced from the serpent tribe." With a shift in determination, Wolf Shah let out a howl that echoed through the air, signaling their intent to seize the serpent tribe's core essence. All werewolves arched their backs, baring their gleaming white fangs as they charged toward the serpent tribe. Without a word from Moyen, a dozen serpent men instantly transformed into colossal serpents, brandishing their sharp fangs and hissing crimson tongues, lunging toward the werewolves, ready to ensnare and strike without mercy. The air filled with the sound of howling wolves as the grand battle commenced. Wolf Shah and Moyen exchanged glances, and suddenly, A dark green mist enveloped Moyen, his form shifting at a visible pace until a 20-meter-long dark green serpent emerged, its piercing green eyes fixed on Wolf Shah, sending a chill down his spine. Undoubtedly, as the chieftain of the serpent tribe, Moyen's true form and abilities were formidable, yet Wolf Shah was no less impressive. A similar mist began to rise around Wolf Shah, albeit a white mist, which soon gave way to the appearance of a massive silver wolf, 4 to 5 meters in length and towering over 3 meters high. Its white fur bristled like spikes, and scars crisscrossed its face, bestowing upon it an air of both majesty and terror. The battlefield was a scene of utter chaos as serpents and wolves clashed. Amidst the turmoil, Yezi, caught in a stupor, was inadvertently struck by debris, stones, branches, and weeds forcing her awake. Yet, upon raising her head, the spectacle before her was so surreal that she wished to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Was this a Hollywood blockbuster unfolding? A throng of wolves and serpents engaged in a ferocious brawl, and she, a mere insignificant figure, felt utterly dwarfed. Perhaps it was best to discreetly retreat from this divine skirmish. The leaves arched cautiously as Yezi turned, but as she lifted her foot, she stumbled forward. In an effort to stifle any sound, she pressed her hand firmly against her mouth, only to land atop a soft snake carcass. Face to face with a serpent's head the size of a basin. At that moment, she could no longer contain her scream. As her pale face quivered and she retreated in fear, she suddenly realized that the area where she had been lying was surrounded by an array of snake bodies. Whimpering, she thought, where on earth am I? This is terrifying. Suddenly, a large gray wolf appeared before Yezi, baring its menacing white teeth, with drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Help! Yezi cried out in terror, frantically retreating on her feet, calling for rescue. The female of the snake tribe, Mo Yin, must take you along on her hunts. You must hold great importance to her. If I were to slay you, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. With her hands clasped over her ears, Yezi screamed at the sight of the colossal wolf. To her astonishment, the creature even spoke to her, a reality that transcended her comprehension. She was bewildered by the sudden onslaught of supernatural occurrences. Weak and timid, she thought it would be better to simply escort her away. In an instant, the gray wolf lunged at Yezi, its jaws wide open, and just as she caught a whiff of its foul breath, a tail lashed out, striking the gray wolf aside and creating a sizable crater upon impact. The wolf struggled in the pit for what felt like an eternity. And upon realizing that it might have broken a leg, it roared in fury, demanding Wolf Shah to avenge it. It was clear to the wolf that it was Mo Yin who had sent it flying, thus sealing their enmity in blood. Wolf Shah and Mo Yin were locked in combat, with the former narrowly dodging Mo Yin's venomous fangs. The ordeal was arduous, and only Wolf Shah truly grasped the severity of the struggle. Avenge him? All he could think about was how to escape unscathed. Although the wolf and snake tribes often clashed, Wolf Shah had never confronted Mo Yin directly. He had mistakenly believed himself to be at least a match for Mo Yin. However, it was only today that he recognized the error of his ways. As Mo Yin engaged him in battle, he was still able to assist others, proving that Mo Yin was indeed superior. Where there are mountains, there is hope for firewood, he thought. Taking advantage of a moment, Wolf Shah clashed with Mo Yin, and as he was forced to retreat, he signaled for a withdrawal and fled. The pack of wolves halted in confusion. They had not anticipated their leader would call for a retreat amid such fierce combat. Yet, with their leader fleeing, was there any point in their continued resistance? Howling, the wolves tucked their tails and followed Wolf Shah, abandoning their fallen comrades, both wounded and slain. Stop pursuing, hissed a voice as several large snakes prepared to chase after them, but were halted by Mo Yin. Now was not the time for vengeance. Mo Yin surveyed his remaining warriors and noted the loss of 2 more comrades. Overcome with sorrow and guilt, he howled to the heavens. Chapter 4. She is the new which the remaining serpent people transformed back into their human forms, their eyes reddening at the sight of their fallen companions. Memories of laughter and quarrels flooded back, contrasting sharply with their current despair. For the arrival of the new witch, they had sacrificed nearly half of their warriors, prompting everyone to question, was it truly worth it? Let us carry our kin back home. Mo Yin, the leader of the snake tribe, thought to himself. He had little time for grief. There were still others waiting for their return, and the elder which awaited their precious essence. He observed the entire process with keen eyes, witnessing a group of serpents transform into human forms, leaving her heart profoundly shaken, a tumultuous sensation that lingered. Were they serpent demons? As the largest of the transformed snakes approached her, fear gripped her, and she promptly fell to the ground, feigning death. Female, cease your pretense. I know you are awake. Listen, we must return to the tribe. If you can keep up, I will take you in. If not, your fate is no longer my concern. Mo Yin was consumed by guilt. He had the opportunity to save one of his kin, but inexplicably chose to rescue this female instead, resulting in the tribe losing another warrior. He deemed himself an unworthy leader, feeling deep remorse for his people. Casually, he gathered the bodies of 4 tribe members, not sparing a glance at Yi, and turned to leave. The others followed suit, each shouldering 3 or 4 serpent corpses, trailing behind Mo Yin as they departed. As Yezi looked up, she noticed that the serpent demon who had been chattering incessantly had departed. Had she been spared? She then caught sight of several wolves still on the move, and her complexion paled. Instantly, she scrambled to her feet and pursued the serpent demons. Oh dear, At least those demons had not harmed her. Had she lingered any longer, she might have become prey for those wolves. The injured wolves, barely clinging to life, were taken aback by the speed of the discarded female. In the blink of an eye, her small figure had nearly vanished from sight. Was she a rabbit beast man? In the minds of these werewolves, only the rabbit tribe's beast men were capable of such swiftness, leading them to believe that this female must hail from the rabbit tribe. Mo Yin, the leader, noted that the female was keeping pace. Mo Duo, bringing up the rear, turned upon hearing the commotion and spotted the forsaken female stealthily trailing behind. Ignore her. If she can keep up, let her be. If not, her fate is not ours to decide. At this critical juncture for the tribe, he had already erred once and could not afford to show weakness again. The tribe's welfare came first. Mo Duo fell silent and followed suit. Fully aware of his brother's stubbornness, since a decision had been made, he would not interfere. They quickened their pace, perhaps the old witch awaited their arrival. Before departing, the witch had informed them that she would summon a new shaman while they were to procure the core essence. By the timeline, the summoning should have concluded long ago. It was uncertain whether she succeeded. Everyone hastened onward, and upon seeing this, Yezi also quickened her pace. Her mind racing with thoughts. Had they noticed her and quickened their steps to shake her off? No. It was clear now that these serpent demons posed no threat to her. Thus, in this unfamiliar territory, she must remain close to ensure her safety. Additionally, she needed to ascertain her whereabouts and how she had inexplicably arrived in this place. Suddenly, the serpent demons ahead came to a halt. Yezi observed a group of men, women, and children, led by an elderly woman, hastily approaching the serpent demons. She could not discern their words, but the serpents turned to look at her. Disbelief fetched in their expressions. Witch, are you certain this is the shaman you summoned? Mo Yin gazed at the frail female. Struggling to reconcile her with the role of a shaman, she appeared far too weak. There remains the shamanic energy I left upon summoning her. It cannot be mistaken. She is indeed the new shaman of the serpent tribe. The old witch trembled as she approached Yezi, prompting Yezi to instinctively retreat, for the witch's appearance was quite terrifying. The old woman seemed ancient, her skin resembling bark, wrinkled and gaunt, with deep-set eyes that bore into her unblinkingly. The leaves trembled under the gaze of those murky yet profound eyes, sending shivers down her spine and causing her feet to retreat uncontrollably. She yearned to turn and flee. As her heart raced, her body hastily followed suit. Yet, a voice echoed behind her, "Child, do not be afraid, for I harbor no ill intentions." The leaves appeared as though they had been enchanted by a spell of immobilization, remaining utterly still. In truth, she had indeed been ensnared by the witch's magic. The leaves symbolized the hope of the serpent tribe. For the sake of the tribe, she must not allow the shaman, summoned with great difficulty, to escape. Child, do not be afraid. Here, no one can harm you. On the contrary, everyone here will protect and honor you. Yezi's eyes darted anxiously, sweat trickling down her cheeks. Yet she found herself utterly immobilized. The terrifying old woman babbled incessantly, her words incomprehensible to Yezi. What was she to do? Mo Yin could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Grandmother witch, it seems she cannot understand our speech." The elderly witch, in her forgetfulness, had indeed overlooked this crucial detail. With that, she waved her staff towards Yezi, and suddenly, as if by magic, Yezi heard the kind voice of the old woman resonate in her ear. "Child, I have awakened your body's ability to translate language through my witchcraft. You can now comprehend our words." She truly understood. Yezi was utterly astonished. Was this divine maneuver a form of sorcery? Oh my, if only someone had provided her with such assistance during her English studies. She would not have had to toil so hard. But no, now was not the time for such thoughts. Preserving her life was of utmost importance. Dear grandmother, you want to eat me, will you? Everyone froze in surprise. The old witch suddenly chuckled. "Child, we do not consume humans, rest assured." With that reassurance, Yezi felt a wave of relief wash over her. To be honest, she was genuinely concerned about being turned into a delicacy, especially with so many snake demons standing behind her. "Child, you were summoned by me. You are the hope of our snake tribe. Here, the members of our tribe will not harm you. On the contrary, they will take on the responsibility of protecting you." What? She was summoned by this old woman? Suddenly, Yezi recalled the summoning voice she had heard earlier. Could it be that voice that brought her here? "Grandmother, look at me. I am just an ordinary person. There is no purpose in your summoning me. Please, send me back." "Oh, grandmother, I kneel before you. Hurry and take me away from this fantastical world. I am nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Alas, my child, I lack the ability to return you. Moreover, the serpent tribe needs you. I am truly sorry." The old witch could not invoke the secret art once more. Even if she could not send anyone back, as the serpent tribe relied on her. Chapter 5. The innate witch's body. The leaves were in a flurry. What does it mean? One can bring her here, yet cannot send her back. Such antics are unfair. Mother-in-law, I truly cannot assist you in any meaningful way. I am but an ordinary person, of no use to you at all. Please, just send me back. Yezi spoke almost in a pleading manner, engulfed in fear. If she could not return, would she be forced to remain here? The memories of all she had witnessed flooded her mind, and she shook her head vigorously, resisting the notion of staying in this terrifying realm. The old witch approached her, tears streaming from her murky eyes. "Child, I know I have wronged you, but I am utterly helpless. My life is nearing its end, and I must make provisions for the serpent tribe. Oh, dear witch, you cannot die. We cannot be without you. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the forest as everyone wept softly. And even Yezi felt her nose grow warm with emotion. She understood the inevitability of life, aging, illness, and death. Yet witnessing an elderly person declare their impending demise was profoundly disheartening. Grandmother, I wish to assist you, but I am merely an ordinary person with limited abilities. I cannot even ensure my own safety. Yezi could assure that anyone who emerged from here would easily surpass her, for they were far from ordinary individuals. No, my child. You are not an ordinary being. You possess an innate witch's essence. With the right guidance, you will evolve into an exceptional witch. And you might even ascend to the ranks of a great witch, or perhaps even a celestial witch of immense power. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd, as none could fathom that the venerable witch, whom they held in high esteem, would bestow such lofty praise upon a fledgling witch. Even Yezi found herself bewildered. She was scarcely aware of what a witch truly entailed, and yet here she was, being presented with such grandiose prospects. Was the old witch placing too much faith in her? Could she genuinely attain such heights? Great witches were the privilege of the most formidable tribes, let alone celestial witches, who were revered like deities not only within their own tribes, but also by the surrounding beastmen. Moyen found it hard to believe that the frail female, whom he could easily crush with a mere finger, could one day become a great witch or even a celestial witch. At present, she hardly qualified as a witch. Did she? Alas, what does this mean? Who do you look down upon? Why can I reach such heights? Grandmother witch, release me. I assure you, I will make that individual retract their earlier statement. Humph. Oh, why should a green-skinned serpent demon look down upon her? Yezi resolved to temporarily acquiesce, for refusing might compel her to maintain that awkward posture indefinitely. Very well, I knew you were a good one, the old witch exclaimed cheerfully, raising her hand. Yezi immediately slumped to the ground, finally able to move. Child, are you all right? The old witch stepped forward to assist Yezi, and she found her face marred with the same green liquid as Moyen, oddly pleasing. I'm fine, really. I can manage. You're of an age. It's not fitting for you to help me. If the old witch were to suffer any mishap while aiding her, it would be an unexplainable predicament. Given her advanced years, anything could happen. Furthermore, this was the first person to treat her with kindness, regardless of the circumstances. She wished for the old witch to be well and to help alleviate her heart's myriad of uncertainties. You are indeed a good one. The old witch did not err in her judgment. The old witch patted Yezi's hand and turned to Moyen and the rest of the tribe, commanding, prepare immediately for the awakening of the witch's power in our new witch. It is better to act sooner than later. Yes, grandmother witch. Despite their myriad of questions, Moyen and the tribe's people could only obey the old witch's directives, for they understood that all her actions were in service of the serpent tribe. In their fervor to awaken Yezi's powers, the serpent tribe members scarcely had time to mourn their fallen kin. After hastily burying their deceased, they set about preparing for the awakening of the new witch. The leaves resembled a rag doll, manipulated by the female members of the serpent tribe, as they engage in bathing and dressing. To make matters worse, the old witch was also scribbling upon her body. What are you drawing on me, old witch? Truth be told, the leaves perceived the old witch as somewhat eccentric, yet it was evident that she held considerable esteem within the serpent tribe. This is a totem that channels witchcraft. Possessing it will significantly ease your awakening of mystical powers. Such an ancient totem was something she had learned from the tribe's great witch in her youth. The mere recollection of the serpent tribe's past brought a wave of melancholy over the old witch. Once upon a time, the serpent tribe was a grand entity, boasting its own powerful witch, basking in glory. Old witch, are you done? After a prolonged silence, the leaves could no longer restrain her curiosity. Yes, I am finished. Lost in nostalgic reverie, the old witch had momentarily forgotten her task, but she hastily regained her focus. The awakening of a new witch's powers was a matter of great significance, demanding her utmost diligence and commitment. Yezi was brought to the altar of the serpent tribe, where she discovered that the object of their veneration was none other than a serpent, a statue crafted from deep green stone. Reflecting on the serpent demons she had previously encountered, Yezi speculated that this might very well be their ancestral figure. Moyen, having tidied himself up, arrived at the square and beheld a female figure standing motionless before the ancestral serpent statue. To his astonishment, she possessed golden, wavy hair and skin that radiated a translucence surpassing that of a newborn. Her rosy lips were a delightful contrast to the less appealing features of the tribe's females. With large, round eyes, she gazed curiously at the serpent statue, clad in a crescent-white ceremonial robe, a treasured garment belonging to the old witch. In all his years, he had only seen the old witch don this robe once, and now it adorned her, making her appear as ethereal as a celestial being, truly enchanting. Not only was Moyen captivated, but so were the warriors of the tribe. In this moment, Yezi became an indelible image of beauty in their hearts. Ahem. The old witch noticed the gazes of the onlookers and coughed to disrupt their reverie. Yezi was indeed stunning, the most beautiful female she had ever encountered. She had not anticipated that the cleansed Yezi would have such an appearance, yet Yezi humbly informed her that in her homeland, she was merely of ordinary beauty. The old witch was unfamiliar with this place Yezi spoke of. Although she had summoned her using secret arts, she had never glimpsed the realm where Yezi lived. Her powers were still insufficient, relegating her to the role of a mere witch. Are we to begin? Moyen asked, somewhat embarrassed that he had lost himself in the presence of a female. The old witch cast a knowing glance at Moyen and replied, retrieve the core essence. The core essence was of paramount importance, always kept close at hand by Moyen. He complied with the old witch's request, producing the red core essence from within his garments. The old witch trembled as she accepted the core essence, recalling the last time she had seen it was during her own awakening of magical powers. She never imagined that she would encounter it again in her lifetime, and now, at this moment, it was truly beautiful. The leaves gazed at the core essence in the hands of the old witch, filled with delight. This piece of core essence shone as beautifully as bloodshade. One could only wonder how the old witch intended to utilize it. Child, as long as you are pleased, it is yours from this moment forth. It shall accompany you throughout your life, serving your needs. The birth of every witch necessitates a core essence, once a witch's powers awaken. The core essence will thoroughly integrate into her being, remaining with her for eternity. Naturally, under suitable circumstances and with sufficient capability, a witch may absorb multiple core essences. However, she was a witch devoid of both conditions and abilities. Relying solely on the initial core essence awakened within her, she would endure until the brink of death before encountering a second one. The old witch felt a profound sense of shame, remorseful for not honoring her teacher's initial teachings. Yezi is a mere vessel for the words of the old witch. She currently possesses no understanding of these matters. The child, cradling the core essence, kneels devoutly before the ancestral serpent, entreating its protection, while the witch casts her spell in aid. The moment is at hand. All present wear solemn expressions, their hearts filled with reverence as they kneel around the altar, beseeching the serpent ancestor to bless their new witch, facilitating her awakening of witchly powers, inheriting the witch's mission, and safeguarding the serpent tribe. The witch begins her incantation, reciting obscure and incomprehensible verses known to none within the tribe, yet understood by Yezi. The essence of the witch's incantation conveys, O great serpent ancestor, your faithful people implore your protection. Grant the serpent clan supreme divine power to aid our new witch in her awakening. Then the tone shifts, spirits of all things in heaven and earth swiftly return to assist our new witch Yezi, guiding her upon the sacred and luminous path of witchcraft. Yezi found it difficult to truly be devout, indeed. The entire process seemed to be a self-directed performance orchestrated by the old witch. She could not help but perceive the witch as a sort of fortune-teller, speaking in cryptic riddles, and wondered how such an unreliable figure could awaken her latent magical powers. Suddenly, the core essence she held in her hands erupted in a dazzling red glow. To her astonishment, it transformed into a swirling mist of crimson light, encircling her. Almost immediately, before the eyes of all present, including those of the old witch, the red mist eagerly entered Yezi's body, defying all disbelief. Leaf felt a sudden jolt, followed by an overwhelming sense of comfort and an infusion of strength coursing through her being. The old witch, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, Leaf, are you all right? The phenomenon of this child's awakening of witchcraft was markedly different from what she had observed in others, including her own experience. When she herself had awakened her powers, her mentor had devoted all efforts to assist her. In the end, even the mighty sorceress was left exhausted, requiring support to maintain her footing. Moreover, as a fledgling witch, the burden of harnessing the core essence's energy had been excruciating, taking over half a month under the careful nurturing of her kin to fully absorb its might. Now, in stark contrast, Leaf had merely recited an incantation, and the core essence seamlessly integrated into her being without any effort on her part. Astonishingly, she exhibited no signs of distress. Rather, she appeared quite at ease, leaving the old witch in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of what to make of this situation. Grandmother witch, I feel splendid. I had no idea this could be so pleasurable. Is there more of it in the tribe? The responses were laden with a mix of disbelief and frustration. They were all acutely aware that their tribe had sacrificed a significant number of warriors for this core essence, only to witness the new witch absorb it so effortlessly. A wave of inexplicable sorrow and indignation swept through the crowd. Even the old witch felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed as though this child was destined to challenge their understanding. Yezi felt somewhat perplexed, noticing that the expressions of those around her appeared rather grim. Had she failed to succeed? With a hint of apprehension, Yezi asked softly, Is it my failure? Her words sparked a realization in the old witch, who, setting aside her own fleeting doubts, turned her gaze towards Yezi. She then pointed at an injured warrior and said, Follow my lead and recite the incantation to heal him. The child's awakening had been remarkably straightforward and effortless, leaving the witch with an unsettling feeling. Thus, she decided it was prudent to test her abilities, lest her hopes be in vain. The old witch chanted, Essence of the core, heed my call, heal. Fearing that Yezi might struggle to remember, she deliberately slowed her pace. The art of witchcraft was notoriously difficult to master, a lesson she had learned well during her own apprenticeship, often facing reprimands from her mentor. However, the witch was merely feigning instruction on the use of her magical power and did not truly wield it. The incantation, while simple in meaning, was still shrouded in an obscure dialect, yet for Yezi, it proved to be exceedingly uncomplicated. Yezi, the power of nuclear essence, harnessed for my use, to heal. She recited the witch's incantation, then raised her hand, pointing towards the individual whom the witch was to heal. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light shot from her hand towards that person. Yezi's mouth fell agape. Goodness, this is truly emanating from my hand. As he gazed at his own hands, he felt no discernible change. How could they emit such radiance? My goodness, look quickly, his wounds are healing. The speed of recovery is astonishing. Am I dreaming? The healing abilities of the new sorcerer are remarkably potent. How impressive. Ye sorcerer, ye sorcerer, ye sorcerer. Yezi felt somewhat bewildered as she observed the faces of the members of the serpent tribe, which radiated admiration and respect towards her. To be candid, she harbored a deep-seated fear of the serpent tribe's inhabitants, for upon transformation, each of them became an enormous serpent. Even the children, merely 3 or 4 years of age, extended to lengths of 2 or 3 meters after their metamorphosis. Having grown up with an innate fear of cold-blooded creatures such as snakes, she found it perplexing that she now felt no trace of fear. Instead, there was an unexpected sense of familiarity. Yezi felt as though she had certainly lost her mind. She was inexplicably drawn to a group of serpent people. Nevertheless, if madness it was, so be it. They treated her with kindness, did they not? Moyen and the old witch gathered around a tribal member to examine him. To their astonishment, not only had he been healed, but even old, lingering injuries had been mended. These were wounds that the old witch herself had been unable to heal, yet here was Yezi, a newly awakened sorceress, who had accomplished it effortlessly. The old witch found herself somewhat despondent. Having lived for centuries and practiced as a witch for just as long, she felt eclipsed by this fledgling sorceress. A warmth crept onto her aged face. Yet, amidst her embarrassment, she felt a glimmer of solace, for it seemed she had summoned an extraordinary witch for the serpent tribe, ensuring a promising future for them. The old witch gazed affectionately at Yezi, silently reflecting, Master, though I may have disappointed you, I have discovered hope for the serpent tribe. My life shall have no regrets. Chapter 7. The old witch's concerns. Yezi healed a serpent man, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. The old witch had run out of words. After enduring a series of setbacks, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Observing Yezi heal 4 or 5 more individuals without breaking a sweat, she decided to leave her be, merely advising her to pause if she felt weary. With that, she leaned on her cane and returned to her dwelling, contemplating how best to instruct Yezi in the use of her magical powers. The girl possessed an innate affinity for witchcraft, seemingly mastering spells with remarkable ease, and the old witch believed she would soon learn all the incantations. Alas, the old witch sighed, recalling her initial worries that Yezi might not grasp the spells before her departure. Now, her concern shifted to the possibility that once Yezi mastered all the spells of the serpent tribe, she might not encounter new ones. The current serpent tribe was far too weak. Why the sigh, old witch? Inna asked. The new witch is exceptional, possessing extraordinary talent and unprecedented healing abilities. Shouldn't you feel gratified? Inna could not comprehend the old witch's heavy demeanor. Inna, it is precisely because she is so remarkable that I fear the serpent tribe may not be able to retain her. People aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. The serpent tribe is too small, and presently, Yezi is unaware of the world beyond. When she eventually discovers it, will she still wish to remain with the serpent tribe? Old witch, retaining a talented witch like Yezi is simpler than you think. Inna turned to glance at Moyen among the crowd. Though their tribe was small, they possessed the finest beastman chief. He was her son, who had diligently led their people in hunting and safeguarding the serpent tribe, his only flaw being his disinterest in the females of the tribe. Inna wished fervently for Moyen to father cubs soon, but regrettably, every time she broached the subject, he skillfully deflected her inquiries. The leaf sorceress, youthful and enchanting, captivated the hearts of every warrior, and Nina was convinced that Moyen would undoubtedly be drawn to her as well. If the leaf sorceress were to bear offspring for Moyen, Nina firmly believed that, for the sake of the child, the leaf sorceress would never abandon the serpent tribe. Nina, the leaf sorceress possesses the power of choice. Unless she consents willingly, you must refrain from any underhanded actions. Having lived for centuries, the old witch could discern Nina's intentions with a single glance. Should the leaf sorceress act of her own volition, the old witch would wholeheartedly approve. However, if coerced, she would not permit it. Rest assured, dear witch, I shall not engage in any sordid deeds. Nina understood that the old witch had misinterpreted her intentions. She hoped for a favorable union between Moyen and the leaf sorceress, but would never impose their union. Nina was confident that with Moyen's capabilities and charm, a little earnestness on her part would surely win the heart of the leaf sorceress. I trust you, let the young ones decide their own fates. We shall simply observe and allow things to unfold naturally. Nina nodded in understanding and assisted the old witch in departing. Occasionally glancing back at the gathering where Moyen and the leaf sorceress stood, a smile gracing her lips. Who, besides her son, could possibly be deserving of the leaf sorceress? Yezi, of course, was unaware of these matters. She was diligently tending to the wounds of the serpent tribe. Without reservation, she employed her newfound abilities to aid anyone in distress. However, the gaze of the serpent people made her feel quite uncomfortable, particularly that of the robust young serpents, who stared at her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Yezi resolved to remain indifferent. Although she was an unmarried woman, she was not devoid of reason. It was evident that these serpentine individuals were attempting to entice her. This was akin to an iron tree blooming. Once it flowered, it would be a profusion everywhere. However, these individuals were not within her means. They were nothing but snakes. As Yezi's body trembled slightly, she instantaneously adopted an air of aloofness, deciding to conceal her smile to avoid any misinterpretation by the snake men. The next moment, a towering figure loomed over her. Upon glancing up, Yezi immediately stood to Greetings, Chief. Have you been injured as well? If one were to inquire about Yezi's greatest fear, it would undoubtedly be Moyin. For the impression he had left was profoundly indelible. The Snake King, his presence exerted an immense pressure upon her. I am unscathed. You ought to rest now. There remains much to learn from Granny Will. Moyin furrowed his brow, realizing that Yezi was intimidated by him. She faced others with composure, yet with him, she became anxious. Her hands were tightly clasped around her ceremonial attire, her forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and her gaze flitted about, unable to meet his. All right. I shall take my leave and rest now. Farewell, Chief. After Yezi finished speaking, she dashed away in a flurry. Mo Yin, with a somber expression, pondered why he was so unlikable. To avoid encountering Mo Yin, Yezi secluded herself in her room, perusing the animal hide bestowed by the old witch. The incantations were inscribed upon the hide, preserved in a manner that rendered the script remarkably legible. Strangely enough, Yezi was certain she had never studied these characters. Yet they appeared comprehensible to her, as if she had always known them. For matters that eluded her understanding, Yezi typically refrained from forcing herself. Knowing was certainly preferable to ignorance. As she continued to read, she discerned a pattern. All the spells pertained to core essence. For instance, the healing incantation typically included the phrase, by the power of core essence, I command healing. Similarly, the defensive spell read, by the power of core essence, I command defense. Furthermore, there was, by the power of core essence, I command attack. It was evident that the essence served as the foundation, followed by the intended application of this core power. Yezi believed that what she needed to learn were not these spells, but rather the arcane and enigmatic languages. Once she mastered the art of reading those scripts, she would be able to extrapolate effortlessly and wield incantations at her discretion. Yezi felt as though she had uncovered a profound truth and immediately set aside the animal hide, exuberantly rushing to seek out the old witch. Upon hearing Yezi's words, the witch silently retrieved a parcel from the bottom of a chest, revealing her evident fondness for the item. This was left to me by my mentor, but alas, I have been unable to decipher the inscriptions. Since you harbor such aspirations, I shall bestow it upon you. The extent of your understanding shall depend upon your own insight. My child, I regret that I cannot assist you further. After all, once she departs, these belongings are destined for Yezi. Thus, it seems fitting to present them to her in advance. Thank you, dear witch. Yezi received the book with both hands, and when she solemnly opened it, she beheld a volume bound in animal hide. There was no author indicated, and as she opened it in the presence of the old witch, a collection of unfamiliar characters greeted her. To Yezi, they resembled tadpoles, twisted and curvilinear, devoid of any discernible order. The leaves fluttered with a hint of disappointment. It seemed her thoughts were somewhat naive. However, the old witch must possess some knowledge, so it would be prudent to first learn the basics from her. Oh, dear witch, could you possibly, oh my, it has changed. Chapter 8, the Book of Infinite Transformations. As Yezi was about to consult the old witch, she was suddenly taken aback as the characters on the animal skin book began to shift and writhe. In disbelief, she stared intently, and soon found herself in a state of bewilderment, for the text had transformed entirely into Chinese, a language she could comprehend. What just happened? Noticing Yezi's astonished expression as she gazed at the animal skin book as if it were a specter, the old witch hurriedly leaned closer, only to discover that nothing had changed. The book remained as it always had, an inscrutable tome that had eluded her understanding despite her diligent study. Witch, the words are moving. They've all changed. Did you see that? The leaves were indeed somewhat incredulous. Written words are inanimate, in whatever form they take on animal hides. That is precisely what they ought to remain. How could they possibly come to life and transform into the Chinese characters she was most familiar with? The old witch shook her head, stating that what she beheld was still the original form, without any alteration whatsoever. What? Only she can see this? How utterly absurd. The leaves, undeterred, inquired once more, Dear witch, is it truly unchanged? Please take another look, here, and here in my heart. It is evident that it is distinctly different from before. What does this matter? Why does it feel so peculiar? Observing that the leaves did not appear to be deceiving, the witch scrutinized once again, including the areas indicated by the leaves. Yet, the outcome remained the same. There was no alteration, and she could only shake her head in response. Dear witch, did your mentor ever mention any peculiarities about this book? After it has been translated into Chinese, will it still hold any value? The mentor had once remarked that this book was also a serendipitous find for her. She had devoted her life to studying it, yet had grasped less than a tenth of its essence, perhaps even less. If I could surpass her, even in the slightest, The accomplishments I would attain would undoubtedly eclipse hers. Alas, how unfortunate it is that the witch has not lived up to her mentor's expectations. The leaves pondered. Not only was your teacher disappointed, but I too am disheartened by your ignorance. Your lack of knowledge renders your assistance to her, a novice, rather limited. Well then, you may attend to your affairs. I shall return to my studies. As for the Chinese language, what is there to research? One can simply read through it. Though its practicality remains debatable, nevertheless, if all else fails, I shall return to examining those enchanted beast skins. As Yezi emerged from the witch's treehouse, she perused the content of the first page, finally grasping the name of this peculiar artifact. The Book of Transformation, grand and sophisticated, essentially conveys that, depending on the witch's innate abilities, it presents varying content, and moreover, it is displayed in the most comprehensible form of text for the witch, without compromising its effectiveness. How considerate it is. Being a native Chinese, she is most familiar with the language, having been immersed in its culture since childhood. Oh my. This Book of Transformation is remarkably thoughtful, even taking into account the user's individual circumstances. Ouch. My nose. Are you all right? Yezi was so engrossed in admiring the creator of this book that she collided directly with Moyen. The hardness of his chest nearly flattened her nose. Why don't you try bumping into me and see if anything happens? The leaves brushed against her nose, causing a sharp pain that ignited her temper. In an instant, her fear of Moyen was cast aside, and she retorted defiantly. Yi Wu, you collided with me. I had warned you beforehand. In the serpent tribe, aside from the elder witch, Moyen held the highest status, and the tribe's people revered him deeply. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. And Yi Wu's unreasonable outburst stirred a flicker of anger within Moyen. Yezi found herself at a loss for words. Having been engrossed in her reading to the extent that she had failed to notice Moyen's presence, and consequently, his reminder went unheard. However, one could argue that he displayed a distinct lack of gentlemanly decorum. After all, she had indeed bumped into him, and deserved a modicum of understanding. Unable to concede defeat without a fight, Yezi felt a sense of indignation at being cowed by Moyen, prompting her to raise her gaze and retort. Yet, upon encountering his deep green eyes, clarity washed over her. Ah, indeed, the clan leader is right. It is my fault for being so absorbed in my book that I accidentally collided with you. I beg your pardon. Oh dear. Had she truly lost her sense of self-preservation, daring to challenge the Lord of Serpents? Fortunately, she realized her folly just in time. Moyen furrowed his brow ever so slightly, pondering whether all females were as capricious as this one, shifting their demeanor so unpredictably. Ultimately, he decided it was not worth his while to dwell on the whims of a female. Very well, just be more cautious in the future. Before Moyen could finish his thought, a clan member rushed towards them, breathless and agitated, exclaiming, Clan leader, trouble is brewing. The wolf tribe has attacked. With that, Moyen's focus shifted entirely away from Yezi. He turned sharply, commanding, gather the troops. We must confront the enemy. Yes. Listen closely. Everyone, warriors shall stand with me against the foe, while females and young ones must remain in their dwellings and not venture out. As she witnessed Moyen and the others depart, a wave of panic washed over Yezi. The wolf tribe, were they not the very same ferocious beings who had previously battled the snake people? The thought of their brutal demeanor and glistening, menacing fangs sent a shiver through her. In contrast to those werewolves, any fear she harbored for Moyen dissipated instantaneously. She recalled vividly how close she had come to meeting her demise at the jaws of those beasts. This simply could not stand. She must not allow the wolf tribe to seize the snake tribe's territory. If they fell into the hands of those werewolves, her fate would be sealed. The leaf witch tucked the beast skin book into her bosom and hastily set off in pursuit of Moyen and the others. Did you not hear the chieftain's command? She was admonished. At this moment, following them only serves to create chaos for the chieftain and his party. Return to your dwelling at once. The leaves observed the woman who had suddenly appeared and seized her arm, an instinctual sense of hostility emanating from her. Who are you? Do I know you? The unwelcoming demeanor of this unfamiliar woman bewildered her. I am Suya, the most exquisite female of the serpent tribe, and the future matriarch of our clan. I command you to return to your quarters and refrain from causing any disruption. Suya harbored a deep-seated disdain for the new shaman, whose arrival posed a threat to her standing within the tribe, potentially usurping her position as the future matriarch. Infuriatingly, this new shaman had been summoned by the elder witch. And despite her animosity, Suya found herself constrained in her actions. With the tribe in disarray, no one was likely to notice her confrontation with Yezi, emboldening Suya to challenge her. So, you believe you can bully me, a newcomer unfamiliar with the customs of this world? The elder witch has declared that I hold a status equal to that of the chieftain. What right do you have to command me? Even if you are to become the chieftain's wife, you would still lack the authority to issue orders to me. The chieftain embodies the utmost respect and authority within the tribe. As his wife, I shall naturally enjoy equal standing. Chapter 9. How audacious. It is the chieftain who fights valiantly for the tribe, while shamans merely tend to injuries and oversee awakening ceremonies. What gives you the right to stand on equal footing with the chieftain? Once she wed Moyen and ascended to the position of chieftain's wife, she would advise him to abolish the notion of parity between shamans and chieftains. From that point onward, the chieftain would reign supreme. with all members of the tribe compelled to adhere to his directives, treating the chieftain's wife with the same reverence reserved for him. Suya, when did you assume the role of chieftain's wife? Nina, supporting the elder witch, stood behind Suya, casting a cold gaze in her direction. She had long been aware of Suya's interest in Mo Yin, yet he remained indifferent to her. It was surprising to see Suya already claiming such a title. Under normal circumstances, this would not matter, for the serpent tribe lacked any females who caught Mo Yan's eye. If he sought to pass on his lineage, Suya could be a suitable choice. However, with Yezi's presence, Mo Yin had a better alternative, rendering Suya obsolete. Her personal life was fraught with complications. Among all the warriors of the tribe, only Mo Yin remained untouched by her. While the females were shared among the warriors, the chieftain's wife held a different status. To ensure the purity of the chieftain's bloodline, the future chieftain's wife must maintain her virtue. On this count alone, Suya lacked the merit to vie for the title, especially given her antagonism towards Yezi. Yezi was the heir to the elder witch, destined to become the next shaman of the serpent tribe. And even the chieftain must show her respect. Suya had no authority to dictate her actions. Elder witch, Aunt Nina, when did you arrive? Suya's gaze faltered. Realizing that her disrespect towards Yezi had been witnessed, the expressions on the elder witch and Nina's faces suggested she would not escape unscathed. What could she do? Glancing at Yezi, Suya shot her an irritated glare, blaming the newcomer for her predicament. Had it not been for her, she would not have made such a blunder. Yezi could not help but roll her eyes. Caught in her own folly, she failed to reflect and instead blamed her. What kind of reasoning is that? Absurd. Suya, I care not how you bully other females in the tribe. You shall not dare to trifle with Yu. She is a shaman, the guardian of the serpent tribe. And you ought to hold her in reverence. This time I shall overlook your transgression, but should there be a next time, I will not show mercy. This was the first occasion that the elder witch had expressed her ire towards a junior, and Suya felt her cheeks burn, as if publicly humiliated, an excruciating embarrassment. The reason for her chastisement was entirely due to Yi Wu, and she would not let this grievance slide. Yi Wu, await your reckoning. Elder witch. Suya acknowledges her mistake. She suppressed her animosity towards Yezi and conceded to the elder. Yet her tightly clenched fists and the hatred in her eyes directed at Yezi prompted frowns from both the elder and Nina. Elder, the chief sent me to find you. The wolf tribe has dispatched their shaman, and our warriors cannot contend with them. Please, hurry. In fierce combat, the warriors are fearless, but should the shaman's power be involved, they would be at a severe disadvantage. At this moment, the significance of the shaman becomes evident. A mere physical struggle pales in comparison to the clash of mystical forces. They dare to unleash a shaman. They are intent on annihilating our serpent tribe. Very well, I shall confront the wolf tribe's shaman and discern her capabilities. The elder witch, who initially intended to lecture Suya, immediately changed her demeanor. Her hunched figure suddenly straightened, and her presence became formidable. Suddenly, Yezi realized that the witch was quite tall. She appeared to be around 170 centimeters in height, towering over Yezi by a head's length. There was no need for Nina's assistance. With just a few strides, the figure swiftly vanished from sight, disappearing into the distance within mere moments. Yezi suddenly realized that there was much more for her to learn, at the very least. She was unfamiliar with this particular skill. Are you not a shaman? The shamans from the wolf tribe have already intruded, and the old witch has gone to confront them. What are you still doing standing here? He glanced at Suya with a mix of disbelief and frustration. I truly cannot fathom your mindset. The tribe teeters on the brink of life and death, yet you still find the time to turn against your own. Surely your thoughts are as fragile as tofu. With that, she strode purposefully towards the direction the old witch had departed, fully aware that she would have gone there regardless of Suya's comments. Now a witch herself. It was imperative for her to witness the confrontation between witches. Additionally, her concern for the old witch weighed heavily on her mind, despite her formidable abilities. Age could render her vulnerable against the witch from the wolf tribe. Suya did not comprehend the reference to tofu, but she recognized it was not a compliment. He was chastising her, and the audacity of that newcomer infuriated her. Suya, understand this. You will be the most esteemed female of the snake tribe. You would do well to acknowledge this reality, lest you find yourself in unfortunate circumstances. Without a glance back at Suya, Nina hastily followed Yi, determined not to remain idle while her son fought fiercely alongside others. From a distance, Yezi could hear the sounds of a fierce battle. Upon arriving, he witnessed a chaotic clash between a snake and wolves. A large, dark green serpent was being besieged by 3 wolves. At first glance, Yezi recognized it as Mo Yin, and among the attackers was the white wolf bearing a scar on its face from that fateful day. Despite the serpent's formidable nature, facing 3 wolves simultaneously proved to be a disadvantage. It had sustained multiple injuries. Mo Yin could not afford to lose, for he represented the very essence of the snake tribe. Should he falter, the morale of those beneath him would surely crumble. With her heart racing and anxiety palpable, Yezi witnessed a wolf bearing its fangs, poised to strike at Mo Yin's form. Without a moment's hesitation, she pointed at a nearby boulder and shouted, "Nuclear essence. Lend me your power. Attack it." In an instant, a beam of crimson light shot towards the massive stone, which lifted from the ground with remarkable speed and hurtled towards the wolf. Bang! Howl! Incredible. The wolf was struck squarely, its flesh and blood mangled by the impact. Yezi's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that this feat was accomplished by her own will. Dare to harm my kin, and I shall exact vengeance upon you. One of the wolves charged directly at Yezi, but Mo Yin intervened, only to be intercepted by the wolf shaman. In that moment, the shaman was equally eager to eliminate the unexpected female assailant. They had been on the verge of a decisive victory, given a little more time. The three of them could have overwhelmed Mo Yin, but now, the emergence of that female had thwarted their plans. She deserved to perish. Mo Yin wished to rescue her. Yet there was no opportunity. He would be ensnared, forced to witness the slaughter of his kin at the hands of that detestable female. Yezi, flee. Upon hearing the sound, Yezi looked up and beheld a ferocious wolf charging toward her with unrelenting ferocity, causing her face to pale in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth and fervently exclaimed, "Essence of the core, heed my call, let the trees assail. Essence of the core, heed my call, let the vines ensnare. Essence of the core, heed my call." Chapter 10, The Leaf Witch. In a fervent display, Yezi unleashed a torrent of assaults upon everything within reach, hurling stones, trees, and vines towards the advancing wolves. This astonishing spectacle brought the fierce battle between the snakes and the wolves to a sudden halt. As both sides gazed in horror at the wolf that was engulfed by Yezi's relentless barrage, unable even to emit a cry before being buried alive. Mo Yin's eyes sparkled with brilliant green light. After sending one wolf careening away with a powerful strike, he bellowed, "Yi Wu, Yi Wu, Yi Wu, Yi Wu," in unison. All the snake warriors raised their heads in pride, recognizing her as their new shaman. This first battle opened their eyes to her formidable prowess. With such a shaman among them, they felt invincible. The morale of the snakes surged, and they charged fiercely into the ranks of the wolf pack. In stark contrast, the wolves began to waver, grappling with the realization that, apart from the old shaman, the snake tribe possessed another formidable shaman. How could they possibly contend with such power? They were reluctant to be crushed or buried alive. Moreover, with the snake tribe's spirits soaring and their attacks intensifying, the wolves found themselves struggling to withstand the onslaught. Yezi remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the mound of earth she had created, her heart filled with astonishment. Is this the remarkable power of witchcraft? Yi Wu, go assist Grandma Wu, we shall take care of this. Not only was Yezi concerned for Grandma Wu, but Mo Yin shared the same worry for the elderly woman who had watched him grow. She was truly advanced in years. Mo Yin did not know her exact age. All he was aware of was what his grandfather had told him, that Grandma Wu was also someone who had nurtured him in his formative years. She had safeguarded the serpent tribe through countless generations, and this time, her daring venture to summon a new witch stemmed from her understanding that she could no longer protect the tribe. Overcome with urgency rather than astonishment, Yezi hastily inquired, "Where is Grandma Wu?" She now possessed the strength. She was no longer the ordinary person she once was. And all that she had was bestowed upon her by Grandma Wu. Grandma Wu must not come to harm. There were still so many lessons she needed to learn from her. Thus, Grandma Wu had to survive. Over there, quickly. Yezi dashed toward the direction pointed out by Mo Yin, who gazed deeply at the petite figure. The words of his mother echoed in his ears, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. In that moment, a tail lashed out at the wolf shaman, who had struggled to rise and was planning a sneak attack. The unfortunate wolf shaman was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The wolf shaman, in a pitiful state, attempted to regain his human form. He tried to rise, but each time he managed to get up, he would fall back down, utterly devoid of the strength to stand. The anguished howls of werewolves resonated as green snakes coiled around their bodies, with some snakes even entangling two wolves at once. The wolf shaman, filled with despair, witnessed this scene, realizing that their once assured victory against the snake tribe had vanished without a trace. "Wolf shaman, your greed has doomed our tribe." If it were not for the wolf shaman's relentless desire for the snake tribe's core essence, they would not have fallen to such a dire state. The wolf shaman felt remorse. He should not have allowed the wolf shaman to act recklessly. Though he resented the wolf shaman's avarice, he overlooked his own guilt. Had he not been so intent on devouring the snake tribe, he would not have remained silent when the wolf shaman proposed an attack against them. The warriors of the snake tribe, however, did not ponder such matters. As the oppressed, they vowed to defend their homeland at all costs. Initially believing this to be a grueling battle due to the immense disparity in strength, they fought with a resolve to perish, feeling utterly passive before the arrival of Yi Wu. Yet when Yi Wu appeared, she broke the siege around their leader and saved them all, rekindling their hope. Kill. Slay these invaders. The sounds of battle continued behind her as Yezi ran anxiously. At last, she spotted the old witch. She stood atop a mountain, her sharp gaze fixed on the other side, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yezi gasped in alarm. The old witch was injured. "Old woman, in the past, I would not have dared to provoke you lightly, but now it is different. You have aged and are soon to meet your end. You are no longer my match. I advise you to be wise and submit to me. In light of the core essence, I may allow you to linger a while longer." On another peak, a woman in her 30s or 40s looked down at the old witch with triumph, treating her with disdain as a victor would. Wolf shaman. The wolf tribe is notoriously brutal, capable of slaughtering even their own kin, let alone treating outsiders with mercy. Though the snake tribe is weaker, we are not cowards. We either fight to the death or drive you away, never to submit to the wolf tribe. The snake tribe has its own heritage and will never surrender to any tribe, much less a brutal one like the wolf tribe. We would rather die than yield to them. You old hag, you overestimate your worth. Since you refuse to heed my warnings, I shall break your pride and deal with those crawling pests. The wolf shaman glared fiercely at the old witch, declaring, "The power of the core essence shall be mine to wield. Attack with the force of the mountains." The old witch wiped the blood from her mouth and spoke with unwavering resolve, "The power of the core essence shall be mine to command." I summoned the earth's walls for defense. As the enormous rock hurtled toward the old witch, Yezi, without a moment's hesitation, intoned, "The power of nuclear essence. Serve my will, earthen walls for defense." The old witch swayed slightly, her frail body nearly spent. Having battled the wolf witch to this point was already beyond her limits. She understood that she would likely be unable to withstand the wolf witch's impending strike. After exhausting all her strength to cast a defensive spell, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the fatal blow. A smile graced the corners of her lips as she seemed to hear the voice of the young Yezi, the one person she felt most remorseful toward in her life. She had led her into a strange and perilous world, yet failed to equip her with the means to survive, leaving the old witch engulfed in guilt. With a resounding crash, the wolf witch's assault collided with the earthen wall conjured by Yezi, not only failing to shatter it but also rebounding back upon the aggressor. Who is it? The wolf witch thought she had sealed the old witch's fate with this move, never anticipating any changes in the tide of battle. Caught off guard, she found herself wounded by her own magical backlash and bellowed in fury, "This is absolutely not the doing of the old witch. Someone has intervened in my confrontation with that ancient hag. Who dares to thwart my plans?" Yet, Yezi rushed towards the old witch, timely supporting her to prevent her from falling. "Yezi, what brings you here?" It was not an auditory hallucination. The child had indeed arrived. However, it was perilous here. She had only just begun her studies in witchcraft and was no match for the wolf witch. Realizing this, the old witch pushed Yezi away, urgently imploring, "Child, this place is dangerous. You must leave at once." Before the old witch could finish her sentence, the sinister voice of the wolf witch echoed ominously, "Leave. You spoil my plans." Can she truly escape? Harness the power of the core essence for my purpose. Mountain stones, strike down that wretched girl. Chapter 11. Remarkable transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, the old witch positioned herself protectively in front of Yezi, momentarily forgetting to wield her witchcraft to counter the wolf witch. Her emaciated body shielded Yezi, the oversized hemp robe enveloping her tightly, bestowing an unprecedented warmth upon the child. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the wolf witch's attack was upon them, a massive boulder crashing down upon the old witch. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped her lips as a spray of blood erupted onto Yezi's face, staining her cheeks and eyes crimson. Old witch. The leaves were shielded by the old witch, yet they were struck down by the mountain rocks, plummeting towards the ground. In midair, she beheld the withered lips of the witch moving. The power of the core essence, harnessed for my use, halted my descent, with tears streaming down her face. Yezi invoked the witch's spell, cradling the lifeless body of the old witch in her arms, suspended in midair. At that moment, Yezi was oblivious to her surroundings. Her heart and eyes filled solely with the image of the old witch, who had been injured while protecting her. "Oh, dear witch, please don't scare me. Wake up. Wake up." After imparting the final incantation to Yezi, the witch fell into an unconscious state, leaving Yezi to cry out in desperation. "Give up. That old crone is gone. But fear not, for I shall soon reunite you with her." The wolf witch approached, reveling in the sight of Yezi, bloodied and weeping while holding the witch. A sense of satisfaction surged within her. Look at her, so frail and helpless. Such a sight is most pleasing. This is how the weak should appear. Are you feeling triumphant? Do you relish the act of hurling stones at others? Seeing others in sorrow brings you joy, does it? The leaves gently lifted their heads, and her eyes transformed into a crimson hue. The wolf witch found herself unable to discern whether they were stained red by the blood of her kind, or if they were innately this color, or perhaps due to some other reason. However, being locked in the gaze of such blood-red orbs made the wolf witch uneasy. Amused, she shook her head. How could she possibly feel threatened? This suddenly appearing female bore no trace of magical energy flowing through her. She was merely an ordinary beast folk. The wolf witch disregarded the unexpected obstruction encountered when attacking the old witch and fixated her glare on the leaves, fiercely declaring, "You stand on the brink of death. Yet you possess such audacity. If you are so reluctant to part with this old crone, then let us perish together. With the power of essence, heed my call. Severing gold and cutting iron, strike." The wolf witch channeled her magical energy into her palm and aimed a direct blow at the leave's head. The corners of Yezi's lips curled in a cold disdain as she gazed at the wolf witch, embodying the defiance of a headstrong maiden who, though aware of her own vulnerability, would never bow to an adversary. The wolf witch harbored a certain admiration for Yezi's fearless spirit, yet she lamented that the girl was on the brink of her demise. Perish. Just as the wolf witch's hand was about to make contact with Yezi, a radiant crimson light enveloped Yezi, manifesting into a protective barrier that shielded her and the old witch. With a resounding crash, the wolf witch felt a jolt of numbness surge through her hand, as she was abruptly repelled. No, it cannot be. The essence of core energy. How could it possibly serve as a protective barrier? It was impossible. She possessed no witchcraft, so how could such a formidable defense be conjured? She was so young. Yet her power was astonishingly high, concealed until now. A multitude of questions plagued the wolf witch as she was flung away, regarding Yezi with the same astonishment one might reserve for a monster. Yezi, with a cold smirk, opened her mouth. Do you not favor hurling stones at others? Allow me to bestow upon you a taste of that sensation. Core energy, heed my call. Stones of the mountains, strike her. In an instant, the ground trembled, and the exposed rocks surged upward, their target set upon the wolf witch. Do not. As the barrage of boulders descended upon her, the wolf witch scrambled to her feet and fled in a panic, determined to evade being crushed, to avoid perishing at the hands of a mere child. With a thud and a splatter, the fleeing wolf witch was struck by a stone, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet she continued her reckless escape, swiftly disappearing from sight. As the wolf witch vanished, Yezi, barely able to maintain her composure, finally collapsed beside the old witch. Remembering her ability to heal, she grasped the old witch's hands and declared, Core energy, heed my call. Heal. Yezi felt a wave of darkness wash over her, seeing that the old witch remained unconscious. She bit down on her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to alertness, prompting her to resume her healing efforts. Her complexion grew increasingly pallid, and she began to sway unsteadily. It was only when she noticed the old witch's eyelids flutter that she allowed herself to smile and lean to one side. As Yezi succumbed to unconsciousness, the barrier around them shattered, and they plummeted from the sky. A serpent's emerald tail coiled around them, gently lowering them to the ground. Once they landed, Moyen, having reverted to his human form, hurried to their side and crouched down. Old witch, Yezi, he exclaimed, unable to fathom the consequences had he arrived a moment later. Was their current condition the result of the wolf witch's actions? Casting a cold gaze around, he vowed to hunt down the wolf witch and exact vengeance. However, since the wolf witch had already fled, it was impossible for Moyen to locate her, and he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. He lifted both the old witch and Yezi onto his shoulders and strode back, uncertain of their plight but certain of one thing: they were still alive, and he would figure it out once he returned with them. As Moyen walked, he remained oblivious to the profound changes occurring within the old witch. Her skin was visibly becoming more vibrant, and her once white hair was shifting, half turning black. Her bones were also undergoing a process of automatic repair, and the tingling sensation compelled the old witch to laboriously open her eyes. Realizing she was being carried, she struck Moyen's back with her hand and scolded, You little rascal, is this how you treat the old witch? The moment the words left her mouth, she froze. Was that truly her voice? Moyen, equally astonished, recognized the old witch's voice too well. This did not sound like her at all. Yet there were only two people he carried. Yezi's voice was melodious, so it could not belong to her. Thus, it must be the old witch. Moyen yanked the old witch from his shoulder and, upon seeing her transformed appearance, asked in shock, Is that really you, old witch? He struggled to ascertain if this person was indeed the old witch or merely a semblance of her. The truth was, she appeared far too youthful now. Of course I am the old witch, she replied, her tone firm. As for why I have transformed like this, you should ask that child, Yezi. The old witch regarded Yezi with an inscrutable expression, utterly at a loss for words. It seemed as though her life had undergone a remarkable transformation due to this child. Chapter 12. Such a grand heart in a female, setting aside other considerations. In terms of vitality, she could at the very least live for another 2 or 3 decades. It seemed she owed Yezi an ever-increasing debt. I'm so tired. No one is allowed to disturb my sleep, she murmured, with a chuckle. The old witch couldn't help but smile, while Moyen looked up at the sky with a hint of exasperation. Truly, this female had a grand heart. The old witch gazed affectionately at Yezi and gently said, You little rascal, take her back. This child is utterly worn out. The Serpent clan, with only half the warriors of the Wolf clan, successfully defeated them and captured many werewolves. They then swiftly marched towards the Wolf clan to violently subdue the remaining werewolves. Moyen commanded that those werewolves willing to submit to the governance of the Serpent clan would be integrated into it and allowed to live. Those unwilling to comply, especially those seeking revenge, would be executed without hesitation. In this world, most feared death, even the werewolves, who were prone to violence. To survive, they chose to yield, even if reluctantly. Of course, there were those who would rather die than submit. The Serpent clan unhesitatingly chose to fulfill their wishes. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, showing mercy to enemies was tantamount to cruelty to oneself. The only pity was that the Wolf clan's witch and their king had escaped. Moyen understood that allowing these two to flee would pose a significant threat to the Serpent clan. However, the old witch waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. Let them flee. I can handle the Wolf witch with ease now, especially with Yezi by our side. As for the Wolf Shah, the old witch looked at Moyen with disdain. Don't tell me you fear him? Without a backward glance, Moyen exited the old witch's abode. Fear him? Nonsense. If Wolf Shah dared to approach, he would surely extract his fangs to fashion a bone knife. The Serpent clan ventured to acquire Kernel Essence, summoning a new witch. Although they had lost a significant portion of their warriors, the benefits she brought forth filled everyone with joy. She not only defeated the wolf witch but also saved the old witch, rejuvenating her so she could continue to be with them. With the old witch restored, the heavy burden weighing on their hearts was finally lifted. They had often pondered what they would do if the old witch were to pass away one day. Now, they need not worry, and smiles returned to their faces, filling the serpent clan with laughter and joy. Of course, the werewolves could not share in this mirth. After being forced to join the serpent clan, they were under constant scrutiny, needing to tread carefully for fear of being executed by their new captors. Similarly, Suya was unable to smile. Yezi had garnered the respect of all, solidifying her status within the serpent clan as the most revered individual aside from Moyen and the old witch. Whenever Yezi's name was mentioned, the clan members praised her with utmost reverence. Suya had initially believed her position in the eyes of the clan was superior to Yezi's, but to her dismay, when she dared to speak ill of Yezi, she was met with scorn from everyone, even those warriors who typically sought to curry her favor. Enraged and humiliated, Suya's disdain for Yezi deepened. It was her presence that had brought about this embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Suya approached Yezi's dwelling. Gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Yezi, just you wait. I won't let you have it easy." Subsequently, under the cover of night, she stealthily made her way to the werewolves' quarters, unbeknownst to anyone that among the surrendered werewolves was once a close confidant of Suya. In the pitch-black night, the weary werewolves, having labored throughout the day, were finally allowed to rest. Exhausted, they were escorted back to their quarters and collapsed into slumber. As captives, the cost of refusing to vanish with the wolf clan was to become slaves of the serpent clan. Indeed, they were slaves, devoid of any sense of belonging to the serpent clan, who were equally distrustful of them. To suppress their rebellious spirit, the serpent clan assigned them the heaviest tasks and kept watch over them. They could neither escape nor dared to attempt it, forced to labor tirelessly. The werewolves were fatigued yet relieved that the serpent clan did not let them starve. At this moment, while all others were enveloped in sleep, one individual remained vigilant, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Soon, his eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and a smirk crept across his lips. "Suya, you have finally arrived." Soya held 4 or 5 bamboo tubes in one hand and dragged a platter of roasted meat with the other, swaying her hips as she emerged from the night, exuding an enchanting charm. The few guards stationed to watch over the werewolves exchanged glances, each reading a hint of mockery in the other's eyes. Soya, acknowledged as the most alluring female of the serpent tribe, welcomed any male suitor, provided they offered her some sweet enticements. Each of these men had shared a night with her. The long, dreary hours spent guarding the werewolves felt less tedious with her presence. As Soya approached, they felt a sense of anticipation, their faces lighting up with smiles, suggesting that the night ahead would not be unbearable. It was impossible for them to all engage at once, as someone had to remain to guard the werewolves. One of the men stepped forward, playfully embracing Soya and naturally relieving her of the food, distributing it among the others with a grin, declaring, "Everyone gets a share, the brother takes the lead." Soya playfully punched the serpent man who held her, feigning annoyance as she remarked, "You are truly wicked." Yet, she tightened her grip around his arm, casting flirtatious glances at the others. "Haha, Soya, you are indeed captivating," one of them chuckled. Without hesitation, the serpent man lifted Soya and eagerly made his way toward the nearby bushes, where sounds of merriment soon followed. "Had I known, I would have made my move first," one of the others lamented, hearing the sounds that dampened his appetite for the meat. "Indeed, it makes one parched just listening. Perhaps a drink is in order." The men exchanged glances and each took a bamboo tube, opening it to drink. Watching from the bushes, Soya's lips curled into a smile as she patiently counted down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a series of thuds, the man atop her collapsed onto Soya, who, after attempting to push him off with little response, unceremoniously shoved him aside and rose, kicking him a few times before wrapping herself in animal hides to cover her modesty. A familiar signal sounded, prompting the werewolves who had been waiting silently to spring into action, striding towards the door with murderous intent as they gazed at the serpent man sprawled on the ground. "Soya, let me out. I want to kill them," one wolf exclaimed impatiently. "Look at your ambitions. What good would it do to kill them all? If vengeance is your desire, focus on the one who truly deserves it." Thinking of Yi, Soya clenched her teeth, filled with a burning desire to tear her apart. "What do you mean?" The wolf glared at Soya, bewildered. Had she not come to rescue him? Why did she show no inclination to free him? Did she intend to renege? If so, he would not hesitate to drag her down with him. Chapter 13. The culprit wolf soul. Do you not seek vengeance for your kin? I can tell you. Your defeat stems from a singular individual. If you wish to avenge your tribe, then you must eliminate that culprit. Wolf soul, the younger brother of Wolf Sha, was the escape route she had been seeking. Soya had already resolved that when the old witch could no longer hold on, and the serpent tribe could not protect her, she would align herself with Wolf soul. Thus, she secretly relayed information from the serpent tribe to the wolf tribe, including their plan to seize the core essence, which she had informed Wolf soul about. Otherwise, how would the wolf tribe have learned of the serpent tribe's acquisition of the core essence? Regrettably, Wolf Sha proved ineffectual, failing to seize the core essence and allowing Yi to awaken her witch powers, leading to the downfall of the wolf tribe as well. Yet, this was not entirely unfavorable. Should the wolf tribe fall, the serpent tribe would remain, as long as she could continue to survive. Who is the true culprit? Wolf Soul had not participated in the recent battle. He was tasked with guarding the wolf tribe until the serpent tribe launched their assault. Only then did he realize that the wolf tribe had not succeeded, but rather suffered defeat at the hands of the serpent tribe. Word had it that the wolf which had fled after sustaining injuries, and his brother was missing. Many of their kin lay dead at the hands of the serpent tribe. His pretense of surrender was merely a ruse to infiltrate the serpent tribe, seeking an opportunity for revenge, with Soya acting as his informant. If she dared to withhold her assistance, he would ensure her life in the serpent tribe became untenable. Yi, the newly arrived witch in the serpent tribe, was the one who, through her witchcraft, thwarted the plans to besiege Moyin. She had rescued the old witch from the wolf witch and severely injured him, leading to the cataclysmic defeat of the wolf tribe. So tell me, should you not seek her life to avenge your fallen kin? Yi Wu, the serpent tribe is not a place for you to linger. Once the wolf spirit has slain you, I shall then vanquish the wolf spirit, and at that moment, both the witch and Moyin shall surely regard me with newfound respect. Where is she? I must go and eliminate her. The wolf spirit furiously shook the door, awakening all the slumbering werewolves, who rose, bewildered, to gaze at the female standing outside. The wolf, which possessed formidable power. Had it not been for her exhausting battle with the witch, Yiwu would not have stood a chance. Even so, as a fledgling witch, how could she hope to contend with such an adept as the wolf witch? Though she managed to launch a successful surprise attack, she depleted her own magical energy completely, and even now remains in a deep slumber. It is clear that you cannot kill her at present, for she has fortified the relationship between the witch and Moyin, elevating her status within the serpent tribe. Outside her dwelling, there are sentinels keeping watch day and night, making it impossible for you to approach. Therefore, you must heed my counsel, remain here obediently, and await Moyin's return with the warriors from their hunt. At that juncture, I shall seize the opportunity to release you, allowing you to slay Yiwu. Each time the hunting party ventures forth, they procure enough sustenance to sustain the tribe for 6 or 7 days. Now that the serpent tribe has welcomed so many werewolves, the food supply is undoubtedly insufficient. Moyin and his companions are likely to embark on a hunt within the next day or two. Once they depart, she can unleash the wolf spirit to eliminate Yiwu, all according to her meticulously crafted plan. Yiwu, relish your final moments. Suya, I trust your words to be true. Should you deceive me, I shall be the first to end your existence. This female is unworthy, capable of betraying her own clan. Were it not for the wolf which using her to glean information for the wolf tribe, Wolf Soul would not be entangled with her. She is nothing but a wretched being, yet she presumes herself of significance. How contemptible. Wolf Soul, we are presently akin to grasshoppers on the same string. How could I possibly deceive you? Wolf Soul, indulge in your arrogance. Once you have slain Yiwu for me, I shall utilize your body to secure a better existence within the snake tribe. Let it be so. Wolf Soul cast a cold glance at Suya before turning back to rest, ignoring the group of fearful clansmen. A smirk crept upon Suya's lips. Splendid, her objective achieved. Indeed. Wolf Soul is a brute with a simplistic mind, easily manipulated. Suya sauntered away, entirely unconcerned for the few she had ensnared. Their dalliance during the night made them too fearful to report her to Moyin. Should they seek her out for retribution, she remained unperturbed. With warm comfort in her embrace, any dissatisfaction could easily dissipate. The werewolves exchanged anxious glances, sensing that Wolf Soul and the female from the snake tribe were up to something, their hearts fluttering with uncertainty. You may cower in fear. I bear no grudge against you. However, should you dare to thwart my plans, do not blame me for incapacitating you first. With that, all the werewolves fell silent, hastily returning to their positions. Wolf Soul, like Wolf Shah, was cruel and merciless. His threats were not mere words. For the sake of their lives, it was prudent not to oppose him. A short while later, the enchanted individuals began to awaken, realizing they had been ensnared by Suya's trickery. They rushed to check on the werewolves, discovering them unharmed, before grumbling and resuming their vigil. As Suya had surmised, the snake tribe's food supplies were dwindling. After discussions with Moyin, the shaman planned to lead a hunting party the following day. Watching Moyin's departure with a smile, Suya thought, Yiwu, I hear you are still in slumber. May you descend into hell within your dreams. Nina inadvertently caught a glimpse of Suya's sinister smile, causing a shiver to run down her spine. She immediately hurried to the shaman's dwelling. With the snake tribe's warriors out hunting, the werewolves were confined to their quarters and forbidden from moving about. Suya employed her previous tactics and successfully incapacitated the guards. She opened the door, addressing the long-waiting Wolf Soul. Come with me. I will take you to find Yiwu. Wolf Soul nodded in agreement, but did not rush to leave. Instead, he turned to the werewolves and declared, I am going to slay Yiwu to avenge our kin. Who among you wishes to accompany me? The werewolves exchanged glances. A few hesitated, but some unwillingly stepped forward. Wolf Soul, I will join you. I am weary of living as a slave. Recalling the days of ease and luxury in the wolf tribe, they now faced a life of labor and confinement, devoid of freedom. This existence was unbearable. I do not wish to continue living under others' whims, but we shall only kill Yiwu and then escape, correct? He was indifferent to vengeance. The opportunity to flee the snake tribe was all that mattered. He hoped that Wolf Soul would avoid trouble. Killing Yi Wu and swiftly leaving was all he desired. Wolf Soul smiled and assured, once we have slain Yi Wu, we will immediately escape the snake tribe and seek out the wolf witch and the chieftain. Not so fast. Wolf Soul, only you may accompany me. Too many will risk exposure. The situation was spiraling out of control. Suya's expression darkened as she interjected to halt the discussion. If 5 or 6 individuals emerged together, how could she eliminate them all after they killed Yi Wu? Even now, you wish to save yourself, Suya? Surely. You cannot be so naive. Enough chatter, lead the way. Wolf Soul pushed Suya forward and stepped out, approaching the 4 sprawled on the ground without hesitation, intent on killing them all. Wolf Soul, you have lost your mind. They are already incapacitated and pose no threat. Regret washed over Suya. Wolf Soul was indeed deranged. She had only wished for him to kill Yi Wu, not others. Is it not better that they are stained with our kin's blood? Shouldn't they be eliminated? Wolf Soul grinned with bloodlust, gripping Suya's neck and pulling her close. You presumptuous wretch, if I did not see some utility in you. Do you think I would bother with you? Now that I am out, how I conduct my affairs is my prerogative. Lead us to Yi Wu, or I shall snap your neck. Wolf Soul, you cannot treat me this way. We are allies. Suya felt the pain in her neck, her face paling. She never imagined Wolf Soul would turn against her. You are indeed as foolish and naive as the wolf witch claimed. Who do you think you are to consider yourself my ally? I am a werewolf. My affections lie with my fiery kin. Did you truly believe I would favor a cold-blooded serpent like you? Suya had lost her value, and the wolf tribe had been decimated by the snake tribe. Wolf Soul loathed the people of the snake tribe. Why would he treat Suya any differently? You did not speak to me this way before. Wolf Soul had once said she was special, the most beautiful female he had ever encountered. And he had hoped she would join him in the wolf tribe so that they could remain together forever. Suya had been moved by his words, nearly abandoning everything for him. Yet now, Wolf Soul revealed that all of it had been a ruse, leaving her heartbroken and incredulous. You came to me willingly. I have enjoyed you and gleaned information about the snake tribe. What a bargain it has been. The wolf witch informed me that you females are easily swayed by sweet words, so I took the liberty of learning some. Watching your touched expressions nearly made me laugh aloud. Have you never heard the saying, those not of my kind will have different hearts? The wolf tribe and the snake tribe had always been adversaries. Over the years, had you ever witnessed intermarriage between the two? No. Thus, I call you foolish. The crux of the matter is that you naively believe everyone should revolve around you. What audacity! Only here, in the snake tribe, could you thrive. Had you entered the wolf tribe, you would have been torn apart by my kin. We cannot harbor someone so useless yet self-important. For the sake of our past connection, I shall spare your life. Now, hurry and lead me to Yi Wu. Such a foolish female, it would be a pity to kill her. It is better to keep her around to continue causing havoc in the snake clan. Suya was half dragged, half carried away by the wolf spirit. At that moment, the snake clan was primarily composed of the elderly, weak, women, and children, save for a few warriors left behind. The dangers outside deterred the females and young from wandering about. Once the warriors embarked on their hunts, everyone prudently retreated into their dwellings, resulting in no encounters for the wolf spirits as they traversed through. Stop. Who permitted your exit? Where do you intend to go? Shimming. One of the few warriors on guard had been afflicted with a stomachache and excused himself to relieve it. Upon his return, he was taken aback to see several wolfmen roaming the clan. Suya, you have taken her hostage. What do you intend to do? Seeing Suya among them, her pale face and tear-streaked cheeks led him to realize that these individuals had indeed seized her and were planning to flee. He felt a surge of vigilance towards the group. Alone, against 5 or 6 wolfmen, with Suya still in their grasp, what was he to do? Keep an eye on her. I shall dispose of this troublesome fellow, one of the wolf spirits declared. Although merely one individual, they were a group of 6. The battle needed to be swift. While the warriors were out hunting, their shaman remained, and her powers were not something they could withstand. The wolf spirit shoved Suya towards another and charged at Shimming along with 4 others. Outnumbered, Shimming recognized the futility of confronting the wolfmen. Instinctively, he transformed into his serpent form, his tail striking fiercely at them while also aiming at the nearby structures. The dwellings, constructed of timber, had become brittle over time as moisture evaporated, and a single lash could bring them crashing down. He targeted the unoccupied houses, and the sounds of collapsing structures and ensuing chaos soon drew the attention of the snake people hiding inside. Upon witnessing the mayhem wrought by the wolfmen, they immediately fled towards the shaman's residence, while some sounded alarms. The snake clan descended into turmoil. The females clutched their young and rushed towards the shaman's abode, leaving those without awakened bloodlines anxiously watching from the sidelines. In no time, Shimming sustained grievous injuries, the result of a 1-against-5 battle. Yet, he felt no fear. If he was to perish, so be it. At the very least, he had successfully alerted his kin to inform the shaman. Once she arrived, the wolfmen would have no escape. Wolf spirit, the shaman is nearing. We must depart swiftly, or it will be too late. One of the snake people urged. The wolf spirit was easy to deal with, but should the snake clan as shaman arrive, they would miss their chance to flee. No, I must slay the leaf shaman before leaving. The true architect of the wolf clan's current plight must not be allowed to live comfortably within the snake clan. She was the leaf shaman. Starving, with her stomach pressed against her back, Yezi pushed open the door only to hear that exclamation. Bewildered, she turned to see. Still somewhat dazed, and nodded. Yes, I am the leaf shaman. Are you looking for me? Her eyes widened in shock. What on earth is happening? The snake clan has been invaded? All she had done was take a nap. How could the snake clan have transformed into this state? Yezi surveyed the collapsed houses. The bloodied remains of great serpents, and the pitiful sight of Suya, captured by wolf men, her mind swirling with questions. Where is the shaman? Where is Moyen? What happened to the warriors who were with Moyen? You stand before you the leaf shaman, the very one responsible for the calamity that befell your wolf clan. Wolf spirit. Were you not intent on killing her? Go ahead. Upon seeing Yezi, Suya's hatred surged to its peak. She pointed accusingly at Yezi, eager for the wolf spirit to execute her without delay. Suya, how can you treat the leaf shaman this way? You shall not harm her. To harm the leaf shaman, you must first tread over our bodies. Those unable to awaken their bloodlines were the weakest among them, devoid of combat prowess, and could only perform menial tasks within the clan. With the warriors out hunting, the duty of guarding the leaf shaman fell to them, and they vowed to protect her from the wolf men. You are mad. Step aside, or the wolf spirit will kill you. Suya screamed frantically, incredulous at their willingness to shield Yezi. She is merely an outsider, a newcomer to the snake clan. Why risk your lives for her? She does not deserve such loyalty. We shall not yield. Even if it costs us our lives, we will protect the leaf shaman. Indeed, we vow to protect the leaf shaman at all costs. Suya shook her head vehemently. No, you cannot treat her with such kindness. She is but an outsider. Suya, the leaf shaman is not an outsider. She is our shaman, the savior of both the shaman and Moyen, and a benefactor to the entire snake clan. You have disappointed us greatly, at such a time. Rather than joining us in protecting the leaf shaman, you utter such words. It is you who has lost your mind. You wish to exchange the leaf shaman for your own life, do you not? How can you be so selfish? Enough. Suya cried. I am your kin. You choose to protect an outsider over me. You foolish lot. With a swift motion, the wolf spirit had enough of Suya's folly. He broke her neck and pointed at Yezi. Leaf shaman, you are next. With a howl, the wolf spirit transformed into his true form, a magnificent silver and white wolf. Imposing before Yezi. Protect the leaf shaman. Panic erupted among the crowd. They feared the oncoming wolf yet refused to part, encircling Yezi. Essence of earth, heed my call, rise. Wall of defense. In an instant, a wall erupted from the ground, standing firm against the wolf spirit's charge. Thud, thud, thud. Leaf shaman, I shall kill you. The wolf spirit relentlessly battered the earthen wall, which trembled precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Leaf shaman, the wall is about to fall. Quickly, go to the shaman. We will hold him back. Yes, we shall buy you time. Run. Yezi was deeply moved to the point of tears by this group of people. She felt unworthy of their willingness to protect her with their lives. Rest assured, I will not allow him to harm you. You defend me with your lives. How could I possibly abandon you and flee alone? Moreover, she had no desire to escape at that moment. It was not that she was incapable of fighting back. Why should she run? If they wished to kill her, she was eager to demonstrate her prowess in vanquishing her foes before their very eyes. Yezi, the power of the core essence, serve my will. Strike it with the stone tablet. Wolf soul, awoo, I shall slay you. The crowd, surely. Being struck by that stone tablet would be excruciating. Yezi, the power of the core essence, harnessed for my use, strike it with the wooden staff. Wolf spirit, awoo. The crowd, tsk tsk tsk, a wooden stick as thick as an arm, it must surely break bones. That werewolf's cry is truly pitiful. Yezi, the power of nuclear essence, serve me well, water tank assault. Bang. A large water tank, hewn from stone, crashed down. Howl. The wolf spirit felt a wave of dizziness, followed by a crimson haze, and then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers gasped. Such a massive tank surely crushed its skull. It must be dead. Yiwu, spare us. It was the wolf spirit that forced our hand. That female colluded with the wolf spirit in secret, releasing it upon us. We had no part in this. We have done nothing wrong. We beseech you, show us mercy. We shall henceforth promise to work diligently and harbor no ill thoughts. You must say it was Suya who conspired with him. Explain what transpired. Speak of all you know. The old witch finally arrived with her entourage, and upon hearing that Suya had colluded with the wolf spirits, her face darkened with fury. When the werewolves recounted the events, revealing that Suya had long consorted with the wolf spirit, the witch's anger surged. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Cast her out from the serpent tribe, as though she never existed among us. The old witch, known for her kindness and mercy towards the younger generation, made this harsh decision for the first time, indicating how deeply Suya had provoked her ire. Witch, no, Ayo is already gone. Please do not cast her out from the serpent tribe. Allow her to retain her complete form. Suya's mother could no longer contain her pleas. Her daughter was deceased. If cast out, the beast would surely devour her remains. Agwona, I have shown great mercy by not holding your family accountable. Your daughter's actions amount to treason. No, she has already betrayed us. She has committed numerous wrongs. And as her family, you must have known. You neither stopped her nor reported her misdeeds, instead concealing them. How many warriors of our serpent tribe have perished because of her? Can you live with that on your conscience? Based on the principle of not punishing the family for the sins of one, I have chosen to punish her alone, yet you dare to plead for her? Do you think I am particularly lenient? The witch's righteous words made Suya's mother lower her head in shame, unable to meet the witch's serious gaze or the furious stares of her kin. Indeed, as the witch stated, they were aware of Suya's misdeeds. Yet each time they attempted to counsel her, she insisted that she knew precisely what she was doing. Now that the truth had come to light, and Suya had met such a fate, pleading for her felt inappropriate. Yet she was still her daughter, despite her wrongdoings. She was the child she had struggled to bring into this world. How could she bear to see her cast out? Cast her out? The witch glared at Iguana with disdain. Were it not for their family's indulgence of Suya's reckless behavior, such calamities would not have occurred. What right did they have to weep and plead? Thinking of the warriors who had died because of Suya filled the witch with a suffocating anguish. No, please do not cast away my Aya. I implore you, let me bury her. Do not let her be devoured by beasts. As the tribespeople prepared to carry Suya's body, Iguana rushed forward to stop them, kneeling in supplication, pleading with her kin to spare Suya's remains for her sake. Chapter 16. The possessed rabbit. The tribespeople glared at Iguana, wishing they could cast her out as well. Did she not feel sorrow for the warriors who had perished because of Suya? Iguana, if you continue to obstruct us, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will cast both you and your daughter out. The witch's words silenced the cries, and Iguana retreated, fearful of inciting the witch's wrath, genuinely fearing being cast out alongside Suya's body. The tribespeople regarded her with scorn. This was Iguana's profound maternal love. One moment she was desperate to intervene, and the next, faced with the prospect of her own punishment, she faltered, leaving them astonished. With no one to halt them, Suya's body was finally dragged away. Yet the witch could not find Yezi's figure. Has anyone seen Yiwu? The tribespeople looked around, but there was no sign of her, prompting an urgent search. Although the culprits had admitted to Suya's collusion with the wolf spirits, the witch remained uneasy. What if they were lying, or if there were other werewolves lurking? Having escaped their grasp, Yezi is indeed the pivotal figure behind the demise of the wolf tribe, and the werewolves harbor a deep-seated hatred for her. What if they were to encounter her and cause her harm? Do not worry, dear witch, one reassures, Yiwu is exceptionally formidable. Even if she were to confront the werewolves, they may not necessarily prove to be her adversaries. They have witnessed with their own eyes Yiwu vanquishing that wolf. They could hardly approach her, let alone inflict harm. What do you understand? The witch retorts. Yiwu's physique is exceedingly frail. It is fortunate that her enemies do not approach. She can wield her magical powers to protect herself. However, should they draw near, she would lack the strength to retaliate. Enough of this idle chatter. Swiftly find someone for me. This is precisely why our witches require valiant warriors for protection. The physique of a witch is akin to that of an ordinary person, suitable only for long-distance magical combat. Once an enemy draws near, they find themselves bereft of any means to resist. This is the inherent weakness of the witches. Meanwhile, the serpent tribe is in search of Yezi, who remains oblivious to their pursuits, as she is currently fixated on an extraordinarily large rabbit. This world is truly fantastical, she muses. Even the rabbits are absurdly larger than any I have ever seen. This one must weigh over 100 pounds. Who has ever encountered a rabbit of such size? Certainly. I have not, until now. I am merely curious if it is edible, for I am exceedingly hungry. Hey, can you speak? The leaves are unfamiliar with this world. Thus far, they have encountered only two species, a serpent and a wolf, both of which are shape-shifting half-beasts. She is uncertain whether the concept of rabbit people exists in this realm. If it does, this rabbit would be beyond her grasp. Meanwhile, the rabbit, leisurely nibbling on tinder grass, completely disregards the leaves, perceiving them as equally feeble, indeed, even less robust than itself. Surely, this must be a misjudgment. Yezi rubbed her eyes vigorously, and it seemed as though she discerned a hint of disdain in the rabbit's crimson gaze. What did it mean? Did it look down upon her? Do you believe I could seize you and roast you for a meal? A rabbit of such size surely possesses a substantial amount of meat. The mere thought of succulent, glistening rabbit flesh made Yezi's mouth water, her eyes gleaming as they fixated on the creature. The rabbit instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, perceiving an insatiable hunger in the human's gaze, which was soon replaced by a surge of indignation. This feeble human dared to consider consuming it? The rabbit scrutinized Yezi, its red eyes deepening in hue, its ears erect, and its fur bristling in response. Goodness, one has only ever heard that rabbits can bite when provoked, but never that they could become so agitated. Yezi took off running, and the moment she moved, the rabbit sprang forth, darting directly after her. Hey, I haven't harmed you, so why are you chasing me? Although she had a desire for roasted rabbit, she had yet to put her intention into action. Moreover, shouldn't it be the rabbit that flees? Yezi mused that she might be the first person in the world to be pursued by a rabbit in such a whimsical manner. With a sudden rip, the garment she wore was seized by the rabbit's formidable incisors and torn asunder. You're doomed, she lamented, for this was a ceremonial attire. treasured by the old witch for ages, and it was only given to me because I had nothing else to wear. Her clothing was sullied from the onset. The white blouse was stained beyond redemption, marred by an unsightly green blotch that made her stomach churn. The jeans fared slightly better, but even they bore the taint of spider's blood, rendering them unwearable. The animal skins were excessively revealing, insufficient to cover her modesty, leaving her with no choice but to don the witch's gift. The fabric was an ethereal white, flowing and comfortable, and she found it hard to part with. Alas, the wretched rabbit had vandalized her attire. She vowed to skin it and craft a new garment from its hide. Drawing upon her innate powers, she commanded the earth to rise and form a barrier. In her haste to escape, she had momentarily forgotten her magical prowess. Now, in retaliation for its audacity to ruin her clothing, she would deal with the audacious creature. With a resounding thud, the rabbit, in its fervent pursuit, collided with the earthen wall, leaving it dazed and bewildered. "What a tiresome ordeal," she exclaimed, observing the dazed creature. As she approached, her voice dripped with malice. "Aren't you capable? Rise and continue the chase." The rabbit, thoroughly disoriented, struggled to regain its footing, incapable of resuming its pursuit. Upon noticing the human advancing towards it with a fierce demeanor, it began to emit a series of distressed coos. "What do you mean by that? Are you scolding me?" As Yezi gazed at the rabbit incessantly chattering, she naturally assumed that it was scolding her. Remembering the garments it had ruined, fury surged within her, prompting her to raise her foot and kick at it. "Harness the essence of power, and let it be mine," she declared. Suddenly, a voice resonated, halting her foot mid-air. Amidst the shifting shadows before her, the rabbit was swiftly scooped up by someone. Is it owned by someone? Upon observing the movements of the person, Yezi immediately surmised that this rabbit was likely someone's pet rather than a wild one. A sense of guilt washed over her, for just moments ago, she had contemplated capturing the rabbit to roast and consume, and now its owner had appeared. The leaf was momentarily fixed in place, and she felt no sense of constraint upon her body. Immediately, she turned to the newcomer and apologized. "I am deeply sorry. I had no idea this rabbit belonged to someone. I thought it was merely a wild hare." The figure, whose back had been turned to her, halted in surprise and turned to face her, disbelief evident in their eyes. As Yezi's eyes suddenly brightened, a handsome face emerged before her, prompting her to exclaim, "So handsome." His fair skin and a pair of dazzling black eyes seemed capable of piercing through the past and present, cold and distant like the stars. With a straight nose and lips tinted a delicate crimson, he radiated an aura of serene yet frigid elegance. The contours of his face were sharply defined, carved with precision yet imbued with an enchanting softness that was undeniably captivating. After confirming their gaze, she realized he was indeed her preferred type. Chapter 17. Why did you hurt my rabbit? Name: Bai Bing. Identity: a shaman of the rabbit clan and one of the rare male shamans. Note: in the beast world, most shamans are female, with only occasional male shamans. Characteristics: a harmonious blend of beauty and intelligence. He is known in the beast realm as the cunning rabbit Bai Bing. As Bai Bing turned, he regarded Yezi with the same disdainful gaze that other females of the tribe directed at him. Initially, he had harbored a modicum of curiosity towards her, for a female capable of autonomously dispelling shamanic powers was indeed extraordinary. However, it now seemed that she was not dissimilar to those other females. "Why did you hurt my rabbit?" As the leaves rustled, a chilling voice emerged. "Initially, I had anticipated encountering a warm and gentle gentleman, yet instead, I was met with an icy beauty. It became apparent that I needed to clarify the situation, for this individual seemed oblivious to the need for tenderness. Ahem, dear sir, please observe clearly. It was your rabbit that chased after me and chewed on my clothes, leaving them in tatters. If you don't believe me, take a look." With that, I turned away, revealing the damaged garment to demonstrate that I was not one to unjustly mistreat innocent creatures. Bai Bing's gaze fell upon the tattered fabric, accompanied by a glimpse of my unblemished skin, causing the tips of his ears to flush crimson as he quickly averted his eyes, daring not to steal another glance. He found it curious. In the tribe, there were numerous females who exposed their skin, yet he had never felt such embarrassment when observing them. Meanwhile, the rabbit in my arms was frantically vocalizing to Bai Bing, dispelling any remnants of his discomfort. "Little White says that you only wish to eat it. That is why it chewed your clothes, is that not so?" Yezi gazed at the handsome man's eyes, which were gradually turning crimson, devoid of any thoughts, only wishing to depart from this place swiftly. "Ahem, such slander is unfounded. He is but your pet, and whatever you say, you believe. Is my explanation of any use? This charming individual is not human. His eyes resemble those of a rabbit, unmistakably indicating a kinship. How wasteful. No, this is not the moment for lamentation. Leaving post-haste is of utmost importance. Your rabbit has damaged my clothing, and I have just given it a small reprimand. Thus, we are even. And neither owes the other anything. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yezi turned and ran once more, feeling it best to return to the snake tribe. For the outside world was indeed perilous. Encountering a mere rabbit that dared to chase her was alarming, and every person she met seemed more beastly than human. Should she stumble upon something else, it would surely spell her doom. It would be safer for her to remain within the confines of the snake tribe. Bai Bing and the little white rabbit stared in astonishment at the swiftly vanishing figure, both contemplating. That female certainly runs with remarkable speed. Goo goo. They say rabbits are the fastest runners, but this human is no less impressive. What kind of beast man could she be? It is not discernible. Bai Bing furrowed his brow. He could not ascertain the true nature of that female. She bore none of the markings typical of beast men, presenting a most peculiar phenomenon. Goo goo, unable to discern even the identity of its master, noted that there were only a few tribes nearby, and it was unlikely that other species could emerge. I am certain she does not belong to any of these tribes. Bai Bing frowned. This female was no ordinary being, besides being unable to identify her beast form. He also sensed no trace of magical power, yet she had indeed employed some form of magic against Little White. Isn't it better, master? You should not have let her go. That wicked female actually dared to threaten me. Do not provoke me further. You damaged her robe. And it is only fitting she retaliates. Bai Bing perceived that the robe was well worn, and its owner must have cherished it dearly. Thus, it was no surprise that she would be furious over its destruction by Little White. Master, she is trying to eat me. I merely ruined her clothing. That should have been enough leniency. I should have been more cautious in my approach. After saying this, Bai Bing released his grip, causing Little White to tumble to the ground with a thud, grinding its teeth in pain. Bai Bing, however, did not spare it a glance. This foolish rabbit needed to be taught a lesson to instill some wisdom in it. The rabbit clan was weak, and survival in this beastly world was inherently challenging. The rabbit people were somewhat better off, at least not being regarded as mere food. Yet, small creatures like Little White often found themselves prey to other beast men and wild animals, and Little White, with its lack of awareness, relied on Bai Bing's protection, behaving recklessly. Bai Bing worried that should there come a day when he was absent or unable to save Little White in time, it would inevitably follow the unfortunate path of its companions. Seeing that Bai Bing truly ignored it and walked away, Little White promptly hopped after him. Feeling safest by its master's side, Yi hurriedly ran back to the snake tribe, glancing back to see that no one was in pursuit, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. The leaf shaman. Perhaps she has returned. Grandmother shaman. The leaf shaman has come back. As she entered the snake tribe, a few individuals, upon catching sight of her, immediately burst into excitement, dashing away while exclaiming that she had returned. Yezi wore a perplexed expression. Was there truly a need for such exuberance upon her return? Soon, however, she grasped the necessity behind it. It turned out that the old witch and her companions had surmised that they might encounter a werewolf, and thus had been anxiously searching the world for her. My sincerest apologies, dear witch. I had thought that your arrival would resolve matters, and ventured out in search of sustenance, unaware that my actions would lead to such a misunderstanding and cause everyone to worry. You sincerely apologized, acknowledging the worry she caused others, recognizing her own fault and failing to inform Granny Wu or anyone else. Yi Wu, there is sustenance available within the tribe. Why venture outside? Is the food of the snake tribe not to your liking? The hostile inquiry immediately attracted the attention of all present. Upon realizing the speaker was Aguo, the crowd's ire was palpable. Aguo, what do you mean by that? What else could it signify but her anger directed at Yi Wu due to her daughter's predicament? Suya made her own mistakes. What does that have to do with Yi Wu? How dare she place the blame on Yi Wu? Upon hearing this, Yezi immediately understood that it was Suya's mother. But why did she harbor such animosity towards her? Hadn't she overlooked the matter of Aguo betraying her? Did she perceive her as someone easy to bully? The corners of Yezi's mouth curled upward. If that were the case, she feared disappointment loomed ahead. She was the quintessential embodiment of reciprocity, believing that if others showed her an inch of respect, she would return it tenfold. Should someone dare to bully her, she would undoubtedly repay them in kind, for she could not afford to suffer any losses. When Agu foolishly sought trouble, his words elicited sharp retorts from her kin, prompting him to wisely fall silent. Casting a sidelong glance at Yezi, he spotted the smile playing upon her lips, which ignited a burning desire to tear her visage apart. Was she flaunting her dominance over him in the face of his kin's hostility? As Aya had aptly noted, Yi Wu was indeed insufferable. Chapter 18. The Return of the Hunting Party. Grandmother Shaman. I harbor no disdain for the tribe's provisions. It is merely that I was at a loss as to where to procure food. I thought surely the nearby woods would yield rabbits and pheasants, which I could casually catch and roast. I truly did not anticipate causing you concern. Indeed, the fare from the snake tribe was notoriously unpalatable, as their offerings were predominantly undercooked meat or wild fruits. The meat was barely cooked, seasoned only with salt, rendering it excessively salty, while the fruits were so sour they could induce toothaches. However, she was not one to be picky, as long as food was provided. She could consume it with her eyes closed, and the notion of disdain simply did not exist for her. It was also a lapse on Grandmother Shaman's part. After sleeping for so long, hunger was inevitable, and provisions should have been prepared for her. Initially, it had slipped her mind, but later, upon encountering the alliance between Suya and the werewolves, she had become so infuriated that it completely escaped her. Considering Yezi's ignorance of the tribe and her unawareness of where to find sustenance or whom to approach for food, it was hardly surprising that she would venture out to seek her own provisions. Yet, it was unreasonable to blame Grandmother Shaman. After all, she had been in a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. I have returned now, and nothing has transpired. Let us not dwell on it further. In the future, if I venture out, I shall certainly inform you first, Grandmother Shaman. Before Grandmother Shaman, Yezi displayed utmost respect, for this elder had safeguarded her well-being. In her heart, Grandmother Shaman was akin to family in this world. Yes, in the future, you must inform me before you go out, so I can arrange for a few individuals to accompany you, ensuring peace of mind for everyone. The child Yezi possesses a commendable attitude and demonstrates respect towards others. The old witch grows increasingly fond of her, having already come to regard her as her own child. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Henceforth, she shall refrain from venturing out whenever possible. As long as the old witch is content, she can act as she pleases. Upon their return, the old witch exclaimed, "The clan leader and the hunters have returned." Just as their discussion concluded, excited voices from the clan resonated outside, prompting everyone to rise and move towards the entrance. Food is the cornerstone of the tribe's survival, and each hunting expedition poses a perilous risk to the valiant warriors. Upon receiving the news of their return, it is imperative for all to welcome them home, first to celebrate the heroes and secondly to ascertain whether any warriors have been injured or lost. At such a moment, the role of the witch is crucial. They must arrive promptly to tend to the wounds of the injured or, in the unfortunate event of fatalities, to oversee the burial rites. This particular hunting trip was remarkably successful, with only a few sustaining minor injuries, and overall, everything went splendidly. As soon as the old witch and her companions appeared, all the warriors cast eager and reverent glances at Yezi, filled with admiration. Yezi instinctively sought refuge behind Grandma Wu, unable to help herself. The shadows cast by those individuals loomed too large in her mind. The mere sight of them conjured images of great serpents gracefully undulating, a vision that was utterly terrifying. Wu harbored a sense of trepidation towards them, a sentiment that flickered in the hearts of all the brave warriors. They felt a twinge of disappointment, perplexed as to what misstep they had committed. The elder witch observed everything keenly, her own confusion mounting. Why had you become this way? This was unacceptable. The warriors were the protectors of the witch. And if the witch feared the warriors, how could they fulfill their duty to safeguard her? The elder witch resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with Yi soon. But for now, it was imperative to ensure the comfort of the warriors from the snake tribe. The clansfolk promptly set about preparing warm soup and a lavish feast to honor our valiant and indomitable warriors. Upon hearing of a grand feast, Yezi's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting her fears as she eagerly joined her fellow tribesmen in the preparation of the meal. However, upon witnessing what they termed a grand banquet, she could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth. The so-called feast was merely an arrangement for an abundance of roasted meat. Yezi couldn't help but comment, "Indeed, it is a grand feast." However, the orcs of the serpent tribe were filled with excitement, for this day allowed them to indulge freely and genuinely satisfy their hunger. With food in short supply, the warriors faced great difficulties in hunting. Each expedition often resulted in injury or even death. After a single hunt, the warriors required 1 or 2 days to recuperate before embarking on another. This predicament left the tribe's food supply woefully inadequate, while the warriors could at least manage to fill their bellies. The orcs remaining in the tribe had to adhere to strict rations. If one found themselves truly hungry, they had to either endure the discomfort or devise their own means to satiate their hunger. Don't you grow weary of feasting on roasted meat daily? Yet, Yezi could not help but inquire, for after surveying her surroundings, she discovered that there was naught but meat. How could this be? Barbecued meat is the most delectable food in the world. If it were possible, I would wish to indulge in barbecued meat at every meal, relishing the satisfaction of feasting to my heart's content. Alas, to satiate one's hunger, one must await the return of the warriors from their hunts, for in honoring their valor, they too are granted the privilege of enjoying a hearty meal. Do you not find yourselves well fed on ordinary days? Yezi no longer cared to inquire whether they would suffer from constipation after consuming the roasted meat. From the words of the female beside her, it became evident that they appeared to be perpetually lacking sustenance, often going unsatiated. Yiwu understood that food was a scarce resource. To ensure the survival of all, it was imperative to allocate provisions judiciously, guaranteeing that they would last until the next hunting expedition. This was a source of envy for them, as the Wu enjoyed an unfaltering supply of food. However, they comprehended the significance of the Wu, thus no one harbored feelings of injustice regarding the Wu's privileged treatment. Aside from the day the hunting party returned, when everyone in the tribe could feast, at all other times, they could only consume what was apportioned to them. This elucidated why each time the hunting party returned, their joy was palpable. It was not solely a matter of welcoming the warriors back safely, but also the prospect of finally being able to eat their fill. Observing the females in their tribe, each slender and emaciated, it was clear they were enduring hunger. Yezi was perplexed. If food distribution was uniform, why were the females particularly frail? Upon reflection, Yiwu realized that most females bore young. When their offspring cried out in hunger, they often suppressed their own needs, choosing to reserve their food for the young ones. With this understanding, Yezi recognized that, regardless of the setting, the power of maternal love remained profoundly formidable. Contemplating maternal affection, her thoughts inevitably drifted to her own mother. Did she know of her departure? Yezi contemplated that it was essential to find a moment to engage in a meaningful conversation with the old witch. While she was willing to assist, she felt a pressing need to return and visit her mother, ensuring to convey her whereabouts to prevent any sorrow or distress. Observing the abundance of land surrounding the snake tribe, she pondered why they did not cultivate it to alleviate the tribe's burdens. Everyone stared at Yezi in bewilderment. The notion that farming could ease their plight was foreign to them. Yezi, what do you mean by farming? Are you all unfamiliar with it? Yezi was taken aback, incredulous that these orcs had never farmed. Chapter 19. The proposal for farming and raising livestock. All present shook their heads, utterly perplexed by Yezi's words. Having no understanding of what farming entailed. Allow me to explain. Farming can provide the tribe with sustenance, if done proficiently, even without venturing out to hunt. No one would have to endure hunger. Before Yezi could finish, an orc stood up in excitement, inquiring, Yezi, is what you say true? Can farming truly yield food? Even without hunting, can we still acquire sustenance? Is this for real? As Yezi gazed at the exuberant orcs, their tails revealing themselves in excitement, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Calm down, calm down. Please don't get too worked up. Your tales are making my heart race. How can we engage in a friendly dialogue like this? The leaf witch, unable to maintain her composure, realized she must seek out the elder witch and the chieftain to convey this crucial news. With that, she swiftly vanished from Yezi's sight, her tail swaying behind her. Yezi swallowed nervously, pondering how she must adapt to their ever-changing circumstances. By the way, how could they so effortlessly shift between human and beast? Or even between half-human and half-beast forms? At the mention of Yezi, the orcs abandoned what would have been a rare opportunity for a hearty meal, surrounding her instead with inquiries about agriculture. Leaf witch, as you mentioned, if we can find seeds, cultivate the land, and plant them, we can secure food to fill our bellies, correct? The elder witch's voice trembled, even omitting the affectionate term for child that she usually employed, instead directly addressing Yezi as leaf witch, highlighting her earnestness regarding this matter. Indeed, elder witch, not only can we cultivate grains, but we can also raise beasts for sustenance. Hunting carries significant risks. One misstep could lead to injury or even death. I believe the orcs can entirely avert such dangers. But how do we rear those ferocious beasts? If cultivating crops could yield food, Morian showed little interest, as he believed that food should be procured through the valor of warriors. As for the beast cubs you encounter while hunting, you should capture them and bring them back to the tribe. We can nurture them until they are grown and fattened, at which point we can harvest them for meat. Upon reflection, Yezi realized that 2/3 of the snake tribe could not partake in hunting and were relegated to minor tasks within the tribe, which was a gross misallocation of resources. The captured beast cubs could be entrusted to them, allowing even those who could not hunt to contribute to the tribe's strength. Moreover, the females could also engage in activities within the tribe, free from danger while assisting in various tasks. The snake tribe functioned as a collective. It was impossible for a mere fraction of its members to sustain the entire community. It was imperative that everyone rallied together, exerting collective effort to foster the tribe's growth. The words of Yezi stirred tears of emotion in those orcs who could not partake in the hunt. None could fathom the depths of their suffering, treated as mere refuse. Yet, there was no remedy for their plight, as they had failed to awaken their bloodlines, relegated to the status of the most ordinary orcs with limited combat prowess. Even if the chieftain permitted their participation in the hunt, it would merely be a march toward death. Unable to engage in hunting, they were confined to the tribe, akin to females, dependent on the tribe for sustenance. While the females had the ability to bear offspring, these orcs felt even more useless, rendered lesser than the females themselves. No one comprehended their fervent desire to contribute to the snake tribe, and Yezi's words undoubtedly instilled in them a glimmer of hope for survival. Chieftain, when you venture out to hunt, why not bring back the young of the beast for us to rear? They urged. Indeed. Let us heed Yezi's counsel and give it a try. I can no longer endure living like a waste, consuming food while contributing nothing. Chieftain, please grant us this chance. Yin gazed at these troublesome tribesmen, who refused to be treated as mere burdens. He too had no desire to perpetually sustain them. If Yezi's words proved viable, it would greatly alleviate the pressure on their hunting party, which had already sacrificed too many for the sake of procuring food. What is the rush? I have not said I would refuse, he reassured them. Turning to Yezi, he fixed his gaze upon her exquisite visage and declared, Yezi, as the shaman of our tribe, your words are commands. Henceforth, I shall fully cooperate with you and act according to your wishes. Please instruct our people on how to cultivate the land and rear livestock. Yan's solemn demeanor compelled Yezi to respond with utmost sincerity. She promptly assured him, rest assured, as long as you follow my guidance, I guarantee that the snake tribe will no longer face food shortages. Yin, noticing her fervent gestures, observed the trembling of her chest and, with a fleeting glance, uttered, I trust you, before striding away. Yezi remained oblivious to Yan's transformation. As she watched him depart with a mere 3 words, she couldn't help but silently muse. The chief truly possesses a unique character. Only Mina stifled a giggle. Her foolish son had finally gained some insight. She hoped he would act swiftly to win over Yiwu and give her a well-behaved grandchild, thus rendering her life perfect. Yiwu, do you truly despise the presence of females so much? We have already toiled tirelessly to ensure the tribe's continuation, and now you expect us to work even harder. What are your true intentions? Agona had refrained from speaking until now solely out of fear of Mo Yen, terrified that voicing her thoughts would lead to a death sentence at his command. Now that he had left, she seized the opportunity to rally all the females to oppose Yezi's proposal. Agona firmly believed that those females, like her, would be reluctant to work. She eagerly anticipated witnessing how Yezi would be besieged by the collective discontent of the females and how long she could maintain her arrogance. Her intentions were to improve the tribe, but Agona, should you continue to slander Yiwu, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Agona's disdain was directed at Yezi, but Nina was the first to object. After all, Yiwu was to be her future daughter-in-law and not someone Agona, the madwoman, could defame at will. Who has slandered her? Ask her why she wants his females involved. Nina interjected, and Agona, intimidated by Nina, could only mutter in frustration. What is wrong with involving females? Are we not part of the tribe? Is it unacceptable for us to contribute to the serpent tribe? Agona retorted. You aren't unwilling to work, are you? Nina was well aware of Agona's laziness, having noticed the foul odor emanating from the dwelling assigned to her family from a great distance. Agona herself bore an equally offensive stench, and Nina couldn't help but feel repulsed, wondering how long it had been since Agona last bathed. If she had any sense of shame, she would not dare to roam about so freely. Chapter 20. Weeding and tilling. I must focus on breeding for the tribe. I have no time for labor. So what if she was unwilling to work? In the entire beast world, which tribe's females were required to labor? Their purpose was to bear offspring for the tribe, while the tasks of labor should fall to the beast men. Agona, if I recall correctly, you haven't borne a child in 10 years, have you? Nina asked coldly. Given this, how could Agona have the audacity to claim she would breed for the serpent tribe? You. Agona glared at Nina, feeling wounded by the reminder. Is it my fault I can't conceive? I have made efforts. What efforts? The elder witch has stated that females reach an age where they can no longer bear children. If that is the case, what is wrong with doing some work? Nina found herself increasingly displeased with Agona. At her age, reeking of filth. The males in the tribe refused to acknowledge her, yet she still harbored dreams of motherhood. What was she thinking? Did she truly believe she could live off others indefinitely? Had she not suffered enough from hunger? Agona's unwillingness to work was her own concern. Those who were willing would endure the hardships of starvation. Rather than languish in the tribe, cold and hungry, it was better to follow Yiwu's orders and strive together for a better life. Idleness would only prolong their suffering. Engaging in tasks would make the days pass more swiftly. If they could gather more food for the tribe, all the better. Agona, if you do not wish to work, that is acceptable. The amount of food previously allocated to you will remain unchanged, regardless of any increase in the tribe's provisions. You will still receive the same share. Observing Agona's demeanor, even if she participated, it was clear she would be a slacker. If she was so resistant to work, perhaps it was best to let her be. Why should an increase in food mean I receive a larger share? You cannot deprive me of what rightfully belongs to me. Yezi gazed at Agona in astonishment. Realizing how she could raise a daughter like Suya, her ideas were indeed peculiar. Reluctant to exert effort yet demanding to enjoy the same privileges as others. All while assuming it was her due. What was she thinking? Just as Nina was about to confront this shameless woman, the old witch raised her hand to halt her, casting a cold glance towards Agona devoid of warmth. Agona, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, her heart racing with the unsettling notion that the old witch harbored ill intentions. Agona, the daughter you raised has caused severe losses to our serpent tribe. I have chosen not to pursue the matter, but if you continue to stir trouble, you must leave the serpent tribe at once. Your family has become a parasite to us. The serpent tribe will transform under the leadership of Yezi, and the old witch must remove any obstacles to allow her to boldly lead her people toward change. Which, I was wrong. I will not dare again. Please, do not expel me from the serpent tribe. Agona recognized from the witch's demeanor that she was not jesting. If she continued to oppose Yezi, she would indeed be cast out. Remember, this is your final warning. Should there be a next time, pack your belongings and depart. With that, the old witch and Yezi strode away, intent on discussing agricultural matters, unwilling to waste time on Agona. Mother, they have left. Please rise. As everyone departed, a frail figure lingered beside Agona, her youngest daughter, Sualan. At 11 years old, Sualan appeared no older than 7 or 8, timid and filled with fear towards Agona. Agona seized Sualan's arm, berating her. Are you a ghost? Your sister was killed, and you remain silent. Your mother is bullied, yet you stand idly by. How did I end up with such an unworthy daughter? If you possessed even half of your sister's merit, would I endure this indignity? As Agona recalled Suya, sadness washed over her. During Suya's time, she had never suffered such torment. While others endured hunger and cold, Suya always provided her with ample food and skins. Many females envied her for having such an accomplished daughter. Yet now, with Suya gone, who would offer her those comforts? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Agona could not hold back her tears. Sualan's face turned pale, her arm aching under Agwona's grip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet, she bit her lip, refraining from voicing her pain. She knew that if she dared to cry out or weep, Agona would only intensify her torment. In Agwona's eyes, her sister had been the true daughter. Sualan was merely an expendable presence. Her only utility in the household was to receive a slightly larger portion of food. And even then, it was only to ensure they could share her rations. Regarding her sister's death, Sualan felt no sorrow. In fact, a sense of glee flickered within her. With her sister gone, she was now Iguona's sole daughter and believed that Iguona would no longer treat her as she had before. Reality, however, delivered a harsh slap to Sualan's face. She discovered that Iguona's attitude towards her remained unchanged, regardless of her sister's existence. As all departed, only Iguona and her daughter remained. One weeping loudly, the other staring vacantly into the distance, lost in thought. No one had time to attend to the two after hearing Yezi's words. Everyone began to clear weeds and till the land around the serpent tribe. Lacking tools, the beastmen pulled weeds by hand and used stones to till the soil. A sight that left Yezi in disbelief. Which, is there truly no iron or in this world? Yezi believed that pulling out weeds by hand was best avoided. Although the orcs had tough skin and strong bodies, their hands were still cut by the blades of grass. Seeing their hands marred with wounds, Yezi felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Furthermore, excavating the rocky ground was laborious and inconvenient. Despite the collective effort of many individuals, it took half a day to clear a mere area of around 100 square meters. This was largely due to the orc's great strength and diligence. Had she been in their place, it would have surely cost her life. What is iron ore? Intuition told the old witch that iron ore was indeed a valuable resource. Yet in her several centuries of existence, she had never heard of such a substance. Yezi found herself at a loss on how to explain it to the old witch. This world was so primitive, adhering to the most rudimentary ways of life. To elucidate, iron ore contains iron, which can be forged into sharp weapons and numerous essential tools, including hoes for tilling the land and sickles for cutting grass. In summary, the utility of iron is immensely significant. Chapter 21. Laughter. Mo Yin had approached at some point, and upon hearing Yezi's words, he seized upon her mention of sharp weapons, immediately inquiring, "You witch, is it true that iron can be fashioned into sharp weapons?" If so, he was determined to find the iron ore she spoke of, to forge a batch of formidable weapons for himself and his fellow warriors. Indeed, it is true. Iron can be crafted into swords and knives, far sharper than the wooden clubs, bone staffs, and stone blades you currently wield, she replied. The thought of Mo Yin and his companions battling beasts with mere wooden clubs filled her with admiration for these orcs. "Yi witch, please tell me about the characteristics of the iron ore's location," Mo Yin implored. Just hearing Yezi speak ignited a fervor in his heart. He was resolute in his quest to locate the iron ore. "I cannot provide specific details, but do keep an eye out for areas where trees and weeds struggle to grow, particularly those that appear brown or rusty. If you dig there, you may discover its presence." This was a knowledge gap for her, and she could only offer a vague description. Whether they would find it depended on their fortune. "Understood. I will remember that," Mo Yin said, surveying the now barren land. He truly wondered if food could really be cultivated from such soil. Yezi pondered for a moment before inquiring of Mo Yin, "Chief, when is your next hunt scheduled?" Mo Yin gazed at Yezi, puzzled by her question. Yet he replied, "This recent hunting expedition went rather smoothly. I have granted the warriors a 2-day respite, and we shall venture out for another hunt in 3 days." Yezi inquired, "May I accompany you when the time comes?" Before Moyen could respond, the old witch immediately interjected, "No, Yezi. The place they are heading to is fraught with peril and teeming with wild beasts. Your true form is far too weak to venture there. The hunting grounds are laden with dangers. How could Yezi possibly go?" Moreover, Yezi's inherent frailty rendered her unable to contend even with the younglings of the tribe. Should she encounter those ferocious beasts, she would surely be torn asunder. The old witch resolutely opposed Yezi joining the hunting party. "Grandmother, the land has been prepared. Yet we lack seeds, and the others are unaware of what is edible. It is imperative that I go myself. Please do not worry. I have the protection of the chief and the others. Nothing will happen to me." Moyen cast a sidelong glance at Yezi. He had yet to agree. Bringing a female along on a hunt had never been done before, as females would only impede their ability to hunt effectively. Despite the old witch's assurances, Mo Duo declared, "If Yezi is to accompany us on the hunt, I will guarantee her safety and ensure she returns unscathed." Moyen regarded Mo Duo with a faint smile, remarking, "Is that so? Then the responsibility for Yezi's safety rests entirely upon you." As the chief and elder brother, he had not yet spoken. And Mo Duo had audaciously taken it upon himself, quite commendable indeed. "Ah, how could that be? With you as the chief? Such an important task as safeguarding Yezi must undoubtedly fall to you. We would only serve in a supporting capacity." Mo Duo hastily flattered Moyen, not daring to assume the weighty responsibility of protecting Yezi, especially since she was the old witch's precious jewel. Should anything go awry, the old witch would surely flay him alive. It was best to leave the matter in Moyen's capable hands. Humph. Moyen dismissed Mo Duo, finding his younger brother's incessant levity tiresome and wondering when he would ever mature. "You may join us on the hunt, but you must heed my directions." This was directed at Yezi. The hunt was fraught with peril, and any misstep could be disastrous. Should she fail to comply with his orders, Moyen would categorically refuse to take her along. "Very well, I promise to follow your every command. If you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. The leaves possess a keen awareness of their own limitations with such feeble combat prowess. They would undoubtedly be torn asunder by wild beasts the moment they were to stray from the protection of Mo Yin and his companions. Thus, they would naturally refrain from acting impulsively. The mother-in-law, feeling helpless, acknowledged Yezi's determination to go, and Mo Yin also consented to accompany her with a group. Any further insistence from her would only serve to reiterate the obvious, given the circumstances. She entrusted the matters here to them and requested to return with her to examine the shamanic spells inscribed upon the animal hides. The leaves nodded. She indeed had numerous inquiries to pose to the old witch, and returning with her would be advantageous. Yiwu was set to accompany the hunting party. Much to the delight of the warriors, who eagerly donned their finest furs, meticulously preserved over time. Their untamed hair, usually a wild mess, had been surprisingly tidied, with some even adorning their locks with flowers. When he arrived, she could scarcely contain her laughter and inwardly ridiculed. Oh my, these fellows have become quite effeminate. Why do they all dress like this? Are they preparing for a runway show? Are they truly certain they wish to venture out in such a manner? Yezi resolved that, should the occasion arise, she would refrain from accompanying them on this outing, lest she become the subject of ridicule in the eyes of others. Yiwu, is it pleasing to the eye? This is something I have prepared especially for you. Yi glanced at him and, to be honest, she was uncertain if there had been any changes, as she had yet to memorize their appearances and names. Yiwu, look at me. This exquisite beast hide is quite rare. I usually refrain from wearing it. Do I not appear particularly majestic in it? The leaves dazzled momentarily, prompting an immediate withdrawal of gaze, feeling utterly vexed. The animal skin, though quite new, was regrettably a tad too short. An inadvertent glimpse at something inappropriate truly stung the eyes. Yiwu, do you think I look particularly splendid today? Are you satisfied with my new hairstyle? The leaves glanced at the speaker with a sense of deference, observing his head adorned with numerous small braids. She couldn't help but remark, quite trendy, reminiscent of contemporary dreadlocks. Yet, dear brother, one must ponder how long it has been since you last washed your hair. Those braids have indeed transformed into the genuine essence of dreadlocks. Yezi resolved that upon her return, she would propose to the old witch that the hygiene issues among the orcs must be addressed. Leaf witch, do you think the flowers atop my head are beautiful? Do you like them? I know where to find more. Shall I gather some for you? Huh. This one resembled a flower, a floral embodiment in the beastly realm. Yezi could only say, my apologies, dear brother, the flowers are exquisite. Please do not spoil them. Mo Yin cast a fierce glare at the warriors, especially at the one who had adorned himself with flowers. What kind of display was this for a valiant orc warrior? Remove those absurd decorations from your heads. I do not wish to be embarrassed by your antics in public. Reluctantly, the orcs complied, having specially prepared those adornments for Yezi, who had yet to express her preference. Take them off. Men should present themselves as men, like our chieftain. Do you see? That is the true visage of a man. You must learn from him. Do you understand? Chapter 22. The crocodile bull beast Mo Yin's eyes sparkled. Yezi had instructed the warriors to learn from him, indicating that she favored his demeanor, did she not? Observing his kin's earnest attempts to capture Yezi's attention, Mo Yin maintained a facade of calm while his insides churned with agitation. He even felt a surge of impulse to discipline these tribesmen, yet he refrained. He was the chieftain of the serpent tribe, and these were his people. In their pursuit of Yezi, he could only watch, possessing no right to intervene. For this was their liberty. The only thing Mo Yin could do was to pray that Yezi would not take a liking to any of them, and indeed, she did not disappoint him. Mo Yin secretly rejoiced. Yezi remained oblivious to Mo Yin's thoughts. Her sole focus was on rectifying the aesthetic sensibilities of the warriors. Finding Mo Yin relatively pleasing to the eye, she decided to use him as a paragon, intending to demonstrate to the orcs the appropriate standards of beauty. However, upon hearing her words, the orcs became disheartened, instinctively believing that Yiwu had taken a liking to their chieftain, Mo Yin, and consequently did not favor them. If Yiwu were to be enamored with Mo Yin, it would imply that she was destined to become the chieftain's wife, leaving them with no hope of harboring any sentiments towards her. Without needing further persuasion, they swiftly set about discarding their carefully curated appearances, reverting to their natural forms as they regarded Yezi with utmost respect. The orcs oscillated between fervent admiration, gazing at her as one would a delectable roast, and solemn reverence, treating her with the deference befitting a superior. This stark contrast left Yezi momentarily taken aback. It is often said that a woman's moods can shift as rapidly as the turning of a page. She found that men, too, were equally capricious. Nevertheless, this was preferable to their earlier eccentric demeanor. She found their present appearance far more agreeable. With everything in readiness at Mo Yan's command, 17 warriors forged ahead, safeguarding Yezi as they embarked on their journey. He finally witnessed the formidable prowess of the orcs as everyone, including Mo Yin, traversed the forest barefoot. She observed in disbelief as the orcs tread upon thorns with unwavering composure. When it was her turn, despite donning athletic shoes, she proceeded with utmost caution. A careless misstep resulted in a thorn snagging her clothing, and in her trepidation of damaging the fabric, she was compelled to solicit aid from Mo Yin and the others. Mo Yin, my clothes have caught. Please help me free them. Mo Yin's brow furrowed repeatedly, a clear indication to those familiar with him that he had reached the brink of his patience. After once more extricating Ye's garment from the thorn, he could no longer contain himself and transformed into a half-orc. What are you doing? The leaves sprang 3 feet away, cautiously observing Mo Yin, wondering if she deemed her too troublesome and intended to devour her instead. Come up. Females are indeed a nuisance. Mo Yin regretted agreeing to bring Yezi along. Not only did she impede their pace, but she also squandered their time for hunting. Come up? Where exactly? Yezi thought, glancing anxiously at the dark green tail. Climb onto my back, and I shall carry you. Mo Yin spoke helplessly, for now that she had followed him out. He was determined to protect her and return her safely to the snake tribe. Oh, all right. Riding on a snake, she feared she might be the first. And to ride atop the Serpent King Mo Yin, what a peculiar sensation this was. Yezi found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. On one hand, the moment she touched the cold, slippery body of the serpent, an involuntary shiver of fear coursed through her. On the other hand, the mere thought of riding atop Moyen caused her heart to inexplicably quicken, tinged with a sense of exhilaration. Moyen was not faring much better as Yezi climbed onto him. He realized he was far from composed. Particularly when the warmth radiating from Yezi reached him, he felt an unexpected sensation akin to being scorched, causing even his frigid serpent heart to ignite with fervor. Moyen, I am settled. We can embark now. The leaves had not seen Mo Yin move for some time. She initially thought he was waiting for her to steady herself. Quickly adjusting her mindset, she softly reminded him. All right. Mo Yin responded with a single word. And then he began to move. As the serpent's tail swayed, the apprehensive Yezi clung tightly to Mo Yan's body, fearful of falling. For a fleeting moment, Mo Yan's body stiffened, but he soon regained his composure and continued on, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing his excellent mood. The others remained stationary, silently observing the two. This was their chieftain's first time carrying someone, and it happened to be a female. At that moment, they were truly resigned. The chieftain allowing the leaf shaman to mount him was sufficient proof of his affection for her, and all accepted her identity as the chieftain's consort. With Mo Yin carrying her, their journey accelerated significantly, but soon they slowed down. Ahead lay the hunting grounds, where wild beasts could appear at any moment. When we begin hunting, you must not wander off. Make sure to stay close to us. Do you understand? I understand. Upon reaching this area, Yezi distinctly sensed that everyone had assumed a state of heightened alertness, their faces devoid of any trace of relaxation. A tremendous roar echoed around them, and everyone stood back to back, keenly observing their surroundings. Yi Wu, step into the center. All right. Without time to ask questions, Yezi obediently complied, sprinting into the protective circle formed by the beast men. Seeing Yezi's compliance, a fleeting glimmer of amusement crossed Mo Yan's eyes. He then turned to his brother, instructing, Mo Duo, when the hunt begins, you need not engage in the attack. Your duty is to protect Yi Wu. Understood. As the beastly roars resounded, Mo Yin fully exhibited his leadership abilities, calmly issuing a series of commands. The ground trembled with a thundering sound, and Yezi, bewildered, looked around. The magnitude of the tremors indicated that the beast must be colossal. Before long, a wild beast appeared within their line of sight. It stood approximately 2 to 3 meters tall and measured around 4 to 5 meters in length. It possessed horns resembling those of a bull, yet its mouth was akin to that of a crocodile, with sharp teeth glistening menacingly. Its eyes, resembling red copper bells, fixated on Mo Yin and the others. And to their astonishment, saliva dripped from its jaws upon spotting them. Yezi was suddenly assaulted by a nauseating stench, a feeling of revulsion overwhelming her, as she confronted a creature unlike any she had ever witnessed. This was a grave predicament. How could such a being manifest within her mind? Mo Duo's expression was far from favorable. This formidable entity was beyond their capacity to handle. What manner of monster is this? Yezi inquired, sensing that Mo Yin and the others must certainly be familiar with this beast. Their collective focus was wholly devoted to the creature before them, each bearing a countenance of solemnity, as if standing on the brink of a dire confrontation. The crow cattle, a creature capable of traversing both water and land with ease, was a carnivorous beast. Those unfortunate enough to fall under its gaze rarely managed to escape its clutches. Chapter 23. The crow cattle with a master. The name was indeed fitting. Resembling both a cow and a crocodile, a sight that broadened Yezi's horizons. Yet, as she swallowed nervously, she posed the question, has it set its sights on us? The way the crow cattle drooled while staring at them suggested that they were perceived as a delectable feast. No one responded to Yezi. The obviousness of the situation rendered any inquiry unnecessary. It was clear that being regarded as potential prey was an unfortunate fate, and it sufficed for them to comprehend this in silence. With a thunderous roar, the crow cattle reared back its head and charged toward Mo Yin and the others with reckless abandon. Yi cried out, it's coming. What should we do? The response from Mo Yin was a single word, laden with lethal intent, kill. The warriors charged fearlessly towards the crocodile beast, chanting, kill, kill, kill. Mo Duo spread his arms protectively around Yi, observing the situation while reassuring her, fear not, Leaf Witch, I shall safeguard you. Mo Duo, can we eat crocodile meat? Mo Duo stumbled at Yi's sudden inquiry, turning to her with a bewildered expression. Leaf Witch, you can't possibly want to eat crocodile meat, can you? Oh, no. I was just asking. At this moment, Thoughts of food were far from her mind. Safety was paramount. She certainly wasn't at the point of risking her life for a morsel. That's good, Leaf Witch. We have never tasted crocodile meat. Mainly because this creature is too ferocious. When we encounter it, we barely have time to flee, let alone consider feasting upon its flesh. However, I have heard from others in the tribes that crocodile meat is exceptionally delicious. I wonder if that is true. With that thought, Duo couldn't help but ponder. If only they could hunt the crocodile beast, they could personally experience its flavor. He quickly shook his head, chastising himself for such impractical musings. Their immediate concern was to escape the jaws of the beast. The question remained, how could they ensure everyone's safety? Essence of power. Heed my call, he thought, seeking a solution. Before Duo could devise a plan, Yi swiftly uttered a spell, narrowly preventing the crocodile beast from snapping at one of the warriors. Yin yanked his clan member away, casting a grateful glance at the Leaf Witch. Thanks to her timely intervention, they avoided the loss of yet another warrior. Thank you for saving my life, Leaf Witch, Dong expressed, still shaken. He had been perilously close to death, believing his end was nigh until Yi's timely warning had rescued him. Let us not dwell on gratitude yet. My powers are insufficient, and I seem to be losing control over it. You must distance yourselves from the beast at once. Yezi sensed the crocodile beast was struggling, and its efforts were intensifying. She hastily alerted Yin and the others. Yin, not one to be foolish, immediately issued the command. Fall back. Harnessing the core energy, he commanded, stone attack. As all retreated from the crocodile beast, Yezi summoned her mystical power to control a nearby boulder. Just as the beast broke free from her restraint, she struck it squarely with the stone. The crocodile beast swayed, blood gushing from its head, its crimson eyes gleaming fiercely. No one anticipated that Yezi would launch a second assault. Her energy, heed my call. Stone attack. With a flash of red light, the bloody boulder lifted once more. And with a resounding crash, the crocodile beast collapsed to the ground. Its head was a gruesome mess, and it thrashed desperately, attempting to rise. The warriors watched in awe, suddenly realizing that bringing Yezi along for the hunt had been an astute decision. What they struggled against with great difficulty was swiftly subdued by Yezi. Had they known it would unfold this way, their anxiety would have been unnecessary. Yin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dashed forward and plunged a bone knife into the beast's neck. With a swift motion, he leaped back, landing near Yezi. Instinctively adopting a protective stance, arms spread wide before her, his gaze fixed intently on the crocodile beast. The others kept their distance, gripping their weapons tightly. Fully alert to the creature, perhaps sensing its imminent demise, the crocodile beast made one final struggle, bouncing up and down several times before collapsing once more, its breath extinguished. Noticing the stillness, Yezi could not help but stretch her neck and inquire, is it dead? Stay still, I shall check. Certain beasts feign death to deceive. So for safety's sake, she decided to confirm first before approaching. Yin cautiously approached the crocodile beast, picking up a stick to tentatively prod its body from a distance of 3 or 4 steps. Seeing no reaction, he gained the confidence to step closer and inspect it. Come over, it is indeed dead, he informed Yezi, knowing her curiosity and confirming the beast's demise. Yezi advanced swiftly, taking 3 steps at a time, until she stood beside Yin, her wide eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the crocodile bull beast. Yin, have you noticed? It seems to have been injured prior to our arrival. Look at its abdomen. Its intestines are protruding partially. Yin directed his gaze towards the creature's belly and indeed spotted a gaping wound. An audacious idea flashing through his mind as he seized the bone knife and proceeded to slice at the beast's head. Yin, it's already deceased. Dissection can wait until we reach the serpent tribe. There is no need to rush. Although the crocodile bull beast appeared quite formidable, Yezi had faith that the serpent folk would manage to transport it back without difficulty. Ignoring Yezi's words, Yin persisted in his task. And as he severed the obstructions, revealing the blood-tinged brain matter, he instinctivly plunged his hand inside. Ugh! Yi's complexion turned pale, and she could not suppress her urge to vomit. It was utterly repulsive. Indeed, Yin, unmindful of anything else, was overjoyed when his hand brushed against a hard object. It was a core essence. The value and rarity of this substance were well understood by the orcs, and they had never anticipated that the brain of this crocodile bull beast would harbor such a treasure. This was truly an unexpected delight, as the orcs gathered around, their expressions a blend of joy and curiosity as they gazed at the azure crystal held in Yin's hand. Upon hearing the term nuclear essence, Yezi suppressed her nausea and approached to take a look. However, upon seeing the green, block-like substance in Yin's grasp, coated in a layer of blood mixed with white brain matter, she turned away once more to vomit. Amused, Yin cast a glance at her before hoisting her over his shoulder, commanding everyone to leave swiftly. What? Have we abandoned the crocodile bull beast? Chief. The crocodile bull beast. Yin gazed sternly at the crowd and declared, this is a crocodile bull beast with an owner. By taking the nuclear essence, we are essentially stealing someone else's property. You must understand the consequences should we encounter them. Enough talk. Let's leave at once. Chapter 24. The nuclear essence has been taken away. There was no need to elaborate. If they were to confront the owner, it would undoubtedly be a fight to the death. The gravity of the situation dawned on them, and without further ado, they hastily followed Imoyen's lead to retreat. The allure of the nuclear essence was too enticing to resist, even knowing it had already been claimed by another. Furthermore, it was a prize they had painstakingly obtained from the crocodile bull beast, largely thanks to Yiwu, and there was no justification for returning it. Without granting Yezi a moment to recover, Imoyen swiftly carried her away as the others hastened to keep pace. Shortly after their departure, a group approached, both men and women, with a striking man and two women at the forefront. The man was remarkably handsome, his eyes captivating enough to ensnare souls. Even with a serious expression, his beauty was undiminished, adding an air of coldness that rendered the two females nearby transfixed. Yet, when they beheld the carcass of the crocodile bull beast, their expression soured, and even the two women lost their interest in his allure. One individual stepped forward to examine the body and then reported, "The nuclear essence has already been taken by someone else. Who has the audacity to steal from my fox clan? Let me find out, or I shall annihilate them." The wretched thief had pilfered the nuclear essence prepared for her. Without it, how could she awaken her shamanic powers? That is only if you are aware of it, Chili. The person has already fled. And now your threats are mere words for us to hear, someone retorted. Having stolen it, what can be done? Without the nuclear essence, Chili cannot awaken her powers. And how will she remain so arrogant? Injiao, what do you mean by that? Ever since we set out, you have opposed me at every turn. If it weren't for you, the crocodile bull beast would not have escaped, and the nuclear essence would not have been taken. She realized that Injiao's actions were deliberate. She intended to prevent her from becoming a shaman. Chili, one must speak with evidence. The crocodile bull beast ran away on its own. You cannot blame me for that. Injiao remained unperturbed, knowing that she was protected by her father, the clan leader. Chili, seething with rage at Injiao's demeanor, thought of tearing her apart, if it were not for you, enough. Fox Shadow, the foremost warrior of the Fox clan, boasted remarkable combat prowess and was currently a five-tailed divine fox, the youngest and most talented genius of the Fox clan. In their society, 9 tails were revered. And the clan's great shaman had prophesied that Fox Shadow was the one most likely to ascend to the rank of 9-tailed fox lord. His status was on par with that of the chief, and as he spoke, the two feuding women immediately fell silent, their gazes still locked with hostility. Their animosity stemmed from their mutual desire for Fox Shadow's affection. With a pitiful gaze, Chili implored, "Shadow, without the nuclear essence, how can I awaken my shamanic powers? What should I do?" Without the ability to become a shaman, her pursuit of Fox Shadow would be in vain. The great shaman had stated that to be his partner, one must be the most powerful shaman of the Fox clan. Her desire to become a shaman had been long held, and as she neared success, Injiao's interference fueled her resentment to the point of wishing for her demise. Finding another nuclear essence is not impossible. You are of the shamanic body, and the Fox clan will not allow you to remain in this state indefinitely. The likelihood of producing a shamanic body in any clan was minimal, and should one appear, the entire clan would devote their efforts to nurturing her into a shaman. Only Injiao, blinded by her own perspective, failed to grasp the situation. Chili's ascendance to shamanhood was merely a matter of time, and her attempts to thwart her would prove futile. The nuclear essence was not so easily found. The crocodile bull beast had been under their clan's watch for over a year. Injiao's greatest frustration lay in Fox Shadow's concern for Chili. What was so special about becoming a shaman? The Fox clan was not devoid of shamans. So why should he prioritize Chili's awakening over allowing her to remain an ordinary female? Injiao, since you are aware that the clan has been monitoring it for over a year, you must understand its significance. You should not have acted impulsively to let it escape. Fox Shadow was not naive. He had witnessed Injiao's petty schemes. Initially, he believed her disdain for Chili was merely a personal vendetta. But it became clear that she was endangering the clan's interests for her own grievances. Did she not realize how crucial it was for the Fox clan to have an additional shaman? Fox Shadow, you always side with Chili. The crocodile bull beast clearly ran away on its own. How is that my fault? Though spoiled and headstrong, Injiao understood that the blame for the crocodile bull beast's escape could not rest on her shoulders. Otherwise, even her father would not spare her. Thus, she resolutely denied any culpability. I am not blind, Fox Shadow retorted, his disdain for Injiao's obstinacy palpable. He would have long lost his temper if not for the clan leader's standing. Brother Shadow, do you not believe me? Fox Shadow interrupted her, stating, I have no time for your theatrics. He then turned to the clan members who were surveying the surroundings and inquired, Lance, have you noticed anything unusual in the area? Shadow, based on the traces on the ground, it is highly likely that the ones who took the nuclear essence are from the Serpent clan. The Serpent clan, being reptiles, left a significant impression on the surrounding vegetation when they transformed for battle. The evidence of a fierce struggle was clear, with countless plants trampled upon. The crocodile bull beast had sustained injuries from their encounter, yet its combat strength remained formidable. The speed at which it was subdued indicated that their opponents were no ordinary foes. While there were several clans associated with serpents, few possessed the capability to capture a crocodile bull beast in such a short time frame. The most probable culprits were the Medusa clan and the colorful belly snake clan, both of which were equal in strength to the Fox clan. Should the nuclear essence fall into their hands, reclaiming it would be a formidable challenge. With this realization, Fox Shadow cast a disapproving glare at Injiao, asserting, "We shall discuss this matter with the clan leader and the great shaman upon our return. For now, we must conclude this operation and hasten back to the clan." The loss of the crocodile bull beast's nuclear essence left everyone in a foul mood, and they begrudgingly directed their frustrations towards Injiao. However, her noble status rendered them hesitant to express their discontent openly, and they could only follow Fox Shadow back in a state of vexation. Meanwhile, Mo Yin and his companions, having departed swiftly, were blissfully unaware that due to the weakness of their own clan, they had been overlooked, while two stronger individuals were being sought to take the blame. Mo Yin, put me down. At this rate, I shall be utterly exhausted. The tumult within Yezi's stomach mirrored a tempest. Previously, it had been the repulsive brain matter of the crocodile-like beast that had unsettled her, and now it was the jarring movements as she was carried by Mo Yin. After a brief estimation, Mo Yin surmised that they had distanced themselves significantly, and with no pursuers in sight, he finally set Yezi down. Chapter 25. I feel utterly miserable. As soon as Yezi's feet touched the ground, she collapsed limply, as if she were devoid of bones. Without hesitation, she surrendered to the earth, murmuring to herself, "I feel utterly miserable." At that moment, she perceived her entire body as if it were on the verge of disintegration, utterly drained of energy, longing only to rest here in tranquility. Suddenly, a beastly roar pierced the air, prompting Yezi to exclaim, her face a portrait of despair. "Is this really happening? Will I not be allowed to live in peace?" Mo Yin, observing Yezi's plight with a hint of amusement, unconsciously softened his tone and remarked, "It is likely just a solitary wild beast. There is little cause for concern. If you are truly exhausted, feel free to continue resting here." "All right. I leave it to you," he continued. No need for her to rise. She required a moment to recuperate and regain her strength, lest she find herself once again being carried like a mere sack. Yezi loathed that feeling of being hoisted upon someone else's shoulders. Mo Yin, watching Yezi's unabashed demeanor, shook his head with a smile. Just as she was about to inquire why he had not yet departed, their gazes meeting fortuitously. The leaves lay upon the ground, while Mo Yin turned her back to the sunlight. From the perspective of the leaves, it appeared as though Mo Yin was gazing at her with a smile, illuminated by the soft glow behind her. Yezi could not help but acknowledge that Mo Yin possessed an undeniable charm. Having never witnessed his smile before, she found herself utterly captivated by it, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her body temperature rising without restraint. As Yezi's complexion deepened in hue, Mo Yin, concerned for her well-being, rested his large hand upon her forehead, inquiring, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" The cool sensation of his palm on her skin jolted her back to reality. She hastily withdrew from his icy touch, stammering, "I'm fine, really, just a bit tired. A moment's rest will suffice." Alas, what a predicament. How could she find herself infatuated with a snake? "Yezi, dear Yezi, this extraordinary and interspecies romance is beyond your grasp. Stop, cease this folly. That's good to hear. I shall entrust this to you for the time being. I need to assess the situation over there." With that, Mo Yin placed the Azure Core essence into Yezi's hands, rose, and addressed Mo Duo and another tribesman, saying, "Ensure the safety of you will." Upon receiving their nods, he turned and strode away. "Can I possibly discard it?" Yezi lamented, gazing despondently at the Azure Core essence in her grasp. Neither throwing it away nor keeping it seemed a viable option, though it appeared immaculate now. The vivid images of it residing within her brain lingered, overwhelming her senses with an exhilarating intensity. Yezi suddenly widened her eyes and gazed at Mo Duo, inquiring, "Mo Duo, is the core essence indeed located within the brains of wild beasts?" Though uncertain as to why Yezi posed such a question, Mo Duo responded truthfully, "Yes." Leaf sorceress. His stomach began to churn again, not due to the piece of core essence in her hand, but rather the memory of the crimson core essence she had absorbed earlier, that had been taken from the head of a spider, which she had previously found quite beautiful. The thought of that white and greenish liquid made her retch once more. "Are you all right, Leaf Shaman?" Night Sky inquired, his gaze fixed on Ye's abdomen. He had witnessed the female members of the tribe vomiting incessantly when pregnant, and the continuous retching of the Leaf Shaman led him to wonder if she too was with child. Her stomach felt as if it might expel her bitter bile. Yet she could not comprehend how such a precious item as core essence could possibly be found within the brain matter of a beast. Unable to contain his curiosity, Night Sky finally asked, "Leaf Shaman, are you expecting a child?" Mo Duo was taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Ye's belly, his expression inscrutable. It was known that they had just tacitly acknowledged her status as the chief's wife. If she were indeed pregnant, it could not possibly be Mo Yan's child. How could a Leaf Shaman carrying another's offspring fulfill the role of chief's wife? This would be an affront to Mo Yan. And Mo Duo found himself pondering how Mo Yin would react if he were to discover that the Leaf Shaman was indeed with child. The leaves had forgotten to breathe, staring in sheer terror at the orc named Night Sky. "Why do you ask such a thing? What nonsense is this? She is with child." Had her mind become clouded? How could such a question arise? The manner in which she reacted was identical to that of the females in the tribe when they were expecting. "You witch. If you truly are with child, please confide in us. Do not keep it a secret. You may not become the matriarch, but you remain the esteemed shaman of the snake tribe. held in high regard. Keep it to myself? Nonsense. You are the one expecting. I am merely repulsed by the notion. The thought of it, soaked in blood and brain matter, is enough to churn anyone's stomach. They may not feel disgusted. But the witch's lack of pregnancy was indeed a relief for their chieftain. The contents of her stomach had been expelled, leaving her with nothing but bitter bile. A most distressing experience. Here to consume this, it should provide some relief. Mo Yin and the others, having returned at some point, noticed you still retching and offered her the fruits they had just gathered. Thank you. What a considerate man he was, albeit not human. You accepted the fruit and took a bite. The sweet and sour juice flooded her senses, instantly alleviating her discomfort. Leaf felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Mo Yin. Contemplating his true form, she sighed and shook her head while nibbling on the fruit, wishing he were human. Mo Duo, has anything happened since we left? Unable to contain her curiosity, Mo Yin leaned closer to Mo Duo, questioning why she always sensed something peculiar in the way the leaf witch looked at her. Nothing at all, just some vomiting. You needn't worry, sister, she'll grow accustomed to it with time. It's merely brain matter. What's so disgusting about that? Once cooked, one can't imagine how delightful it is. If given the chance, I shall prepare some for the leaf witch, and I assure you, she will become enamored with its exquisite flavor. Just as Mo Duo had mentioned, after a while, Leaf had grown numb to the nausea. Yet she felt an acute hunger gnawing at her insides. Having emptied her stomach, the fruit Mo Yin had given her merely alleviated the queasiness, igniting her desire for sustenance. Are you all hungry? Shall we have a bite to eat before proceeding? Everyone turned their gaze towards Mo Yin. Typically, during hunts, they abstained from food until they returned to the tribe with their quarry. Yet, given Leaf's hunger, would the chief still adhere to past customs and wait for everyone to return to the serpent tribe before feasting? They paused to regroup. 3 kept watch while the others set about kindling a fire to roast meat. Without hesitation, Mo Yin issued a command. The leaf, which was female, inherently delicate, and having emptied her stomach, it was only right for her to consume some meat, lest she faint from hunger. However, the beastmen held a different perspective, silently condemning the chief for showing favoritism towards the female. Typically indifferent to them, he would not hesitate to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet now, with a mere utterance of hunger from the leaf witch, he made an exception for her, clearly indicating his interest in her. Unfazed by such matters, Yezi immediately sprang up with joy upon realizing that food was available, joining others in the task of peeling and butchering. Chapter 26. The fire-summoning curse. Before them stood a creature resembling a bear, yet distinctly different from the sun bears Yezi had observed in the zoo. This beast was considerably larger, and curiously, it possessed a fluffy tail reminiscent of that of a squirrel, a rather peculiar sight. What name does this wild beast bear? The leaves remain oblivious to the creatures of this world, for they continually challenge her cognitive faculties. Many things appear similar to her, yet are fundamentally different, prompting her to relinquish her former knowledge. As a leaf witch, she understands that not every beast requires a name for distinction. The sole method of differentiating these creatures lies in their ability to shapeshift. If a beast possesses this capability, it signifies that it is akin to them, a beast man, unfit for consumption. Conversely, if it cannot transform, it is merely a common beast, destined to be preyed upon. It is indeed a simplistic and brutal criterion. And as she reflects on it, she internally scoffs. What difference does it make? After all, they are not human. Yet, such thoughts must remain unvoiced, for to utter them would surely offend a multitude of beastmen. In the interest of survival, she must constantly persuade herself that the beastmen are distinct, deserving of being treated as kin. Upon this contemplation, acceptance comes more readily. She finds herself amidst a group of individuals who, aside from their ability to shapeshift, bear little difference to her. Leaf witch, why do you skewer the meat with twigs? Moreover, in such small portions, how many must you skewer to satiate your hunger? Yezi glanced at the skewers of meat in her hand, then cast her gaze towards the substantial, blood-soaked chunks of beastly flesh cradled in Mo Yin and his companion's hands, silently turning her head away. Indeed, it was no wonder she consistently distinguished between them. The chasm separating humans and beastmen was simply insurmountable. Do not mind me. My appetite is modest. A few more skewers will suffice, and they are easier to cook this way, she mused, realizing that she had grown bolder. The gruesome sight no longer unsettled her as it once did. Need assistance? Mo Yin inquired, puzzled. Isn't it better to roast the meat in whole pieces? Why slice it into bits and skewer them with sticks? Once cooked, won't it be cumbersome to remove them? It seems rather superfluous. No, I can manage on my own, she replied. Dear Lord of Serpents, I am grateful to you. Your disregard for me is the greatest assistance you could offer. As Yezi engaged in her own endeavors, Mo Yin ceased his persistence. After ensuring that there was sufficient game meat for all, he commenced a demonstration of the most primitive method of igniting fire. Under Yezi's astonished gaze, Mo Duo selected a sturdy branch and meticulously carved a small hole into it. He then sharpened another twig and rapidly rotated it against the hole. Through his relentless friction, warmth transformed into smoke, and soon a flame emerged. Those nearby swiftly placed dry grass and slender twigs atop it, and thus, the fire blazed to life. He witnessed the miraculous art of friction fire-making from ancient times, compelled to pay homage to the wisdom of our forebears. Suddenly, An epiphany struck her. Before her departure, the old witch had urged her to study witchcraft. In a tome entitled The Book of Transformations, she seemed to recall encountering a fire-summoning incantation. Yezi was uncertain whether she could truly ignite a fire. She fixed her gaze upon a heap of dry firewood collected by the orcs and murmured softly, "Power of the core essence, heed my call, ignite." Suddenly, the firewood blazed to life, and Yezi was filled with joy. The sorcery was indeed formidable, capable of conjuring flames. "Oh my goodness, it's on fire. Jelly." The serpent man was just about to add more firewood to the pile when, to his surprise, the heap spontaneously ignited. The searing pain compelled him to retract his hand and cry out in alarm. All were startled, instinctively dropping their belongings and leaping into a defensive stance, their eyes fixed warily on the unexpectedly ablaze firewood. Before Yezi could fully relish her joy, she witnessed someone being burned due to her actions. Instantly, she sprang up to apologize, exclaiming, "Are you all right? Did you get burned?" "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been playing with fire." Everyone turned their gaze toward Yezi, puzzled. What did it mean? Was it Yezi who conjured this fire? Can the leaf witch conjure fire? Even the composed Yin could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, for the ability to summon flames at will is not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. Not even the elder witch had he witnessed performing such a marvel. "Well, I just tried it a moment ago, and it seems that I can." Yi felt a pang of guilt as she gazed at the serpent man, Jelly. She vowed never to toy with fire again, for it is said that playing with fire can lead to self-immolation. Though she had not harmed herself, she had inadvertently injured others. "Oh, Leaf Witch, you are truly remarkable." Jelly admired her, despite the searing pain in his burned fingers. His respect and admiration for the leaf witch overshadowed the discomfort he felt. Chuckling awkwardly, Yi found herself at a loss for words. Her actions had seemingly elevated her status in the eyes of everyone present, including Yin. "Oh, how lively it is here," she exclaimed, surprised to encounter members of the serpent tribe. "Which tribe do you hail from?" Bringing a female along on a hunt suggests you are from a smaller tribe. Smaller tribes are of no consequence. Our chieftain is seeking new talent. You seem capable enough, albeit somewhat unreliable. Once you join our tribe, we can refine your skills. Hey, who is in charge here? Step forward. We are from the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe. Are you familiar with us? We are a tribe on par with the Fox tribe, boasting our own powerful shaman and 4 formidable witches. Our chieftain has issued a call for all nearby serpent tribes to join us under the banner of the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe, to be unified under our leadership and form a grand tribe, establishing a territory uniquely belonging to us in this world. You are fortunate to have crossed paths with us and become our recruitment target. It appears you are struggling. Joining the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe will alleviate your hardships. I see you are preparing a meal. We are quite hungry as well. Let us set aside other matters for now and have you roast some meat for us." An unwelcome voice interrupted, as a group of individuals brazenly approached, critiquing Yin and the others, even expressing disdain for them. After a barrage of meaningless chatter, they audaciously commanded Yin and his companions to cook for them. Yin spoke coldly, "Are you finished? Well, that should suffice for now. Once you arrive at the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe, we will inform you of what to be mindful of." The condescension of this individual was palpable. It was clear he was not adept at handling such matters. However, Yin decided it was not worth lowering himself to engage with someone of such lowly status. Chapter 27. Unwritten rules. Once you have said your piece, be gone. Descendants of the tongue snake will never submit to other serpent tribes. If submission is to occur, it shall be the other tribes who submit to the tongue snake tribe. What? Do you seek death? How dare you speak to Lord Chia in such a manner? It seems you have a death wish. Lord Chia, allow me to teach him a lesson. Lord Chia, let us deal with this insolent wretch. As the commotion escalated, all members of the tongue snake tribe glared with fury, preparing for a confrontation. They cared little for the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe. Here, they heeded only the words of Yin and the Leaf Witch. They had long found this group of ruffians intolerable, eagerly awaiting the chieftain's command to unleash their pent-up frustration. The man named Chia, his expression darkened, glared at Yin and the others. He had extended an invitation for them to join the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe, but instead, they had made him lose face. It was simply outrageous. He, Chia, was a prominent figure within the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe. He had never been treated in such a manner. Very well, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I will grant you one chance. Kneel and apologize, and I shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, prepare for the consequences. With a dozen warriors at his disposal, successfully recruiting them would be a significant achievement for him. Though enraged, Chia still harbored the desire to bring them into the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe. As for the affront to his dignity, he would have ample opportunity to settle that score once they arrived at the tribe. Hurry, kneel and apologize. Our Lord Chia is merciful and will not hold this against you. Do not be so foolish as to refuse his kindness. Indeed, it is only Lord Chia's tolerance that prevents me from striking you. Do not waste time. Lord Chia is still hungry. Quickly apologize and get to roasting meat for him. Yin coldly regarded the self-important individuals. The audacity of these people to think he would yield was utterly absurd. I shall reiterate, we have no interest in joining the Rainbow Belly Serpent tribe. Leave us at once and do not disturb our meal. Should you insist on remaining? Do not blame us for driving you away. As Moyen's words hung in the air, chaos erupted among the group. What? You dare speak to us like that? You are courting death. I will kill him. Do not restrain me. I will tear him apart. Yezi observed a boisterous throng, clamoring about their intentions. Yet not a single one dared to approach. She marveled at their audacity while noting their lack of genuine courage. The cacophony was unbearable. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Moyen appeared before the loudest of them, delivering a powerful punch to his nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Allow me to impart a lesson, he declared. When one is capable of action, refrain from idle chatter. Moyen's assault incited the Tingsha tribe to join the fray, compelling the previously hesitant group to engage in a chaotic brawl. The air was filled with the sounds of fists meeting flesh, blood gushing forth, and cries of anguish mingling with battle shouts. Yezi found a relatively concealed vantage point, stretching her neck to witness this primal spectacle of close combat. Initially, the struggle appeared civilized, but as the fight progressed, some fighters revealed their serpentine tails. The Tingsha tribe donned a uniform dark green, with variations in size, while the colorful belly snakes showcased an array of vibrant hues, dazzling Yezi's senses. Soon, numerous large serpents slithered into view, entwining with one another, their elevated heads vying for dominance as if the higher position signified victory. Strangely, neither side resorted to biting, unbeknownst to Yezi. The snake clan adhered to an unwritten rule forbidding them from exposing their venomous fangs against one another. Regardless of enmity, they would not use their fangs against kin, reserving their venom for outsiders. Thus, what Yezi witnessed was a pure display of the snake clan's innate combat. This circumstance highlighted the Tingsha tribe's advantage, attributed to their inherently larger size compared to other serpents. It had long been speculated that the Tingsha were the architects of this unwritten rule, designed to suppress other snake types. Attempts to breach this guideline had ended poorly, leading the snake clan to accept it as a norm. The prohibition against venomous attacks foreshadowed an inevitable victory for the Tingsha tribe. Without a doubt, given time, Moyen would easily dispatch the colorful belly snakes. With victory within reach, Yezi felt a sense of relief, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that amidst the chaos, a green viper had detached from the battle and was slithering towards her. This serpent was none other than Chia, the leader of the expedition, who had not anticipated that the group he sought to recruit would belong to the Tingsha. Rumors within the tribe warned against provoking the Tingsha unless one possessed absolute confidence in victory. Otherwise, it was wiser to avoid them altogether. The Tingsha tribe had distanced themselves from the others, and their consistent low profile allowed the snake clan to gradually forget their existence. As Chia and his companions approached, they sensed the group belonged to the snake clan but could not ascertain their specific lineage. Their arrogance had led them to overlook the Tingsha's presence, resulting in their defeat at Moyen's hands. Chia felt a sense of injustice. Despite the Tingsha tribe's decline, they still maintained a position of power. If he could conquer this group of Tingsha, it would signify his superiority over others, earning him the respect of both the tribe leader and the shaman. With this thought, Chia turned his attention to Yezi, recognizing her importance to the group, and resolved to capture her as leverage to ensure their compliance. No longer hesitating, he charged towards her with determination. Yezi, be cautious, he shouted, hoping for a swift resolution, yet his loud approach alerted a Tingsha to his intentions. Moyen, seeing Chia heading for Yezi, erupted with fury, having previously intended only to teach the colorful belly snakes a lesson rather than kill them. Upon seeing Yezi targeted, Moyen felt a surge of protectiveness. He vowed that if Yezi were harmed, he would not hesitate to eliminate the colorful belly snakes. Chapter 28. The radiance of the core essence. As soon as someone warned Yezi to be cautious, she noticed a green viper darting towards her. With its triangular head, it was unmistakably venomous, and a bite would surely be fatal. However, the viper's speed left her no time to summon her powers for protection. She could only watch helplessly as it lunged at her. Get away, she screamed. With a resounding thud, the green viper collided with a shimmering red barrier, its eyes rolling as it slid to the ground, disoriented. In that critical moment, Yezi's core essence had surged forth, instinctively forming a protective shield around her. Chia lay dazed on the ground, still reeling from the impact when Moyen arrived and began to unleash a relentless assault upon him. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining combatants ceased their fighting, watching in awe as Moyen effortlessly overpowered Chia. The colorful belly snakes trembled, torn between sympathy for Chia and fear for their own safety. They wondered if they would survive such a brutal onslaught. With the immediate danger averted, Yezi's protective shield receded, and she gazed curiously at Moyen. His earlier concern for her was fresh in her mind, contrasted sharply with his current merciless treatment of the green viper. Yet, Yezi found herself conflicted. Was his concern for her as a shaman genuine, or was it motivated by something else? Regardless, she resolved to interpret his actions as stemming from her status as a shaman. Yes, that must be it. Unbeknownst to Moyen, who was focused on delivering punishment, Yezi's musings were breaking through the defenses of the colorful belly snakes. With a collective thud, the colorful belly snakes knelt, pleading, "My lord, please do not throw him again. If you do, Chia will perish. We beseech you, if anything happens to Chia, we too shall meet our end." Moyen remained unmoved by their desperation. Their fate was of no concern to him. He hadn't forgotten their earlier bravado. Moreover, The serpent he held in his grasp had nearly harmed Yezi, a transgression he deemed unforgivable. Yezi gazed at a group of men who had reverted to their human forms, weeping profusely and continuously kneeling in supplication. She felt that Mo Yan's torment had reached its peak. Chief, I believe they have realized their mistakes. Perhaps we should consider pausing for now? Yezi was uncertain whether Mo Yan heeded her words. However, she certainly did not pity the serpent in his grasp. After all, she had not so swiftly forgotten his intent to harm her, nor the audacity of pleading on his behalf. She surmised that the snake had likely already met its demise, as Mo Yan's relentless thrashing was undoubtedly taxing. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded the limp green serpent onto the ground, indifferent to its fate, and coldly commanded, "Take him away." Yes, thank you, my lord." The others dared not utter another word. They hastily carried the unconscious Lord Chi away, vanishing without a trace. Their earlier bravado had been swiftly replaced by utter embarrassment, such is the nature of life, where one must eventually reckon with the consequences of their actions. Yezi was certain that such bullying acts were not unfamiliar to those ruffians. However, they were unfortunate enough to have crossed paths with the Tingsha tribe this time. The shaman, the beast meat had been ruined, and we could only wait until we hunted more wild animals to provide you with sustenance. Madwa gazed at the ravaged beast with a burning desire to capture those miscreants and, much like Moyen, throw them one by one. What on earth is happening here? Ye was just about to engage in some polite conversation when, unexpectedly, the azure core essence entrusted to her by Mo Yin suddenly erupted in brilliance, startling her. What was happening? Had she damaged it? Or was something else afoot? Wasn't it supposed to require an incantation to activate, and to be absorbed only by one possessing a witch's physique? Why was it glowing so splendidly now? Yeah, what is going on? Mo Yin, aware of the core essence's significance and its transformative power for witches, found himself at a loss regarding its intricacies. Faced with such a dilemma, he could only turn to the soul witch present. Yeah, I don't know either, she replied, though a witch, she was still a novice. Her understanding of the core essence limited to the teachings of the elderly witch, beyond which lay a vast expanse of ignorance. What shall we do now? Imo Duo was in a state of agitation, the beastmen encircling Ya, unsure of how to proceed. The core essence was the crux of their troubles, for they had paid a heavy price to obtain it. Although this particular piece had not cost them much effort, its value was immeasurable. Yeah. Do you recall the incantation the elder witch recited? Imo Yan's gaze remained fixed on the glowing azure core essence, an odd notion surfacing in his mind. He believed it desired to be absorbed by Ya, thus illuminating itself. I remember, but I lack the incantation diagram drawn by the elder witch, and the current circumstances differ from those of the past. Yezi comprehended the meaning behind Mo Yan's words. He was urging her to absorb the essence of the core. However, without the assistance of the witch, she found herself incapable of doing so. It was futile to dwell on such matters. She needed only to recite the incantation. The outcome would reveal whether there existed a connection between her and this luminous core essence. At that moment, returning to the tribe was impractical, and carrying such a radiant core essence would undoubtedly invite a plethora of troubles. Imo Yin had faith in his judgment. The core essence would not glow without reason, and it was undoubtedly linked to Yezi. Now, it was merely a matter of whether the incantation would prove effective. Without hesitation, Yezi embraced the notion of attempting the impossible. She recited the incantation that the old witch had once cast. Strangely enough, as Yezi uttered the final character, the core essence in her hand transformed into a radiant azure light that circled around her. Shortly thereafter, a crimson glow emanated from within her, as if it were a guiding force, directing the azure light to enter her being. All around her, onlookers stood in astonishment, watching as the blue luminescence gradually merged into Yezi's body. A warm current coursed through Yezi's body, leaving a tingling sensation in its wake. How could this feeling be so different from last time? My heavens, Yiwu, do take a look at your skin. Ugh, it reeks. It seems to emanate from Yiwu herself. Just by observing the expressions of the orcs, Yezi realized that something must be amiss, and that the issue lay with her. Could this be a lingering effect of the azure light penetrating her body? Chapter 29. Once again, the serpent tribe. The leaves began to emit a foul odor, followed by a sensation of tightness in the skin, as if a layer of earth were spread upon it. What could be the cause of this? As Yezi raised her hand and glanced at it, she suddenly shrieked. A layer of something dark and foul had appeared upon her skin. Mo Yin, I need to wash. Unable to contain himself, Mo Yin turned away, fearing that if he laughed in front of Yezi, it would provoke her embarrassment and ire. However, this was merely a futile attempt to silence his mirth. Laugh if you wish. I am unbothered. The orcs could no longer restrain themselves and burst into laughter. At that moment, Yezi, the shaman, appeared more approachable to them. In her eyes, they no longer sensed the fleeting hints of fear. She was no longer afraid of them. And that was truly delightful. Indeed, the orcs were not mistaken. Yezi had genuinely shed her fear of them, fully embracing them as her kin after the recent events. Even in the presence of Mo Yin, she boldly addressed him by name instead of cautiously referring to him as the clan leader. Ahem. I recall that there is a river not far from here. Before Mo Yin could finish his sentence, Yezi dashed towards the direction he indicated, eager to cleanse herself of the filth that clung to her. Mo Yin shook his head with a smile and said, "Keep up." The orcs laughed as they chased after Yezi, curious about the changes she might have undergone after absorbing a piece of core essence, pondering whether she had indeed become more formidable. Coincidentally, just as Mo Yin and the others departed, members of the Fox tribe arrived, surveying the disarray before them. All were silent, frowning as they awaited instructions from Huing. "Are you certain this is where the core essence emanated?" Huing coldly inquired, feeling unusually out of sorts, as if someone were leading him by the nose. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place in this area, yet strangely, aside from scattered remnants of beast flesh, nothing else remained. The traces surrounding them mirrored those of a location they had previously examined. Could it be the same group responsible for this chaos? I'm quite certain that the core essence radiated from here. Although they had seen the glow of the core essence emanating from this spot, it baffled them why, upon arrival, there was no sign of it. Can you still sense the presence of the core essence? Humei, the shaman of the Fox tribe, was trusted by Huing, if she claimed it was here. It must be true. Was it possible they had been outpaced? Humei shook her head, unable to perceive any trace of the core essence now. If not for her confidence, she would have doubted her own observations. The signs here are identical to those from the previous location, with traces left by the serpent tribe. The only difference is the quantity, which is significantly greater this time. Once again, it was the serpent tribe. Were they at odds with the Fox tribe? With two incidents linked to them, hostility began to brew among the gathered. It must be the serpent tribe that took the core essence. Let us confront them and demand its return. Silver Jiao, who had always had her way, felt a sense of entitlement as the daughter of the clan leader. The recent near misses with the core essence had ignited a deep-seated resentment towards the serpent tribe, as she felt that something rightfully hers had been snatched away. Yet, she failed to consider that had she not acted maliciously, the core essence belonging to the Fox tribe would not have been lost. We should return to the tribe and report what transpired here to the clan leader and the high shaman. Huing disregarded Silver Jiao's rash proposal, recognizing the ease with which one could attack but the difficulty of retreating unscathed. The serpent tribe possessed two other clan forces that matched their strength, without evidence. An assault would surely provoke a counterattack. Such reckless suggestions could only come from someone as thoughtless as Silver Jiao. Huing listened without taking her seriously. He had no intention of treating her differently simply because she was the clan leader's daughter. He would never harbor any affection for her, taking advantage of the moment. Li mocked Silver Jiao, relishing in the sight of her trailing after Huing, only for him to feign ignorance. Silver Jiao glared furiously. "Enough from both of you. I said we are heading back to the tribe immediately. If you continue to bicker, you can remain here and argue to your heart's content." She had originally intended to return to the tribe, but halfway there, Humei had suddenly claimed to detect the glow of the core essence, prompting Huing to lead the chase. Little did they know it would lead to yet another dead end. Frustrated by the whole ordeal, Silver Jiao and Li's incessant chatter only exacerbated Hu Ying's growing irritation. "Mo Yin, keep your distance. I am going to wash. No one is allowed to peek. Or if I catch you, you will regret it." The entire Fox tribe turned to face a particular direction, for if they had not misheard, the voice originated from there. "Huing, there seems to be someone over there. Should we investigate?" Before Huing could respond, Silver Jiao raced ahead. "Hurry, perhaps they possess the core essence." Silver Jiao. "Stop." Huing could not suppress his furious shout. Yet Silver Jiao was undeterred. She was the daughter of the clan leader. And Huing was merely the tribe's foremost warrior. Why should she be subjected to his commands? Her infatuation with him only fueled her defiance. With a sudden realization, she felt foolish for having tolerated Hu Ying's evident disdain and poor treatment. His distaste was so blatant that she had been blind to it all along. Her mother had been right. She was indeed acting foolishly, allowing Huing to look down on her while she engaged in petty rivalry with the tribe's females. From this moment on, she would no longer subject herself to such indignities for the sake of Huing. Follow closely, do not let her create further trouble. Hu Ying's mind was consumed with images of Silver Jiao's recklessness and obstinacy. Seeing her forge ahead without regard for warnings filled him with an overwhelming aversion. He longed to abandon her to her fate, yet he could not. Silver Jiao was the clan leader's daughter and had accompanied him on this venture. He could not simply forsake her. Chapter 30. Yezi cleansed of filth. Stop. As Silver Jiao rushed forward, she was intercepted by Mo Yin and the others, forming a protective barrier around Yezi, who bathed in the river. "What do you have behind you? Is it the core essence? Did you take our tribe's core essence?" A chill ran through Mo Duo and the others. Could the core essence they had intercepted belong to this female's tribe? What should they do? They had been confronted. Did they owe restitution? No, the core essence had already been absorbed by the shaman. What could they possibly return? "We are unaware of what you speak. Our shaman is bathing. Please leave and do not disturb her." Mo Yin responded with calm assurance. "Core essence? What core essence?" Having not personally apprehended them. "There exists no connection between us. If you possess the capability, present your evidence. Does the shaman require such a multitude to safeguard her bath? Whom are you deceiving? Step aside. I wish to ascertain whether you have pilfered the core essence of our tribe. It is absurd that a mere shaman requires a dozen warriors to guard her, while even the grand shaman of the Fox tribe does not exhibit such arrogance. She finds their words utterly unconvincing. Females of our tribe hold an esteemed position. It is our honor to provide her with protection. I reiterate, please vacate the premises and do not disturb our shaman during her bath." Should you continue to meddle? Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Mo Yan's expression turned frosty. Where did this female come from, to be so obstinate? If she cannot comprehend reason, he would not hesitate to expel her. In Mo Yan's realm, there was no prohibition against confronting females, although he was generally more lenient towards them than males. However, should a female overstep her bounds, he would swiftly ensure she understood the consequences of her actions. What if I choose to persist? I shall inform you that I am a lady of the Fox clan. Before she could finish her proclamation, Yin Jiao felt a sudden tightness in her back, and her body was abruptly hurled into the air, causing her to scream in terror. Fox Shadow swiftly intervened, propelling himself off the ground to catch the airborne Yin Jiao with precision. Fox Shadow, sobbing, Yin Jiao realized she had been caught and cried out in fear. This was her first encounter with such peril, as well as her first experience with an orc who disregarded her status and tossed her aside. It terrified her to her core. Yet, Fox Shadow paid her no mind, brusquely pushing her away and addressing Mo Yin with cold disdain. This warrior. Even if Our Lady is aired, there was no need to cast her aside like that. He had observed keenly, noting how Mo Yin had flung Yin Jiao without a flicker of hesitation, as though she were an inanimate object. It was unfathomable. Had he not arrived just in time to catch her, she would have surely sustained grave injuries, if not worse. How would he explain such an incident to the clan leader? I warned her, yet she did not heed my words. Thus, I cannot be held accountable. Mo Yin was not a man devoid of reason. That female had behaved with such impudence, disregarding their presence entirely. Casting her out was, in fact, a mild response. But you cannot simply throw someone out. If she had fallen and been injured, what then? Fox Shadow remarked, though inwardly he relished the occurrence. For it was an act he had long wished to execute. What does this have to do with me? If she were to injure herself, it would be her own doing. After all, she instigated this conflict. Fox Shadow suddenly found himself at a loss for words. For he felt that Mo Yan's statement was undeniably correct. Yin Jiao had indeed provoked trouble. How can it not concern you? You have harmed a member of the Fox tribe and owe us an apology. Remember, it is an apology to the Fox tribe, not to that wretched Yin Jiao. She represents the Fox tribe, and seeing her demonstrate such loyalty should elicit respect from you, Chi remarked, hoping to garner admiration from Fox Shadow. Mo Yin cast a cold glance at Chi before questioning Fox Shadow. Are all the females of your tribe so detestable? What did you say? Who is detestable? Repeat that if you dare. How have we wronged you? You are the detestable one. Your entire family is detestable. Mo Yan's words ignited the fury of the female members of the Fox tribe, including the shaman named Mei, who glared at him with indignation. With so many beautiful females in the Fox tribe, they were accustomed to admiration. Thus, hearing such disparagement was intolerable. 5 or 6 females erupted in outrage simultaneously. Mo Yin could not help but touch his nose, wondering if he had truly said something amiss. Did he err in his statement? Mo Duo and the others were equally perplexed, uncertain whether to follow Mo Yan's earlier example and throw him out. Mo Yin, just because 1 or 2 individuals speak unkindly, you cannot condemn us all. I find the other sisters quite agreeable. A melodious voice chimed in, drawing everyone's attention to the figure behind Mo Yin. Yezi stepped through the crowd with a warm smile directed at Fox Shadow and the others, saying, I apologize. Our clan leader is not adept with words. If any offense has been caused, I hope the esteemed sisters will forgive us. One should not strike those who bear a smile. Yezi's friendly demeanor, combined with her charming appearance, immediately diffused the tension among the Fox tribe members. The Fox tribe valued beauty, and anyone possessing pleasing looks garnered their favor. Though Yezi's appearance was merely above average in the Fox tribe, her fair complexion made her appear almost luminescent, leaving a lasting impression on those around her. Unbeknownst to them, Yezi's radiant skin was a recent acquisition, having absorbed the core essence. She had emerged from a state of filth and discomfort, but upon cleansing herself, she experienced a remarkable transformation. No one is immune to the allure of beauty, and Yezi was no exception. As she caressed her newly soft and smooth skin, the joy she felt was beyond words. It turns out that the core essence possesses such extraordinary effects. She resolved that should she encounter it again, she would seize the opportunity, regardless of the consequences. Indeed, this core essence is a priceless treasure. No wonder it is so difficult to obtain. The Tingshi tribe is too weak, and so too am I. Yezi resolved that in order to acquire more core essence, she must exert every effort to fortify the Tingshi tribe while simultaneously enhancing her own prowess. However, Moyen, in his straightforwardness, had managed to offend many. Provoking a collective protest from the female members, she needed to address this matter before proceeding. Moyen gazed at Yezi with a fervent intensity, unexpectedly triggering the absorption of that core essence by the leaf which remarkably transformed her into a vision of unparalleled beauty, radiating brilliance. Madwa and the others watched Yezi, their eyes wide with fascination, captivated by her growing allure. They found themselves reluctant to withdraw, eager to continue pursuing the enchanting leaf witch, though they wondered if the tribe leader would disapprove and possibly chastise them. Who are you? A discordant voice suddenly interrupted, drawing the ire of all present, including Huying, who shared their irritation. This interruption shattered their moment of admiration, inciting annoyance. Chapter 31. The colossal corn cob Ingio, though typically fearless and accustomed to the spotlight, felt a shiver of trepidation at that moment. The gazes of the beastmen were fierce. Huiying's stare was particularly uncomfortable. It was one thing for others to regard her with hostility, but why should the members of the fox tribe treat her in such a manner? What was their intention? Why are you staring at me? Is it wrong to inquire about her identity? Though the words held validity, the crux of the matter lay in his demeanor. Anyone could discern his impolite arrogance. Who could remain composed in the face of such rudeness? Should you maintain this attitude? I would not hesitate to cast you aside once more. Injiao, retreating behind Huiying, stubbornly replied to Moyan, if you have the courage, come at me. Without hesitation, Moyan advanced. Intent on extracting her and tossing her away, perceiving her defiance as a blatant provocation, to do otherwise would feel like a disservice to himself. Hey, are you really coming? Huiying, save me. As Moyan approached, Injiao's bravado crumbled, and she clung to Huiying, pleading for rescue. Yezi grasped Mo Yan's hand and gently advised. There is no need for us to bicker with such a willful young lady. I am quite famished. Let us first procure some food. The cold aura that enveloped Mo Yan dissipated at Yezi's words, and he replied softly, all right. With that, he took hold of Yezi's delicate hand. A smile playing at the corners of his lips, and disregarded the others as he led her away. The members of the snake tribe watched with a mix of envy and jealousy as the two clasped hands, swiftly following behind Mo Yan without hesitation. They were astonished that such a fierce individual could show such kindness to that female. If only someone would treat me with such care, they lamented. Injiao, filled with envy and resentment, cast hopeful glances at Huiying, only to be met with disappointment. He remained unchanged in his demeanor towards her, and in fact, had grown increasingly indifferent. Injiao, I hope you can behave yourself during the journey ahead. If you act recklessly again and anything happens, you will bear the consequences. Huiying admonished. Why is it that you can envy others but not learn from them? Look at the females of their tribe, so sensible and composed. And then observe our own females, each with their noses in the air. Just as the beastman said, their tribe's females are indeed quite unbearable. However, Huiying decided to keep these thoughts to himself. Voicing them would certainly invite an onslaught from the tribe's females. Despite being the tribe's foremost warrior, his status paled in comparison to that of the females, as the tribe's high priestess and shamans were all females. Rest assured, I will not cause any more trouble. I promise, Injiao replied, her heart heavy with disappointment, having finally given up on Huiying. She resolved not to act foolishly for him again. Injiao, I hope you can uphold your promise and not give in to temptation, causing us further complications, Chili retorted scornfully, clearly doubting her sincerity. The indifferent expressions of the others confirmed that they did not believe her, nor did she truly believe herself. Just take care of yourself, Chili added, regarding her as a pitiful creature trailing after Huiying. Once rivals, Injiao now seemed foolish in comparison. Huiying regarded Injiao with curiosity. Noticing she did not spare him a glance. Had she genuinely recognized her faults? He decided to set aside thoughts of her for the moment and focus on returning to the tribe, having failed to secure the nuclear essence. He needed to return to discuss matters with the chieftain and the high priestess and seek another target. Yezi felt a twinge of embarrassment as she attempted to retract her hand, only to discover that it was firmly grasped by Mo Yan, making it impossible for her to break free despite her efforts. Mo Yan, you're hurting me, she exclaimed. Instantly, he reflexively released her hand. And upon noticing the reddened skin where he had gripped her, he expressed his remorse with genuine concern. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's nothing. It will fade soon, she reassured him. But I implore you, dear leader, such words can easily lead to misunderstandings. What do you mean by I hurt you? Isn't that a line straight out of a melodramatic plot? Yezi shook off certain unhealthy and melodramatic images from her mind, feigning an air of utmost seriousness as she glanced around, and then her eyes brightened with joy as she exclaimed, I believe I have discovered a type of seed that can serve as a staple food. Food seeds? Where? The mention of food caused everyone to immediately set aside their various thoughts and eagerly began searching, all keen to see what the food seeds that Yezi spoke of looked like. However, they found nothing. Instead, a flock of sparrows was pecking at something nearby, and Yezi headed directly towards them. Could it be that the food seeds the leaf which referred to were those birds? While those morsels were indeed edible, they were rather small and beyond their hunting range. Could they possibly be cultivated in the ground? Everyone couldn't help but ponder. Would they thrive? Yezi wished to pull down a certain object to ascertain whether she had made a mistake. However, the item was too high for her to reach. Hey, stop standing there and come help me. The leaves parted, and none dared to stir. Mo Yan was the first to step forward, followed closely by the others. Leaf shaman, what shall we do? Mo Yan's gaze flitted towards the distant birds, pondering how he might capture them should the leaf shaman instruct him to do so. Bring that down and let me see the round, plump fruit atop it. I must ascertain whether it is the seed I seek. It appeared somewhat similar. Yet the leaf shaman was uncertain. The size disparity was too vast. This one was equivalent to 4 or 5 of the modern varieties, resembling a primeval strain. Ah. It turned out the leaf shaman did not require them to catch birds, but rather to move the tree trunks. What did the leaf shaman say? The fruits on this trunk are food seeds, edible items. To validate the leaf shaman's assertion, one of the beastmen sprang into action. Grasping a small tree trunk as thick as a wrist, Soon, a cacophony ensued as they swiftly brought down a pile of enormous corn cobs. Indeed, what the leaves had discovered was corn, though its size left them momentarily doubtful. Now, as the beastmen labored, the cobs revealed their golden kernels, filling the leaves with joy. Yes, it was corn. Corn is also a staple food. With this, they could prepare sustenance to satiate their hunger, particularly when the tribal warriors were unable to hunt. Mo Yin peeled back the corn husk and, upon seeing the golden kernels within, bit into it without a second thought. Instantly, he was grinding his teeth and spitting, exclaiming, "Leaf shaman, this cannot be eaten, it is far too hard to bite." Yezi could not help but laugh. Madwa, it has aged and requires processing before consumption. Of course, one cannot simply bite into it. Chapter 32. Birds the size of wild chickens, so it cannot be eaten directly. Oh dear, my teeth. Yi Wu. Why did you not mention this sooner? In truth, Madwa was not the only one to act so impulsively. Others followed suit, though they lacked Madwa's exuberance. I had not yet confirmed it. How could I inform you? Moreover, who knew you would be so audacious, biting into something unfamiliar? I must tell you, this is not a prudent habit. If it were poisonous, it could cost you your lives. And yet, they had the audacity to blame her, a bunch of fools. Sooner or later, their reckless eating habits would lead them to ruin. They deserve it. Ignore them. Let us discuss what we should do next. In truth, the simplest method for the beastmen to discern edible food was to taste it directly. There have been fatalities due to this practice in the past, prompting the chieftain, Moyen, to forbid such behavior among his tribe. However, they had grown accustomed to this method, and with Yezi's assurance of edibility, they trusted her without a second thought and bit into it. It is truly not their fault. Yezi surveyed the corn, most of which had reached maturity and aged, making them ideal for seeds. Even if they were to be consumed, they would need to be returned to the tribe for processing before they could be eaten. The only task at hand was to instruct the orcs to harvest all the corn and transport it back. Upon receiving the command, Mo Yin and the orcs sprang into action. Their towering stature rendered them far more efficient than Yezi. However, Mo Yin and his companions had an even simpler method. With a flick of their tails, they effortlessly pulled down the lofty corn cobs, grasping them with ease. The leaves were raised in admiration towards Mo Yin and the others, revealing the unexpected utility of their tails. Indeed, they appeared much more agreeable than when first encountered. The corn cobs accumulated on the ground, steadily rising in number, and it soon became a dilemma on how to transport this burgeoning mountain back home. Upon glancing around, Yezi's eyes fell upon the climbing vines, prompting an immediate spark of inspiration. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized one of the vines and tugged. Alas, it would not budge. This predicament was somewhat awkward. However, Yezi, undeterred by the challenge, continued to pull with all her might. Yet, the vine remained steadfast in its original position, showing no sign of yielding. What are you attempting to achieve with that vine, Yezi? Mo Yin approached quietly, observing the determined, yet comical struggle of Yezi, who appeared adorably frustrated. In that moment, he thought her even cuter than the younglings of their tribe. The leaves, somewhat disheartened, released their grip on the vine. I see you have gathered an abundance of corn cobs. It seems rather unrealistic to take them back. I intended to weave them into a basket to carry, but I have overestimated my strength and cannot move them at all. She is but a delicate woman, incapable of bearing burdens or lifting heavy objects. And perhaps it is wiser for her to remain a pampered being, relying on others for sustenance. Yi Wu, your duty is to safeguard the things she tried with your mystical powers. There is no need for you to toil yourself, simply utter your desires, and we shall fulfill them on your behalf. Such labor is not meant for a shaman. In this world, the status of a shaman surpasses all else. They need only to hone their craft and lend their aid when the tribe is in need. Very well, I understand. Suddenly, Yezi experienced a sensation akin to that of a queen. She felt elevated and empowered to command at will. Please assist me in bringing down these vines, she instructed. Let us gather as many as possible so that we may weave several wicker baskets. I observe that these vines possess considerable resilience, crafted into baskets. They should serve us well for an extended period, proving invaluable to the tribe. Without hesitation, Yezi summoned Mo Yin to pull the vines. Indeed, there was no comparison between humans and beastmen. The vines that remained immobile in her hands were effortlessly drawn towards Mo Yin with just a few swift motions. Gazing at Mo Yin's bronze-hued skin, his perfectly proportioned physique, the well-defined muscles, and his flat, sculpted abs, Yezi felt an overwhelming surge of desire for the first time, yearning to touch and discover the sensation. Mo Yin, you witch? In an instant, Yezi regained her composure, casting an awkward glance at Mo Yin. She realized that she had been so entranced by the man before her that she had momentarily lost herself, a rather embarrassing revelation. Hiki, Mo Yin, did you call for me? Yezi's gaze was imbued with fervor, so intense that Moyen, engrossed in his tasks, could not help but notice. When he looked up, he found Yezi staring at him, her expression akin to one starved, beholding a sumptuous feast. It suddenly reminded him of Yezi's earlier complaints of hunger. My apologies, he said. In the midst of my busyness, I completely forgot about your hunger. Please wait a moment. I shall catch some sparrows to roast for you. Thank you. How considerate of this orc, effortlessly alleviating her momentary infatuation with him. Indeed, she was genuinely hungry. Yezi engaged in self-affirmation, and seeing Moyen earnestly set about catching sparrows. She promptly dismissed her earlier thoughts. She crouched down, diligently examining the possibility of weaving the vines into a basket. By the time Moyen returned, Yezi had already begun her crafting. Noticing her concentrated effort, he refrained from interrupting. He prepared the birds nearby, roasting them while observing her intricate weaving technique. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Upon catching a whiff, Yezi immediately abandoned her work in search of food. Wow, it smells incredible. Moyen, did you not go to catch sparrows? Why are you roasting a wild chicken instead? Yezi hastened to Moyen's side, her gaze fixed upon the golden, oil-dripping wild chicken roasting over the fire. Instantly, her mouth watered profusely, and her stomach could not help but emit a series of protesting growls. With a smile, Moyen plucked a leg of meat and handed it to Yezi, saying, "This is a sparrow, not some wild chicken." "What? This is a sparrow?" Yezi exclaimed, her understanding of the world once again reshaped. She marveled at the size of the sparrow, pondering just how large a wild chicken must be. Could it rival an ostrich in size? Alas, she lamented the excessive bones and meager meat, but the flavor was still delightful. Moyen presented the roasted bird meat before her, declaring, "You should eat this one first. The portion is small, and I can roast another to satisfy your hunger." Yezi gazed at the roasted bird, realizing that she would be fortunate to finish even this single piece, let alone another. "Moyen, I cannot consume an entire one. You must be hungry as well. Let the others catch some more to roast and eat first. Once we are satiated, we can resume our tasks." This was the truth. Her appetite was indeed modest. Just these 2 legs of bird meat could suffice to fill her. "One is sufficient. Yiwu, I must insist you eat more. You are far too thin. The young ones in the tribe consume far more than you. Each can devour 2 or 3 birds at once." What could Yezi say? Could she admit that she was outmatched even by those younglings? Moyen, in his oblivion, failed to consider that those were not ordinary younglings. They were serpent hatchlings measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, capable of consuming 2 or 3 sparrows in a single sitting without surprise. "I have a small appetite. Overeating makes me ill, truly. Therefore, you need not prepare an abundance of food for me in the future." Chapter 33. Surrounded by beasts. Upon hearing that Yezi would feel unwell if she overate, Moyen ceased his insistence, contemplating that it was best to let her be. If she grew hungry, she would request food, and he would prepare it promptly. Finally, they could prepare to eat. Heaven knows how torturous it was for them to watch Yiwu enjoy the roasted meat. The aroma was tantalizing. The chieftain, being a glutton, was solely focused on ensuring Yiwu's needs were met, neglecting the plight of the rest of the tribe. Yet, lamenting would yield no results. They resolved to catch sparrows themselves and roast them, for the flavor of these birds was indeed exquisite, and merely inhaling the scent was enticing. Poor sparrows. Not only had their food been stolen by these uninvited guests, but they were also pursued and captured as prey. Initially, they believed the creatures on the ground would be elusive, but unexpectedly, a stray tail would ensnare them in an instant, one by one. The sparrows fell into the hands of the beast men. Soon, bonfires erupted, with sparrows being skewered and roasted, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. However, they were unaware of the perilous nature of barbecuing in such a treacherous environment. As the scent of roasting meat permeated the forest, various beasts were drawn to it, startling the beast men who were already hunting. Where did this aroma come from? Who dares to grill meat in the hunting grounds? Have they a death wish? The various factions, filled with indignation and curiosity, voiced their questions. Such an act undoubtedly disrupted their hunting endeavors. Nevertheless, it was a rule among hunters that one could not return empty-handed. Since the prey had been lured away, they would inevitably follow the enticing scent. However, this would complicate their hunting efforts, as their targets were typically solitary or in small groups. Now, the beasts, attracted by the aroma, had congregated, making it difficult to hunt effectively. Let us follow. The beasts have been drawn away, and we shall seize the opportunity as it presents itself. Leaders from the various tribes issued commands, and soon, beasts converged from all directions. While the beastmen approached Moyen and his companions from every angle, the members of the Ting-Shi tribe remained blissfully unaware, roasting and eating merrily, laughing and enjoying this rare moment of leisure. Indeed, such a leisurely gathering to grill meat had never occurred before. They were always in a rush, hastening to hunt and then returning to the tribe, often starving. This explains why every time they returned from a hunt, the old witch would order a lavish feast to reward them. Yezi observed a boisterous group of men, shaking her head as she continued to weave the wicker basket in her hands. Beside her lay 2 completed pieces. One, crafted by Moyen, though lacking in aesthetic appeal, was undeniably a formed basket. Moyen sat alongside Yezi, sharing in the basket weaving, creating an unexpectedly serene ambience reminiscent of tranquil times. Suddenly, Moyen sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance, where a multitude of birds took flight. No, it was not just one direction. Birds were scattering in all directions. Startled and alarmed, this situation was amiss. Instantly, everyone went on high alert. The orcs, upon hearing Moyen's voice, abandoned their roasted meat, whether finished or half-eaten, and swiftly grabbed their weapons, hastening to join Moyen and Yezi. Yezi released the half-finished wicker basket from her grasp and inquired, Mo Yin, what is the matter? Are we perhaps surrounded by beasts? Mo Yin wished to spare Yezi from fear, yet the circumstances were far from promising. Even if he desired to conceal the truth, he could not, for he sensed a multitude of beasts converging upon them. Upon hearing this, Yezi immediately exclaimed in a state of urgency, is that true? Then we must flee at once. Why are we still standing here? At that moment, she disregarded everything, corn, wicker baskets. Her sole focus was on preserving her life. Believing that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. These matters could be dealt with later. There was no time to waste. They had already been encircled. Moyen, with an inscrutable expression, glanced at the roasted meat on the ground. Likely understanding the cause of their predicament, he silently gazed at the sky, reflecting on his own astuteness, yet acknowledging that even the clever can err. Curiously, he felt no regret at all. What should they do? Were they to wait passively for those wild beasts to come and devour them as mere snacks? Tribe leader. Leaf Witch, that tree over there is sufficiently large and tall. Let us take refuge in its branches and assess the situation from above, suggested Jelly. The group followed Jelly's pointing finger and indeed spotted a robust tree, and without further ado, they all dashed toward it. Climbing trees was child's play for Moyen and his companions. Yezi considered herself quite adept at it as well, yet in comparison to Moyen and the others, she felt woefully inadequate. Moyen, finding Yezi's pace insufficient, noticed the silhouettes of the beasts drawing near. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the collar of Yezi's garment, hoisting her onto his shoulder with ease, and swiftly ascended to higher ground. The sounds of growls and chattering filled the air. Instinctively, Yezi felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Yet the cacophony of various beastly calls surrounding her compelled her to hastily cover her mouth. It was only when Moyen set her down and positioned her on a relatively stable branch that she could discern the situation around them. A multitude of creatures, diverse in appearance and size, encircled the area where they had just been, forming a protective barrier. Neither side dared to make the first move, their roars serving as threats to one another. Suddenly, a creature resembling a squirrel, yet 10 times its size, lunged toward a half-eaten roasted bird. This triggered a frenzy. All the beasts surged forward, and collisions became inevitable. A fierce battle was imminent, with those struck retaliating, and nearby beasts, confused by the chaos, joined the fray. Blood and cries filled the air, the sounds of tearing flesh and beastly roars resonating endlessly. Yezi, pale with fear, clutched Moyen's arm tightly, preventing herself from losing control and falling from the tree. Do not fear, I am here, Moyen reassured her. This was their first encounter with such a scene, and the shock they felt was beyond words. They could only try to minimize their presence, hoping the tumult would soon pass. His simple words succeeded in shattering Yezi's facade of strength. She embraced Moyen tightly, burying her head in his chest, seeking solace. Moyen felt rigid, relieved he had not inadvertently pushed her away in that moment of turmoil. Chapter 34. The Earth Bear Clan. It was the first time a female had come so close to Moyen, and the warmth of her body and the touch of her skin sent shivers through him. A peculiar sensation arose within him, and he found himself momentarily captivated, forgetting the chaos around them. Chief, look, there are people on the periphery. This voice jolted Moyen back to reality. With one arm securely around Yezi, he looked up to see indeed a group of individuals at the edge, and there were more than just one wave of them. Let us observe. It was evident that these were warriors from various tribes, drawn to the hunting grounds, and their presence had inadvertently disrupted the beasts, leading them to follow. Moyen felt no guilt over interfering with their hunt. Such occurrences were part and parcel of hunting in these areas, something they had long since grown accustomed to. With the beasts engaged in battle, casualties were inevitable, and the waiting beastmen were poised to claim the spoils. Soon, one of the beastmen could no longer contain himself. He dashed into the fray with remarkable speed, targeting a beast and dragging it away. The strength of this individual was astounding. The creature weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, yet he effortlessly pulled it along. Finally regaining her composure, Yezi lifted her head and, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim, the beastman's abilities are truly extraordinary. Indeed, they were remarkably formidable. That is the Earth Bear Clan, immensely powerful. Not only can they drag this beast, but they could easily handle one twice its size. Noticing Yezi's swift recovery, Moyen regarded her with newfound respect. It seemed their Leaf Witch was not as timid as he had initially thought. He believed that given time, she would quickly adapt to the survival laws of this world. How impressive! Yezi was astounded. If the figure were to double, it would amount to over 1,000 pounds. The Earth Bear Clan truly deserves its reputation as formidable giants. They are indeed impressive, yet their overly naive nature often leads them to be deceived by people from other tribes. Were they not sufficiently robust, they might have long since ceased to exist. Among them, the Fox Clan stands out as the most cunning, manipulating the Earth Bear Clan to the point where they nearly resemble a subordinate tribe. Is that so, Moyen? If our tribe encounters the Earth Bear Clan in the future, we must earnestly cultivate a friendship with them, ideally integrating them into the Tungsha tribe. Such orcs are best suited for consolidation. Their sincerity and honesty make them unlikely to harm others' interests. The Tungsha tribe is exceedingly weak and requires the incorporation of other Orcish clans to strengthen itself. Yezi holds great hope for the Earth Bear clan. Without a moment's hesitation, Moyen replied, the Tungsha tribe does not permit the inclusion of outsiders. Since he became aware of his surroundings, the tribe has only ever comprised Tungsha. No other orc races have been present, not even other serpentine clans. Why is this? Do you wish to witness the demise of the Tungsha tribe? Moyen, for a tribe to grow strong, it cannot rely solely on stagnation. It must absorb new blood and embrace change. You speak of the Tungsha tribe's prohibition against outsiders, yet what of her? She is not only an outsider but does not belong to this world at all. Yezi, I understand the validity of your argument. Yet these are the words passed down by our Tungsha ancestors, and we must adhere to them. Such deeply ingrained beliefs cannot be altered merely by desire. Even if they recognize the need for change, the Tungsha tribe will only continue to weaken, and they can only comply. When the Tungsha ancestors uttered those words, they surely did not foresee that their descendants would grow progressively weaker, even inferior to other serpentine clans. Had they known, they would not have allowed such persistence to continue. No ancestor wishes for their lineage to languish. After our hunt concludes, I shall earnestly discuss this with the wise old witch. She is a shrewd sage, and I trust she will reflect upon this matter thoughtfully. Summoning her from the modern world indicates that the old witch has not adhered to the ancestral teachings of Tungsha. If she can make an exception once, she can certainly do so again, perhaps even multiple times. Moida gazed sincerely at Yezi and said, Yezi, we hope for your success. The Tungsha tribe is their home, and witnessing its decline weighs heavily on their hearts. As the number of Tungsha people dwindles, without external protection, their demise is inevitable. There is nothing inherently wrong with accepting outsiders, provided they are strong enough to subdue the tribes that join them, transforming them into protectors of the Tungsha tribe, a truly beneficial arrangement. Rest assured, the old witch is an enlightened individual. Once I elucidate the gravity of the situation to her, she will likely acquiesce. Yezi possesses the confidence to persuade the old witch. Yet, we are not concerned solely with the old witch. In addition to convincing her, you must also sway another individual. Once you have succeeded in persuading him, the matter with the old witch will be easily resolved. As Yezi observed the warriors squinting and exchanging glances, her gaze unconsciously shifted towards Moyen. It became evident that the greatest obstacle was not the old witch, but rather the individual standing beside her. Clearing his throat, he resolved to first tackle the immediate predicament, leaving other matters for later discussion with the witch upon returning to the tribe. Moyen was somewhat reluctant to confront reality. The Tungsha clan was an ancient lineage, their ancestors having been one of the 10 great divine beasts of old. To have fallen to such a state was a testament to the clan's inadequacies. Ever since he assumed leadership of the Tungsha tribe, he had been determined to revive its former glory. Unfortunately, the clan had deteriorated too far, despite his lofty ambitions. He could only ensure their survival in this harsh world, with any aspirations of further advancement remaining unattainable. Most critically, for centuries, no member of their tribe had been born with the witch's physique, relying solely on the old witch to uphold their legacy. Yet, every individual inevitably ages. And as the witch continued to grow frail, no one comprehended the immense pressure Moyen bore within. He feared that the witch might not endure. And when that time arrived, the Tungsha clan, devoid of a witch, would find it impossible to persevere solely on his and his kin's efforts. Thus, when he learned that the witch had summoned Yezi, who was not of the Tungsha lineage, in defiance of their ancestors' teachings, he chose to turn a blind eye. In hindsight, it appeared that the witch had indeed been correct, and his initial decision was also justified. Perhaps it was time to heed Yezi's words. As onlookers witnessed the success of the Earth Bear tribe, they began to stir with excitement. Observing the fierce battle of the beasts, it seemed they had become oblivious to the presence of the humans. Consequently, the bolder among them could no longer contain themselves, mimicking the Earth Bear beastmen, rushing onto the battlefield to scavenge the fallen beasts. What tribe might this be? Yezi gazed at a coal-black orc, grotesquely unattractive, charging towards the battlefield, and could not help but inquire of Moyen. That is a black ape man, Moyen explained. They possess naturally dark skin and, akin to the Earth Bear clan, are strength-oriented orcs. However, they are far more intelligent than the Earth Bear tribe. Chapter 35, Dealing with the Wolf Demon. For Yezi, Moyen was now an open book, willingly answering her questions, hoping she would swiftly grasp the nature of the beings inhabiting their environment. The black ape men bore a striking resemblance to the chimpanzees of modern times. It was surprising to discover that they had formed their own tribe here. Leaf once again pointed in a certain direction and inquired, "Is that the tiger clan rushing in over there, resembling a tiger?" Moyen followed Leaf's gesture and beheld a muscular, fierce-looking beastman with a coat of stripes sprinting towards a lifeless wild beast. It was a member of the saber-toothed tiger clan, renowned for their ferocity in battle and their volatile temper, often resorting to physical confrontation at the slightest provocation. This clan was universally acknowledged as one not to be trifled with, and all tribes preferred to steer clear of them. Their impulsive nature and penchant for brawling made them a group to be avoided, and thus, everyone sought to keep their distance, wary of any interaction. Moyen, Do you see that figure over there? Doesn't he look familiar? Is he not the chief of the wolf tribe who managed to escape? Upon Leaf's utterance, the atmosphere among the trees shifted abruptly. All gazes turned solemnly toward the direction she indicated. Upon recognizing the familiar scar, they immediately confirmed it was none other than the leader of the wolf tribe, Wolfshaw. To their astonishment, they had encountered him here. A wretched stray dared to appear in this place. Did he not fear retribution from them? Observe, it seems he is surrounded by werewolves. Has he joined a new wolf tribe? It was evident that within this new clan, his status was not elevated, as 3 or 4 individuals stood before him. Presumably the true leaders. They harbored a deep-seated enmity toward him. Now that fate had brought them face to face, they could not allow him to escape. It would be prudent to eliminate Wolfshaw, for if left unchecked, he would undoubtedly return to exact vengeance upon them. Known for his treacherous nature and long memory for grievances, he would surely seek opportunities to trouble their tribe once more. Having been neighbors for many years, they were well acquainted with his character, and all unanimously agreed that Wolfshaw must not be allowed to live. Jilly stepped forward, declaring, "Chief, allow me to circumvent and deal with him. There is no need for your involvement. It is the perfect opportunity for me to test the new sorcery I have learned." It was not only Mo Yin and the others who harbored a deep hatred for Wolfshaw. She herself held considerable resentment, as the werewolves had instilled the greatest fear in her since her arrival in this world. Now was the time for her to seek vengeance and alleviate her heart's turmoil. "What do you intend to do?" Mo Yin inquired, casting a glance at Leaf cradled in his arms. Truth be told, Leaf did not oppose his closeness, and he found himself reluctant to release her, still feeling as though he were floating on air. In an instant, Yezi's mind went blank. Her lips were mere inches from Mo Yan's, their breaths intertwining audibly, drawing their faces perilously close. An atmosphere of ambiguity enveloped them. While Mo and the others exchanged knowing glances, their smiles imbued with a hint of lewdness. Alas, Yiwu could not escape the grasp of the clan leader. It was a painful realization, suggesting that my chances had evaporated. If it is not meant to be, so be it. Yiwu and the clan leader are truly destined to be together. Clan leader, go ahead and kiss her, will you? If not, allow me the honor. Have you noticed how the clan leader's cheeks have flushed? Hiki. Yezi was the first to falter, awkwardly avoiding Mo Yan's penetrating gaze, her face flushed and feeling particularly warm. Especially when she caught sight of the sinister smiles on Mo Duo and his companions, her embarrassment deepened, and she wished to find a crevice to hide within, utterly mortified. Mo Yin, with a smile gracing his face, regarded Yezi with a tenderness that nearly caused the orc nearby to tumble from the tree in shock. Their chieftain was actually smiling. It was terrifying. Ever since he had assumed leadership of the Tingsha tribe, not a trace of a smile had graced his features. The orcs collectively sighed, acknowledging the allure of the leaf shaman, whose charm had managed to thaw even the millennium-old eyes of their chieftain so swiftly. Yezi feigned a cough, saying, "Ahem, let us be serious for a moment and attend to the pressing matters at hand. When it comes to matters of love and romance, it is imperative that such affairs be conducted in a safe environment." She has no desire to engage in such a thrilling game of love. The words of Yezi bore little impact. The orcs still wore their lewd and defiant grins. However, when Mo Yin cast a cold glance over them, everyone immediately straightened up, no longer daring to display any expression. Yezi marveled at the formidable authority of the clan leader Mo Yin, realizing that even a mere glance could subdue these inhuman creatures. Perhaps it was better to covertly assert her dominance over others. "Mo Duo, may I borrow the stick you have?" The stick in Mo Duo's possession was sharpened at one end and as thick as her wrist, making it an ideal weapon for ambushing the wolf-like beasts. Mo Duo glanced at the stick in his hand, unhesitatingly handed it to Yezi, and casually inquired, "You witch, what do you need the stick for?" With a playful smile, Yezi remarked, "Are you not intent on dealing with the Wolfshaw? No need to intervene. Observe how I shall demonstrate with this wooden stick." Everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for Yiwu was about to utilize Mo Duo's staff to confront the Wolfshaw, and they were determined to watch closely. Yezi glared ominously at Wolfshaw, softly intoning, "The power of nuclear essence, heed my call, lock onto the target, Wolfshaw, and strike with the wooden staff." In an instant, the wooden staff in Yezi's grasp flew from his hand, hurtling directly toward Wolfshaw. Everyone anticipated that the staff would descend upon Wolfshaw's head. But unexpectedly, it veered off course, circling behind him and delivering a resounding blow to his backside. "Oh no!" Wolfshaw yelped in pain, clutching his rear, sending a jolt of terror through the surrounding werewolves. He viciously turned around, bellowing, "Wolfshaw, what madness possesses you? Are you unaware of the consequences of such a cry?" Another voice chimed in angrily, "Wolfshaw, if you seek death, do not drag us down with you." Wolfshaw, pale with agony, could not fathom the identity of the scoundrel who had ambushed him so mercilessly. Yet, amidst the scolding, he faced a grave peril, the wild beasts drawn by his cries were now approaching. Clenching his legs together, he turned and sprinted away in a rather awkward manner, shouting, "It's already too late. If you wish to live, run, run." The werewolves, hearing the commotion behind them, cautiously glanced back, only to be seized by terror, erupting into frantic screams, "Run! Wolfshaw, I swear I'll kill you. You treacherous fiend, do you intend to doom us all? Wolfshaw, as long as I breathe, I shall ensure your demise." In excruciating pain and pursued by a horde of enraged companions, Wolfshaw found himself in a dire situation. with the imminent threat of deadly beasts trailing behind. He had no time to retort and could only focus on fleeing for his life. Yezi stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene before her, and after a moment, she swallowed hard and said, "Heh, do you truly believe that I acted with intent?" Chapter 36, Mo Yin, save me. It wasn't that she felt compelled to explain herself. Rather, the intensity of Mo Yin and the others' gazes was so fervent that even with her back turned to them, she could feel their scrutiny quite distinctly. Simultaneously, Yezi mentally berated the individual who had inscribed the arcane incantation, as she had merely recited the spell as instructed, expecting it to manifest in accordance with its purpose. To her dismay, the wooden staff had suddenly altered its trajectory, striking at an entirely inappropriate target, which she deemed utterly unethical. Yet, why did she find herself harboring a rather exhilarating sense of satisfaction? Yezi shuddered, realizing with a sense of dismay that she had been corrupted. How could she find pleasure in such sordid tactics? Was there not an ounce of decency within her soul? As she felt a weight upon her shoulder, she looked up to find Mo Yin earnestly declaring, "Do not concern yourself with the means. What matters is that the outcome is quite favorable." Indeed, the outcome was commendable. Yezi had not only dealt with the wolf fiend but had also lured the majority of the beasts away from the werewolves. Yezi felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Perhaps this was meant to be a form of consolation, though it was unnecessary. She merely experienced a sense akin to that of a child caught in wrongdoing. Beyond this, there was nothing else. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. Those individuals have already begun to seize the beasts. Do you wish to join in the fray? The werewolves had attracted a considerable number of creatures, while the remaining beasts were either engaged in combat or nursing injuries from prior skirmishes, contemplating escape. Meanwhile, the concealed orcs emerged, targeting the wounded beasts. Moyen instructed Yezi, "Stay here and await our return. Once we have gathered a sufficient bounty, we shall come for you and return to the tribe." Yezi urged the others, "Rest assured, I shall not wander off. Please hurry, do not dawdle. The prey will soon be snatched away." She lamented, "What is the point of running? This place is fraught with peril, teeming with wild beasts and ferocious orcs. What shall I do if I encounter danger out there?" Upon receiving Yezi's consent, Mo Yin and the others swiftly descended the tree trunk. Racing towards the prey they had set their sights on. Although the leaves rested upon the tree, they were not idle. Upon witnessing the orcs in peril, they employed their sorcery to assist them. The orcs, recognizing the aid from the leaves, expressed their gratitude with beaming smiles directed towards the great tree, subsequently emboldened to take decisive action. Soon, other tribes became aware of the peculiar happenings in this vicinity, and they discerned the mystery surrounding the great tree. They conspired to investigate who might be concealed within its branches. In this quest for prey, 7 or 8 tribes participated, venturing into the perilous wilds to seize their quarry. Naturally, such endeavors carried inherent dangers. Yet, upon observing that one tribe seemed to evade these risks, a sense of discontent brewed within the others. Why should they toil and struggle while that tribe faced no such tribulation? If the individuals atop the tree were to face danger, then let it be shared among all. No one should have it easy. Thus, when none were paying heed, an orc, abandoning the hunt, stealthily approached the great tree where the leaves resided, catching them by surprise. To their astonishment, rather than an esteemed figure, they discovered a striking female, leading to a boisterous declaration of fortune. Ha ha ha. Yi, taken aback, wondered when this man had approached her. She had noticed nothing at all. At this moment, escaping seemed rather futile. Most importantly, the tree was quite tall, and she feared that a misstep could lead to a disastrous fall, potentially leaving her injured or worse. "Brother," she implored, "we are merely hunters here. Why must we complicate matters? It would be wiser for you to descend and procure more game for your tribe." In comparison to the prey, she felt insignificant after all. She was not a source of sustenance, and even if she were, there was hardly any meat to be had. Why waste time over her? "My dear beauty," the orc replied, "prey can always be seized, but a female as striking as yourself is a rare find. Come with me, and I assure you, the treatment you receive in our tribe will surpass that of your current one 100-fold. The orc was wholly unmoved by her plea. Such a beautiful female was a rarity, and he intended to take her to his tribe to make her his own. "Alas, brother, please stop. Our chieftain has a volatile temper. If he discovers that you have taken me, it will surely cost you your life." The leaf attempted to intimidate the individual, yet the person remained utterly unfazed, taking a bold stride to leap onto the branch beside her. The leaves quivered in fear, recoiling as her body involuntarily toppled backward. Her mouth agape as she cried out, "Moyen, help." Startled, Moyen, who was grappling with a wild beast, suddenly released his prey, transforming into a dark green serpent and darting toward the towering tree with utmost speed. Alongside him, several serpent beast men, upon hearing Yezi's plea for assistance, abandoned their catches and rushed back to the tree to rescue her. "My dear," he taunted, "if you wish for salvation, it would be wiser to call upon me rather than others. Surely you would not desire to be rendered a hideous creature. Promise to accompany me, and I shall save you." As Yezi's body continued its descent, the orc surprisingly leaped down alongside her, seemingly unperturbed as he took the time to converse with her. Yezi could only utter in her thoughts, "Indeed, he is no human." She had already observed that the orc, who had appeared quite ordinary moments ago, now bore spines protruding from his back. The audacity with which he accompanied Yezi in her fall was bolstered by these very spines, should he desire. He could easily embed them into the surrounding tree trunks, thereby halting his downward trajectory. How is it, she mused, that you are so grotesque? The mere sight of you repulses me. Should I choose to accompany you, I would surely be overwhelmed by your loathsome presence. Yezi's audacity in berating others stemmed entirely from the sight of Mo Yan's formidable serpentine form. Previously filled with trepidation, she now felt an inexplicable joy and reassurance, akin to having a sturdy protector by her side. Wretched creature, once I capture you, I shall ensure your torment is beyond endurance. To be called ugly was one thing, but to be deemed repulsive ignited a murderous intent within her, transforming her gaze into something fiercely malevolent. But that depends on your capabilities. Having previously forgotten self-preservation in her fear, the arrival of Mo Yan restored her composure. Retorting with sharp wit, she declared, the power of nuclear essence, heed my call. Let the tree trunk fracture and strike him. Bang. Are you a witch? How dare you harm Yezi the witch? You seek death. Bang. In response, Mo Yan's furious voice resonated, accompanied by a robust, dark green tail. The beast man, struck by the tree trunk, was flung aside by Mo Yan's tail, crashing against a nearby trunk and sliding down to the ground below. Meanwhile, Yezi found herself cradled securely by Mo Yan's massive serpent form, gently placed upon the earth. Transforming back into his human guise, he inquired with concern, Yezi the witch, are you unharmed? After ensuring her safety with a thorough inspection, he finally relaxed, relieved to see her unscathed. Chapter 37, Celestial Witch. God knows how anxious he felt upon hearing Yezi's cry for help. Terrified that he would be too late to save her. Mo Yan, I am fine. Your arrival was perfectly timed. Thank you for rescuing me. Yezi felt immense gratitude towards Mo Yan. Had he not arrived in the nick of time, she might have truly been captured by that man. Simultaneously, a flicker of joy surged through her, for she could distinctly sense that Mo Yan genuinely cared for her, fearing for her safety. What happened? Are you all right, Yiwu? Others soon arrived, and upon seeing Mo Yan present and Yezi unharmed, they heaved a sigh of relief, inquiring about the circumstances. When it was revealed that someone intended to abduct Yiwu, the beastmen were incensed. They rushed towards the already incapacitated beastman without uttering a word and delivered a fierce kick. Dare to lay hands on our Yiwu? I'll kick you to death. How dare you treat our Yiwu as if she were yours to toy with? You're courting death. I can tell you're no good. Your tribe must be just as vile. I'll remember your face, and from now on, anyone resembling you shall be our tribe's enemy. Alas, how tragic. Yet, she felt no pity for that beast man. Having laid a hand on her master, he deserved such a fate. Halt! Mo Yan bellowed. Those who had cautiously approached were halted in their tracks, trembling as they stepped forward from other tribes. We apologize for the intrusion. We were merely passing by. Please, continue. Oh my, those up in the trees are not to be trifled with, one murmured, wishing to avoid the fate of the already mangled beastman. I too am just passing through. I shall not disturb you. Farewell. Boss, I beg you, never call me for such matters again. I'm not ready to meet my demise. Mo Yan did not press the two further, recognizing they had not yet taken action. Moreover, inciting multiple tribes at once would be unwise. Mo Duo, Jieli, you two guard Yiwu while we procure some prey. Then we may return to the tribe. For safety's sake, Mo Yan decided to leave 2 clan members to protect Yezi. He wished for no further incidents. Rest assured, Chief, we shall safeguard Yiwu. Should anyone dare approach, they shall be met with a taste of serpent's venom, rendering them paralyzed. The skirmish among the beasts dwindled. Some, sensing danger, fled, while others were ruthlessly hunted down by the beastmen of various tribes. A portion was swiftly subdued, becoming near corpses. With everyone mobilized, the opportunity to collect as much as possible was seized. After all, who would ever complain about an abundance of food? Then arose a peculiar scene where 2 tribal beastmen simultaneously targeted a single beast. Naturally, such a situation led to a fierce clash. Following the chaos among the beasts, another tumultuous battle among the beastmen unfolded, remarkably similar to the previous one with the beasts. From Yezi's perspective, the beastmen transformed into their true forms were akin to the beasts, perhaps even more terrifying. The sheer size of these beastmen was reminiscent of prehistoric creatures engaged in combat, providing a visual spectacle that was undeniably thrilling. Yezi was a first-hand witness, immersed in the chaos, and her heart had become desensitized by the overwhelming sights. Indeed, witnessing such events repeatedly had a hypnotic effect, instilling within her the thought, it's not my first encounter. What is there to fear? She felt no trepidation. Instead, she directed Mo Duo to assist her in gathering vines, determined to continue weaving baskets to store the beasts. As for the corn, regrettably, it had been completely submerged in blood during the 2 fierce battles. It was impossible for her to sift through the muck for corn. She could only wait until the fighting ceased to check if there were any survivors in the cornfield. Then, an oddly surreal scene unfolded. Amidst a fierce battle of prehistoric creatures, a young maiden sat quietly crafting a vine basket beneath a large tree, guarded by 2 warriors ensuring her safety. On the other side, a man clad in a cerulean ritual garment observed the unfolding chaos with keen interest. Skywitch, shall we intervene in their battle? One of his companions inquired, restless at the sight of such fervor after many years of absence from such blood-soaked scenes. This is their affair. We are merely passing through. We have no right to interfere. His intrigue lay with the maiden weaving the basket, who also donned ritual attire, yet curiously emitted no trace of mystical energy. In the face of such a bloody spectacle, she remained remarkably composed, occasionally glancing up, her expression radiating tranquility and beauty. Sky Witch, there exists nothing in this world you cannot involve yourself in. I suspect you simply wish to refrain from participation. How about this? Wait here for a moment while I assess the abilities of these young warriors. The Sky Witch, an apex being in this realm, was among the few who had attained such a status. Their powers were capable of ascending to the heavens or shifting mountains and filling seas. Against a skirmish of this level, a mere flick of the Sky Witch's sleeve could easily quell the tumult. Jean Tian perceived the Sky Witch's reluctance to engage. He found it perplexing that if he wished to avoid involvement, why exert so much effort in mastering sorcery to achieve the rank of Sky Witch? Be cautious and maintain restraint. This meant Jean Tian should tread lightly. Although the young warriors appeared valiant, they were not formidable enough to warrant Jean Tian's full strength. Care must be taken not to inadvertently cause harm. Rest assured, I shall temper my strength to match theirs. Jean Tian shot a sidelong glance at Jean Tian. Fully aware of his unreliability as a guardian, he had no desire to squander words on this matter. With a mischievous grin, Jean Tian left behind an illusion and plunged into the fray. Yi Wu, another has entered the battlefield, but which tribe does this one belong to? I have never encountered this race before. Yezi gazed upwards at the newly arrived unicorn on the battlefield, which strikingly resembled a rhinoceros, yet bore subtle differences. First and foremost, in terms of size, it undeniably overshadowed the rhinoceros. This was a point on which Yezi felt no need to elaborate. She had come to realize that this world was akin to an amplified version of the animal kingdom. Everything here was several times larger than what she had previously known, if not more, and she had grown accustomed to such wonders. Furthermore, this beast's skin was not the typical gray or brown of a rhinoceros. Rather, it possessed a hue that was black with a hint of red, emanating an aura of latent power. The assessment of the leaves is that this beast is formidable. Once it enters the battlefield, there are seldom any who can contend with it. Yi finally set down the wicker basket in her hands, furrowing her brow and saying, "This is troublesome. It seems he has sought out Mo Yen." Chapter 38. An intriguing little sorceress on the battlefield. The unicorn engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Tungsha. The other orcs, sensing the shift in dynamics, retreated from the fray, while a few foolhardy ones were unceremoniously kicked out by the unicorn. The chaotic melee subsided, transforming into a duel between the two beasts. The orcs of the Tungsha tribe watched anxiously, eager to rush in and assist Mo Yen. Yet, a voice rang out from the battlefield. "Stay where you are. Do not move. Allow me to familiarize myself with this new acquaintance." "Very well. Show me the prowess of the Tungsha descendant." Tian had not anticipated encountering a descendant of the Tungsha here. For centuries, the world had lost track of the Tungsha clan, and many assumed they had faded into the annals of time. It was a surprise to discover they still existed. This individual clearly recognized the Tungsha, indicating they belonged to an ancient tribe or a lineage-rich clan. After all, the Tungsha had departed from their core territory hundreds of years ago. Realizing this, Mo Yen could not afford to be careless. It was evident he could not defeat this opponent. However, surrender was an impossibility in his world. The concept of defeat did not exist for him. The outcome seemed predetermined. The serpent stood no chance against the unicorn. Curiously, the unicorn appeared to have no intention of concluding the battle immediately. Was it merely toying with the serpent? It was no surprise. Had one never witnessed a cat playing with a mouse? A cat would not strike until its prey was thoroughly exhausted. This was utterly despicable. Killing was one thing, but to engage in such playfulness was even more cruel. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, while the Tungsha warriors were in a frenzy, wishing to rush in and extricate Mo Yen from his predicament. What should we do? The chieftain forbids us from intervening. That unicorn is being excessively tyrannical. It feels like a mockery of our leader. Let us seek out Yi Wu. Perhaps she can devise a solution. Yes, let us find Yi Wu. She may possess the means to resolve this. With no other options, the Tungsha warriors turned to Yi as their last hope, rushing toward her direction. Tianji had arrived at the location where Yi had previously been, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. He was curious to see how the female beneath the tree would respond to such circumstances. As the warriors approached Yi, they opened their mouths to speak, only to be halted by her raised hand. Her gaze swept over the weapons in their hands, finally settling on an orc wielding a bone club. "Yi Wu, do you intend to use this bone club to deal with that unicorn? Take it. You must strike with the same ferocity as you did against the wolf demon." The orc's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they fixed their gaze upon Yi. They vividly recalled her previous display of power and awaited her to unleash her might once more, to rescue their chieftain from peril. With her head adorned with dark lines, Yezi could maintain a semblance of friendship as long as the incident remained unspoken. The intended target of her aggression had undoubtedly been the head. Nevertheless, it seemed futile to explain, having resorted to such a base attack once. Her nefarious reputation was undoubtedly cemented by that group. A true hero refrains from recounting past glories, which now belong to a bygone era. Henceforth, you are all prohibited from mentioning it again? Do you understand? After all, it is not a matter of honor. Should it come to light that she had inflicted harm upon another, it would surely tarnish her image, branding her as a particularly despicable villain. To preserve her reputation, Yezi resolved to wield her authority to prevent the orcs from disseminating tales of her indiscretions. Understood, Yezi, rest assured, we shall remain discreet. In truth, it is of little consequence. Wolf Shah is no paragon of virtue. Your decisive actions against him have only served to bring satisfaction to the masses. Should they learn of it, their admiration for you will only deepen. Indeed, you cannot fathom the thrill we felt. Individuals like Wolf Shah deserve such treatment. Precisely, Yezi. Yiwum. With a mere glance, Yezi silenced the orc warriors, who understood that the witch had no desire to revisit the matter. It seemed prudent for them to heed her wishes. Once she had asserted her dominance over the group, Yezi picked up the bone staff in her hand. Examining it closely, it was undoubtedly an animal bone, albeit polished to resemble a pestle. In her mind, Yezi had already conjured an enchanting vision of a mortar and pestle rendering the unicorn dazed. Without a moment's hesitation, she directed her words towards the unicorn, proclaiming, "Power of the core essence, heed my call, let the bone staff strike the unicorn." The leaf radiated a luminous glow, distinct from the red and blue hues previously observed by the orcs. After absorbing 2 pieces of core essence, the magical aura emanating from the leaf transformed into a brilliant white. As the white light enveloped the bone staff, it slipped from the leaf's grasp and, akin to the last time, surged forth with unwavering precision toward its target. All eyes were fixated on the bone staff, eager to discern whether it would, as before, alter its course at the last moment and deliver an unexpected surprise to the unicorn. The leaves, too, the incantation was learned in accordance with the celestial tome of transformations. She had devoted herself entirely, her thoughts solely focused on summoning the essence of the unicorn's form. Yet, fear gripped her. She dreaded the notion that the bone staff might alter its trajectory, apprehensive that it might, as before, insidiously strike the unicorn's rear, leaving her utterly speechless. At last, the bone staff swiftly approached the unicorn, its presence palpable even to Zhang Tian, who was entangled in combat with Mo Yin. While grappling with his opponent, he contemplated that once the assailant bone staff drew near, he would shatter it with a swift kick. Tianji harbored no concerns for Zhang Tian. If he could not evade such a minor ambush, he would not have been chosen to guard him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the female beneath the tree. He was now certain that she was indeed a witch. Strangely, when she refrained from wielding her witchcraft, she bore no trace of magical essence, resembling an ordinary female. However, when she did invoke her power, her magic emanated with remarkable potency, and the incantations she uttered were laden with peculiarities, imparting an inexplicable sensation as if something additional had been infused. Tianji resolved to remain for the time being and observe. Look, it has shifted positions. It has circled behind the unicorn. It is about to strike its rear. Yiwu widened her eyes, crying out in despair, no. Yet, events unfolded contrary to her wishes. As the bone staff circled behind the unicorn, it struck without hesitation, landing a harsh blow on its posterior. With a roar, the unicorn swiftly transformed into human form, hopping in place while clutching its rear. This spectacle left Tianji utterly astonished. He parted his lips slightly and murmured, "What an unexpected ambush, and from such an angle too. How amusing." Mo Yin likewise reverted to his human form, well acquainted with such antics, and turned his gaze toward Yi Wu and her companions. With her face buried in her hands, Yezi crouched on the ground in remorse. She truly had no intention of launching an attack at that location. She had clearly signaled her intentions. So why the sudden change in direction to strike someone in such an inappropriate manner? Chapter 39. The unparalleled beauty of Tianji. Mo Yin's lips curled into a smirk. Their Yi Wu must feel utterly ashamed now. It seemed she was not very keen on attacking others after all. The surrounding beastmen instinctively squeezed their legs together, shielding their posteriors, for the pain from such a strike would be excruciating. This place was not suitable for lingering. They should hastily carry their catch and depart, leaving behind any other prey for the sake of their modesty. Thus, the beastmen of various tribes hoisted their previously seized game and swiftly retreated from this place of scandal. Oh dear, how could your people be so unscrupulous as to attack others in such a manner? In the depths of battle, he had prided himself on his formidable prowess, boasting a record of 0 defeats that earned him the chance to guard the celestial witch, Tianji. For centuries, he had lost count of the duels he had fought, always the one to bully others into submission. But this was the first time he had been so grievously wounded. It was both painful and utterly humiliating. That fellow Tianji did not even bother to shield him. Perhaps he was lurking somewhere, mocking him. This was indeed a tremendous loss of face. Mo Yin, suppressing a chuckle, interjected, "I apologize. She did not act with intent. I believe her target was certainly not you. It must have been an unfortunate accident." Mo Yin resolved to impose a strict silence on the matter. The incident of Yi Wu attacking the wolf Shah must not be disclosed, lest it be deemed intentional. Speaking of which, what was the nature of Yi Wu's witchcraft? The old witch, her mentor, had never resorted to such underhanded tactics in all these years. Do you not find this situation to be inappropriate? Oh, the pain is unbearable. In a duel, fairness and justice should prevail. Yet you tribesmen seem to disregard the code of honor entirely. Have the small tribes abandoned all sense of decorum in their battles? Is there no longer any semblance of the rules that should govern a duel? There is nothing amiss. She acted out of concern for me. Moreover, esteemed elder, your advantage over the weak is hardly justifiable. Yi Wu was not mistaken. Had it not been for her desire to assist him, she would not have intervened. This individual was evidently superior to her, and challenging him to a duel was merely an act of mockery. Were it not for the insurmountable odds against him, he would have resolved the matter himself long ago. What does it mean to bully the weak with strength? Have I not tempered my prowess to align with yours? How then is this an act of oppression? Jean Tian resolutely refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Should word of this circulate, it would be far more humiliating than any trivial embarrassment. Only you, esteemed senior, would believe such a claim. While my strength may be restrained, my combat experience and skill are quantifiable. Were I of your age, such discrepancies would not exist. The implication was clear. I am still youthful and inexperienced in battle. Thus, even with a tempered prowess, competing with me would still constitute an unfair advantage. There was no fault in this assertion. And Jean Tian found himself at a loss for words. Nowadays, even the young ones possess such sharp tongues, leaving him somewhat abashed. Very well, very well. Your people have ambushed me, so we are even now. Neither of us owes the other anything. Damn it. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have refrained from involving myself. The pain is unbearable. Mo Yin sought this very acknowledgement, and without further ado, he strode toward Yi Wu and her companions. The hour was growing late, and they needed to return to the tribe. Little witch, did you learn your sorcery through guidance? Who is he? How did he arrive? I sensed nothing at all. The sudden voice startled everyone, and upon turning, they beheld a figure standing before Yi Wu, prompting immediate caution as they instinctively shielded her behind them. The leaves, no longer concerned with their shyness, lifted their heads and were instantly awestruck, yearning to exclaim, "Goodness! What a handsome gentleman!" This was the most extraordinarily attractive man she had ever encountered. Oh my, why did she suddenly feel a sense of inferiority? Yezi discovered that she could scarcely find the words to describe the extraordinary beauty before her. Any comparison to the likes of Pan and would be a gross affront. It was astonishing that someone so strikingly handsome could be devoid of companions, as there was not a soul in his vicinity. Resolutely, Yezi decided that she would befriend him. "Hello, handsome," she exclaimed, ensuring her smile was appropriately charming and her greeting graceful and poised, presenting herself in the most impeccable light possible before the dashing figure. "Hee, little one, you are indeed quite amusing," he replied, as it was his first encounter with a female who could maintain her composure in his presence, even smiling and greeting him. "What, little one? Is he looking down upon her?" Yezi straightened her posture and said, "Handsome, you don't seem that old, yet you speak with such a demeanor of aged wisdom. Where exactly do you perceive youth in me, Tianji's joyful laughter seemed to possess an infectious quality, mesmerizing the orcs of the Tingshi tribe, who had never witnessed a male capable of such captivating laughter. Ahem, Mo Yin, with a disapproving gaze, suddenly positioned himself in front of Yezi. Where had the striking male come from? His beauty was almost ethereal, and it was evident that Yi Wu was staring at him, nearly drooling. This was unacceptable. Mo Yin, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Desire is a natural inclination. I am merely appreciating this unparalleled beauty, and you are ruining the moment by obstructing my view. I am here to protect you. Mo Yin replied with unwavering conviction. Preventing Yi Wu from being ensnared by such an excessively alluring male was a form of safeguarding her. After all, a creature that appeared particularly enticing to females was often the least trustworthy. Are you jesting with me? You couldn't even contend with a mere finger of mine. Yet you have the audacity to speak of protection in front of Tianji. Do you not believe that with a mere flick of his sleeve, he could render you to ashes? Jean Tian, rubbing his backside as he approached, listened to Mo Yan's words and thought that this young man was utterly oblivious to his surroundings, despite Tianji's seemingly harmless demeanor. Provoking him could lead to 100 methods of ensuring one's demise without a trace. Such strength. Yezi gazed incredulously at the strikingly handsome man before her, whose beauty seemed almost celestial. It was one thing to possess such striking features, but to also wield such extraordinary power was truly disheartening. One might think he was born solely to intimidate others. Do not heed his words. I rarely resort to violence. Tianji maintained his composed and refined demeanor, as if the terrifying entity spoken of by Jean Tian were not him at all. If he were to act, it would indeed align with his assertion. How formidable. The leaves have transformed into an infatuated admirer, and within her heart stirs an impulse to seek the support of a powerful ally. If such a formidable figure existed in this world, what fear could she possibly harbor? As long as one is willing to exert effort, one's future achievements shall not be inferior to mine. This young witch possesses an innate ability to conceal her magical powers, a feat even I, as a celestial witch, cannot achieve. Moreover, her spells are rather peculiar, the source of which remains a mystery, further piquing Tianji's interest in Yezi. Alas, who knows when that day will come? These individuals continually paint grand visions for her, yet the reality must be tangible for her to savor. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Tianji seldom bestows such high praise upon anyone. I am curious to discover the individual who can elicit such regard from him. Chapter 40. The Celestial Witch and the Fox Queen. Suddenly, a sultry voice, beguiling to the core, pierced the air, followed by a tempestuous wind that sent leaves and grasses swirling about. Mo Yin and his companions were tossed about by the gusts, yet Tianji stood resolute, unyielding to the chaos. Yezi, being the lightest among them, would have been swept away had it not been for Mo Yin's firm embrace. Even so, she could not escape the discomfort, feeling as though the wind had singled her out, chilling her exposed skin. The whirling leaves sharpened, inexplicably bypassing the others to encircle Yezi and Mo Yin, leaving them with wounds upon their skin. Tianji furrowed his brow, gesturing with a sweeping motion that instantly dissipated the assault of the leaves, enveloping the two in a protective barrier. Why has this troublesome woman pursued us once more? The Fox Queen, a being as formidable as Tianji, was revered by the entire Fox clan. Beyond safeguarding the clan's well-being, her greatest ambition lay in capturing Tianji's heart. Zhan Tian, old friend, practice some restraint in your words. You know my patience has been entirely devoted to Tianji. This vexatious woman dared to threaten him, yet Zhan Tian, ever unyielding, showed no fear of her intimidation. Have I spoken in error? For how many years have you relentlessly pursued us? Is this truly amusing to you? Many admire Tianji, yet you are the most bothersome, clinging like a stubborn adhesive. You are mistaken. It is I who pursues Tianji. You lack the standing to claim otherwise. Zhan Tian spat dismissively and continued, I am Tianji's protector. If you persist in your pursuit, will I not be dragged into your entanglement? There are many honorable men in this world. Could you not show some mercy and spare our celestial witch? If he truly cherished you, would your pursuit span centuries? Why can you not resign yourself to the truth? Tianji has explicitly rejected the Fox Queen countless times, yet she remains obstinate, seemingly deaf to his refusals. Her audacity surpassing even that of a man. Yezi finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that a certain enchanting figure, the Grand Marshal Tianji, had attracted a pursuer, one who had been rejected in the past. Yet, what right did she have to vent her frustrations upon them? It was no wonder that the illustrious Tianji held no affection for her. Even before making her appearance, Yezi had already developed a disdain for this woman. Based solely on her disregard for others' feelings, Yezi concluded that this woman was of ill repute, and it was indeed justified that Tianji found her unappealing. You are correct. He has turned me down numerous times, the woman conceded, but what of it? At our level of cultivation, time is the least of our concerns. I possess an abundance of time to showcase my merits to Tianji. Suddenly, petals began to cascade from the sky, and the woman, who had previously been only a voice, gracefully descended amidst the floral shower. Undeniably, she was a beauty, one of those captivating sirens born with an allure, but not a single soul present felt inclined to admire her. Tianji and Zhan Tian, seasoned acquaintances of the Fox Maiden, regarded her with indifference, having long since grown accustomed to her presence. The members of the Tengsha tribe, having suffered at her hands before, could not bring themselves to appreciate her beauty, regardless of how striking she might be. Thus, one must wonder, what was the purpose of such an ostentatious entrance? Was it mere self-amusement? If so, Yezi could only concede that she had indeed succeeded. The moment the woman emerged, her gaze fixated intently on Tianji, her expression one of obsession, nearly poised to leap into his arms. No, it was not merely a matter of nearly. The next instant, the Fox Maiden boldly lunged toward Tianji, her target clearly nestled within his embrace. The sight of the leave shattered her worldview. My goodness. Such a direct approach of throwing oneself into someone else's embrace, this was her first encounter with such audacity. If Tianji were to refuse her advances, would she still possess any shred of dignity? Would Tianji step aside? Undoubtedly, he would. Without hesitation, Tianji skillfully evaded the Fox Princess, coldly uttering, Fox Princess, please maintain your self-respect. Zhan Tian smirked, realizing that the Fox Princess would inevitably repeat her attempts to cling to him, only to be rejected time and again by Tianji. Yet she seemed to revel in this futile pursuit, which left him somewhat astounded. Tianji, if you were to accept her, wouldn't she then learn to respect herself? The Fox Princess lamented, casting him a look of feigned abandonment, her eyes glistening with unspoken longing. I have made it abundantly clear that we are not destined to be together, Fox Princess. It is time for you to recognize your limits, Tianji replied, dismissing her obsessive pursuits with a hint of disdain. He longed for this woman to vanish from his sight. Then who are you destined for? Her? The Fox Princess abruptly pointed at Yezi, her eyes blazing with jealousy, sending a shiver down Yezi's spine. Please, do not wrongfully accuse me. This is my first encounter with the esteemed Tianji. Instinctively, Yezi sensed that this woman was dangerously unhinged. If she did not clarify the misunderstanding, the Fox Princess might resort to entangling her in the same manner she pursued Tianji, which would surely lead to dire consequences for Yezi. Unlike Tianji, who seemed to exercise caution around this madwoman, Yezi would have no such reprieve. She was certain of being tormented to the utmost. I cannot afford to provoke her. Yezi thought, I want to engage with Tianji. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Instead, you might ponder why he does not favor you. Mo Yin wrapped his arms around Yezi, asserting his claim, while simultaneously demonstrating to the Fox Princess that Yezi posed no threat to her pursuit of Tianji. To deter this madwoman's incessant advances, Yezi obediently nestled into Mo Yin's embrace, recognizing her own inadequacy. A moment of submission seemed harmless. Once she grew stronger, she would not let the recent inexplicable affront to them go unpunished. Ah, so you are indeed a couple. How foolish of me to misjudge the situation. Tianji, do you not envy this life of blissful companionship? Look at them, relying on one another for warmth and solace. It is truly delightful. The Fox Princess envisioned herself in that tender embrace with Tianji, her heart blooming with joy at the thought. She believed she and Tianji were the most perfect pair in existence. Fox Princess, I have been clear in my intentions, and I wish to say no more. After 5 centuries of entanglement, you should grasp my resolve. Should you persist in your delusions, so be it. The outcome shall remain unchanged. If there were anyone in this world whom Tianji despised, it would undoubtedly be the Fox Princess. Each time she appeared, the warmth of his usually amiable smile faded into cold indifference. Zhang Tian was puzzled. How could the Fox Princess not perceive the evident shift in his demeanor? As a once mighty celestial witch, she had once held an exalted position in the world, yet she was now reduced to such depths for an impossible desire. Zhang Tian marveled at her unwavering persistence. There were times he wished to advise Tianji to acquiesce to her whims to spare himself from her relentless pursuit. There is a saying, what one cannot attain is often what one yearns for the most. Perhaps if she were granted her wish, they would discover the truth of her affections for Tianji. Of course, this was merely Zhang Tian's fanciful notion. Tianji would never consent to such an arrangement. And he had never witnessed anyone so shamelessly pursue a multitude of suitors while simultaneously declaring an unyielding devotion to a single one. Chapter 41. Caught in the crossfire, the Fox Princess possessed a countenance so thick-skinned that it could rival the ancient city walls. Her audacity was unparalleled. You reject me again. Tianji, what do I lack that makes me unworthy of you? You are a celestial witch, as am I. There are only 3 of us in existence. If you do not choose me, will you opt for that old hag Sui instead? A celestial witch is perfectly suited for another celestial witch. In this world, there are only the 3 of us. With our ageless beauty, who else could Tianji possibly choose if not me? Fox Princess, you misunderstand the nature of love. Your obsession stems merely from your unwillingness to accept rejection. Leave now. I have nothing more to say to you. One day, you will realize that I, Tianji, am not your destined partner. The Fox Princess glared at Tianji, her heart ablaze with indignation. Rejected once more. She felt as though he extended his compassion to all but her, revealing him to be the coldest of souls. Very well, Tianji. Let it be known that you shall never again cross my path. With a swift turn, she attempted to depart. But Yezi caught a glimpse of malice and ill intent in her eyes, and it appeared that the target of such animosity was none other than herself. The leaves rustled ominously, and before one could brace for the impending chaos, they uncontrollably slipped from Mo Yan's embrace, soaring towards the Fox Princess. Yezi cried out in terror. Help! Mo Yan, filled with rage, exclaimed, You witch! Tianji interjected, Fox Princess, release her. Zhang Tian retorted, You shameless woman, why are you abducting that little witch? The members of the Tungsha tribe shouted anxiously and angrily, Release our you witch. The Fox Princess ignored their pleas and vanished with Yezi before their very eyes, prompting Tianji to pursue her immediately. Zhang Tian, naturally, followed suit. However, just as he raised his foot to go, Mo Yan seized him, insisting, Take me along. I must find her. The others, including Madwa, hurried over and surrounded Zhang Tian, pleading, We want to join you in rescuing the you witch. Zhang Tian was overwhelmed. You are all too weak. Bringing you will only delay my pursuit. I can take one person at most. Any more is out of the question. He felt powerless. In a sense, that little witch was suffering because of Tianji, and it was only right that she was taken by the Fox Princess. Unfortunately, his slow pace had led to her capture. Take me with you, Mo Yan asserted decisively, then turned to Madwa and the others, commanding, Return to the tribe with the prey and inform the elder witch of the situation. Assure her there is no need for concern. I will bring the you witch back safely. Madwa, rarely addressing Mo Yan as brother, instead calling him chief, felt conflicted as he witnessed his brother leave for the sake of the you witch, unsure of what to do. The warriors of the Tungsha tribe echoed, Chief. They were filled with unease. With the you witch taken and their chief about to depart, they felt as if their world was crumbling. What would become of the Tungsha tribe if their chief left? Enough chatter. Guard the tribe and await our return. With that, Mo Yan fixed a resolute gaze upon Zhang Tian. Let us go and pursue them. With the matters of the tribe addressed, Zhang Tian hesitated no longer, grabbing Mo Yan's arm, and they soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. What shall we do? How do we explain this to the elder witch? Who will manage our future hunting activities? These warriors, though valiant, were accustomed to Mo Yan's leadership. With their anchor suddenly gone, they were left in a state of disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Do not panic. We shall act according to the chief's instructions. We can consult the elder witch upon our return for guidance. Madwa, though anxious himself, understood he had to stabilize the morale of the tribe. As Mo Yan had said, they must protect the Tungsha tribe until he and the you witch returned. Meanwhile, after Mo Yin and Yezi's departure, Yezi was on the verge of despair. Why have you captured me, beautiful one? Please let me go. My companions will be worried sick. Had she not clarified that she would not compete with Tianji for his affections? Why did this woman still harbor anger towards her? The fox princess cast a bewitching glance at Yezi and remarked, you can only blame your misfortune for crossing paths with me. Tianji, ever compassionate, cannot resist helping others in distress. Now, having been entangled in this situation, you have become my captive, and he will certainly not abandon you to your fate. I await his approach to demand your release. Rest assured, as long as you comply, I vow not to harm you. However, should you attempt any tricks, do not blame me for being ruthless. You ought to recognize that I am a woman of my word. Do not argue about the might of the strong over the weak. Her relentless training was all aimed at ascending to the pinnacle of the world, where she could act freely and without constraint. The leaf hurriedly transformed. Cooperate, cooperate. I shall certainly cooperate. Absolutely no tricks. Dare she? The celestial witch, the most formidable entity in the realm of sorcery, could effortlessly crush her with a mere flick of her fingers. In the presence of such a powerful figure, it would be wise for her to keep her trivial schemes to herself. Humph, at least you are perceptive. Yezi pouted in frustration. What could she do if she was oblivious to her situation? Until the dashing Tianji arrived to rescue her, her only option was to endure. The fox maiden cast a fleeting glance at Yezi, appreciating her compliance, which spared her considerable trouble. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling stirred within her. I warn you, do not attempt any tricks. As a celestial witch, once I set my sights on you, no matter how far you flee, I can effortlessly track you down. My power allows me to extinguish your life as easily as one might crush an ant. I understand. You are a celestial witch possessing unparalleled abilities. Before you, I am but a mere shrimp. Who would dare to scheme? Yezi protested. Genuinely innocent and devoid of ulterior motives, feeling the weight of the fox maiden's suspicion. How unfortunate she was to encounter such a formidable and capricious woman. The more the fox maiden observed Yezi, the more irksome she found her. It was inexplicable, but the way Yezi smiled so obediently grated on her nerves. With a decisive flick of her sleeve, Yezi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, only to be dragged along by the fox maiden. When she regained consciousness, she was jolted awake by the bitter cold. Her eyes fluttering open to reveal a landscape blanketed in snow. As she surveyed her surroundings, she spotted the fox maiden seated by a crackling fire, with another individual roasting meat beside her. Fox G, it seems the one you captured has awakened, said Hu Bin, the guardian of the fox maiden, who had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Zhang Tian over matters concerning the fox maiden and Tianji. His strength was on par with Zhang Tian's, and he was the man whom the fox maiden desired most, yet he remained resolute in his role as her protector without advancing their relationship further. Now that you are awake, come and eat something. I have no desire to witness a corpse when Tianji arrives, she remarked, clearly addressing herself. Yezi, still dazed, struggled to her feet and limped toward the fire, mentally cursing the fox maiden. This deranged woman had abducted her, knocked her unconscious, and now she found herself injured. Who else could be to blame but her? Yezi quietly inscribed another note in her small notebook for the fox mistress. A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. Fox mistress, await your reckoning. As for the present, the fox mistress did not wish for Tianji to witness a lifeless body, nor did she desire her own demise. Thus, there was no need for pleasantries. First, she must ensure her own well-being. Yi sat down unceremoniously beside the bonfire, her eyes drawn immediately to the roasted meat skewered nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized a piece, oblivious to its nature. You are rather unconventional, Hu Bin remarked. Somewhat astonished by Yi's brazen behavior, he had never witnessed a captive exhibit such a lack of decorum. Before Yi could respond, however, Hu Ji's displeasure flared. In a fit of irritation, she delivered a swift kick to Yi, sending her sprawling into the snow, causing the roasted meat to tumble from her grasp and land upon the ground. Enraged, Yezi promptly forgot her previous concerns and exclaimed loudly, "What are you doing?" It was the fox lady who had invited her to partake in a meal, so what could possibly justify this sudden kick? This wretched woman is far too capricious. Fox lady, what madness has seized you? Foxbin's eyes blazed with indignation. What was the purpose of kicking someone for no reason? You care for her, Foxbin. But do not forget whose guardian you are. The fox lady could not abide Foxbin showing kindness to anyone, especially not to a female, not even allowing a simple exchange of words. Yezi seethed in frustration, feeling unjustly entangled once more. Was this madness spurred by jealousy? Whom did this deranged woman truly favor? Was it Tianji, or perhaps a man named Hu Bin? No, she had no right to take out her wrath on Hu Bin, especially since it was she who had brought him into the fray. Without uttering a single word, she had already dragged him into this conflict. Was such treatment not utterly outrageous? Hu Bin's countenance darkened with anger. This had happened time and again. Whenever a female was in his vicinity, Hu Jie would invariably concoct various excuses to eliminate her. Yet this female had been captured by none other than herself, and over a mere comment, she erupted into fury. He was completely fed up with it. You dare to scold me on her behalf? The illogical reasoning of this madwoman was beyond comprehension. Yezi longed to inquire which of her eyes had witnessed Hubin scolding Hujie for her sake. Alas, she refrained, realizing it was prudent to remain silent and invisible, otherwise the deranged woman would unleash her wrath upon her. Despite the pain in her body and the inability to move her feet, Yezi desperately gathered the roasted meat from the ground and crawled away from the tempestuous woman. You are utterly unreasonable. Hubin sat sullenly by the fire. Observing Yezi's desperate struggle for survival, and an involuntary pang of pity stirred within him for this innocent female. She was so blameless, merely caught up in Hujie's selfish desires. And he could only hope that Hujie would not go too far, lest she ruin someone in her reckless games. Tianji refuses to accept me. And you deem me unreasonable as well. Ha ha ha. I am undeniably the most exceptional female in this world. Are you all blind to my worth? Why can you not see my merits? Yezi huddled to the side, gnawing on roasted meat, while internally lamenting. You are undeniably exceptional, yet also disturbingly twisted. Whether it is Tianji or this Hubin, if either were to accept you, that would truly be a folly. At this moment, Yezi felt utterly exhausted, pained, and famished. If she did not consume something soon, even the Fox Princess would not be the one to torment her, as she would be on the verge of demise herself. Fox Princess, you have never contemplated the flaws within yourself, only knowing how to incessantly blame others. Are you aware that the root of all these issues lies within you? Was Tianji always like this towards you? Do you recall when you first met? The two of you were inseparable confidants, so why did Tianji subsequently refuse to face you again? Tianji possesses striking looks, attracting countless females wherever he goes. And the Fox clan is no exception. Because of this, the Fox Princess has slain numerous females of her kind. It was only upon witnessing the Fox Princess's venomous demeanor that Tianji distanced himself and ceased to be close to her. Yet the Fox Princess remains unrepentant, continuing her reckless ways. Such occurrences extend beyond Tianji. He is not exempt either. Every time Hubin recalls those females who perished unjustly because of her, he is filled with remorse. If he feels this way, how much more so for the kind-hearted Tianji? What wrong have I committed? Those wretched women were vying for Tianji's attention. I am not blind. Tianji, with his gentle nature, fails to reject them, leading those shameless beings to believe they still have a chance. When I eliminated them, was it not a relief for Tianji? The Fox Princess fails to understand why Tianji, who clearly despises those females, still greets them with a smile. Unlike her, who resorts to murder, seeing who would dare approach again. But can you truly kill them all? Tianji is a celestial witch. Whenever there is a calamity that requires resolution, he will unhesitatingly offer his aid. This world is not lacking in females. And the pursuit of beautiful love is a right inherent to every individual. Tianji is so remarkable that attracting females is inevitable. As long as he does not reciprocate, they remain mere pursuers. Why must you eradicate them all? Do you realize the weight of guilt Tianji bears for those females you have slain? They perish because of him. Do you believe he could ever harbor affection for you? The greatest regret of Hu Bin's life is becoming the protector of the Fox Princess. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to distance himself from her. No, it is not like that. They are so bothersome and irritating. Tianji must surely despise them. I merely alleviated his troubles. Yezi truly wished to avoid hearing such things, yet the voices of those two were rather loud, forcing every word into her ears. Indeed, the Fox Goddess was a perverse creature. Her possessiveness was astonishingly intense, to the extent that she would not permit any females to linger around Tianji, eliminating them all. She was, without a doubt, a female tyrant. Reflect on this yourself. I shall fetch some warm water for that female, lest she succumb to the cold, which would make it difficult to explain to Tianji later. This was also a veiled attempt to clarify to the Fox Goddess that he harbored no ulterior motives regarding the female she had captured, but merely wished to prevent the rift between the Fox Goddess and Tianji from deepening. The Fox Goddess found herself in a tumultuous state, her mind a battleground of Hu Bin's words and her original intentions clashing vehemently. Subconsciously, her own thoughts often prevailed, leading her to believe she was in the right, while others were at fault. What wrong had I committed? Those wretches covet what does not belong to them. Should they not be eliminated? Yes, I am blameless. It is Tianji, swayed by his own kindness, who has misconstrued my intentions. In this world, what use is kindness? Merely a futile emotion. For they are already exalted beings whose desires ought to be indulged without restraint. Yes, it is Tianji who fails to see reality. If only she could clearly articulate her thoughts to him, his intelligence would surely lead him to understand. Chapter 43. This madwoman wants to kill me after successfully convincing herself. The Fox Goddess lifted her gaze and saw Hu Bin crouched before Yezi, attentively offering her water with eyes full of concern. Instantly, fury surged within her. What are you doing? As the leaves trembled, she exclaimed, what on earth have I done to provoke this madwoman again? Even Hu Bin, gripping the bamboo tube, could not suppress a tremor in his hand, causing boiling water to spill, but he immediately stood to clarify. Her health is exceedingly frail. I merely offered her some warm water to prevent her from succumbing to the cold. Does she truly require your concern? It appears you harbor feelings for her. Deliberately using the guise of delivering water to get closer, am I correct? Goodness, is offering water now a cause for such misunderstanding? Is there no respite for me? It is but a misunderstanding, celestial witch. I am a woman devoted to my partner, unwavering in my affections, not one to flit from one man to another. I have no thoughts of him. He simply provided me with warm water, nothing more. Given that I am already committed, I would not covet your man. Therefore, I implore you to clear your mind and leave me be. Do you presume me a fool? Can I not discern your innocence? If you had a man, he would have long since ceased to exist. Good grief, is that so evident? Ye's mind raced with thoughts. Clearly aware that this deranged woman could not comprehend the notion of a pure friendship between men and women. What excuse should she devise? Heavenly witch, I am unlike others. I place great importance on the first experience shared between females. I wish to reserve it for someone I truly cherish. Someone with whom I am certain I will spend my life. My relationship with Mo Yin is merely romantic at this stage. I have yet to ascertain whether he is the one I will be with for eternity, hence I have not entrusted that to him. Therefore, you see, I am genuinely devoted and will not engage frivolously with others. You need not worry about me. Oh, how unpleasant it is to be forced to speak falsehoods with open eyes. You resolved that regardless of the propriety of that arcane tome, she would learn the sorcery inscribed within it, as long as it could empower her and enable her to confront others. Are you insinuating that I am not sufficiently devoted and indulge in chaotic romantic entanglements? Yi was taken aback. By the heavens, she truly harbored no such thoughts. How could this woman possess such an extraordinary capacity for imagination? No, absolutely not. Celestial witch, I beseech you to spare me. I am but an ordinary female. My sole aspiration is to live a simple life, devoid of any ulterior motives. This is utterly absurd. Had she not pleaded for mercy, would it have been so difficult? Woe is me. Her plight is overwhelming. Hu Bin, unable to bear the sight any longer, spoke up in defense of Yi, Fox Princess. Please do not make things difficult for her. Fox Princess, are you speaking on her behalf? Yezi, brother, I implore you to cease your incessant chatter. It is driving me to the brink of despair. Are you truly unaware of your woman's erratic mind? Clearly, Hu Bin has yet to comprehend the complexities of Hu Ji's thoughts. Faced with her nonsensical ramblings, he found himself rendered speechless. You indeed treat her with a unique tenderness. Possessing such a beguiling visage, she is a source of mischief. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate her swiftly. Goodness, who is truly the temptress here? Her face is merely delicate, nothing more. So how can it be deemed a curse? At this juncture, Yezi felt it unnecessary to endure any further. Persisting in silence would yield no satisfaction, and that would be utterly unwise. Coming to a resolution, she rose abruptly from the ground and unleashed a torrent of invective. You were truly deluded, perpetually fearing that others might covet your man. Is this man so easily taken? In this world, one finds both men and women. Do you genuinely believe that your presence alone can deter other women from approaching him? Furthermore, you cannot even promise fidelity yourself. By what right do you demand that your man remain chaste for you alone? Additionally, I have discerned that neither the dashing Tianji nor this handsome Hu Bin belongs to you. I find it laughable. They have no ties to you. So what gives you the authority to dictate who may or may not be near them? Preoccupied with threats and violence, what has been the result? People regard you as a harbinger of doom. Have you not considered reflecting on your own conduct? You lash out indiscriminately, yet you are a fox, not a rabid dog. I have neither provoked nor entangled myself with you, yet I find myself ensnared in your torment. Even when I plead for mercy, you still seek my demise. I see you as nothing more than a remorseless killer. The leaves were parched with thirst, and after a furious outburst, they found themselves dry and parched. With a glare, they directed their ire towards the fox spirit, panting in exasperation. Are you done? The fox spirit's countenance was as frigid as ice, and a seething anger coursed through her veins. Never had she felt a desire as intense as now to utterly annihilate another. Indeed, this female had successfully provoked her. Unless she tore this female to shreds today, her heart's resentment would remain unquenched. The leaves, unwilling to yield, retorted, to be honest, no. Were it not for her current state of cold, hunger, exhaustion, and the intense pain coursing through her body, she could have scolded the fox spirit for 3 days and nights. Very well, she would reserve her vitriol for the depths of hell. Hu Bin directly obstructed Yezi's path, declaring, Fox spirit, you cannot kill her. If you do so, how will you explain it to Tianji? Step aside. I am a celestial witch. I need not account for taking a life, she insisted. Today, she was determined to slay this audacious female. And even if Tianji were present, he would be unable to thwart her. Fox spirit, you cannot continue down this erroneous path. Before Hu Bin could finish his words, the fox spirit swatted him aside, her palm transforming into a lethal claw, drawing Yezi uncontrollably towards her. My life is forfeit. The leaf, fully aware of its impending doom, closed its eyes, not wishing to reveal the terror that lurked within to the madwoman. With Tianji absent, there was no one to thwart this deranged woman from taking her life. The leaves rustled, and suddenly, she felt an overwhelming longing for home, yearning for her parents and Gary. Despite their occasional insistence on her marrying, their love for her remained unwavering. The thought of her inexplicable disappearance would surely bring them profound sorrow, and now, faced with the imminent threat of death, she feared she might never see them again. Yet, contrary to her expectations of pain, she felt a sudden tightening at her waist, as she fell into an embrace imbued with a faint scent of bamboo. Do not fear. For I am here, no one shall harm you. Tianji. With joy illuminating her face, Yezi opened her eyes to behold the striking visage before her. As if awakening from a distant dream, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Why did it take you so long to arrive? This madwoman is trying to kill me. I am utterly terrified. Although Yezi was aware that weeping in the presence of an unfamiliar man was rather undignified, she could not suppress her fears. She truly feared for her life. Just moments ago, she had felt death looming perilously close, and the thought of it frightened her immensely. Dare to call me a madwoman, and I shall end you. She seethed, her anger boiling over as she witnessed Tianji holding Yezi in his embrace. How infuriating it was that this woman had the audacity to insult her in front of Tianji. Chapter 44, Master Tianji. The battle between the celestial witches was a silent confrontation, devoid of the need for the pre-fight chants that Yezi and her companions employed. One could only observe the fluid movements of the combatants as their magical energies clashed in luminous beams through the air. Tianji's magical aura shimmered in a pristine azure hue, pure and unblemished, akin to the clear waters of a serene lake. In stark contrast, the fox spirit's magical energy was of a deeper, more ominous brown, reminiscent of congealed blood, evoking an oppressive atmosphere that mirrored her very essence. With a dark and brooding contemplation, Yezi pondered whether to seize the opportunity for revenge, particularly after enduring the torment inflicted by the fox maiden. Resolute in her decision, she softly murmured within Tianji's embrace, "The power of the core essence, heed my call. You are a celestial witch, your magical prowess is futile against her. Remain docile, and I shall exact your vengeance." Yezi relinquished her efforts. Since Tianji had spoken thus, she decided not to exert herself in vain. Instead, choosing to observe how Tianji would deal with the fox lady, it became evident to her that the fox lady was no match for Tianji. Tianji was protecting her, a living being, while still managing to engage in conversation, which indicated he was not exerting his full strength. In contrast, the fox lady was ruthless in her attacks, yet each time, Tianji effortlessly neutralized her efforts. Bang! The fox lady, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent reeling backward by Tianji's mystical power. After a struggle to regain her balance, she found blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Wiping away the blood, she sorrowfully addressed Tianji. "Do you truly possess such a heart of stone? Is it worth inflicting such harm upon me for the sake of this female? No one has ever wished to harm you. You are the celestial shaman of the Fox clan, revered by generations of your kin and worshipped by countless beings across the world. You ought to bear the responsibility of their protection, yet you have never done so. Your actions are dictated solely by personal whims. Those who align with you prosper, while those who oppose you perish. Originally, this was your own affair, and I had no desire to interfere. However, you should not have made me bear such sins. Whom I, Tianji, choose to favor, and with whom I associate, is of no concern to you, yet you have chosen to eliminate all those who approach me. I had intended to overlook this transgression out of respect for our shared status as celestial shamans, but it appears that has only emboldened your arrogance, driving you further into madness. From this day forth, should you dare to harm those near me, I will no longer show you any leniency. Let it begin with her. Should you injure her, I shall retaliate in kind. If you were to take her life, prepare yourself for my vengeance. Do you understand clearly?" Leaf was utterly mesmerized. Wasn't Tianji's statement remarkably imposing? Coupled with that unparalleled beauty, he perfectly embodied the archetype of a domineering CEO. How could she possibly contain her fluttering heart? Was she truly so significant to him? The fox spirit found it hard to believe. For countless years, she had grown accustomed to acting as she pleased, and no one had ever uttered such weighty words to her. "If you harm her, I shall retaliate against you. Should you take her life, prepare for me to claim yours in return." After centuries of fervent pursuit of Tianji, how could he treat her in such a manner? "Listen well, fox spirit. From this day forth, she is my disciple, Tianji. If you dare to harm my disciple, I shall not hesitate to avenge her. Feel free to test my resolve." "What? A disciple? Tianji, are you serious?" After addressing the fox spirit, Tianji turned to Leaf, who was wide-eyed in astonishment, and asked, "Do you wish to become my disciple?" He hurriedly nodded. "I am willing, 100 times over." Disciple greets master, fearing that Tianji might change his mind. You seized the moment. Her covert aspiration to cling to a powerful ally had finally come to fruition. How could she possibly refuse? The fox spirit gazed at Tianji and Yi with a mixture of disbelief and confusion. For centuries, countless individuals had sought to become Tianji's disciple, yet he had chosen this female. What qualities did she possess? Her beauty was hardly exceptional, and she bore no trace of magical prowess. She appeared to be an utterly ordinary woman. What purpose could such a disciple serve? Was Tianji in need of someone to wash his clothes or prepare his meals? Yet, the celestial witches had no use for such trivialities, did they? Fox spirit. Consider your own actions. Tianji finally cast a glance at the fox spirit before vanishing with Yi, having no desire to linger on the subject. Fox spirit, return. Do not harbor any more illusions regarding Tianji. Foxpin thought to himself that, after this incident, the fox spirit should have given up hope. Tianji's words were crystal clear, and he had indeed struck the fox spirit with considerable force. If it were he, even the most persistent would have to relent. Foxpin, do you take pleasure in witnessing my humiliation? As her guardian, he had failed to protect her when she was attacked. What kind of protector was he? Fox spirit, You must realize that even united, we are no match for Tianji. Moreover, the fault lies with you. You nearly harmed his disciple. Tianji merely retaliated and showed restraint. So you intend to stand idly by while I suffer? The fox spirit was unwilling to entertain such talk. She believed that a guardian should fight valiantly to protect her in times of peril, not utter irrelevant words. What would you have me do? Engage in a life or death struggle with Tianji? Being the fox spirit's guardian was truly exhausting, and Foxbin felt on the verge of collapse. Uncertain how much longer he could endure. I am weary. Let us return, she stated flatly, turning to leave. Foxbin, unsure of her meaning, could only follow her with a heavy heart. Little did they know, the seeds of hatred had awakened within the fox spirit. She had set her sights on Yi, believing that Tianji's actions were entirely due to her presence. If Tianji forbade her from harming that wretched girl, very well, she would refrain from direct confrontation. Wretched girl. Think you were safe under Tianji's protection after crossing me? Prepare for my vengeance. Unbeknownst to them, both Tianji and Yi were oblivious to the brewing storm. After departing from the snow-capped mountains, Tianji found a secluded place to tend to Ye's wounds. For a celestial witch, the healing powers were far beyond Ye's capabilities, and she soon regained her vitality. Tianji, are you truly serious about accepting me as your disciple? Yezi felt a wave of trepidation. Her actions were driven by the whims of the Fox Empress. Should this be the case, her losses would be considerable. You ought to refer to me as your master. I, Tianji, do not make decisions lightly. Once I have decided, it is a commitment. Therefore, dear Wunyan, you are now my disciple. It is rather amusing that he did not even know the name of this little Wunyan yet accepted her as his pupil. Indeed, it is a remarkable twist of fate that binds master and disciple. Master, from now on, I shall rely on your protection. I will no longer be without a pillar of support here. Should anyone dare to bully me, I shall invoke your formidable presence to crush them beneath your weight. With the sudden addition of a master who possessed both incredible strength and striking good looks, Yezi felt somewhat lightheaded, as if caught in a dream. Chapter 45. Public Humiliation. Tianji smiled warmly. If anyone dares to wrong you, I will certainly shield you. However, you must also strive to strengthen yourself. Only through your own power can you alleviate such concerns. Moreover, in all endeavors, one must harbor goodwill and refrain from engaging in despicable acts of oppression. While my formidable presence can be a refuge for you, you must not exploit my name for reckless behavior. Do you comprehend this? To be a disciple of Tianji, one must embody kindness and integrity. Should this little Wunyan fail to uphold these virtues, he would not hesitate to expel her from his tutelage. Rest assured, master, I am the kind of person who does not provoke others unless provoked. I would never engage in senseless bullying. Of course, if someone were to confront me, I would retaliate. However, if my response were to be deemed excessive, please do not judge me unjustly. Yezi yearns for a formidable mentor to serve as her pillar of strength. However, should her master embody the characteristics of a misguided saint, she would not hesitate to rebel. I'm not one to lack enlightenment. If you are truly being wronged, feel free to retaliate, for should trouble arise, your master will shield you. Tianji chuckled, amused by his young disciple's underestimation of him. If he were merely a person of blind kindness, he would not have achieved his current stature. Master, you're the best, she said. By the way, master, my name is Yezi, just like the one on the tree. Hee, isn't my name a tad unremarkable? For this reason. Yezi often faced teasing from others and had occasionally lamented her parents' apparent lack of creativity in naming her. Yet what could she do? A name bestowed by one's parents must be accepted, no matter how mundane it may seem. A leaf is simply a leaf, which is undoubtedly preferable to a name like Shizhenxiang, often humorously interpreted as the sin of excrement. Moreover, having borne this name for over 20 years, it has become quite familiar to the ears. Tianji gazed at the lush green leaves adorning the trees, and upon observing the vibrant vitality of the foliage, he suddenly felt that this name suited her perfectly. In this world, there exists no ordinary name. Each name is entwined with a narrative, whether grand or humble. Yet each carries its significance. Just as his own tale is woven with tragedy, having encountered a devastating flood while still in his mother's womb, resulting in countless casualties among his kin, including the loss of his father. Yet, despite her heavily burdened state, his mother miraculously survived. According to his teacher, at the moment of his birth, radiant light filled the sky, and even the flood receded, heralding good fortune. Thus, his teacher bestowed upon him the name Tianji. Yezi agreed wholeheartedly with Tianji's sentiments, recognizing that Shi Jinxiang's parents had intended to bestow a name imbued with beauty and hope. Alas, the unfortunate coincidence of sharing a name with Shi Jinxiang led to the tarnishing of what could have been a splendid appellation. The master's words resonated with wisdom. By the way, master, I trust that the fox spirit, Tian Wu, will no longer trouble me? Yezi harbors some psychological shadows regarding the fox spirit. Her reasoning diverges significantly from that of others. Even before becoming acquainted with Tianji, she was already on the woman's radar. Now that she has become Tianji's disciple, it is likely she will be confined to a small dark room by her. The master is also uncertain. As for Tianji, it is difficult to say. Although he has already cautioned the fox spirit, her character is complex and elusive. Master, I shall follow you from now on. If she comes to cause trouble, you shall bear the brunt of it. Yezi displayed a complete lack of awareness regarding her master's predicament. adhering to the notion that those who incite trouble must also bear the consequences. The romantic entanglements stirred by Master Tianji were undoubtedly his burden to shoulder. Tianji paused, taken aback by the apparent lack of conscience exhibited by this little sorceress. After all, it is hardly customary for a disciple to thrust their master into the fray. Nevertheless, he shook his head with a wry smile, recognizing that self-preservation was wise, for the thought of her recklessly charging into danger truly gave him cause for concern. Very well. She had arrived. He would protect this impudent child. What was the rush? He had assured them that as long as Tianji was present, no harm would befall the women involved. They were not even afforded a moment's respite, displaying a complete disregard for public decency. As for Zhang Tian's voice, I harbor doubts about him. If he were truly as formidable as claimed, he would not have allowed Yi Wu to be captured before his very eyes. In summary, had it not been for the appearance of Tianji and Zhang Tian, the deranged woman would not have been drawn into the fray, and Yi Wu would not have been inexplicably abducted. Oh, are we to abandon reason now? Who could have foreseen that the Fox Empress would initiate a capture? Her sudden aggression caught Tianji off guard, which was perfectly understandable. Who could have anticipated that the Fox Empress would target an inconsequential little sorceress? That woman's mental state was already questionable. How could we, the rational beings, predict her forthcoming actions? Mo Yin, I shall not concern myself further. Yi Wu has been taken. Yezi exclaimed joyfully, Mo Yin, I am here. Yi Wu. Mo Yin turned around in surprise, only to see Yezi smiling and waving at him. He rushed towards her and, without a second thought, embraced her tightly. Yi Wu, I'm so glad you're all right. Cough, cough, it hurts. Yezi gasped, Mo Yin. You're going to suffocate me. You're being too forceful. Such a fiery enthusiasm from Mo Yin left Yezi somewhat overwhelmed. She preferred the cold and composed Mo Yin, who at least spared her the embarrassment. Upon hearing Yezi's cry of pain, Mo Yin immediately released her and began a frantic checkup, asking, Did that woman hurt you? Are you injured? Where are you hurt? Mo Yin, please stop. I'm not injured now. The wounds I had before have already been healed by Master Tianji. Was it truly appropriate for him to be so hands-on? In front of Tianji and Zhang Tian, Mo Yin was unabashedly taking liberties with her, leaving Yezi both embarrassed and angry. Yet, this man was so full of concern for her that even if she wanted to lash out, she found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was blush deeply and hope Mo Yin would quickly desist. That woman truly harmed you. How despicable. One day, I will avenge you. It was the first time Mo Yin felt inadequate. If only he were strong enough, he could confront those who bullied Yezi instead of feeling so constrained and frustrated. You can do it. I believe in you. Strive to grow stronger, young man. One day, even if you do not seek vengeance for me, you will be able to protect the Tingxi tribe. With his current abilities, dreaming of avenging her was undoubtedly a pipe dream, though the Fox Princess had her issues. She was a genuine celestial sorceress. Defeating her was not something that could be achieved without considerable effort. Zhang Tian looked disdainfully at Mo Yin, thinking that with his meager strength, he could easily crush him with a mere flick of his finger. Those with ambition will achieve their goals. Who do you look down upon? Zhang Tian's contempt for Mo Yin stirred Yezi's defiance. After all, Mo Yin was the chief of a tribe, and he was still so young. Who could predict his future accomplishments? Those with ambition will achieve their goals. Tianji pondered the depth of this statement, feeling it held significant meaning, and thus regarded the young sorceress with newfound respect. He turned to Zhang Tian and commanded, Zhang Tian, from today onward, you are responsible for teaching him to strengthen himself. What? Zhang Tian could hardly believe his ears. Tianji, you can't be serious. Why would you want him to teach this kid? What are you plotting? You heard me correctly. I want you to teach him. I have taken Yezi as my disciple, and she needs a capable guardian. I believe he has great potential. He is the one. More importantly, Mo Yin's eyes were filled with concern for Yezi, and Tianji believed that having him protect her would be the best choice. Take on a disciple? Zhang Tian looked at Yezi in disbelief, wondering what had transpired to prompt Tianji to make such a significant decision. Do not ask unnecessary questions. Just follow my orders. After finishing his words, Tianji turned to Mo Yin and said with a hint of disdain, if you wish to be Yezi's guardian, you must become strong enough. Otherwise, I will select someone else for her. You have no chance. Her guardian can only be me. Previously, Mo Yin would have disregarded Tianji's words, but now that he had become Yezi's master, he had no choice but to comply. You're quite confident, aren't you? If that is the case, come forth and pay your respects. Tianji's decision was not something Zhang Tian could refuse. So he reluctantly agreed to take Mo Yin under his wing, relieved that Mo Yin had potential and was not too much of a burden. Without delay, Mo Yin approached Zhang Tian, knelt on one leg, and respectfully declared, I pay my respects to my master. All right, get up. Ha ha ha, I, Zhang Tian, now have a disciple. Rest assured, Mo Yin, whatever I know, I will impart to you. While he feigned disdain for Mo Yin, Zhang Tian was quite pleased with him. Compared to his younger self, Mo Yin was indeed far more exceptional. He believed that with proper guidance, Mo Yin's achievements would surely surpass his own. Thank you, master. After expressing his gratitude, Mo Yin stood beside Yezi, embodying the demeanor of a true guardian. Let us go back to your tribe. For now, we will stay in the Tingxi tribe, which will provide the perfect opportunity to train you both. The Tengshi tribe, once a formidable tribe, piqued Tianji's curiosity about how they were faring now. With one being Yezi's master and the other Moyin's newly recognized master, both held significant status. And to be honest, Yezi was genuinely worried that they might struggle to adapt to life in the Tengshi tribe. However, since their master was going, they could not object. Not only could they not oppose it, but they also had to serve them with utmost respect. Ever since the hunting team returned, the Tengshi tribe had entered a period of gloom, with all the tribe's people worried for Yezi and Moyin. The old witch confined herself to her room, fervently praying for the Beast tribe to protect the two, as they were the hope of the Tengshi tribe. The tribe's people gathered at the entrance, glancing into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of their chief and Yiwu. Among those who were most pleased with the disappearance of Moyin and Yiwu was Aguona. While others were concerned for Moyin and Yezi, she merely came to enjoy the spectacle. Stop waiting. They are never coming back. Haven't you heard? The one who captured Yiwu is a celestial sorceress, a legendary being. How could the chief possibly handle her? Honestly, rather than wasting time worrying, you should choose the next chief and think about what to do next. I've said it before, that Yiwu is nothing but a calamity. Just look at the chaos that has ensued since her arrival in our tribe. Only the old witch valued her so highly as an outsider. She had contributed little to the tribe and had only brought trouble to her chief. It would have been better to have expelled her earlier to prevent such incidents. Imoduo clenched his fists and shouted angrily, Aguona, shut your mouth. If you say another word, I'll throw you out of the tribe to join your daughter. Jelly glared at Aguona coldly. Yiwu is not an outsider. She is our esteemed witch of the Tengshi tribe. You claim she has not contributed to the tribe, but without her, could we have even survived the last invasion by the wolf tribe? As for you, Aguona, I would like to ask what you have done for the tribe. Most of the Tengshi tribe members were kind-hearted, but Aguona was the exception. A woman who was utterly detestable. Not only did she fail to offer any assistance, but she also perpetually stirred up discord. Raising a daughter who colluded with outsiders to harm the tribe made her a parasite within the Tengshi tribe, and she should be expelled to spare everyone from having to look at her repugnant face. Jelly, I'm a female. Have you ever seen a tribe that requires females to do anything? The primary role of females was to bear offspring for the tribe. Other matters were simply not their concern, nor were they expected to contribute. You can't do anything. Like everyone else, just keep your mouth shut. Nina's heart fluttered anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet. She could scarcely remain still, until she witnessed Moyin and the others return with her own eyes. She felt utterly restless. As she approached, she was met with the loathsome voice of Aguona, and she contemplated dismissing the matter entirely, disregarding Aguona's tribal affiliation and simply casting her aside. Your son neglects the tribe for an outsider. How can you expect not to be criticized? Little did Aguona know. Witnessing Nina's distress was a source of satisfaction for her. Despite being told to remain silent, Nina insisted on speaking, her frustration boiling over at this woman who perpetually belittled her. Aguona, I shall reiterate, Yiwu is not an outsider. Indeed, she is our revered shaman, and you shall not speak ill of her. Yiwu was summoned by the elder shaman. She is a member of the Tengshi tribe, and you must show her the respect she deserves. You are forbidden from disparaging her. Aguona was taken aback by the tribe's endorsement of Yiwu. She had intended to plant the seeds of dissent within the tribe regarding Yiwu's status as an outsider, but instead, she had incited their wrath. Confounded, she wondered how it was possible that Yiwu had garnered such affection in just a few days, despite Aguona having spent decades among them. Now, she dared not utter another word. The tribe's emotions were palpable, and further provocation could lead to dire consequences. Glaring into the distance, Aguona venomously wished, Yiwu, I curse you to perish outside, never to return. Alas, her disappointment was inevitable. Scarcely had the curse formed in her mind when silhouettes emerged in the distance, revealing Moyin and Yezi. The leader and the shaman had returned. The leader and Yiwu were back. The Tengshi tribe erupted in joyous celebration, tears of relief streaming down their faces. With their leader and Yiwu's return, their fears for the tribe's survival dissipated. It appears that you two are greatly cherished by the tribe, Tianji remarked, his brow furrowing as he observed the dwindling number of tribespeople. Chapter 47. Return to the tribe. The vicissitudes of life had evidently rendered the descendants of Tengshi's existence particularly arduous in recent years. Master, the Tengshi tribe may appear somewhat humble. I hope you will not find it unworthy. She still harbored hopes of learning shamanic arts from Tianji, and she could not allow the tribe's rudimentary conditions to jeopardize her and Moyin's formidable prospects. Ha ha ha, fret not, little shaman. We have encountered far grander spectacles. Though your tribe may be modest, as long as there is sustenance and shelter, we can manage, Tianji reassured her. From a distance, Zhantian could hardly voice his thoughts. The Tengshi tribe's plight was indeed dire. Observing the scant number of inhabitants and the primitive treehouses that had yet to be improved, he felt no expectation for favorable treatment. Not to worry, there are still a few decent treehouses within the tribe. As for food, leave that to me, master. My culinary skills are quite commendable, Yezi replied. The only roasted meat available in the tribe left Yezi at a loss for words. To please her master, she resolved to prepare a meal for Tianji and the others. Little shaman, you can cook? We are in for a treat. We eagerly await. Jean Tian found himself warming to Yezi, drawn to her lively spirit, so unlike the taciturn Mo Yin. Throughout their journey, Jean Tian had spoken sparingly, whenever he did. It was invariably about the little shaman, for otherwise, he would likely remain silent. He pondered how best to instruct Mo Yin when the time came. As the lad's reluctance to ask questions posed a challenge, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. With thousands of years of culinary heritage in Huaxia, I have sampled countless delicacies. Preparing a few signature dishes will pose no challenge, Yezi declared confidently. Upon hearing the news of their return, the elder shaman rushed to the entrance of the tribe, and upon confirming that Mo Yin and the others had indeed returned, she could not contain her tears. Thank you, beast ancestor, for your protection. They have finally returned safely. The elder shaman devoutly offered her gratitude to the heavens. Her heart finally at ease now that Mo Yin had returned. Upon seeing the old witch, Yezi rushed towards her and leapt into her embrace. Feeling an unexpected warmth upon their reunion, it is good to be back, truly good to be back. The old witch gently patted Yezi's back. Her greatest fear being that something might have happened to Yezi, for she had summoned her back herself. If anything were to go awry, it would be on her conscience. Dear witch, I nearly lost the chance to see you. The leaf nestled affectionately in the arms of the old witch. And had it not been for the timely arrival of Tianji, she would have truly never seen the old witch again. Even now, a lingering fear clings to her heart. What transpired? Why did the witch capture you? Did she inflict harm upon you? Where were you injured? Observing the old witch's deep concern for her, Yezi felt a pang of regret and hurriedly responded, It's nothing, nothing at all. Everything has passed. Fortunately, my master arrived just in time. Which is why I am unharmed. Old witch, I've somewhat turned misfortune into fortune. Look, that is my master. He is a celestial witch, truly remarkable. He hurriedly changed the subject, casually introducing Tianji. She had not forgotten the way Granny Witch spoke of the celestial sorcerer with such admiration and yearning. Master? Or is it the celestial sorcerer? Granny Witch turned her gaze toward Tianji, and her expression immediately shifted. You spoke no falsehood. The aura emanating from this individual exuded an overwhelming sense of power, undeniably a formidable witch. Goodness, the celestial sorcerer. Who would have thought that in her lifetime she would behold the true visage of the celestial sorcerer? Now, she felt a sense of fulfillment. Granny Witch respectfully bowed to Tianji, proclaiming, I, the 37th generation witch of the Tingsha tribe, pay my respects to you, esteemed celestial sorcerer. The 37th generation? Yezi was taken aback. The Tingsha tribe had such a long-standing heritage? To her knowledge, the old witch was no less than 500 years of age. By this calculation, the Tingsha tribe could indeed be considered ancient. However, there was a twist. Since the old witch was the 37th generation, as the next witch, she would be the 38th. Could she possibly reject such a number, 38? The arrival of a celestial witch in the Tingsha tribe was a momentous occasion, and the old witch ordered that all treasures be presented to the esteemed guests. Naturally, the treasures consisted primarily of meat. And Yezi could no longer dwell on the matter of ranking. She had promised to cook for Tianji and his companions, and she intended to keep her word. Thus, she summoned several robust orc warriors to accompany her in search of edible provisions around the tribe. Yezi, there is nothing to eat around our tribe, even if there were. We have already forged it clean. It would be futile for you to lead us there now. Among the individuals present were Moto and Jelly, both of whom possessed an intimate understanding of the circumstances surrounding their tribe. Indeed, food was scarce. However, that was true for them, not necessarily for me. Today, I shall broaden your horizons and reveal to you that this world, beyond mere flesh, harbors a plethora of edible treasures. In this impoverished era, where sustenance is limited to meat, I, Yezi, have recently experienced some digestive troubles. To enhance our diet, I will begin teaching the orcs to identify alternative ingredients. Wherever water is found, an abundance of aquatic plants must surely thrive, and surrounding them, there should be edible wild greens. My objective lies in discovering these. The orcs, however, were ignorant of anything edible beyond meat and the fruits that hung from trees. They were aware that some fruits could be lethal, leading them to generally refrain from foraging for them due to safety concerns. Despite their deep-seated skepticism, they were tasked with ensuring Yezi's safety, and wherever she ventured, they would follow. In truth, the tribe was in close proximity to a water source, for orcs too require water. Not far into their journey, they arrived at the riverbank. The ancient waters were crystal clear, allowing Yezi to distinctly observe the fish swimming within, and they were of considerable size. Wow, there are fish. Today, we can feast on fish meat. The orcs, witnessing Yezi's excitement, could not help but interject. Yezi, those cannot be eaten. They have a foul taste and possess numerous fine bones that could become lodged in one's throat. In times when game was scarce, they had indeed considered these fish. But the results were far from satisfactory. Are you referring to the fishy taste in the bones? Fear not. With proper preparation, the unpleasant odor can be eliminated. As for the bones, eating slowly can mitigate the risk, although it is advisable to avoid giving them to the young ones. The children are too small to effectively expel bones and could easily choke. If they must partake, adults can assist in removing the bones before serving them to the children. Albeit it is somewhat cumbersome. Yezi, perhaps you should seek other food sources first. There are plenty of fish. We can always come back to catch them later. In this river, fish abound, nearly to the point of becoming a nuisance. Sometimes, while fetching water, the fish even leap onto us, which is hardly a cause for excitement. Chapter 48. Foraging for wild greens and encountering alligators. Yezi found the orc's words to be quite reasonable, so she immediately began to search for wild vegetables along the riverbank. To her surprise, she lifted her gaze and discovered the banks teeming with water celery. This plant was undoubtedly edible. Yezi recalled a previous outing with friends where she had savored its delightful flavor. "Look at this," she said, gesturing to the riverbank. "These are all edible. It's called water celery. Please help me gather a good amount to take back. We shall stir-fry it later." Madwa and the others gazed at the grass along the riverbank, unable to suppress their salivation. "Are these truly edible?" they wondered. "Yi Wu, are you certain that you are being serious?" Yezi turned back to see the dazed crowd and couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up, time waits for no one. The sooner we prepare the dishes, the sooner we can indulge." The group exchanged glances, yet ultimately complied with Yezi's instructions and began to pull the weeds. Secretly, they resolved that once they returned, they would steadfastly refuse to consume this fare. Afterward, Yezi discovered a second wild vegetable known as water shield. This exquisite delicacy among wild greens was often compared to perch in ancient times, highlighting its remarkable flavor. The leaves of water shield resemble those of the water lily. Once fully unfolded, they have aged. During harvesting, only the tender shoots at the very top are collected. These delicate shoots are enveloped in a jelly-like translucent substance, enhancing their smooth and delectable texture upon tasting. The leaves had not savored their exquisite flavor for quite some time, and one must acknowledge that in contemporary times, their price is indeed exorbitant. "Look here, if you could procure more of its tender shoots," sighed Ed, "they would be absolutely delightful. Merely contemplating this makes my mouth water uncontrollably." The orcs, once again, found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. As for that water celery, it seemed rather effortless to gather, but what were they to do with this peculiar item? Yet, the leaf which did not appear to be jesting. Were they truly going to squander time on this endeavor? The desire to hunt directly was overwhelming. At the very least, that would be far more gratifying. For them, harvesting this plant was nothing short of torment. "You few shall accompany the leaf witch. In addition to ensuring her safety, you must unconditionally obey her commands. Do you understand?" This was what Moyen had said as they departed. The orcs, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to comply with the leaf witch's instructions. Subsequently, the leaf witch discovered some amaranth. This herb possessed properties that could dispel heat and promote dampness, making it perfect for soup. Recalling the bones discarded by the orcs, she thought to herself that she would no longer have to lament the waste. Thus, as she proceeded, directing the orcs in their tasks, she felt they were exceedingly obedient. Unbeknownst to her, the orcs were filled with 1,000 grievances. They were merely compelled to acquiesce under Moyen's imposing authority. As they foraged for wild vegetables, their hands inevitably became stained with sap, prompting the leaf witch to walk towards the riverbank to cleanse herself. Just as she squatted down to wash her hands, something swam close to her. It blended seamlessly with the river, and if one were not attentive, it would have gone unnoticed. It appeared to be about the size of a palm. Emboldened, she dared to grasp it, only to exclaim in delight upon discovering it was a river shrimp. What splendid fortune to have found another edible treasure. The orcs, resigned to their fate, presumed it was merely another type of herb and chose to feign ignorance, continuing their tasks. However, unbeknownst to them, the once tranquil river began to ripple in response to the leaf witch's joyous cheers. The leaves were immersed in joy, completely unaware of their surroundings, while the orcs busied themselves with foraging wild vegetables, oblivious to the happenings nearby. You continued to use her hands to lure the river shrimp closer, tossing them one by one onto the grassy bank. It was only when the waves of the river splashed and soaked her clothes and shoes that she sensed something was amiss. Looking up, she let out a piercing scream. "Help! What a massive crocodile!" As the creature, with its razor-sharp teeth, lunged toward her, Yi scrambled up the bank in a panic. "Yi, get out of the way. Save Yi. How can there be a monster in this river?" The orcs immediately abandoned their foraged greens and rushed toward Yi, lifting her from the ground as others transformed into their true forms to engage the crocodile. The beast appeared to be 5 or 6 meters long, with extraordinarily sharp claws and a gigantic maw filled with serrated teeth. The warriors, transformed into serpents, seemed no match for it, as one of their number had already been bitten. Just as the crocodile opened its massive jaws to snap at a serpent, Yi, disregarding her fear, summoned her witchcraft, power of the core essence, heed my call, earthen wall, defend. With a resounding crash, the crocodile's jaws collided with the earthen barrier, which crumbled instantly, allowing the serpent to evade danger and coil around once more. Power of the core essence, heed my call, bind. This was her newly acquired spell, capable of ensnaring foes and rendering them momentarily immobile. Indeed, the crocodile was ensnared, struggling helplessly in place. What are you waiting for? While it is immobilized, strike it down. The orcs quickly regained their composure, seizing their weapons to strike at the crocodile, and the air was filled with the sounds of their attacks. Yi, this won't do. Its hide is far too thick. Our weapons are utterly ineffective against it. Yi was so furious that she nearly spat blood. She realized, without the orcs' reminders, that such a splendid opportunity to slay the crocodile would be a grave loss. The weaponry of the Tungsha tribe was woefully inadequate, and Yi vowed to uncover iron or to equip the orcs with superior arms. The creature was on the verge of breaking free. Everyone should keep their distance from it. Unable to harm the crocodile's tough hide, Yi and her companions could only watch helplessly as it wriggled out of its restraints. They had anticipated that the crocodile would charge at them, but to their astonishment, upon freeing itself, it turned and slithered into the river, swiftly disappearing beneath the water's surface. What shall we do, Yi the shaman? There are water monsters in the river, which spells trouble for the Tungsha tribe, as the entire community relies on this river for sustenance. During the sweltering summer, they often swim in the river to cool off. The emergence of water monsters renders it uninhabitable. They are the Tungsha, a tribe intrinsically linked to water. Must they now seek an entirely new abode? Gather your belongings. Take as much as you can carry, and let us consult with the elder shaman. Yezi contemplated Tianji and Zhan Tian. Perhaps they would be unable to handle this crocodile, yet those two should be capable of resolving the matter. No one anticipated that while foraging for food around the tribe, Yezi and his companions would encounter peril. Although Yezi had employed healing magic to assist the orcs, their disheveled state was unmistakable. What transpired? Leaf Witch. Are you all right? Were you injured? Mo Yan's expression turned cold. This was the territory of the Tingshi tribe, and the audacity of someone to provoke them was unforgivable. He would not let this transgression go unpunished. Chapter 49, The Sword of Heavenly Heart. Yezi shook her head, saying, Moyan, I am fine. It is the tribe's water source that has encountered an issue. Upon hearing this, Moyan's brow furrowed, realizing that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. If there were problems with the water source, it surely meant that a formidable water beast had emerged. Indeed, the expressions of the orcs were grim, and as Moyan inquired, they immediately responded in grave tones. Chieftain, a water monster has appeared in the source, and it is exceedingly fierce. Its hide is remarkably tough, rendering our attacks ineffective. We are utterly unable to harm it. The tribe members engaged in a cacophony of discussions about the creature in the water. And it was then that Yezi learned they referred to crocodiles as water monsters. Given their grotesque appearance and aquatic habitat, the moniker seemed fitting. Is it truly such a terrifying water monster? Chieftain, with this creature's presence, how shall we procure water in the future? The tribe members expressed their panic. They could no longer bathe in the river. What would they do? The water source was perilously close to the tribe, jeopardizing their safety. The ordinary orcs and the females began to panic, fearing that should the monster suddenly invade the tribe, their lives would be in grave danger. Silence, Moyan commanded. The matter of the water monster shall be dealt with by me and the old witch. You need only remain within the tribe and refrain from wandering about. You will be safe. This was no trivial issue. Moyan promptly ordered for the old witch to be summoned. If there truly was a water monster in the river, their tribe might face migration. Moyan was reluctant to relocate the tribe, as the journey would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. Moreover, finding a suitable place to dwell in such an environment would not be easy. However, without migration, the safety of the tribe members could not be guaranteed. Their tribe was indeed facing a significant crisis. The old witch arrived swiftly, accompanied by Tianji and Zhan Tian. Tianji immediately spotted Yezi and, noticing her disheveled state, promptly asked, What has happened? The old witch hurried over, taking Yezi's hand to examine her, all the while inquiring, Yezi, why do you look so distressed? Are you injured? In a bid to evade the crocodile, Yezi found herself rolling and crawling in a state of disarray. Her body now resembling that of a muddy swine due to the damp soil by the riverbank. She felt a twinge of helplessness regarding the misunderstanding this had caused. And with a bright smile, she swiftly clarified, Dear Granny Witch, Master, I am perfectly fine. This mud merely clung to me while I was escaping from the crocodile. The warmth of concern enveloped her heart. The genuine care from Mo Yin, Tianji, and Granny Witch reassured her, as they were truly worried about her well-being. Tianji, perplexed, inquired, Crocodile? To which Granny Witch responded, Is that the name of a water monster? Mo Duo, stroking his chin, recalled the appearance of the creature and its aquatic habitat, nodding as he remarked, Quite a fitting description. The leaf then spoke, Witch, Master. The aquatic monster we encountered earlier was indeed a crocodile. Such creatures were native to my former home. Crocodiles are highly aggressive reptiles. Yet the specimens here are exponentially larger than those in my world, their ferocity magnified immeasurably. The most troubling aspect is that their hide is exceptionally tough. Your weapons are utterly ineffective against them. Do not be deceived by their aquatic habitat. Crocodiles are amphibious creatures, capable of thriving in water and traversing land with ease. Which, if we do not eliminate this threat, it will serve as a ticking time bomb for the tribe, poised to emerge at any moment and inflict harm upon our people. Once Yezi finished speaking, the tribe's people were thrown into disarray. So, it seemed they were perpetually on the brink of danger. What should they do? Which Granny, we must relocate. This place is no longer safe. Indeed, it is far too perilous. Let us move elsewhere. Chief, please find a more suitable location for our tribe. Which Granny furrowed her brow, like Mo Yin, she was reluctant to migrate. The troubles that migration would entail were self-evident, and the dangers encountered along the way were unknown. Moreover, they might never find another place as suitable for the Tungsha tribe. However, Tianji was undeterred by these concerns. What captivated him were Yezi's words about her former world and the place where she had once lived. Did she not belong to the Tungsha tribe? Upon closer examination, Tianji finally discerned that Yezi was not a Tangsha, but what was her true essence that eluded his understanding. Little Wunyang, could you enlighten me about what you meant by your original world? Tianji's curiosity intensified. His young apprentice seemed quite extraordinary, and he yearned to uncover all her past. Master, that's a long story. Can we first address the tribe's troubles? Master, I just used witchcraft to bind the crocodile, but its skin is far too thick and tough. Their weapons cannot harm it at all. Do you possess any exceptionally sharp weaponry? Ideally something that can cut through iron like mud. The leaves are indeed quite ungracious. Tianji pondered. Well, since this is the tribe where my disciple resides, I shall lend them a hand. You have taken me as your master. Yet I have yet to present you with a gift befitting your initiation. In light of this, allow me to bestow upon you a finely crafted weapon. With that, Tianji produced a shimmering aquamarine sword, approximately 1 meter in length, from the voluminous sleeves of his robe and presented it to Yezi. Yezi took the sword. Her gaze fixated on Tianji's sleeve, unable to suppress her curiosity. Master, do you not fear injuring yourself by concealing such a long sword within your robe? Zhang Tian let out a hearty laugh. Little Wunyang, fret not. My sleeve is the Qiankuan sleeve. It can easily accommodate not just one sword, but even 10 or 100 without issue. He then turned to Tianji and remarked, it appears you hold this disciple in high regard. To have gifted her the Tian Xian sword. Tianji, seemingly indifferent, replied, it's merely a sword. It serves no purpose remaining with me. And it is far better to bestow it upon her. Ever since he ascended to the status of a celestial sorcerer, he found it increasingly rare to encounter worthy adversaries. When faced with challenges, he could effortlessly resolve them using his sorcerer's powers, rendering the Tian Xian sword more of a decorative piece than a practical tool. Rather than letting it languish in idleness, it seemed more fitting to present it as a token of apprenticeship to his disciple. Zhang Tian cast a glance at Mo Yin. Since Tianji had already given that little Wunyang a gift, it would seem remiss not to offer something to Mo Yin as well. Thus, he removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Mo Yin, saying, since little Wunyang has received a token of apprenticeship, you too deserve one. Allow me to gift you this. Yezi craned her neck to observe the ring in Mo Yin's hand, only to discover it was merely an ordinary, jet-black ring. She immediately pouted and remarked, Zhang Tian, you are truly stingy. If you wish to give a gift, make it something substantial, like my master would. What purpose does presenting a ring to Mo Yin serve? Tianji raised his hand and playfully flicked Yezi's forehead. Yezi exclaimed in pain, oh dear, master. Why did you flick me? Zhang Tian laughed once more, your master flicks you because you fail to recognize true value. I, Zhang Tian, am not a miserly individual. Chapter 50. The heart of the sword acknowledges its master. This ring I present to Mo Yin is no ordinary trinket. It is a rare Qiankuan ring, capable of containing objects nearly the size of that mountain. He continued, what say you, dear Wunyang? Do you still perceive me as stingy? Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded, and Yezi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixated on the ring in Mo Yin's hand. A Qiankuan ring. Owning one of these would alleviate any burdens when venturing out. He reminisced about his modern life, where each outing required him to carry numerous bags. How splendid it would be to possess such a marvel. Mo Yin promptly returned the ring to Zhang Tian, saying, Master, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Please take it back. Yezi watched helplessly as the ring returned to Zhang Tian's grasp, her heart aching. She longed to say, if you don't want it, you can give it to me as a token of our bond. I wouldn't mind. Ha ha ha. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Just as Yezi thought Mo Yin was foolish, Zhang Tian burst into laughter, expressing even greater satisfaction with Mo Yin. He thrust the ring back into Mo Yin's hand, declaring, take it. This is a gift from your master to commemorate your apprenticeship. Refusal is not an option. Mo Yin, however, felt conflicted as he held the precious Qiankuan ring. He truly could not accept such a valuable item. Please, master, I cannot accept this, he protested. Stop being so sentimental. Just accept it. My dear disciple, rest assured. I possess 2 of these rings. You can have one. I still have another. Though Zhang Tian felt a pang of reluctance, after all. The Qiankuan ring was rare and a gift from Tianji's mentor. His momentary hesitation vanished upon reflecting on having such an exceptional disciple as Mo Yin. Yezi grasped the sword in her hand, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Initially, she had been quite pleased to possess such a fine weapon. But in comparison to Mo Yin's Qiankuan ring, an overwhelming sense of imbalance washed over her. Both were disciples of the same master. Yet one could not help but notice the generosity of the other. Just moments ago, she had considered Zhang Tian to be miserly, only to realize that the true miser was Tianji. And who is Tianji, you may ask? He is none other than the ancient celestial sorcerer, who has lived for countless years. Observing Yezi's alternating expressions of pouting and furtive glances, he instantly discerned her thoughts. Without hesitation, he playfully flicked her forehead once more. Yezi rubbed his forehead, expressing his frustration as he spoke. Master, why do you keep bothering me? Foolish child. Do you truly believe that I would bestow upon you a gift inferior to his? Allow me to enlighten you. The exquisite treasures of Zhang Tian have all originated from my possession. In comparison to the Tian Xian sword, even 10 Qiankuan rings pale in significance. His Qiankuan ring can merely contain a mountain. whereas the Qian-Kuan interface of the Tian-Xin sword possesses the capacity to encompass a miniature world. Do you still contend that the Tian-Xin sword is not as valuable as the Qian-Kuan ring? Nanny? The Tian-Xin sword also has a Qian-Kuan interface. Yi, astonished, lifted the Tianqin sword to observe it closely. Its surface shimmered with vibrant colors, and azure ripples danced across it, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Embedded in the hilt was a crimson gemstone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a core essence. Yi pondered secretly, wondering if it could be absorbed for her own use. However, Tianji seemed to possess a prescient awareness and spoke up. Do not entertain the thought of absorbing this core essence. Its mystical power is beyond what a novice like you can endure. Moreover, you cannot absorb it, as there are restrictions placed upon the hilt. Upon hearing this, Yezi immediately dismissed her previous thoughts. It turned out that it could only be observed and not wielded, which was rather unfortunate. Master, did you not say it possesses a Qian-Kuan interface? How does one utilize it? She felt an irresistible urge to explore, eager to discover what lay within. First, let a few drops of your blood fall upon the sword to establish ownership. Thereafter, I shall instruct you on its application. In her determination to obtain the Tianqin sword, Yezi was undeterred by pain and bit down on her fingertip, causing blood to flow forth and fill her mouth with a metallic taste. Without hesitation, she positioned her finger above the sword and pressed down, allowing her blood to drip steadily onto its surface. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before her eyes. The blood on the sword vanished at a visible pace, and soon the Tianqin sword radiated a brilliant blue light, prompting Yezi to shut her eyes against its brilliance. Strangely, she suddenly felt a faint yet palpable connection forming between herself and the sword. She was acutely aware that it signified the bond that had been forged between them. Upon opening her eyes, Yezi gazed at the Tianqin sword in her hand. Her perception transformed. What she once regarded as a mere treasure now felt like a companion. Do you sense it? From this moment forth, you and it are partners. It shall accompany you as you grow and fight side by side. The Tianqin sword had once been a companion to him, but after he became formidable, he had neglected it, hiding it away in his sleeve, thereby betraying its worth in a sense. Now, he sought a new master for the sword, hoping to let it shine alongside Yezi, allowing the world to witness their prowess. Indeed, master, I can feel it. It seems excited and joyful. Astonishingly, she could sense the sword's emotions, a truly wondrous experience. That is splendid. Now, I shall teach you how to wield it more effectively. First, you must sincerely attune yourself to its presence, then control it with your thoughts, guiding it to act in harmony with your intentions. Yezi, following the teachings of the Tianji sect, commenced her practical exercises, striving to sense the presence of the Tianqin sword. She had successfully achieved this. Now, her objective was to exert her will to control the sword, guiding it to synchronize with her movements. Outside the Tingsha tribe stood a grand tree, its crown cradling a nest. Without a moment's hesitation, Yezi fixated on the nest as her target, intent on commanding the Tianqin sword to dislodge it. She had long harbored a disdain for that nest, having witnessed more than once the tribe's younglings ascending the tree in pursuit of the eggs within. The leaf was uncertain whether there were bird eggs within, yet it enticed the young ones to embark on a perilous adventure, much to the leaf's displeasure. The Tianqin sword stirred, slipping from the leaf's grasp, hovering gracefully in the air. At the leaf's commanding shout, it surged forth in an instant. However, it did not head directly towards the elder as the leaf had anticipated. Instead, it charged towards the orcs. The leaves turned pale with shock as they exclaimed, "Oh no! I've caused a calamity. Step aside, quickly." Upon witnessing the sword charging towards him, Jerry shouted in alarm and retreated. "Good heavens, leaf sorcerer. I bear no grudge against you. Why would you unleash it upon me?" After Jerry had fallen to the ground to evade the heavenly heart sword, it veered directly towards Moto. Without a moment's hesitation, Moto turned and fled, calling out in desperation, "Leaf sorcerer, you must stop it at once. How can we possibly control it?" The leaves were in disarray, and at that moment, calmness was an unattainable luxury. Controlling the Tianqin sword was utterly beyond reach. Just as the Tianqin sword was about to pierce through Madwa, Tianji intervened. With a swift motion of his hand, he successfully halted the advance of the Tianqin sword. Then, with a powerful inhale, the sword came soaring back to him, landing securely in his grasp. Chapter 51. Everything will come to be as the Tianqin sword returned to Tianji. Yezi finally exhaled in relief, fearing that the sword might harm others. It appeared that mastering the Tianqin sword was not as straightforward as anticipated. You were startled, weren't you? This is indeed a shortcoming on my part. I had thought that controlling the Tianqin sword for the first time would be quite challenging. Yet you managed to make it move with such ease on your initial attempt. The little witch possesses remarkable talent. She succeeded on her first try, albeit lacking in practice, which diminished her control somewhat. Master, you nearly frightened me to death. I shall certainly find a secluded spot to practice next time. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate to injure anyone else. As for the uncle's bird nest, I shall deal with it once I can master the Tianqin sword. It is commendable that you think this way. For now, put it away. Whenever I have the opportunity, I shall teach you. Yi was taken aback. Store it away? Where could she possibly put it? Her sleeve certainly did not possess such capabilities as Tianji, as she quietly wished for it to shrink. She realized it could be worn as a bracelet upon her wrist or used as a hairpin nestled among her tresses, whatever she preferred. How wondrous! Yezi silently recited. And the Tianqin sword swiftly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a miniature blade, no longer than her finger. She held it lovingly, admiring its delicate form, before finally placing it atop her head. Meanwhile, Mo Yin had also mastered the art of manipulating the Qianquan ring under Zhang Tian's guidance. At this moment, the ring had found its way into Mo Yin's hands, and he wielded a dark-hued sword. This sword appeared formidable, emanating a chilling aura. With a swift motion, Mo Yin struck a massive rock, cleaving it effortlessly in twain, a testament to its sharpness. Chief, that sword is incredible. The warriors gazed at the sword in Mo Yan's possession with gleaming eyes, filled with longing. They too yearned for such a weapon. Hee, brother, may I take a look? This was the first time Mo Duo had addressed Mo Yin as brother in front of so many people, revealing his intense desire for the sword. Mo Yin, unconditionally trusting of his brother, handed over the sword while cautioning, be careful, it is quite sharp. However, as Mo Duo grasped the sword, it began to tremble violently. Despite his firm grip, the sword propelled him forward. Zhang Tian swiftly maneuvered to intercept Mo Duo, reclaiming the sword and saying, Kid, this precious blade recognizes its master. Not everyone can wield it. Though his sword was not as exceptional as Tianji's, it was still a rare treasure, having acknowledged Mo Yin as its master, naturally. It would resist anyone else attempting to use it. Mo Duo, feeling a twinge of envy, gazed at the sword in Zhang Tian's hands. Then how can you wield it? Zhang Tian replied, it is because I was once its master, a comrade who fought alongside it. Even now, with a new master, it still harbors feelings for its former owner. Like Tianji, he wished to keep his old companion from gathering dust. Such a magnificent sword deserved to shine in the world, showcasing its brilliance. Mo Yin approached Mo Duo, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry. One day, I shall equip each of you with a suitable weapon. This was his promise to his brothers. The Tingsha tribe would not remain in their current state forever. Someday, he vowed to restore the tribe's former glory. Rome was not built in a day. As long as we unite our efforts, all will come to fruition. With only the two of them armed, the rest of the tribe could not help but feel a mix of envy and desire. Yet, Yezi wished to quell any negative thoughts among them. This was a gift from Tianji and Zhang Tian, and despite any lingering resentment, the others had no choice but to suppress their bitterness, comforting themselves with the belief that if they followed Yi Wu's advice and worked together to strengthen the tribe, all would come in due time. Which, Granny, you accompany our esteemed masters while we prepare the meal. Once we have filled our bellies, we can tackle that crocodile. With weapons in hand, Yezi felt confident in her ability to vanquish the beast. When the time came, she would employ her binding witchcraft to ensnare the crocodile, allowing Mo Yin to dispatch it with ease. She had heard that crocodile meat was quite delectable, and its skin was also a valuable asset, once captured. She would contemplate the best way to prepare it. Tianji declined Yezi's kind offer, wishing instead to survey the Tingsha tribe's surroundings, thus wandering the area with Zhang Tian. This also served to avoid any awkwardness. Despite her age, the witch had rejuvenated considerably with Yezi's help. In the past, she had appeared even older. Being in Tianji's company, she found herself serving him with utmost respect. Tianji, with his ageless visage, was revered by a white-haired elder witch, which might not have been an issue, were it not for the ignorance of the Tingsha tribe's people. Each time they witnessed the witch's deference to him, whispers of arrogance circulated behind his back. As a celestial sorcerer, he saw no reason to concern himself with the opinions of the lowest-tier beast men, yet he preferred to avoid their scrutinizing gazes, particularly the fervent stares of the females. He wished to prevent any unpleasant incidents on his disciples' territory, and the best course of action was to steer clear. After Tianji departed, Yezi found herself encircled, primarily due to the pile of grass she had brought back. Yi Wu, can these grasses really be eaten? They were familiar with the wild grasses abundant by the riverside, but the notion that they could be consumed was met with skepticism among the tribespeople. Yi Wu, perhaps we should serve roasted meat to the celestial sorcerers instead. Are you certain about offering grass to our guests? Yi Wu, are you attempting to scare off the celestial sorcerers because you do not wish to apprentice under them? I assure you, with Tianji's appearance, many would gladly seek him as a master. If you are unwilling, simply relinquish your spot. The mere thought of Tianji's extraordinary looks made Ugwa's heart race. Such a figure, she mused, would not only be a worthy master, but simply being by his side would make her dream with joy. Agua, you're drooling. Yezi cast a disdainful glance at Agua, convinced that this elderly woman was indulging in fanciful thoughts about her master, oblivious to her own appearance. Although she was not intimately acquainted with her master's past, she was certain that he was undoubtedly the most sought-after figure. The number of admirers pursuing him could easily encircle the globe several times. The beautiful women her master had encountered were certainly in the thousands. For someone like Agua to entertain such fantasies was nothing short of blasphemy against Tianji, and it revolted her to no end. Agua, believing the ruse, raised her hand to wipe her mouth carelessly, only to realize there was no drool at all, which incited her into a furious embarrassment. Yi Wu, how can you deceive me so? Yezi scoffed. Have I deceived anyone? Certainly not. How could a shaman like me ever lie? Agua, do not slander me without cause. I can attest that the shaman has not misled anyone. All I have witnessed is your nonsensical rambling, nothing more. Chapter 52. Eating with hands, Agwena gazed at her tribespeople, who spoke with their eyes wide open, fabricating lies, and she felt a surge of rage. Nearly spitting blood. How could they so blatantly favor Yezi? Was she blind? Unable to contain her fury, Agwena shouted, "Are you all blind? I am a member of the Tingshi tribe. Why should I endure such treatment for an outsider?" From the beginning, Agwena had never regarded Yezi as one of her own. In her eyes, Yezi was merely a foreigner. Agwena, cease your incessant troublemaking towards the shaman. Yezi is the future hope of our tribe, and you ought to learn to respect her. She is not an outsider. She is the shaman of the Tingshi tribe, recognized by both the elder shaman and the chief. Why can you not acknowledge this? Yezi had no need of her acknowledgement. After all, Agwena was merely an ordinary female of the tribe, reliant on the tribe for sustenance. Would it not be wiser to live humbly and wait for the inevitable? Observing the words of her tribe's people reveals just how much Agwena is despised. Yet she remains blissfully unaware. She continues on, unchanged, while others speak of her with a harshness that surely stirs some feeling within her. Though she seems oblivious to it all, yet Yezi wished to cease her entanglement with Agwena. She gazed at Agwena, whose face was contorted with fury as he engaged in a war of words with the clansman, and exclaimed in a commanding voice, "Enough!" Upon hearing her demand. The clansman fell silent, yet Agwena remained obstinate, seething with rage as he retorted, "What are you shouting about? Is this not all due to you? Are you satisfied now?" The leaf chuckled, "Aguo, are you unwell? What have I done to offend you? From beginning to end, it has been you who has caused me trouble for no reason. Have I ever said anything?" Aguo replied, "Who claims that you have not offended me?" Yezi abruptly interrupted Agwena, stating, "Listen, I do not wish to quarrel with you. But my patience has its limits. From this moment forth, should you provoke me again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Trust me. I can handle even the water monster. Dealing with you is a mere trifling matter. If you doubt this, feel free to test me. Who are you trying to intimidate?" Bang. Seeing Agwena's reckless defiance, Yezi could no longer restrain herself and delivered a swift kick, sending Agwena sprawling to the ground. The tribe members gaped in astonishment, never anticipating that Yezi would suddenly resort to violence. Well, to be precise, a kick. Yet, witnessing Agwena's suffering brought them a sense of satisfaction. They had long desired to act in such a manner, but had refrained out of respect for their kin. Today, Agwena finally reaped the consequences of her misdeeds. Much to the delight of the onlookers. "I keep my promises. This is the outcome of your repeated provocations. Look, I did not even need to employ my shamanic powers to deal with you." Yezi, being an only child, had her parents enroll her in taekwondo lessons to equip her with self-defense skills. However, in contemporary times, such abilities are seldom put to use. And this was indeed her first application of them. The result was quite remarkable. Ahem. Agwa glared fiercely at Yezi but dared not utter another word of provocation. The kick had inflicted considerable pain, leaving her somewhat apprehensive that Yezi might deliver another strike. Yezi chose to disregard the situation, letting them glare as they wished. It would not cost her a piece of flesh. As long as they did not continue to bark like mad dogs, she was content. Two individuals promptly volunteered to escort her away, disregarding Agwa's protests, and forcibly removed her from the scene to avoid any disruption while they prepared the meal. With the disturbance quelled, Yezi gestured grandly, urging them to continue. "Let me enlighten you. These are not mere weeds, but delectable vegetables. Tianji, your apprentice is quite remarkable." The earlier scene had not escaped the notice of Tianji and Jean Tian, who watched with keen interest. Jean Tian, thoroughly entertained by Yezi's decisive kick to the female, unabashedly praised her actions. Indeed, quite commendable, though her temperament is rather impetuous, she requires some refinement. Despite his words, Tianji's expression betrayed a fondness as he regarded his little witch with indulgence. This is precisely how an apprentice should act if something displeases her. She ought to take decisive action. He concluded with approval. That kick was well executed, truly exceptional. The Tingshi tribe had never realized that the grass by the river was edible. After Yezi's preparation, the flavor was surprisingly delightful. They remained unaware that the bones they scorned could yield such rich broth, which tasted like a divine delicacy. Furthermore, they had no inkling that beast meat could be not only roasted but also pan-fried, deep-fried, stir-fried, stewed, and steamed, as pot after pot of fragrant dishes was presented. Even Tianji, without needing an invitation, found himself irresistibly drawn to the enticing aromas. With utmost respect, Yezi invited Tianji to take a seat. Smiling as she spoke, "Master, given the circumstances, the materials are insufficient, and we must make do with what we have." This was no mere formality in the tribe. Apart from salt, the available seasonings were woefully scarce. It was she who had devised a method to concoct these dishes, rendering them barely palatable. "Little witch," he exclaimed, "there is no hardship at all. The dishes you have prepared are truly delectable. I must tell you, we have never tasted such exquisite flavors." Jean Tian, already overcome with hunger, dove in with his hands, shoveling the food into his mouth. What hardship could there be, with such delightful fare before him? He felt no sense of deprivation whatsoever. Upon observing the scene, Yezi noticed that, aside from Tianji, Wupa, and Moyen, everyone else had already commenced their meal. They were hastily grasping food with their hands and stuffing it into their mouths, which left her wide-eyed in astonishment. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Do you not fear the heat by eating with your bare hands? Moreover, is it not rather unsanitary?" Noticing the nonchalant demeanor of Tianji and Moyen, she pressed on, "Master Wupa, you do not indulge in this manner, do you?" The group looked at Yezi with confusion, wondering how else one could consume food without using their hands. It seemed as though Yezi's question held a deeper significance. Finally, Wupa responded, "Yezi, we have always eaten in this manner. Is there something amiss?" Yezi was astonished. It seemed that in this world, the usage of chopsticks had yet to be invented. No wonder she had not received any chopsticks along with the meals delivered to her these past few days. She had assumed they were unnecessary for barbecued dishes. "Wait for me," she exclaimed. She recalled that there was bamboo in the tribe, and decided to carve a few pairs of chopsticks on site. The thought of Tianji eating with his hands was beyond her imagination. It would be a significant blow to his dignity. Thus, for the first time, the sword gifted to Yezi by Tianji was put to use. It was likely only she who would dare to whittle chopsticks with a sword. To her surprise, the Tian Xian sword was quite sharp, making it exceedingly effective for carving bamboo strips. Before long, Yezi had fashioned 4 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, which she distributed to Tianji and the witch, while even Mo Yin, who had not rushed to take action, received a pair. The group looked at the 2 bamboo strips on their phones, exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of Yezi's intentions for providing them with such items. "You demonstrated, observe me. Like this, using the chopsticks in my hand to grasp my preferred dish, and then bringing it to my mouth. It is quite convenient, and you need not fear burning your hands." Chapter 53. The Art of Using Chopsticks. Several individuals watched you, acknowledging that using such utensils to eat was indeed elegant. However, when it was their turn to wield the chopsticks, they found it far more challenging. Either the chopsticks slipped apart, rendering them incapable of picking up the food, or after multiple attempts, they still failed to grasp it. In worse cases, the chopsticks simply fell from their hands onto the table. "Do not fret. Using chopsticks requires a certain skill," she reassured them. "Observe the position of my chopsticks and the points of pressure I apply while using them. Now, give it another try." Tianji, possessing an exceptional degree of patience, was in no rush to eat. Following Yu's guidance, he attempted once more and, to his surprise, successfully lifted the food and brought it to his mouth. This is delightful. What is it called?" Experiencing such a crisp and refreshing dish for the first time, Tianji immediately developed a fondness for the food in the stone pot. "Master, this is called water celery. It grows abundantly by the riverside. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you daily." Since it was free of charge, and Tianji relished it, she promised to cook it for him every day. Very well. Setting aside other matters, he acknowledged that the little witch had commendable culinary skills. The grass-like substance looked appetizing, and he was grateful that she could make it so delicious. Henceforth, he would no longer have to subsist solely on roasted beast meat. The old witch had finally learned to use chopsticks. Noticing Tianji's satisfaction with the water celery, she shifted her chopsticks from the roasted meat to the water celery. With that first bite, she instantly fell in love with it. As she aged, her capacity for consuming roasted meat diminished. Moreover, a single meal of roasted meat left her feeling heavy for days, and with her limited physical activity, her appetite waned. Reluctant to eat, the old witch shared her portion of food with the tribe's younglings, which only endeared her further to her people. It was, indeed, a beautiful misunderstanding. From that point on, the old witch specifically sought out the vibrant green vegetables. No, they could no longer be called grass, and relished every bite. Praising her own wisdom for discovering such a treasure in the little witch, she would no longer worry about having to eat roasted beast meat daily. Mo Yin was not foolish, yet he struggled with the 2 slender implements in his hands. Oh, no, they were chopsticks. Watching the others enjoy their meals with great delight, he could no longer contain himself, discarded the chopsticks, and simply grabbed the food with his hands. The food prepared by the leaf, which is indeed delicious. After growing weary of beast meat, indulging in these vegetables is quite refreshing. Yi raised her hand to her forehead. Reflecting on how her previous meals had always been delivered separately, she had never realized that the orcs consumed their food in such a primitive manner. Those who valued cleanliness were fine, having washed their hands beforehand, but the slothful ones were truly a sight to behold. The dark residue nestled between their fingers made her throat itch uncomfortably. It was clear that to enjoy a meal properly, she must not observe these orcs too closely. Instead, she turned her gaze to Master Tianji, whose every movement was a feast for the eyes. Indeed, those who possessed beauty seemed to excel in all endeavors, and Master Tianji, with his exquisite grace, embodied artistry in every gesture, leaving her utterly captivated. With her appetite ignited, she eagerly grasped her chopsticks and commenced her meal. As the feast concluded, everyone sat back, patting their round, satisfied bellies. Not only had they dined heartily, but they had also saved a considerable amount of beast meat. The admiration in the eyes of her companions toward Yi deepened. The old witch had indeed spoken the truth. Yi was the blessing of the Tengsha tribe. Having eaten their fill, the group made their way to the riverbank. At that moment, the water lay tranquil, with no trace of crocodiles in sight. What to do? Without knowing the crocodile's whereabouts, they were at a loss for how to confront it. The river was quite wide and lengthy. If the crocodile chose to hide beneath its surface, they would be powerless against it. Mo Yin furrowed his brow, making a decisive resolution. Prepare yourselves. I shall descend and draw it out. Yezi, you mustn't risk your life. Wupapa, no. As the clan leader, you cannot endanger yourself. Jean Tian, this is far too perilous. I cannot agree to it. And I know. Absolutely not. I will not permit you to proceed. Almost simultaneously, 4 voices echoed in unison, each casting a disapproving gaze upon Mo Yin, as if challenging him to persist. Mo Yin, recognizing the significance of these 4 individuals in his life, dared not to defy their wishes. Their disapproval rendered his resolve futile. Yi gazed at Mo Yin with a piercing look and said, "Isn't it merely to lure the crocodile out? Is it necessary for you to take matters into your own hands? Mo Duo, take 2 individuals and bring over a beast carcass." Mo Yin rubbed his nose, feeling inexplicably guilty under Ye's glare. He obediently stepped aside, allowing Yi to direct Mo Duo on how to proceed. Mo Duo held Yi in the highest regard. After all, she was capable of transforming even grass into delectable cuisine. What was there to doubt in her words? Since she desired the beast's carcass, they would comply. Even if it seemed wasteful, they could always hunt again if need be. Soon, Mo Duo and his companions transported a beast's carcass to the scene, and all eyes were fixed on Yi, awaiting her next command. Mo Duo, smash this carcass to pieces, allowing its sanguine essence to permeate the air, she instructed. The beastmen were taken aback. Why ruin perfectly good meat? What a pity. A creature of such stature could feed a dozen individuals in a single meal. Yi Witch, what is your intention? Why destroy the meat? Would it not be better to save it for consumption? Finally, someone dared to oppose Yi. Agua, seizing the opportunity, remarked sarcastically, the Yi Witch won't go hungry. If it's ruined, so be it. The tribe won't miss her sustenance. This was indeed true. Every tribe held their witches in high esteem, and their status was undeniably revered. Agua, silence your tongue. Are you not aware of your foul breath? Nina retorted, recognizing Agua's audacity. Though she lamented the loss of the beast, she trusted that he had her reasons for such orders. Without a moment's thought, Agua shot back. You are the one with foul breath. The witch turned her icy gaze towards Agua and coldly warned, if you utter another word, I shall have you cast out of the Tingshi tribe, as if you had never existed. Agua fell silent, retreating from the crowd, her kin's disapproving glances leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Yi, continue. This is your domain. Do as you see fit, without regard for others. The others, notably those who had previously questioned Yi, felt the weight of her authority and dared not voice their discontent any longer. Moreover, their lack of disrespect was merely rooted in their fear of hunger, reluctant to see the Yi which waste the precious meat. With obstacles removed, Yi spoke again. Mo Duo, proceed with the plan. Chapter 54. Luring the crocodile, Mo Duo and several beastmen seized stones and began to smash the beast meat with fervor. In no time, the once pristine carcass was reduced to a mangled mess, the stench of blood wafting through the air. They dragged the meat to the riverbank. Observing Mo Duo and the others haul the meat, Yi contemplated. With such a potent scent of blood, I refuse to believe the crocodile will not be drawn to it. As everything fell into place and the shore filled with people, Mo Yin coldly commanded, elderly, weak, women, and children must return to the tribe. No one is permitted to leave without permission. What purpose did these tribesmen serve in luring the crocodile? If the creature was enticed and chaos ensued? What if a tribesman was inadvertently harmed in the fray? With his orders issued, the tribesmen complied, albeit reluctantly, making their way back to the tribe while casting glances over their shoulders. With a smile, Yezi remarked, it is often said that curiosity killed the cat. These tribespeople, driven by their inquisitiveness, have forgotten their fears. Jean Tian immediately responded, Little Wunyang, their ignorance is evident. When they truly encounter danger, there will be no place for their regrets to weep. He had witnessed such occurrences frequently and still supported Mo Yan's approach, for it was indeed the best means to avert tragedy. Jean Tian's master is correct. However, where is my master? Why are you not with him? The bond between the witch and the guardian was traditionally inseparable. If Tianji was not present, how could Jean Tian have come to partake in the commotion? He is simply too well liked. In situations like this, he often manages to avoid them unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he seldom makes an appearance. Thus, it seemed that possessing an exquisite appearance was not always a blessing, as it brought forth a multitude of troubles. Reflecting on the frenzied behavior of those females, Jean Tian silently pitied Tianji for a few moments. Poor master, he has missed out on so many intriguing events. Yezi also felt a sense of sympathy for Tianji, as his striking looks certainly made his life rather challenging. A voice suddenly resonated in Yezi's ear. Belonging to Tianji, little witch, there is no need for sympathy towards me. All that I wish to know is within my grasp. As Yezi raised her head and gazed around, she called out, Master, are you there? The crowd looked at her in confusion, wondering what she meant. Was Tianji or Tianwu nearby? Yet, they could neither see nor hear anyone. Little witch, there's no need to search. You must have heard your master's voice just now. Let me tell you. Tianji possesses the art of sound transmission, allowing his voice to reach your ears from a distance, someone explained. As a guardian of Tianji, He had often been summoned in this manner and was certain that Tianji was not close by. Well, Yezi conceded. She truly had the fortune of being associated with an extraordinary individual who could even perform the legendary voice from afar technique. Just then, someone shouted, "Look! There's movement in the water!" Instantly, all eyes turned to the river, where the previously calm waters began to ripple, as if something were stirring beneath the surface. Mo Yin quietly instructed, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Having finally hooked a crocodile, he feared that a loud voice might scare it back into the depths. A frightened crocodile would be difficult to lure again. The beastmen crouched low, hastily seeking places to conceal themselves. While Mo Yin chose to hide among the reeds closest to the beast meat, Zhang Tian, the old witch, and Yezi squatted not far from Mo Yin. All preparations in place as they awaited the crocodile's ascent onto the shore. Their wait was short. The water erupted as the crocodile's head slowly emerged, swiftly making its way toward the meat laid out for it. It has arrived. With a splash, the crocodile burst forth, its massive body crushing the reeds and grass along the bank, hidden within the thicket. Both Yezi and Mo Duo questioned why this crocodile seemed different from the one they had encountered earlier. There was no time for contemplation. Mo Yin took the initiative to attack. The crocodile's sheer size made it a disadvantage for human combatants. Without a second thought, Mo Yin transformed into his true form and lashed out at the crocodile with his tail. The guttural growl of the enraged crocodile echoed as it retaliated. Engaging in a fierce struggle with Mo Yin, Yezi was about to rise and cast a spell to assist when Zhang Tian pulled her back. "What are you doing, master? Why hold me back now? I need to help Mo Yin. What if he gets hurt?" "Hold on, let me assess this young one's strength first," Zhang Tian replied. As a mentor, he believed it essential to gauge his disciples' capabilities to teach effectively. Thus, despite her anxiety, Yezi had no choice but to remain crouched, her gaze fixed on the fierce battle between the soaring serpent and the giant crocodile. Mo Duo and the others had transformed into their true forms to aid Mo Yin. But they found themselves at a disadvantage. The crocodile seemed to disregard their attacks, fixated solely on its struggle with Mo Yin. Their frustration grew as their weapons proved ineffective, causing them exhaustion without inflicting any harm on the beast. Realizing their efforts were futile, they retreated, leaving the battlefield to Mo Yin. The clash between the new generation of Serpent Kings and the colossal crocodile rivaled the Hollywood blockbuster, though the aftermath was extensive, leveling even the ground where Yezi and the others had taken refuge. Zhang Tian observed the unfolding chaos and turned to Yezi, stating, "Little witch, I have taken note. Now you may assist." This was the moment she had been waiting for. If they delayed any longer, they might lose their footing entirely. Essence of nuclear power. Heed my call, bind the crocodile. The leaves exhibited a remarkable composure, while the incantations were recited with resounding vigor, and the postures were elegantly captivating. Given the stringent trials imposed by the celestial exam, she speculated whether Master Tianji might be lurking in the shadows, eager to observe her performance. Thus, she endeavored to showcase her finest qualities. "Little witch, you appear exceedingly feeble at this moment. When will you attain the ability to cast spells as effortlessly as your master?" Without uttering a sound, the leaves wilted in an instant. Her meticulously prepared performance garnered nothing but the merciless critique of Zhang Tian, a devastating blow to her spirit. "Yi Wu, you have already done remarkably well. With perseverance, you shall one day match the prowess of your master." It is worth noting that the true strength lies within the heart of the old witch. If Zhang Tian looks down upon Yi, should not this centuries-old practitioner, who is inferior to Yi, feel an overwhelming sense of shame? Yet, such a notion is implausible, for she has only just begun to savor delicacies beyond mere beast flesh. How could she abandon her aspirations over such trivial setbacks? Therefore, Yi, seeing that your elder shows no signs of embarrassment, you too should not wear a countenance of despair. Embrace a broader perspective on life, for it is the key to longevity. The old witch's words ring true. I have only recently awakened my witchcraft, and there lies ample time ahead for diligent practice. One day, I shall rise to the heights of my master. Chapter 55, Mo Yin, Step Aside. Yezi possessed a remarkable talent for self-hypnosis, and given her inherently carefree disposition, she promptly set aside the matter, focusing intently on the battlefield before her. The crocodile had already been ensnared by her, and Mo Yin had resumed his human form, with a mere touch on the ring bestowed upon him by Zhang Tian. The sword that had been previously observed materialized once more before the assembly. Ah, gurgle, gurgle. Without hesitation, Mo Yin unleashed a decisive strike with the sword upon the crocodile's neck, causing blood to spatter in all directions, drenching him from head to toe. Unfazed by the repulsive nature of the blood, he fixated his fervent gaze upon the weapon in his hand. Realizing that wielding a fine blade made the slaughter of beasts astonishingly effortless, Yezi also fixed her gaze upon the sword in Mo Yin's hand, which had just struck the crocodile with a single blow, blood splattering everywhere. Remarkably, the sword remained as pristine as ever, untouched by even a single drop of blood. Truly astonishing. Master Zhang Tian, what is the name of the sword you bestowed upon Mo Yin? As Yezi pondered her Tianqin sword, she wondered if it too would remain untainted by blood and other impurities, much like Mo Yin's blade. The sword, known as the Dijuan sword, possesses formidable strength. I assure you, little Wen Yang, this is merely the beginning. It harbors even greater potential. The prowess of the Dijuan sword is intrinsically linked to its wielder. The greater the skill of its master, the more formidable its power becomes. It can be said that this is a sword that grows stronger in the hands of the mighty. Dijuan, Tianxin, the leaves softly whispered, pondering why she felt that this was a pair of lovers' swords. Yezi cast a sweeping gaze over the robust figure of Zhang Tian, and as thoughts of her master Tianji's exquisite beauty flitted through her mind, she shuddered. Surely, she was overthinking. There could never be anything between her master and Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian sensed something amiss in Yezi's expression and could not help but inquire, "Little witch, your gaze unsettles me. What occupies your thoughts?" "Nothing at all," she replied hastily. "I was merely contemplating the astounding prowess of the Dixian sword. Mo Yin wields it with such flair, it's simply mesmerizing." What was she truly thinking? Naturally, her mind was preoccupied with whether her dashing master had any involvement with the scruffy Zhang Tian. Yet, this was a matter she would never dare voice. For to do so would surely invite Zhang Tian's wrath, and even her venerable master would likely expel her from the fold if he were to learn of her musings. Zhang Tian shot a sidelong glance at Yezi, unable to comprehend her strange utterances. Nevertheless, one thing was clear, the little witch was extolling his apprentice. Indeed, his apprentice was exceptional, and Zhang Tian found himself increasingly fond of Mo Yin, as if he were the one personally vanquishing the crocodile at that moment. Suddenly, Zhang Tian's expression shifted, and in an instant, he charged towards Mo Yin with the swiftness of lightning. Yezi had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Upon witnessing Zhang Tian darting towards Mo Yin, she instinctively followed his gaze, her eyes widening in horror as she cried out, "Mo Yin, quickly, get out of the way." Mo Duo shouted in panic, "Elder brother, dodge." Everyone simultaneously yelled, "Clan leader, move aside." Behind Mo Yin, another crocodile erupted from the water, its colossal form soaring 3 to 4 meters above the surface, directly above Mo Yin. At that moment, its jagged, razor-sharp jaws lunged mercilessly towards him. Should he fail to evade, he would undoubtedly meet a swift demise at the hands of the beast. The crowd, gripped by terror, surged towards Mo Yin in a desperate bid to save him. Nuclear essence, harness for my use, bind. As Yezi cast her incantation, tears streamed down her face. For she understood that her magic had come too late, she could not save Mo Yin. Her kin were also unable to act in time. The sole glimmer of hope rested upon Zhang Tian. If even he failed to rescue Mo Yin, then Mo Yin was truly doomed. The fear reflected in Yezi's and the clan members' eyes, along with their cries, made Mo Yin acutely aware that the situation was dire. In the next moment, a foul stench approached from behind. Evasion was no longer an option. Without a second thought, Mo Yin gripped the earth profound sword and swung it back in a desperate strike. Simultaneously, a figure soared through the sky, effortlessly waving at the crocodile poised to snap at Mo Yin. Instantly, the massive creature was sent flying backward. Mo Yin's sword struck nothing but air, and with a resounding splash, the crocodile plunged into the water, drenching Mo Yin in the resulting spray. Zhang Tian, still shaken, gazed at the descending Tianji and uttered a word of gratitude. Thank you. He had watched his disciple face peril without being able to intervene. Had anything happened to Mo Yin, it would have haunted him for a lifetime. Yet, Tianji dismissed him with indifference. As a guardian, Zhang Tian had proven utterly inadequate. Fortunately, Tianji was powerful enough. Otherwise, relying on Zhang Tian would offer little hope. Now, the situation was even more deplorable, as he could not even protect his own disciple, bringing shame upon himself. Unfortunately, their bond was one of contract. There was no option for replacement. If given the chance, he would have regretted this oversight and sought a more diligent guardian. In this world, once a witch and a guardian are bound by contract. The only way to sever it is through death. Thus, he found himself without any opportunity for regret, forced to endure. Mo Yin, could you not remain vigilant? Are you so preoccupied with posturing that you neglect the dangers around you? Do you realize you were nearly bitten to death by that crocodile? Do you understand how agonizing it is for me to watch you in danger while feeling utterly helpless? Mo Yin stood dazed, uncertain of how to respond. Yet he could sense Yezi's worry for him, even to the point of tears. At that moment, he longed to embrace Yezi, to comfort her, to wipe away her tears and convey that her sorrow pierced his heart. However, each time he raised his hand, he hesitated, fearing he might startle her and provoke a rejection. Machi and the others watched anxiously. Their previous concern for Mo Yin's safety had transformed into worry about whether he could win Yezi's heart. They wished to shout, "Chief, reach out and embrace the witch. This is a splendid opportunity. Do not let it slip away." Zhang Tian too recognized the delicate relationship between the two and felt a pang of urgency for Mo Yin. Rubbing his hands together, he paced back and forth, muttering, "You impudent boy, take action. Show the decisiveness you displayed when slaying that crocodile. If you dare to hold the witch, I swear I will chop off your claws." What is this? He just took on a disciple, and now someone set their sights on him? You should be consulted first. Tianji, you cannot act this way. Look, the witch harbors feelings for Mo Yin. They are mutually fond of each other, and you cannot simply obstruct that. Zhang Tian momentarily forgot that Tianji played such a role. Silently, he sympathized with Mo Yin, understanding that the witch's master was a formidable figure, making it a challenge to win her over. If they could not even handle such a minor situation, How could they discuss matters of the heart? If they were incapable of self-preservation, they should set aside personal feelings temporarily and focus on strengthening themselves. In Chapter 56, the contract, Jean Tian mourned for Mo Yin once more. While it must be acknowledged that Tian Ji was not entirely wrong, his intentions were noble, balancing love and personal growth was not impossible. However, Tian Ji was the one with the final say. Though he was Mo Yin's master, he was also Tian Ji's guardian, and he could not contest Tian Ji's decisions. Jean Tian gazed at Mo Yin and silently advised, "Disciple, seek your own fortune. I cannot assist you." Sensing something, Mo Yin lifted his gaze towards Tian Ji and the others. Upon meeting Tian Ji's penetrating stare, an inexplicable anxiety gripped him. Without further hesitation, he raised his arms and enveloped Yezi in a warm embrace, resolute in his determination not to lose her, even if it meant provoking Tian Ji. This act was undeniably a provocation, and Tian Ji's expression shifted as he raised his hand, prepared to send that reckless boy flying. Jean Tian, witnessing Mo Yin's perilous behavior, recognized Tian Ji's intent and prepared to intervene, knowing the risk of a potential reprimand. However, Tian Ji refrained from acting. He observed that Yezi did not resist. Instead, she willingly leaned into Mo Yin's embrace, signaling to Tian Ji that the witch had clearly developed feelings for this audacious boy. Frowning deeply, Tian Ji resolved to have a serious conversation with Yezi. As her master, he could not interfere with her romantic pursuits, but certainly not at this moment. Both of them were far too weak, existing at the very bottom of this world. When faced with adversity, they lacked the strength to fight back, becoming mere prey. In such circumstances, their feelings would provide no salvation. Only the possession of formidable power would establish their footing in this realm. The leaves, akin to children in the throes of first love, were summoned by their parents for a conversation. Upon hearing Tianji's words, she felt a rush of embarrassment. In modern times, she is a 26-year-old unmarried woman, and in an effort to see her wed, her mother has enlisted the help of various relatives to arrange a suitable match for her. However, Tianji bluntly stated that she is too young and that it is premature to discuss such matters. What is paramount at this moment is her commitment to enhancing her own abilities. This sentiment echoes the guidance of contemporary parents who advise their school-aged children, "You are still young. Your primary focus should be on your studies." Engaging in early romantic relationships is misguided, as it will only hinder your progress. Yezi confessed that she felt a certain attraction towards Moyin, something she had never dared to contemplate before. However, when she witnessed Moyin in peril, genuine fear gripped her heart, and her anxiety became uncontrollable. Nevertheless, Master Tianji's words were not without merit. The world was fraught with danger, and striving to enhance one's strength was indeed more crucial than indulging in romantic affairs. Upon realizing this, Yezi promptly assured Master Tianji, "Master, I understand. I promise you that until my strength is sufficient for self-protection, I will not take that final step." Coughing awkwardly, it was now Master Tianji's turn to feel embarrassed. Yezi's mention of the final step was rather indiscreet. Meanwhile, concerned for Moyin's safety, Jean Tian pulled him aside to elucidate the gravity of the situation. He had anticipated that Moyin would be unable to contain his anger and confront Tianji, as youth often tends to be impulsive. However, to his surprise, Moyin remained quietly seated, and after a moment of silence, he addressed Jean Tian, saying, "Master, please convey to Tianji that I wish to form a bond with Yezi. I want to officially become her guardian." Though Tianji had advised them to focus on strengthening their abilities, Moyin found it impossible to dispute this notion, for Tianji's words were indeed wise. It was solely his weakness that was to blame. He could hardly protect Yezi, let alone himself. If he encountered someone stronger, he might not even survive. Thus, he resolved to heed Tianji's counsel, to bolster his own strength first, and only when he had the capability to stand atop the world would he revisit such discussions. Yet, he yearned to forge a bond with Yezi. Even in pursuit of power, he wished to be with her. "Moyin, you must ponder this carefully. Once the bond is formed, she will be the master and you the servant, with everything revolving around her. This world operates in such a manner, when a witch and a warrior bond. The witch assumes the primary role while the warrior merely acts as a protector. Furthermore, once bonded, their fates become intertwined. And the warrior cannot betray the witch unless one of them perishes. I have no qualms about her being the master, as long as I can protect her," he declared. A warrior's purpose is to safeguard the witch, and moreover, he was devoted to protecting the one he cherished. Jean Tian hypothetically inquired, "But what if she changes her heart and falls for another?" Moyin immediately interjected, firmly asserting, "She won tea." Jean Tian was taken aback, wanting to question Moyin's certainty. The human heart is the most enigmatic of all. If she were to change, what would he do then? There were countless examples to draw upon, such as the renowned pair, Fox Princess and Fox Bin, who were once inseparable yet ended up with the princess chasing after Tianji without a thought for Fox Bin's feelings. Despite Jean Tian's attempts to reason, Moyin remained resolute, leaving Jean Tian with no choice but to inform Tianji of Moyin's decision. However, Tianji was already aware of Moyin's sentiments and actions, closely observing him and fully comprehending the dialogue that transpired between the two. It must be said that Tianji was slightly moved by Moyin's determination. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement to Moyin's request, facilitating the bond between him and Yezi, thus marking the beginning of their inseparable relationship as guardian and ward. With Tianji and Zhantian present, Yezi and Moyen immersed themselves wholeheartedly in their training. Aside from preparing meals for Tianji, Yezi confined herself within the house, diligently studying not only Tianji's teachings, but also delving into the enigmatic contents of the Book of Transformation. With Tianji's guidance, Yezi grew increasingly familiar with the witchcraft of this world and gradually began to decipher the intricacies of the Book of Transformation. The more she understood, the more she marveled at the brilliance of its author, despite the undeniable hint of malevolence infused within the spells. It was like the time she aimed an attack at her opponent's front, only for her strike to inexplicably target someone behind them. A cunning maneuver that left defenses utterly helpless. Summary by Yezi. This is a rather unconventional book, yet one cannot deny its practicality. Utilizing the spells within to launch covert attacks on others can render them utterly defenseless, with an accuracy that is undeniably impeccable. Albeit the target areas may be somewhat awkward to mention. If one were to inquire whether Yezi would pursue this knowledge, she would undoubtedly affirm her intentions. Acquiring a broader repertoire of spells is never a detriment, and when it comes to choosing targets for her assaults, she can always exercise discretion. Chapter 57. Excavating Channels. Constructing Walls. In all seriousness, we shall employ legitimate sorcery in our endeavors, but should we encounter those who disregard the principles of martial ethics, we will not hesitate to unleash these rather unsavory spells with vigor. In her heart, Yezi harbored no disdain whatsoever. To her, utility was the paramount concern. The entire Tingsha tribe found themselves restless, for the emergence of a second crocodile in the river left them uncertain about the safety of their surroundings, prompting many to request relocation. However, the elder witch opposed the idea of moving. They had established their home here and had long grown accustomed to the environment. Furthermore, relocating was not merely a matter of words. She was acutely aware of the challenges and obstacles it entailed. Yet, Elder Witch, if we do not leave this place, how shall we live in peace in the future? The Tingsha tribe could not thrive without water, especially during the scorching summer months, without a source to cool them. They would perish from the heat. The Elder Witch found herself in a predicament. To move or not to move became an agonizing dilemma. Faced with the anxious and fearful gazes of her people, a sense of helplessness washed over her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What was there to agonize over? It was merely a concern about the presence of crocodiles in the river. We could simply refrain from venturing into the water. Leaf could no longer endure the situation. Bewildered by a seemingly simple question, why were the old witches so entangled in their concerns? Indeed, as an outsider, they failed to comprehend the struggles of the Tingsha people. Unlike certain individuals who remained indifferent to the presence of water, the Tingsha could not thrive without it. Without needing to look, Leaf recognized the voice's owner, Aguo, as irritating as ever. However, the silence of others indicated their agreement with Aguo's sentiments. At times, she truly was an outsider, a reality dictated by their differing races. Upon witnessing the targeting of Leaf, Moyen could no longer remain passive. Coldly, he declared, I shall say this one last time. Leaf the witch is not an outsider. Should I hear such words again, I cannot say whether Leaf is an outsider or not. But I will ensure that the one uttering such remarks is swiftly cast out as an outsider. The old witch echoed his sentiments, stating, I concur with Moyen. Whoever dares to label Leaf as an outsider shall be expelled from the Tingsha tribe. Once again, Aguo slinked away from the crowd, her heart filled with animosity towards Leaf. Once more, she found herself warned by the old witch and the chieftain, that detestable Leaf the witch. With the support of the old witch and Moyen, Leaf's earlier discomfort vanished without a trace. She dismissed any lingering grievances and continued, well, I am indeed not of the Tingsha. I am not someone who can exist apart from water. Water is the essence of life. Without it, no being can survive in this world. The reason I speak thus is that I possess a method that will allow you to remain where you are, free from the fear of crocodiles lurking in the water, and without the dread of wild beasts launching surprise attacks. At this revelation, the tribe's people became agitated. If such a solution existed, their future lives would be devoid of worry. Moyen fixed his gaze on Leaf, inquiring, Leaf the witch, what is this method? The old witch approached, trembling as she spoke, Leaf the witch. If you truly possess such a method, you would be the benefactor of our Tingsha tribe. For many years, due to a lack of security and oversight, countless lives had been lost among the Tingsha. If Leaf's claims were true, the tribe would witness a decline in fatalities, and their numbers would no longer dwindle. Benefactor or not, as you mentioned, I am the shaman of the Tingsha tribe, and serving the tribe is my duty. Although summoned by the old witch, she genuinely felt well treated, without a hint of grievance. Initially, she had intended to escape an unwanted engagement by seeking refuge elsewhere, but since fate had led her here, she would assist the Tingsha tribe in flourishing. Thus, should the day come when she must depart, she could do so with a lighter heart. The method proposed by Yezi is to excavate irrigation channels, drawing water from the river to the Tingsha tribe. Naturally, the tribe also requires the construction of an artificial lake for the orcs to frolic and cool off. Furthermore, erecting city walls is essential. A tribe so boldly situated in the lush expanse of nature cannot claim safety. Should a wild beast intrude, the members of the Tingsha tribe would be left to their fate, regardless of the presence of a shaman, who may be preoccupied at critical moments. Thus, The optimal solution is to construct robust walls, wide, thick, and tall, ensuring their durability and strength. Without hesitation, all orcs, except for those venturing out to hunt, rally to the cause, including females and older offspring, joining the efforts to build their community. These orcs, once deemed incapable of transformation and regarded as symbols of inefficacy for their inability to hunt, often faced disdain from their peers. Even during food distribution, they received less than others, sometimes even less than the females. The orcs were reluctant to discuss fairness, acknowledging their perceived shortcomings as they contributed little yet consumed freely, conforming to the tribe's arrangements. However, since Yezi's arrival, the orcs gradually recognized their potential. They now actively contribute to the construction of their village, witnessing their newfound utility. Joy radiated from their faces as they hoisted stones weighing hundreds of pounds upon their shoulders, their backs remaining upright and unyielding. The females, too, proved their strength, assisting one another in mixing wet clay, which they transported using woven baskets crafted under Yezi's guidance. Layer by layer, the orcs built the walls with the damp earth mixed with stones. This method was imparted by Yezi, and the clay was no ordinary soil, but rather a sticky variant provided by Tianji. Although Tianji resided in the Tingsha tribe, he seldom made his presence known, appearing only to instruct Yezi or partake in meals. Upon learning of the tribe's plans to build walls, Tianji sought out this special clay around the tribe and shared its significance with Yezi. Yezi was overjoyed, for she had previously lamented the absence of such a material as cement. Little did she know that her master would promptly provide her with a solution. The leaves were not idle. They promptly organized a team for excavation and effectively utilized the clay in the construction of the city walls. Indeed, the foundation, reinforced with clay, became remarkably sturdy, to the extent that even the slightest movement of the stones proved impossible. The leaves were greatly pleased with this outcome. Meanwhile, the annual awakening day of the Tingsha tribe was approaching. It was then that Yezi realized that the orcs awakened their bloodline powers through a grand ceremony. And this day marked the most significant occasion for the Tingsha tribe. The witch summoned Yezi to her presence and plainly informed her, "Yiwu, this year's awakening ceremony will be led by you. Prepare yourself." What? The leaves were caught off guard, and upon regaining her composure, she immediately declined, saying, No, I know nothing about this, wise elder, it should be you." Chapter 58, led by Leaf Witch. In such sacrificial ceremonies, she was but a novice. No, she was even less than a novice, for she possessed no knowledge whatsoever in this regard. However, the elder seemed to have unwavering faith in her. Upon Leaf's refusal, she gently urged, "Leaf Witch, I am aging and uncertain how many more times I can oversee such rituals. You are the next shaman of the Tingsha tribe. It is essential for you to grasp these ceremonial processes early, so you will not be flustered in the future. While the elder is still here, and with your mentor by your side, do not hesitate to take the reins. Should you encounter any confusion, we shall assist you with clarity." Leaf Witch. Presiding over the sacrificial ceremony is a test for you, yet it also presents an opportunity for gain. Those new warriors, awakened by your bloodline power, will become your devoted followers. Their faith will transform into the divine power a shaman requires. Leaf Witch, to fortify ourselves as shamans, aside from diligently learning shamanic arts, this is indeed a prime avenue for acquiring strength. Oh dear, it seems presiding over the sacrificial ceremony carries so many benefits, I truly cannot refuse. Thus, she acquiesced. Very well, I will accept, but wise elder, you must teach me how to conduct the sacrifice and awaken the bloodline powers of the beast men. This kind of supernatural endeavor was entirely foreign to her. As her mentor, the elder needed to instruct her on the proper conduct. Rest assured, the elder will impart everything you need to know for the ceremony, including what to pay attention to. It should be noted that these teachings ought to have been provided by Tianji, her mentor, yet seeing that Tianji was often elusive, the elder took it upon herself to guide Leaf. With the elder's assurance, she felt at ease. After all, presiding over the sacrificial ceremony was beneficial. And with the elder's guidance throughout, what was there to hesitate about? The annual sacrificial event brought a mix of joy and sorrow. Those beastmen who had failed to awaken their bloodline powers in previous years felt a deep sense of loss. To become a warrior was the aspiration of every beastman. Yet those unable to awaken their powers remained mere commoners. Meanwhile, those waiting for their bloodline powers to awaken were filled with both excitement and trepidations, fervently praying each day to become true warriors and join their chieftains in the hunt, to ensure a bountiful supply of ingredients for the sacrificial feast. Moyen had been leading the warriors on daily hunts, returning late each evening. Notably, since Leaf's arrival, life in the Tingsha tribe had gradually improved. They no longer faced hunger, nor did they anxiously await the warriors' return, nor did they long for grand feasts. With the foraged edibles Leaf discovered around the tribe, combined with the beast meat, everyone was well fed. Moreover, they were not troubled by digestive issues. Indeed, the combination of beast meat and wild greens proved quite beneficial. Not only did it satiate their hunger, but as Leaf had said, it also improved their digestion and provided essential vitamins and nutrients. They were unaware of these benefits, but they trusted Leaf's words implicitly. After all, following her guidance spared them from hunger and enriched their lives. Before long, the day of the sacrificial ceremony arrived. The Tingsha tribe was alive with excitement as everyone donned their most treasured and beautiful beast skin garments and gathered at the sacrificial square. Bowls of beast meat and wild vegetables were laid beneath the serpent statue, while the elder chanted prayers for the serpent clan's blessings upon the Tingsha tribe. At last, having completed the offerings to the serpent ancestors, the elder prepared to awaken the bloodline powers of the beast men. In the square, 2 rows of youths, appearing to be between 10 and 15 years old, gazed expectantly at the elder. After today, they would qualify to become warriors. And each was filled with a mix of eagerness and anxiety. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to become a warrior. It depended on their fortune and the richness of the bloodline power within them. The elder turned to the gathered clansmen, waving her staff and proclaiming loudly, "My kin. Today marks a significant day for our Tingsha tribe, one that will influence our development for the coming year. I cannot predict how many warriors will awaken today. Thus, maintain a stable mindset. Regardless of the outcome, do not be disheartened. Approach it with a calm heart." This year's sacrificial event was distinct, as the elder intended for Leaf Witch to oversee the awakening ceremony. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the square erupted with murmurs. Such an important event, and the elder had entrusted it to Leaf Witch? Wise elder, is this truly prudent? We acknowledge Leaf Witch's remarkable capabilities. Yet she is still quite young and may not be able to preside over such a significant occasion. Despite the formidable prowess of the young witch, her age is a significant factor, and considering the brief period since she awakened her powers, entrusting her with the awakening ceremony raises concerns. Grandma Witch, perhaps it would be better for you to lead this time. My heart is already filled with trepidation. Having the young witch preside only amplifies my unease. The speaker was one of the participants in today's awakening, expressing a lack of confidence in the young witch's ability to lead the ceremony, which only served to deepen his anxiety. Grandma Witch, why not continue to preside over this event? Let the young witch familiarize herself with the tribe's traditions, and we can invite her to lead next year instead, if that pleases you. This suggestion came from Nina, who was taken aback by Grandma Witch's decision. The young witch was indeed too inexperienced, having only recently joined the tribe, making her unsuitable for such sacred rituals. If the ceremony were to fail, the tribe would undoubtedly cast blame upon her, and Nina wished to shield the young witch from such accusations. You are all aware of Grandma Witch's health. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk of summoning the young witch. While she can lead this time, what if she is unable to endure until next year? Who then would preside over the tribe's sacred rituals? The tribe members exchanged glances, puzzled, as Grandma Witch had been healed by the young witch and appeared rejuvenated. Why then? Was she suddenly expressing such doubts? Yezi silently rolled her eyes, unsure of who had told her that she could potentially live for another 20 or 30 years. Yet now it seemed as if she might not endure even a single year. The old witch had a knack for misleading people. Cough, cough. Every situation has its first time. This year, you do not wish for Yi Wu to preside, and next year, others also do not want to place their hopes on Yi Wu. How then can she grow? The old witch felt somewhat awkward, aware that Yi Wu understood her circumstances. Misleading the clan members in her presence made her wonder what Yi Wu truly thought of her. Never mind, let us first convince the clan members. Today's awakening ceremony was undoubtedly for Yi Wu. The several youths in the square lamented internally, "Old witch, can Yi Wu's growth not come at the cost of extinguishing our opportunity for awakening?" Chapter 59, Radiant Purity in the End. It was Mo Yin who decisively interjected, "What all this rambling? Those who do not wish to awaken may step back. They can wait until next year to awaken." After all, the Tingshi tribe had made considerable progress this year. It mattered little whether there were new members joining. They could simply wait another year. The youths were incensed. To awaken next year? What a joke. They were not willing to wait another year, having eagerly awaited this day. How could they easily give it up? I am willing. Then Yi Wu can awaken for me. Thank you, Yi Wu. Not wanting to wait another year. Someone immediately voiced their support. He was among the more composed of the group, considering that the old witch would not make such decisions lightly. If she dared to let Yi Wu take the lead, it was proof of her capability to preside. Thus, they decided to trust the old witch this time and give Yi Wu a chance. I am also willing. Yi Wu, please do not make any mistakes in the process. The clan members all laughed, and even Yezi could not help but chuckle. The expression of this lad was simply too amusing. What is your name? Such a funny child. Yezi couldn't resist her curiosity. Although unaware of why Yi Wu was asking for his name, Jessie dutifully replied, "Yi Wu. My name is Jessie. Jessie Jelly? Who is Jelly to you?" The leaves gazed intently at Jessie, and the more she looked, the more she perceived a striking resemblance between him and Jerry. A suspicion brewed within her. This fellow must surely be connected to Jerry. Back to the witch. He is my brother. From the moment Jessie uttered those words, Jerry sensed that something was amiss. He promptly took a step back, seeking refuge behind Moto. Such an embarrassing brother, could he possibly wish him away? Yezi cast a glance towards Madwa, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Indeed, as she had surmised, the two were brothers. However, the disparity in their personalities was quite pronounced. The elder brother exhibited a commendable steadiness, while the younger one possessed a more exuberant spirit. It was uncertain from which parent they had inherited their distinct traits. Your brother is remarkably brave, a truly extraordinary warrior. I believe you two can rise to such greatness," she assured. "Of course, I must also put your mind at ease. For today's awakening ceremony, I have practiced countless times. Rest assured, I will not falter in the steps." Jesse harbored no doubts about Yezi anymore. Her assertion that his brother was an exceptional warrior and that he could follow in those illustrious footsteps inexplicably soothed Jesse's anxious heart, allowing him to return to the ranks with renewed composure as he awaited Yezi to facilitate his awakening. It seemed that the situation had reached an inevitable conclusion, with no one wishing to withdraw, all standing in place, anticipating Yezi to awaken them. Then let us commence. With Yezi's declaration, the atmosphere grew solemn, and all eyes turned towards her at the altar. Today, Yezi donned a pristine white ceremonial robe, distinct from the one bestowed upon her by the old witch. It was the one contained within the Tianqin sword. Tianqi had once remarked that since the Tianqin sword was gifted to Yezi, all that resided within it also belonged to her. Inside, Yezi discovered numerous treasures, among which was a ceremonial robe. She secretly pondered whether this robe was prepared by her master for some female. However, Zhang Tian informed her that this ceremonial attire was actually intended for Tianji by his master, leaving Yezi utterly astonished. What was this? Did her master's grandfather have a penchant for dressing his apprentice as a woman? Zhang Tian cast a sidelong glance at Yezi and remarked, "Your mind is filled with peculiar notions." Initially, Tianji's master believed him to be female, captivated by his adorably charming appearance, and thus contemplated taking him as his disciple. The ceremonial robe was meant to be a gift for Tianji upon their meeting, but it was only later that they discovered Tianji was male. There was no recourse. The prepared gift could not be retracted, so it was presented to Tianji nonetheless. A gift from the master, even if ill-suited, could not be casually discarded. And so Tianji kept it within the Tianqin sword, inadvertently benefiting you, little witch. Returning to the matter at hand, the ceremony commenced. Clad in a shimmering white ceremonial robe, Yezi appeared as ethereal as a celestial being descended to earth. When she began to perform the ceremonial dance, she astounded everyone present. None could have anticipated that the ceremonial dance could be executed with such grace and beauty. The tribespeople were entranced, while only the elder shaman averted her gaze, secretly lamenting, "This child is undoubtedly here to undermine me." Every year, her own ceremonial dance elicited nothing but solemnity from the tribe, devoid of any appreciation. Yet, now they were all captivated by Yezi, which was a clear indication of their disapproval of her performance, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. However, it must be admitted that the dance was indeed performed beautifully by the child. Perhaps it was best for her to simply enjoy the performance, as anger could be detrimental to one's health. As the segment of the ceremonial dance concluded, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Yezi, not contemplating other directions, proceeded according to the established protocol. After the dance, it was time to recite the sacrificial verses. The leaves gently parted, and she implored, "O great ancestor of the Tingsha, please bestow your blessings upon your people. Grant me strength to awaken the dormant Tingsha bloodline within us." As her words resonated, the Tingsha statue behind her suddenly glimmered with a deep green light that enveloped her. A warm surge coursed through her body, filling her with an exquisite comfort. When the verdant luminescence faded, a pure white holy radiance emanated from her, gradually spreading to encompass all those present. A resounding roar echoed as Mo Yin transformed into his true form first. The sacred light flowed over his body, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power, causing him to grow significantly in stature. Following Mo Yin, a second voice rang out. It was Mo Duo, his brother of the same lineage. Though not as formidable as Mo Yin, he too was no weakling. He too was touched by the holy light, experiencing a rise in power, and his form expanded in tandem, filling him with unbridled joy. One by one, voices reverberated throughout the Tingsha tribe as those who had previously awakened underwent a second awakening. As their transformations concluded, every youth who had stood in the square was now manifesting their true Tingsha forms. Moreover, among the onlookers, several orcs who had previously failed to awaken also found their bloodlines stirring back to life. Remarkably, the Tingsha tribe, traditionally devoid of female warriors, witnessed the awakening of 3 females, shattering the long-held belief that females could not awaken their bloodlines. The commotion in the Tingsha tribe did not go unnoticed. Tribes within 100 miles sensed the disturbance. Chieftains and shamans from various tribes emerged from their abodes to gaze upon the Tingsha tribe. "Go, find out who resides there," commanded more than 10 tribes, quickly dispatching 10 squads toward the direction of the Tingsha. Chapter 60. Holy Light Tianji, drawn by the spectacle, murmured to himself, "Is this the holy light spoken of by my teacher? But how could it be? How could such radiance emanate from the little witch?" He pondered the origins of the little witch and how she had come to be a part of the Tingsha tribe. Standing beside him, Zhang Tian could only envy the fortune of the Tingsha tribe. With the little witch among them, their rise to prominence was inevitable. Let us set aside our matters for now. You must assist them in resolving any disturbances, ensuring their awakening remains undisturbed. The news of female awakenings must not leak out, or else the little witch will become a target for the other tribes. Besides, I fear she may awaken even more than just these individuals. In a swift motion, Tianji appeared beside Yezi, having noticed her unusual aura, aside from the holy light. She radiated a faint golden glow that instilled a deep sense of reverence within him. "Little witch, who exactly are you?" If the leaves were to awaken, they would surely inform Tianji that they are merely an ordinary inhabitant of Earth. Unfortunately, they are not awake at the moment, feeling rather dazed. Akin to the sensation of inebriation, with an itching forehead and a general sense of discomfort. They had forgotten to inquire with the old witch whether there would be any after effects from presiding over the sacrificial rites. Now, in this hazy state, they could only allow Tianji to carry them. Moyen opened his eyes to glance at Tianji before shutting them once more. The awakening of the beastman's bloodline was indeed a fortuitous event, yet it came with a drawback. During the initial awakening, they were utterly devoid of strength. This meant that the Tengsha tribe was entirely vulnerable, susceptible to annihilation by any passerby. Their hopes rested solely on Tianji and Zhantian. Should they neglect their responsibilities, they could only resign themselves to fate. Moyen harbored no worries about this. Considering his bond with Leaf Witch, Tianji and Zhantian would undoubtedly intervene. Indeed, Zhantian had already confronted the first wave of intruders. He seated himself boldly in the middle of the path and proclaimed, "Begone, this is no place for you." A dozen robust individuals laughed heartily at his words. "Old man, wherever we desire to go, there are no restrictions. If you know what's good for you, scram, or else you'll regret it." Old man. Zhantian was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized his age was considerable. How many years had it been? Ignoring Zhantian's indifference, the speaker felt his authority was challenged and roared, "You're seeking death. Charge at him and kill him." However, Zhantian swiftly kicked the first assailant away, muttering, "Today's youth are so impulsive, quick to resort to violence, with no regard for the elderly or the vulnerable." In mere moments, he subdued nearly a dozen of them. Their cries of despair echoing through the air, each cursing their misfortune. Where did this formidable old monster come from? What kind of extraordinary being resides here? Listen up. There is a tribe here, my disciples. Anyone seeking to trouble them should think twice before proceeding. The Tengsha tribe had fallen to dismal straits. It seemed they had been here long enough for no one to recognize them, a clear indication of the treatment afforded to the most marginalized tribes. Yet, with him and Tianji's protection, and the unique presence of the Little Witch, the Tengsha tribe would surely ascend back to prominence one day. The Tengsha tribe fell into a profound silence, striving to adapt to their awakened bloodline. They faced a 3-day period of weakness, after which they would possess formidable physiques and doubled lifespans. The unawakened beastmen also benefited from the holy light's cleansing, mending their long-suffering bodies. Within 3 days, these ordinary beastmen would awaken, revitalized and alert. Observing the state of the tribe, overwhelming joy filled their hearts with gratitude towards the leaves. The rise of the Tengsha tribe was imminent, for they had the Leaf Witch. Do not disturb them. All who awaken must undertake the responsibility of guarding them. After 3 days, they shall complete their awakening, and the Tengsha tribe will stand fearless. Yes, Grandmother Witch. These awakened kin were the very hope of the Tengsha tribe, particularly the twice-awakened chieftain. After 3 days, this area would find it difficult to present a threat to them, for not everyone had the opportunity for a second awakening. The old witch appeared even younger, her wrinkles diminished, her posture less hunched, indicating she too had reaped benefits from this event. As for the Leaf Witch, that child was extraordinary. Who would have thought that a simple awakening ceremony could bring such immense surprises to the Tengsha tribe? She truly ought to be asked about the world she hailed from. The celestial witch had taken her away. What was her intention? They could only watch helplessly, knowing that the celestial witch was the Leaf Witch's mentor and would not harm her, hence they did not intervene. You may go now, and be prepared with ample food. The awakening has drained the kin greatly, and their demand for sustenance will be significant upon awakening. You must prepare accordingly. Observing the multitude of Tengsha, the old witch felt somewhat helpless. With so many awakening together, the food previously prepared by Moyen might prove insufficient, leading to the possibility of their discomfort after awakening. Suddenly, the old witch fixed her gaze on 3 particularly slender Tengsha, her eyes wide with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Awakened female warriors. This is a rare occurrence indeed. No. In my several centuries of life, I have never witnessed such a sight. I cannot believe today has granted me this fortune." The next moment, her brow furrowed again. Agona was guarding one of the slender Tengsha, who appeared frail and delicate, Agona's youngest daughter, the unfortunate child Suolan. While her awakening was undoubtedly a good fortune, the presence of her greedy and indolent mother posed a dilemma. This timid child was easily led by Agona. The old witch feared Suolan might be led astray. Grandmother Witch, are you worried that Suolan will be led astray by Agona? Nina, having awakened, immediately grasped the old witch's thoughts upon seeing her gaze fixed on Agona and her daughter. Agona truly had a charmed life. Previously, when the Tengsha tribe was sparse, the old witch and others had refrained from expelling her despite her misdeeds. Now, with her daughter awakening the bloodline, they could never drive her out of the tribe, leaving poor Suolan to be exploited by her mother indefinitely. Chapter 61. The Legend. The old witch responded, "Indeed, the birth of each warrior is no small feat, especially for females, which is even more challenging. Suolan has finally awakened, yet she has such a mother. How can I not worry?" There were times when the old witch could no longer tolerate Agona's behavior and nearly banished her from the tribe, but ultimately, she spared her due to her identity as a Tengsha. Yet, Agona's obstinacy was unyielding. The old witch felt genuine disappointment in her. Realizing it would be futile to expect change from her rather than from Suolan, she fervently wished for Suolan to become stronger and braver, to take charge of her own destiny, to no longer be timid, and to escape Agona's manipulation. Grandmother Witch, it is indeed difficult for female warriors to awaken. Their awakening relies entirely on the Leaf Witch. In this case, let them become the Leaf Witch's personal guards. Firstly, they can take care of the Leaf Witch's daily needs. Secondly, this will distance Sualan from Agona, preventing her from exploiting Sualan. The old witch's previously murky eyes sparkled with clarity as she smiled. Nina, that is an excellent idea. Perhaps I am getting old. The old witch was not aging. Rather, she was becoming increasingly youthful. All of this was brought forth by the Leaf Witch. Nina gazed at the enormous Tungsha occupying nearly the entire square. Her eyes filled with pride, silently praying. Son, you must protect the Leaf Witch diligently. Due to Sualan's unexpected awakening, Age was filled with elation. His mind brimming with thoughts of what the future might hold, utterly oblivious to the fact that the witch and Nina had already begun plotting their schemes. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Jean Tian single-handedly dealt with all those who sought to uncover the truth, while also ensuring that the members of the Tingsha tribe were provided with the necessary provisions. The awakened tribespeople had nothing to worry about. They all immersed themselves in the task of processing the game, and for a time, the air around the Tingsha tribe was thick with the scent of blood. The leaves were roused by the stench of blood, and upon awakening, a pervasive itch enveloped her body, compelling her to scratch incessantly. Initially, she presumed that such intense itching would be accompanied by a rash or some form of affliction. However, to her dismay, there was nothing amiss. Only an inexplicable and severe itchiness. Though she had awakened, discomfort lingered in her body. Tianji, who had been vigilantly watching over Yezi, noticed her restlessness and approached her with concern. Master, I am itching all over, yet there are no visible signs. I am at a loss as to the cause. Tianji, unable to offer a solution, recalled the golden aura that had emanated from Yezi earlier and could not suppress his curiosity. Little witch, who exactly are you? To what kind of beast folk do you belong? Despite his extensive knowledge, this was the first time he encountered a type of beast folk he could not comprehend, igniting within him a fervent desire for exploration regarding Yezi's condition. Master, I am merely an ordinary person, not beast folk. If it weren't for the old witch bringing me here, I wouldn't even know what kind of witch body I possess. Subsequently, Tianji recounted the incident at the altar when golden light had radiated from her, leaving her utterly astonished. Master, you must be mistaken. Did I truly emanate golden light? I am not the Buddha. How could I possibly emit such light? Suddenly, an idea struck her. The Chinese often referred to themselves as descendants of dragons, and the dragon's form is typically associated with a golden hue. Could it be? No. That is merely a legend. It cannot be true. This notion seemed implausible, even to Yezi, yet she found herself unable to conceive of any other explanation. What legend? Yezi gazed at Tianji, opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she inquired, Master, have you ever heard of dragons? Dragons? Now it was Tianji's turn to be perplexed. What manner of creature was this? It seemed that such beings did not exist in this world. Little witch, I can assuredly tell you that there are no dragons in this realm. Is there any connection between them and you? Instinctively, Tianji sensed that dragons were extraordinary beings. Yet their absence in this world led him to conclude that they must belong to the world where Little Witch resided. His curiosity about that place was intensifying. Master, in my homeland, we are all ordinary people, and there are no beast men. However, we do possess a legend, one that claims we are descendants of dragons. In our lore, dragons are mythical creatures, described as having the body of a serpent, the head of a crocodile, the legs of a lizard, the talons of an eagle, the tail of a snake, the antlers of a deer, scales of a fish, whiskers at the corners of their mouths, a pearl beneath their brows, and horns atop their heads. There are many tales surrounding dragons, yet my knowledge is limited, as I had always regarded them as mere fables. While everyone proclaims to be a descendant of dragons, few genuinely believe it. It is merely a legacy of spiritual culture. Legends do not arise without cause. Where there are such tales, there must be some underlying truth. Little witch, upon observing your situation, I ponder that perhaps the legends hold some veracity. The reason you all have not undergone transformation, I suspect, is because you have yet to awaken. When you assisted the Tingsha tribe in their awakening, you too experienced a similar awakening. They slumbered for 3 days, and so did you. The tales of dragons from Little Witch's homeland are certainly not baseless. Tianji contemplated that with Yezi's arrival, this world might give birth to an extraordinary entity, a dragon. Tianji felt an eager anticipation to witness Yezi's transformation into a dragon, yet alas. Aside from a sensation of itchiness, she exhibited no other signs. Yezi clutched her stomach in embarrassment, as it had chosen the most inopportune moment to announce its hunger, leaving her with a profound sense of mortification. Tianji could not help but smirk. Come now, there is an abundance of food prepared outside. Over the past 3 days, your body has expended an excessive amount of energy, and it is imperative that you replenish it swiftly. Outside, a whirlwind of activity ensued, the orcs displaying a complete disregard for decorum. It would be unacceptable for the Little Witch to feel embarrassed about this. As it turned out, Tianji had overestimated Yezi's capacity for embarrassment. Upon catching sight of the food, she instantly cast aside all reservations, seizing a beast's leg and devouring it with unrestrained delight. At that moment, Yezi was oblivious to everything else, her master, the Elder Witch, and even the ominous presence of Moyen. All her focus was devoted to her feast. Was there any concern regarding the well-being of the Celestial Witch and the Earthly Witch? the elder witch had presided over the awakening ceremony. Although she would feel somewhat weakened afterward, it was certainly not to the extent of falling into a deep slumber. For 3 consecutive days, Yezi slept soundly, leaving the old witch in doubt as to whether the surge in awakened individuals had drained her energy. It is indeed quite embarrassing. The awakening ceremony she presided over had a success rate of nearly 50%, yet Yezi managed to awaken everyone, even those who had lost all hope. This is a blatant slap in the face, and one cannot help but wonder if those orcs, now reawakened, would hold her accountable, considering her insufficient prowess had delayed their revival. Chapter 62, Transformation into a Glutton. Yezi was simply fatigued and needed rest. She would soon recover. Before Yezi, Tianji appeared as a benevolent mentor, but in the presence of others, even with a smile, he exuded an air of aloofness. The old witch felt this way around Tianji, which she believed was appropriate, as celestial witches were inherently exalted beings, deserving of reverence from novice witches like herself. After hearing Tianji's words, the old witch felt considerably reassured. Yezi represented the hope of the Tingsha tribe, and she wished for her well-being. Tree witch, I implore you to keep the awakening of the female warrior a secret. The Tingsha tribe is too fragile, should others learn of the little witch's existence. It would bring her trouble. Tree witch is a term of endearment used by Tianji for the old witch, as her name, Nan Yashu, contains the character for tree. Being the oldest member of the Tingsha tribe and its only witch, the people habitually referred to her as the old witch. Although Tianji appeared ageless, he was undoubtedly her senior by many years, making it implausible for him to call her old witch. Naturally, she did not dare to request such familiarity from him, ultimately settling for the last character of her name as a substitute. Being openly told that her tribe was weak left the old witch feeling quite disheartened, yet she could find no grounds for rebuttal against Tianji's assertion. She could only respond respectfully, rest assured, Celestial Witch, I will restrain my kin and ensure they do not disclose Yezi's circumstances. Tianji nodded lightly, indicating that it was preferable to avoid unnecessary complications until the little witch had matured. However, neither of them noticed that someone had overheard their entire conversation. Iguana, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yezi. She had just learned that the old witch intended to send Suo Lan to guard and care for Yezi, which infuriated her to the point of nausea. Why should her daughter be tasked with protecting Yezi? If anyone were to guard, it should be her, the mother. Moreover, Iguana held Yezi responsible for Suo Ya's death, viewing her as an enemy, which intensified her opposition to the idea of Suo Lan safeguarding Yezi. Iguana stormed towards the old witch to confront her. In the past, she would have lacked the courage to do so, but now, with a daughter who possessed awakened bloodline powers, she felt emboldened. However, upon arriving and seeing Tianji present, she immediately halted her advance. The celestial witch was not someone she could provoke. Did she not see how cautiously the old witch attended to him? She decided to wait for Tianji to depart before confronting the old witch, initially intending to leave. Her curiosity got the better of her regarding what Tianji was discussing with the old witch, prompting her to stealthily approach and eavesdrop. As the tribe members dined in their usual chaotic manner, Iguana's approach went unnoticed by either Tianji or the old witch, allowing her to overhear their conversation. It was evident that Tianji's specific admonition to the old witch indicated that the matter of Yezi awakening a female warrior must remain confidential. Iguana smirked. Will this bring trouble to Yezi? Perfect. I shall ensure that more people become aware of this. Just wait for the trouble to come knocking. Meanwhile, Yezi, blissfully indulging in her meal, remained entirely oblivious to the fact that she had once again become the subject of someone else's schemes. The leaves have never realized that she possesses such an insatiable appetite. A whole large bowl of roasted meat, accompanied by a half bowl of mixed wild vegetables, was entirely consumed by her, and astonishingly, it still left her unsatisfied. More importantly, despite devouring such a substantial amount, there was no indication of her belly distending. Where, indeed, did all that food go? With such an extraordinary capacity for consumption, could her body truly be free of any ailments? Yet, hunger still gnawed at her. Regardless, she decided to continue feasting until her hunger was quelled. Thus, the once unremarkable leaf, who was never as gluttonous as the tribe's younglings, unleashed her remarkable ability to consume food, devouring yet another 3 bowls of meat and 2 bowls of vegetables before finally letting out a contented belch. It was only at that moment that she sensed an unusual atmosphere, a silence that felt overly pronounced. As she slowly lifted her gaze, she found everyone staring at her. What was amiss? Must they all fix their gazes upon her? Such attention made her feel uneasy. Leaf, are you full? It was no wonder they were captivated by her. The disparity in her appetite was simply too striking. The awakened beastmen, endowed with their bloodline powers, could manage to eat only double the amount of food at most. As for Yezi, she typically consumes very little. However, today she has devoured more than 10 times her usual portion, which inevitably raises their concerns. Having satisfied her hunger, she chuckles. It seems I have indulged a bit too much today. Yet, it is not merely a slight overindulgence. Yezi notices the empty bowls beside her and awkwardly diverts her gaze, resolutely refusing to acknowledge that those were her handiwork. Yiwu, do you feel any discomfort in your body at present? Indeed, The quantity consumed is of little consequence. Their primary concern lies in the state of Yiwu's health. Everyone awaits Yezi's response to the inquiry posed by the old witch. The leaves shook their heads, declaring, "No, not only do I feel no discomfort whatsoever, but I am instead imbued with a profound sense of strength. If you do not believe me, just take a look. In the presence of all." You effortlessly lifted the stone slab, which weighed approximately 200 to 300 pounds. Yezi initially intended to boast, proclaiming, "Behold, my strength is formidable. I am nearly a champion of might." However, the orcs displayed no semblance of surprise, gazing at her as if to say, and then, taken aback, Yezi found herself at a loss for words, realizing that this band of half-orcs were all themselves paragons of strength, effortlessly lifting weights of 200 to 300 pounds as if it were an everyday occurrence. Thus, her attempts at showcasing her abilities were utterly misplaced. No wonder the orcs remained so composed. Yet, Yezi genuinely wished to assert, "I seek your praise. I am indeed impressive now. For such feats were utterly beyond my capabilities in the past. Ahem, the leaf which is truly remarkable, being able to lift such a massive stone. It is simply astounding." Yezi cast a sidelong glance at Moyen. "If you hadn't coughed so many times, you might have had some persuasive power. Now, just look at the disdainful gazes of our kin. Aren't you embarrassed?" Embarrassment? Not at all. Moyen shot a cold glance, causing everyone to immediately fall silent, not daring to act out of turn. Ultimately, it was the old witch who could no longer bear the sight, and spoke up. "As long as Leaf Witch is well, that is what matters. In this awakening ceremony of the tribe, Leaf Witch has made the greatest contributions. The overall strength of the Tungsha tribe has significantly increased, and you must all remember her kindness. Rest assured, old witch, from now on, Leaf Witch will be the person I admire and revere the most. I will forever cherish her benevolence. Leaf Witch has changed my fate, transforming me from an ordinary orc. Henceforth, I shall devote my utmost efforts to serve her. Leaf Witch is the next shaman of the Tungsha tribe, and we shall vow to protect her with our lives, obeying her commands and striving to strengthen the Tungsha tribe." Chapter 63. Leaf Witch. The orcs hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Yezi, officially becoming her followers. Whether it was merely Yezi's illusion or not, she seemed to have accepted an inexplicable surge of power, an invisible force that she could nonetheless feel. She had long desired to retrieve the bird's nest from the large tree at the entrance of the tribe, sensing the continuous growth of power within her. Yezi immediately controlled the Tianxin sword with her mind. In full view of everyone, she astonishingly used the sword to dislodge the bird's nest from the tree. This was a clear case of grand potential being employed for trivial tasks. The old witch and the others were left in stunned silence. Only those younglings, like Yezi, who wished to retrieve the nest, erupted in cheers. "Oh, Leaf Witch has brought down the nest. How impressive. Leaf Witch truly is the most formidable. She accomplished what we could not. I have decided to follow her lead from now on. Leaf Witch, I also know where there are more nests. Shall I take you to them later?" Uffed. Ha ha. In an instant, Yezi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Go away. I am a witch. How could I take you to raid a bird's nest? It would tarnish my reputation. If it weren't for that title of Chief Witch Yi, we might still be able to negotiate." Such a childish little one, causing her to be the subject of ridicule. Ha ha. Tianji, the little witch is quite amusing. She is still fixated on raiding bird nests, using the hard-earned power of faith for such trivial pursuits. How entertaining. With such a loud voice, she must undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with. And if that is the case, then her earlier actions were witnessed by her master. Yezi truly wished to find a crevice to burrow into. It was exceedingly embarrassing. Master Tianji ought to consider tidying up the premises. "Master, I merely wish to remove it to prevent the little ones from incessantly attempting to climb up and raid the bird's nest. If they were to accidentally fall, it would be disastrous. Truly, you must believe me." Yezi was uncertain whether Tianji would believe this explanation, yet it truly reflected her intentions. She felt no desire to take on the role of a child's head. A voice resonated from the sky. "I believe in you, my disciple. You have performed admirably." The leaves chuckled and exclaimed into the air, "Master, thank you." Turning to grasp the young cub that had just called her Leaf Witch, she inquired, "Where's the bird's nest you mentioned? Please take me there so that I may retrieve it and prevent you from encountering any danger during your attempts." She truly embodied the spirit of a dedicated witch. For the safety of the young ones, she resolved to extract every bird's nest visible yet unreachable to them, thereby eliminating any potential threats. Surrounded by the young cubs, Leaf evoked laughter among her kin. It must be said that such a demeanor rendered her even more endearing to her people. She lacked the aloofness often associated with authority, instead exuding a spirited charm reminiscent of youthful innocence, which brought forth affectionate expressions from the elder members of the tribe. In the days that followed, Leaf indeed became the chief witch of the tribe, leading all the young cubs, alongside 3 females, on their quest for bird eggs. Consequently, Agona frequently sought out the old witch to lodge complaints, lamenting that her daughter, a female warrior, had been reduced to the role of a mere follower of the Leaf Witch. Not only that, but the Leaf Witch and her entourage spent their days engaged in trivial pursuits devoid of significance. Agona mused that it would be better for Sualan to accompany the warriors on their hunts, as she would at least receive a greater share of food, thus reaping more benefits. Yet, the old witch paid her no heed, simply stating, Sualan is the personal guardian of the leaf witch. She will follow her instructions without question. As for you, remain at ease within the tribe. So long as Agona stirred no trouble, her lack of involvement in the tribe's affairs rendered her a mere bystander, one they could easily support. Having encountered resistance from the old witch, Agona resolved to seek out Sualan, hoping to persuade her to approach the witch and express her unwillingness to accompany the leaf witch, curious if the witch would maintain her stance. However, Agona could never find Sualan. Each time she approached, Sualan seemed to have pressing matters, deliberately evading Agona. Little did she know the joy Sualan now experienced. Ever since awakening her bloodline power, she had been assigned to protect the leaf witch, no longer fearing reprimands from her mother, and could frolic joyously with her companions, an existence she had once scarcely dared to dream of. Observing Agona's impending schemes, Sualan grew fearful and began to intentionally distance herself from Agona, denying her any opportunity for contact. Yezi witnessed everything, and only after inquiring did she learn of the existence of such a cruel mother in this world, despite both being children of the same father. The treatment of Suaya and Sualan was strikingly disparate, as if Suaya were a biological child while Sualan had been merely adopted. Yezi, filled with anger, summoned Sualan to her side and said, You need not fear her nor evade her. If she seeks you again, simply inform her that from now on, I shall determine your affairs. Should she have any matters to discuss, let her come to me. As the shaman of the tribe, she possessed the authority to protect an individual. Given Agona's character, it was reasonable to believe that the elder witches would side with her. Thank you, Yiwu. I fear my mother and wish not to return to her side. I implore you, please do not make me go back. The truth of Solan's heart was that all the inhabitants of the Tengsha tribe treated her far better than her mother did. She genuinely did not wish to return to Agona. If you do not wish to return, then we shall not. No one shall compel you, not even your mother. As a mother, Agona showed no compassion towards Sualan. Thus, Sualan had every right to refuse being exploited and abused by Agona once more. Who says I can't? Well, I say Sualan is always avoiding me. It's all you're doing, Yiwu. You have gone too far. Agona was on the brink of fury, for the only person she could rely on now was Sualan. Yet, Yiwu had the audacity to incite Sualan, attempting to create a rift between mother and daughter. How malicious could she be? Mother, you have wronged Yiwu. She did not teach me to avoid you. It was I alone, who wished not to return. Sualan, inherently fearful of Agona, turned pale at her sudden appearance. Yet, this was entirely her own decision, not something instigated by Yiwu. Deep down, Sualan did not want Agona to unjustly accuse Yezi. What? You do not wish to return? Why? I am your mother. Do you wish to abandon me? How can you do this? I am your mother. You came from me. Your life is mine to give. What right do you have to refuse to come back? What right do you have to disregard me? Agona, enraged, lunged at Sualan, seizing her hair and striking her several times. As if that were not enough, she proceeded to pinch and grasp at Sualan's body. Sualan, wincing in pain, cried out, Woo-woo, mother, it hurts so much. Please, do not pinch me anymore. The sudden action of Agona left Yezi momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure and realized what was happening, her fury igniting as she bellowed, Stop. Chapter 64, Severing the Maternal Bond. Hearing about such a thing is one matter, but witnessing it firsthand is entirely different. After all, this was her own flesh and blood. Her daughter. How could Agona be so ruthless? And in front of onlookers, no less. If this had occurred in private, how pitiful would Sualan have been? How could a mother treat her child in such a manner? Yet, upon hearing Yezi's furious cries, Agona paid them no heed, even deliberately increasing her force, causing Sualan to scream in agony. Yezi could no longer contain her anger. She forcefully seized Agwina's hair and dragged her away from Sualan, delivering several stinging slaps to her face. In all my years, I have never encountered such a malevolent mother as you. She is your own flesh and blood. How could you lay a hand on her? What is your heart made of? What has she done to deserve this treatment? A mother is meant to be the greatest protector in the world, the refuge for all children. Yet, you have made your daughter dread your presence as if she were facing a specter. You truly possess an extraordinary capacity for cruelty. I vow that from this day forth, your daughter is no longer connected to you. She belongs to me. Should you dare to harm her again, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Do not question my authority. As the shaman of the Tengshi tribe, I possess the right to safeguard every member of my clan. Sualan falls under my protection, and I shall defend her. If you behave with decorum, considering you bore Sualan for the tribe shall provide for you. However, should you continue to court disaster, I will cast you out of the Tengshi tribe without a second thought, leaving you to fend for yourself. Agwina's ears buzzed, and she barely comprehended Yezi's words, while Sualan, crouched in the corner, absorbed every syllable. Throughout her life, Yezi was the first person to bring her warmth, the first to stand up to protect her. In the past, when the tribe's people witnessed her being bullied, they would only offer empty words of consolation, which only intensified her mother's wrath. Even the revered shamaness, whom she held in high esteem, had never intervened to assist her, aside from issuing warnings to her mother. Yezi was indeed the first to truly stand up for her. Sual Lan pondered that from this moment on, she would no longer have a mother, but rather one who would protect her with unwavering dedication, Yezi, the shaman. Little did Yezi anticipate that her act of protection would earn her the lifelong guardianship of Sual Lan. However, that is a tale for another time. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the clan members, who, upon witnessing Sual Lan's injuries, immediately suspected that Iguona had once again bullied her. They swiftly began to condemn Iguona for her poor parenting. Iguona, finally able to decipher their accusations, retorted defiantly, "Disciplining my own daughter is none of your concern." This singular remark effectively silenced the crowd, leaving them momentarily speechless. Yezi, however, was an exception. Observing Iguona's demeanor, she boldly interjected. "While we cannot interfere with how you discipline your daughter, we cannot stand idly by while you mistreat our clan members." Strangely enough, though this may seem a flawed argument, it held weight. The clan members, who had endured Iguona's tirades for years, finally found their voices to counter her. "Indeed, Sual Lan is a member of the Tingsha tribe. One of us, and we will not allow you to mistreat her. She is a warrior who has awakened her bloodline power and is a prioritized subject of our tribe's training. We will not tolerate your bullying." Faced with the cacophony of voices from her fellow clansmen, Iguona was both furious and distressed. In a fit of rage, she threw herself to the ground, pounding her thighs in despair, exclaiming, "Oh, this is utterly unjust. You all come to bully me. You meddle in my efforts to educate my daughter just because I lack a man to protect me, and my eldest daughter has already been killed." Yezi rolled her eyes and remarked once more, "Your eldest daughter conspired with outsiders and met her demise at their hands. It was not anyone else who brought her harm. We have not bullied you. Rather, it is your own malevolence that has led you to mistreat your daughter." Unable to stand by any longer, we, as members of the clan, intervened to halt your cruelty. After Yezi finished speaking, she turned to the person beside her and inquired, "Hey, do you know how her man died?" Upon mentioning this, disdain immediately appeared on the faces of the clan's people. One of them quickly replied, "Only Iguona would have the audacity to bring this up. Doesn't she realize that she had no man to protect her?" TCH. "Oh, this sounds intriguing," Yezi urged. "What happened? Please tell me." "In the past, our tribe did not have walls. On one occasion, a beast invaded the village while the hunting team was away, and the shamaness was unable to intervene in time. Unfortunately, Iguona stumbled upon the beast. As she was about to be devoured, her man rushed to save her, only for her to push him towards the beast and flee. By the time the shamaness arrived, her man had already been mauled to death, with much of his body consumed. This is precisely why no male would dare approach her now. My word. This woman has utterly shattered Yezi's worldview. How could one be so selfish and ruthless? Can she possibly be any more despicable? He is my man. Isn't it his duty to protect me? Besides, those who refuse to seek me out are simply lacking in discernment. What is so remarkable about that? Though Iguona felt a fleeting embarrassment at the remarks from her clansmen, she believed that had she not acted as she did, she would have perished. She bore no guilt for pushing her man aside. Hatred flickered in Sual Lan's eyes as memories of being cradled by her father surged in her mind. She pondered whether her life would have been better had her father not passed away. Unfortunately, with his death, her existence felt akin to hell. And she loathed the fact that she was born of Iguona. "I wish to sever our mother-daughter ties and have no further dealings with you," she declared unexpectedly, leaving everyone, including Iguona, momentarily stunned. "No, do not even think about it. I will never agree." Iguona panicked at the thought of losing her only support. If Sual Lan abandoned her, what would become of her future? "This is not up to you. Since Sual Lan has brought it up, I shall take charge. From now on, Iguona and Sual Lan shall no longer have a mother-daughter relationship." The shamaness approached, parting the crowd to reveal Iguona, who was throwing a fit on the ground. "You cannot do this, shamaness. Sual Lan is my child. I am her mother. She cannot sever our bond." Iguona was thoroughly panicked. If the shamaness took charge, there would be no chance for reversal, and she could not accept it. "This is unavoidable. Given that you did indeed give birth to Sual Lan, the tribe will ensure you live out your days in comfort. As for Sual Lan, you need not concern yourself with her any longer." As a mother, to have her daughter utter such words of disavowal was a profound failure for Iguona. Chapter 65. Tianji leaves. The shamaness declared that the tribe would be responsible for Iguona's care until her death, which left Sual Lan with little to worry about. With Sual Lan denying her and the shamaness enforcing the severance of their bond, Iguona suddenly felt an emptiness within her, sitting dumbfounded on the ground, reflecting on her life. With her man dying to save her and her daughter meeting such a fate, now her youngest daughter denied her. Iguona couldn't help but wonder, had she truly erred? She vehemently shook her head. No, she was not at fault. Everything had been fine until the arrival of Yi Wu. It was her presence that led to this downfall. It was all her fault. Indeed, it was all her fault. Sual Lan had been misled into rejecting her. If only she could drive away or eliminate Yi Wu, everything would revert to its former state. Unbeknownst to Iguona, her failure to repent had long been transparent to the tribe's people. Fortunately, Sual Lan had finally escaped her clutches, no longer suffering for that poor wretch. The Tungshi tribe was now flourishing, with half of the walls constructed. Overall, Tengshi tribe finally started to resemble a proper settlement. Nestled against the mountains, primarily composed of stone, the labor required was considerably reduced. The stones needed for the construction of the walls were sourced from this very mountain, which was still being quarried. This was a dual benefit. Quarrying the mountain not only facilitated the building of the walls, but also expanded the territory of the Tengshi tribe. Approximately 200 meters from the altar, a large pit had been excavated by the orcs, intended to serve as an artificial lake for water collection. The lake was about 7 to 8 meters deep. At the time of excavation, Yezi posed a rather foolish question, fearing that someone who could not swim might accidentally fall in and face danger. This prompted laughter among the orcs. The Tengshi tribe's orcs were naturally adept in water. Even newborn cubs could swim freely, rendering Yezi's concerns utterly unfounded. Yezi felt a pang of embarrassment, suddenly recalling that this group of beings were not human. Indeed, she had to remain ever vigilant to avoid making a fool of herself again. At that moment, Yezi was directing the orcs to lay stones at the bottom of the lake. They were using large, irregular stones, while those with angular edges were all transported to construct the city walls. Well done, that's the way. By laying down the stones, and then building a protective railing along the edges, the lakebed would be free of silt in the future. Oh, and remember to leave an outlet for water flow. It is essential for the water in the lake to circulate, as this promotes hygiene. The channels also require stone paving. And do remember to dig a reservoir outside the city walls to allow for sedimentation before directing the water into the lake. Make sure to periodically clean the reservoir to prevent excess silt from filling it and flowing into the lake. In a true sense, Yezi has achieved the remarkable feat of wielding authority with mere words, commanding her kin to obey her every directive without question. This experience is exceedingly gratifying. Tianji gazes at Yezi as she issues commands, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes. Life here is quite pleasant, filled with moments of instructing the young shamaness and indulging in delectable cuisine. However, he finds himself compelled to depart, as messages from the tribe indicate that the Fox clan has recently engaged in frequent skirmishes with their kin. It is evident to Tianji that the cunning Fox Empress has resumed her troublesome antics. Whenever she cannot locate him, she resorts to such schemes. The unicorns, known for their pacifism and aversion to conflict, have never faced provocation from other clans in his presence. Yet, the Fox clan stands as an exception. Both clans belong to the elite tribes, and each possesses their own celestial shaman. The restless Fox clan, under the encouragement of the Fox Empress, will not allow the unicorns to remain undisturbed. Let us depart. Perhaps our absence will serve them better. The Fox Empress, that madwoman, has already dispatched individuals to search for Tianji. Should she discover him in the Tanger Snake tribe, she may very well endanger them, as well as the young shamaness. If a female were to appear by Tianji's side, even if she were merely his apprentice, the Fox Empress would undoubtedly resort to drastic measures. Contemplating this, Zhang could not help but inquire, Tianji, you must tell me honestly, do you harbor any feelings for the Fox Empress? Tianji's gaze shot towards him, prompting Zhang to promptly seal his lips. Had a glare been lethal, he would have already met his demise at Tianji's hands. I do not wish to hear such inquiries again. Zhang, I trust you understand the dangers of speaking carelessly. It was a threat, a stark and unambiguous one. Zhang could only concede, for Tianji was his master, and he was but a servant obliged to comply. Yet, he longed to ask Tianji, if you have no feelings for the Fox Empress, why not confront her directly and resolve the matter once and for all? As if aware of Zhang thoughts, Tianji suddenly spoke, I cannot kill her. It is my master's command. The reasons behind this remain elusive to him. Perhaps only his master can provide the answers. Regrettably, his master has been missing for several centuries. This time, Zhang refrained from further questioning. He had met Tianji's master, whose presence commanded fear and respect. When she took Tianji as her apprentice, he was already a celestial shaman. After so many years apart, he could only speculate on the extent of her cultivation. He feared that even from afar, she might perceive his disrespect, and the consequences would be dire. Little shamaness, I must depart on urgent matters. You must diligently study your shamanic arts. When we next meet, should you have made no progress, I shall impose a punishment. Take care, master. Yezi let out a cry and immediately dashed out of the tribe, only to find that Tianji had vanished without a trace. She could scarcely believe that Tianji had departed so abruptly, granting her no opportunity for a proper farewell. Should she lament the fact that having such a peculiar master was genuinely exhausting? At the very least, she wished to prepare a sumptuous feast for him, allowing him to depart well-fed and content, rather than rushing off in such a manner. Alas, no amount of complaint could alter the reality that Tianji had already left, which plunged Yezi into melancholy for several days. In a bid to uplift Yezi's spirits, the old witch decided to send Yezi and her 3 companions along with the hunting party, much to the delight of the 4 girls. Finally, they could partake in a hunt, and the excitement was palpable. After all, hunting had always been the domain of the males. It was unprecedented for females to participate, and simply contemplating it filled them with exhilaration. Among them, the youngest was Solon, who felt no thrill at the prospect of hunting. She was content merely to stay by Yezi's side. The other two females, Baishue and Sarue, appeared to be of similar age to Yezi, though outward appearances could be deceiving, as the ages of the tingsha were not as straightforward as they seemed. I must warn you, hunting is no mere pastime. Danger lurks at every turn. Your current excitement may wane should you witness the harsh realities of the hunt, Yezi cautioned, drawing from her own experiences to prepare them for the potential perils ahead. Baishue, ever optimistic, replied, "Fear not. With the chieftain and the others present, I trust they will ensure our safety." Sarue chimed in, "It is the warrior's duty to protect the females. Should danger arise, they would not abandon us." While they were correct in their assumptions, Yezi reminded them, "You have awakened your bloodline powers. You are no longer ordinary females. Do you not wish to contribute in some capacity?" The two females were momentarily taken aback, realizing their own transformation into awakened female warriors, a fact they had nearly forgotten. "Sister Baishue, Sister Tsarue, our task is to safeguard Yezi. Everything else is secondary." To equip them for this vital role, the tribe had assigned trainers to enhance their skills. And indeed, they were no longer mere females. Sualan's observation held merit. However, should unforeseen circumstances arise and the warriors require assistance, they must be prepared to lend a hand. Remember, the welfare of the tribe comes first. Only when the tribe thrives can we enjoy a better life. Why guard her so closely? What difference is there between her staying here or venturing outside? Since we have joined the hunting party, we must integrate and assist, rather than waste our efforts on her. Besides, she is no weakling. Any adversary would think twice before confronting her and her Tianqin sword. "Yezi, we shall heed your guidance," they affirmed. After all, their current circumstances were a result of Yezi's support, and as her personal guardians, they would follow her lead. However, we must also obey the chieftain's commands. Even I must heed his wisdom, for his experience surpasses ours in the outside world, though it felt gratifying to have others listen to her. Yezi refrained from abusing her authority. In a world fraught with peril, survival was the paramount principle. As the four prepared themselves, an unexpected sound echoed from outside. Having been here for some time, Yezi had never encountered such a noise and could not help but inquire, "What is that sound?" Among the three girls, the two youngest mirrored Yezi's confusion, while Baishue, the eldest, appeared visibly distressed. "That is the horn of an enemy attack. Someone or something is threatening the tribe. Yezi, we must hurry." In the past, such an occurrence would have sent them into hiding, but circumstances had changed. They were now warriors, and in the face of danger, retreat was no longer an option. "Let us go. The Tingsha tribe has become my home. I will not allow anyone to assault it. I am eager to test the might of my Tianqin sword." Upon their arrival, they discovered that the attackers were beasts numerous and varied in species. The three female warriors paled in fright, trembling at the sight. This was their first encounter with such a dire situation, while the other two were too terrified to move. Sualan, despite her quaking, steadfastly followed Yezi's lead. Yezi cast a glance at her, then turned her gaze towards the city wall. At that moment, she felt immense gratitude for the proposal to construct the wall. Even though it was less than half complete, it significantly bolstered their defenses, successfully keeping the majority of the beasts at bay. Only a few towering or agile creatures managed to scale the wall, but they were swiftly dispatched by Mo Yen and his companions. "What are you doing up here? Hurry and take them down. It's dangerous here." Mo Yen, preoccupied with slaying the beasts, turned to see Yezi and the others, immediately raising his voice. In his mind, Yezi had no business being in such a perilous place. "Harness the power of nuclear energy for my use. Unleash the stones as weapons." Before Yezi could return to Mo Yen, he noticed a monstrous creature climbing up behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded a stone and hurled it at the beast's head. The creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, yet it continued to writhe in its struggle. Without a second thought, Mo Yen swiftly followed up with a sword strike, ensuring the beast's complete demise. "Skyheart sword, grant me the power to slay." Yezi swiftly removed the diminutive Tianqin sword from her head, channeling her will to enlarge it, subsequently wielding the sword with reckless abandon. Sualan, observing Yezi's silhouette, found her admiration growing ever deeper, her fervor intensifying. Out of the corner of her eye, she discerned a beast's head emerging from the nearby city wall. Without a moment's hesitation, she bent down, seizing a hefty stone weighing around 100 pounds, and hurled it at the creature. With a resounding thud, the projectile struck true, sending the beast tumbling beneath the wall. Jerry, witnessing the spectacle, could not contain his exuberance, exclaiming, "Well done." Who would have anticipated that the perpetually bullied little girl would exhibit such bravery? Faced with danger for the first time, she not only stood her ground, but also summoned the courage to strike at the beast. His enthusiastic shout served as the finest encouragement, igniting a spark in Sualan's eyes, dispelling the pallor of despair that once clouded her demeanor. She trailed closely behind Yezi, seizing every opportunity to strike, her fear having dissipated entirely, as she boldly attacked the beast with her bare hands. Lacking any weapons, the unutilized stones on the city wall became her most formidable implements. Yezi was astounded. It dawned on her that this little girl, Sualan, possessed unimaginable strength. Initially, She was taken aback when Sualan lifted a stone weighing around 100 pounds, especially considering the abuse the girl had endured, leaving her frail and delicate. While lifting such weight was remarkable, given that she was an orc, what truly astonished Yezi was Sualan's ability to hoist and hurl stones weighing 300 to 400 pounds with precision. This was indeed extraordinary. Yezi couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone in this world." Influenced by Sualan, Baishiwe and Saraway felt utterly embarrassed for their fellow females. They immediately resolved to shed their cowardice, emulating Solan by using stones to strike at the beasts. Yezi wished to ascertain whether all females possessed such vigor, and it was indeed confirmed that Sualan's strength significantly surpassed that of others. Baishiwe and Chao Rue could only lift and toss weights of around 100 pounds. Anything beyond that was beyond their capability. This revelation garnered newfound respect from the two. And even the warriors battling atop the city walls cast peculiar glances at the frail figure of Sualan. For the first time, they began to reassess their perception of females, with the exception of the shaman, who were regarded as sacred beings among the orcs. It became evident that females could exhibit such formidable prowess, truly opening their eyes to a new reality. The battle raged on. And despite the addition of Yezi and her 3 companions, the situation atop the walls remained dire. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yezi immediately turned and hastily descended from the city wall. This abrupt action left Mo Yin and the others momentarily stunned, as a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged uncontrollably within them. Chapter 67. The Leaf Shaman fled. They pondered whether Yezi had been overwhelmed by the multitude of beasts, leading her to believe the odds were insurmountable, prompting her to flee. Yet, a persistent voice within countered this notion, urging them to trust in Yezi and the wisdom of the elder shaman. These two conflicting voices clashed incessantly in their minds, rendering the expressions of the beastmen exceedingly complex. They fervently wished they were merely overthinking the situation. Yezi had fled. She had abandoned us. The sudden exclamation reverberated through the beastmen, jolting them collectively and decisively tipping the scales of their inner turmoil. The morale of their ranks plummeted, and the once fierce determination of the beastmen waned. The beasts, however, surged at the city wall with frenzied aggression, and distracted beastmen fell victim to their savage bites, eliciting anguished cries. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. Yezi would never abandon us. She must have devised a plan. If there was one individual whose resolve remained unshaken, it was Mo Yin. He believed anyone could flee, but he could not fathom Yezi retreating. Of course, Sualan would also remain steadfast in her conviction, yet she had already pursued Yezi, oblivious to the doubts that had arisen among the beastmen due to their departure. Regardless of whether the beastmen heeded Mo Yin's words, the battle must persist. If they did not fight with all their might, they would ultimately suffer injuries or become prey for the beasts. Combat had become their sole focus, and the beastmen set aside their concerns for Yezi, rallying their spirits to continue vanquishing the encroaching beasts. "Hurry, everyone. Fear not what you may see. Simply rain down stones from the city wall to crush those beasts. Yiwu, she hasn't fled?" In an instant, the warriors were inexplicably filled with joy upon witnessing Yiwu bringing those ordinary orcs up, yet they could not help but furrow their brows. What purpose did the Leaf Witch have in bringing those individuals here? They could not engage in battle. Would their presence not merely complicate matters? However, it did not take long for their perspective to shift. The arrival of the ordinary orcs significantly alleviated the pressure on the warriors. Moreover, they successfully crushed and injured numerous beasts, leaving the orcs in a state of bewilderment regarding their complex emotions. Those whom they once deemed worthless were, in fact, not entirely devoid of utility. They too could contribute to the tribe's strength. Consider the sturdy walls upon which they stand. Had it not been for the ordinary orcs who constructed these fortifications, even the most formidable warriors would likely have been unable to defend the Tungsha tribe. Reflecting upon the expansive artificial lake within the tribe, it was the ordinary orcs who excavated it. They are, in truth, quite capable. It is merely that the tribe has overlooked their potential. It is the Leaf Witch who has provided the ordinary orcs with a platform to demonstrate their abilities, and it is she who has transformed the situation, enabling the tribe to emerge from peril once more. Leaf Witch, you witch. The orcs silently lamented their misunderstanding of the Yu Witch, feeling both ashamed and elated by the presence of such an exceptional shaman in the Tungsha tribe. The beasts had besieged the tribe for a day and a night, and when the orcs were utterly exhausted, the tide of monsters finally receded. Everyone collapsed onto the ground in utter fatigue, and Yu, too, felt drained. To be prudent, she summoned her remaining strength to cast a healing spell for the orcs. Only when she saw the orcs revitalized and brimming with vitality did she allow herself to softly succumb to the earth beneath her. Moyen rushed over in a timely manner and scooped her up, saying, "You must be utterly exhausted. Rest now. We shall handle the rest." Observing Yu's pale visage, Moyen felt a pang of sorrow. Although she had healed them, who would tend to her wounds? He resolved to check on the old witch at the city gate. If she was still holding strong, he hoped she could heal you. He could not bear to witness her in such a weakened state. During the beast onslaught, Moyen and the others had been tasked with guarding the walls, while the old witch remained at the gates. Thus far, no beast had breached the tribe. indicating that the gate was secure and the old witch was still well. Alone, she exerted her power to maintain the barrier at the gate and was thoroughly exhausted. Hearing the orc's remarks, she felt a surge of anger, wanting to scale the wall and chastise Moyen. "You little rascal. You care for the witch but have no concern for me. Your old witch?" The orc who had come to convey the message lowered his head, pondering that if the old witch still had the energy to berate the chieftain, casting spells for you should pose no issue. The old witch remained oblivious to the thoughts of the orc before her. Otherwise, she would have been the first to throttle him. Cursing required no effort, unlike casting spells. Yet, compared to you, she was indeed in a better state. At the very least, she could still move freely. She had heard that you was utterly spent, which confirmed her exhaustion. Though she scolded Moyen, she harbored genuine concern for you. In a matter of moments, she had ascended the wall. Upon seeing Moyen, she shot daggers at him, and upon glimpsing his ashen face and her feeble demeanor, her anger surged within her. Casting a solo healing spell required little magical energy. And witnessing the warriors, who had fought for an entire day and night, still brimming with vitality, the old witch felt a sudden urge to pinch Yu's ear and give her a proper scolding. Healing spells were not to be wielded so recklessly. While she acknowledged Yu's considerable talent for witchcraft, she was still a novice, having only recently begun her training. To attempt a group healing spell in her already weakened state was audacious beyond measure. "You witch, did your master not instruct you that one should not cast group healing spells when in a compromised condition?" After considerable effort, Yezi recalled that Tianji had never mentioned such things, so she obediently shook her head at the old witch. Ah, truly, ignorance breeds courage. Tianji had not instructed Yezi, and it seemed she had never discussed these matters with her. Thus, there was no basis for blame. On the contrary, as Yezi's guide, it was Tianji who should bear the responsibility. The old witch felt a twinge of guilt for her inadequate mentorship. After casting a healing spell on Yezi, she discreetly slipped away, unable to maintain her composure any longer. With a single healing spell, Yezi instantly regained her vitality and excitedly pointed towards the slain beasts outside the city, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for, warriors? Hurry and bring back the untouched meat to the tribe." To Yezi, these were provisions that would nourish her people, and they had come to them effortlessly. After tirelessly laboring for a day and night, these spoils would sustain the Tungsha tribe for a considerable time. Initially shrouded in gloom due to the beast's siege, the crowd's expressions brightened at the sight of such abundant prey. They thought, why linger on worries? Swiftly gathering the spoils was the priority. Thus, they hurried down the city walls to collect the bounty, while Mo Yin maintained a serious demeanor. Approaching Yezi, he spoke gravely. "Yezi, this beast assault may not be as simple as it seems." Chapter 68. The harrowing winter. Although Yezi was unaware of the specifics of the beast assault, the simultaneous attack by such numerous creatures indicated something amiss. To her, it resembled a deliberate drive of the beasts toward the tribe. However, the Tungsha tribe was small. Who would engage in such a thankless endeavor? Mo Yin suggested that since they were ignorant of the cause and unsure how to investigate, it was perhaps best to regard it as a mere accident. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. As long as we unite in purpose, we can endure this crisis and even reap benefits, just as we have this time. Despite their fright and fatigue from the ordeal, they had indeed gained something. This was game delivered unto them, far easier than venturing out to hunt. Yes, as long as we stand together, what is there to fear? Mo Yin was not one to shy away from challenges, especially now that he had Yezi's support. Anyone wishing ill upon the Tungsha tribe was welcome to try their luck. By the way, ensure the warriors recognize the advantages of the city walls. Encourage them to set aside their sense of superiority and assist the ordinary beastmen in completing the wall as swiftly as possible. In a tribe, it was ill-advised to distinguish between the useful and the useless. While she directed the construction of the walls, no warrior was seen lending a hand, only common beastmen. The awakened bloodline powers of the beastmen far surpassed those of the ordinary beastmen. Had they dispatched some of their number to assist initially, the progress of the walls would have been significantly better. Being new to the tribe and feeling her voice lacked authority, Yezi buried her observations deep within. It was only when she witnessed Aguo's selfishness and recalled her mother's kindness that she yearned for the old witch to help her return home to see her parents. However, the old witch claimed she only knew how to summon and was unaware of how to return, plunging Yezi into panic. At that time, Tianji had yet to depart, and Yezi placed all her hopes in him, only to be disappointed. Tianji informed her that tearing through space was an unfathomable feat, even for a celestial witch, unless one possessed power surpassing that of celestial witches, akin to his own master. For many years, Tianji had harbored a notion regarding his master's disappearance. He believed his master might have traversed to another realm, though the specifics remained unknown to him. In essence, for Yezi to return, she needed to become an existence stronger than even the celestial witches, with no other path available. Once, Yezi was engulfed in negativity, but upon reflection, she realized that having hope is far superior to despair. Abandoning all efforts without even trying is not in her nature. Since she could not leave for the time being, she decided to stay contently in the Tungsha tribe, which felt like home in this world. To ensure a more stable existence, it was imperative to assist in strengthening the tribe. This realization did not require any prompting from Yin or Yezi. The orcs had already discerned the benefits brought by the walls after the recent battle. By merely standing atop the walls and dispatching the beasts that attempted to scale them, they found this far easier than engaging in direct combat. Most importantly, thanks to the fortifications, the Tungsha tribe emerged unscathed this time. Their homeland remained intact, and their kin were not subjected to fear, truly the best outcome. The warriors voluntarily joined in the construction of the tribe, shedding any disdain they once held for the ordinary tribespeople. The common orcs received the respect they deserved, their faces beaming with joy as they worked even harder, ultimately transforming the Tungsha tribe into a cohesive unit. The previously planned hunting expedition was cancelled, as the tribe now had an abundance of game to sustain them for quite some time. In the days that followed, Yezi noticed that the elderly shaman appeared troubled, often sighing and staring off into space, as if grappling with a dilemma. Being a considerate and perceptive witch, Yezi felt compelled to inquire, seizing an opportunity to ask, "Elder shaman, what troubles you? Why do you seem so downcast? Have you encountered a vexing issue?" The shaman did not conceal her concerns. With such a sudden influx of game, if we do not consume it swiftly, it will inevitably spoil. I cannot bear to witness the waste of food. The shaman lamented that if only they could discover a method to preserve the food, she would not have to watch it go to waste. Then let us store it if we cannot consume it all, Yezi suggested, turning to the shaman with earnestness. Surely, you know how to preserve food? This was indeed plausible, as the orcs lived in a manner that was rather primitive, and Yezi suspected her intuition was correct. Sure enough, the shaman replied, "Indeed, I have contemplated numerous methods, but none have proven effective. Yezi, you must understand, we currently have no shortage of food, after all. This season yields ample game, provided the warriors are sufficiently brave. However, winter presents a different challenge. During that time, the cold is so severe that one cannot venture out of the caves, let alone hunt. Even those undeterred by the chill will struggle to find game, as winter is a season of dormancy, presenting the greatest trials for us orcs. Those who endure will continue to live, while those who cannot will succumb to the winter's embrace, never to awaken again. It is a season of helplessness and heartache, arriving with unwavering regularity each year, and we are powerless to prevent it, forced to accept its inevitability." Yezi pondered, if you can alter the seasons, what a remarkable feat it would be. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to inquire, "Grandmother witch, since you cannot store food, how do you endure the winter?" With a heavy sigh, the old witch replied, "Our tribe exerts every effort in the final month before winter, gathering what food we can. By then, the weather has turned cold, and food is less prone to spoilage. We rely on that month to stockpile provisions and then brace ourselves for the winter's arrival. However, Yezi, you must understand that the food accumulated in that month is utterly insufficient for our survival. The harsh winter lasts at least 3 months, during which the tribe's people dare not indulge, often subsisting on a single meal a day, spending the rest of their time in hunger and slumber. The final month is the most arduous, as supplies dwindle, the people shift from 1 meal a day to one every 2 days, or even longer. The elders of the tribe, in a bid to ensure its continuity, voluntarily leave the community, stepping into the frigid wasteland." The old witch's voice trembled with emotion, and Yezi fell silent, her heart heavy with the realization of the orc world as harsh winters. Chapter 69, The Struggle for Salt. At last, Yezi comprehended why there were so few elders in the tribe. This sobering truth brought tears to her eyes. "Grandmother witch, such hardship shall not recur. I will learn the methods of food preservation and teach the Tungsha tribe, ensuring they no longer fear the approach of winter." Perhaps the mention of sorrowful matters weighed heavily on the old witch's heart, for she entrusted all tribal affairs to Yezi and retreated to her chamber to grieve in solitude. With 3 to 4 months remaining until winter's onset, Yezi sensed the urgency of the situation. She gathered everyone for a meeting. The tribe's people were bewildered by her intentions, yet obediently congregated at the altar square, murmuring among themselves regarding the purpose of her summons. Soon, Yezi arrived, and upon seeing her, the tribe's people bowed and exclaimed, "Yezi witch, you spoke directly, stating that the reason for summoning you was to discuss the preparation of provisions for the winter in advance." As soon as Yezi's words fell, the tribe's people erupted in disbelief. Yi Wu, with winter still 3 to 4 months away, suggested storing food far too early, and they regarded it as an impossible task. Food is prone to spoilage. Even if preparations were initiated, they would be in vain. The weather at present is hardly conducive to early food storage. The entire Tungsha tribe was well aware that the optimal time for food preservation is merely a month before the onset of winter. They believed Yezi's suggestion stemmed from a lack of understanding of the situation. "I have already heard everything you say from the old witch," Yezi declared. "What if I told you I possess a method to prolong the preservation of food?" One must not undertake a task beyond their means, they thought. Yet, if she were not confident, how could she speak so boldly? What seemed impossible to these beastmen was not a challenge for her, a traveler from another world. The revelation sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. "Yi Wu, are you jesting?" asked Madwa. "Yi Wu, is this true?" inquired Jelly. "Yi Wu, what is your method? Please tell us." The tribe's people clamored. Yin, filled with enthusiasm, grasped Yezi's arm. "Yi Wu, I believe you. Please share your method, and I shall ensure the tribe follows your guidance immediately." Those present had all suffered through the trials of winter, enduring days where one meal was a luxury, or worse, facing starvation as they awaited the season's end. Calm yourselves, Yezi began. The reason I called you here is to discuss this matter. From today onward, we shall prepare food for the winter. I assure you, this winter will be comfortable, free from the anguish of hunger. Now, follow my instructions. Bring forth all the salt from the tribe. I will teach you how to cure beast meat with salt and preserve it through drying. Indeed, the simplest method for preserving meat involves curing it with salt and then drying it over a fire or allowing it to air dry in a well-ventilated space. There are other methods for meat preservation, but currently, smoking and air drying are the most practical. Mo Yin furrowed his brow and asked, Yi Wu, does food preservation require salt? All eyes turned to Yezi, for if that were the case, it would pose a significant challenge. Salt was exceedingly scarce in their world, and the salt they used was acquired at great cost through numerous hunts. Yes, salt is essential. It is the finest preservative, Yezi confirmed, observing the expressions of the crowd. She turned to Mo Yin. Is it not true that acquiring salt is quite difficult? Not just difficult, it is exceedingly arduous, he replied. Each time we seek to barter for salt, we must offer a substantial amount of prey, endure the disdain of the traders, and, crucially, we cannot retaliate for fear of angering them, which would jeopardize our chances of acquiring salt in the future. Whenever the opportunity to trade for salt arose, the beastmen were reluctant, often passing the responsibility to one another to avoid the humiliation. Despite their aversion, the tribe could not survive without salt, and in the end, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and beseech the traders for salt. Yi Wu, if a large quantity of salt is required, it may prove challenging. Do you have alternative methods? Mo Yin was known for his notoriously foul temper. The mere thought of bartering for salt could ignite a desire for violence within him. Honestly, unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer to avoid dealing with those traders. Mo Yin, this is the simplest and most effective method. If we wish for our people to weather the winter peacefully, we must secure a substantial supply of salt. Is it truly so scarce here? Mo Yin regarded Yezi with a heavy heart and replied, the nearest salt flats are controlled by the Chuan Mountain tribe. They are miserly and greedy. They always pick and choose what they will accept in exchange for salt, and they relish provoking the warriors who come to barter. They can drive one to despair. And you cannot confront them, for they hold grudges. Should you offend them, they will refuse to trade with you next time. Such despicable behavior. Little did Yezi anticipate that such inexpensive salt in modern times would prove so difficult for Mo Yin and the others to obtain. Unable to contain herself, she spoke up. Since obtaining salt is so arduous for you, why not devise a means to establish a salt field belonging to the Tingsha tribe? Dashin, a rather straightforward orc, responded bluntly. Yi Wu, acquiring a salt field is not as simple as it sounds. Mo Duo then added, the significance of a salt field is well understood by all, once discovered. It swiftly falls into the hands of those powerful tribes. Our tribe desires salt, so we must humbly endure the humiliation imposed by others. He hesitated to express his true feelings about the tribe's current state. While the Tingsha tribe may have once been formidable, it had now dwindled to an inconspicuous faction within this forest. Was the Chuan Shan tribe truly powerful? Yezi found herself curious. What would an orc transformed from a pangolin look like? Mo Yin seized the opportunity to enlighten Yezi about the power dynamics in their region, providing her with insights into their survival environment. He explained, the Chuan Shan tribe are natural masters of disguise, possessing an exceptionally hard shell that renders them impervious to blades and arrows. Their sharp claws are essential for salt extraction. Furthermore, the pangolins are a subordinate tribe of Medusa, who provides them with formidable backing. In this area, 3 major tribes control crucial resources: the aforementioned Medusa serpent tribe, the colorful abdomen serpent tribe, and the fox tribe. Each of these 3 tribes commands no fewer than 10 subordinate tribes. To lay claim to the Chuan Shan tribe's salt fields, one must confront the Medusa serpent tribe. The current strength of the Yi Witch and the Tongue Snake tribe, I fear, is temporarily insufficient. Chapter 70. The Mountain Traversing Clan. Yezi inquired whether the Chuan Shan tribe was formidable, and Mo Yin immediately discerned her intentions. Strangely enough, he found himself admiring her audacity. However, this notion was one he had contemplated long ago. After numerous evaluations of their strengths, he ultimately relinquished the idea. In the face of superior power, endurance became their sole recourse. Mo Yin, the shell and claws of the Chuan Shan tribe. Do our swords possess the capability to rend asunder? Yezi firmly believes that in order to thrive, the Tingsha tribe must possess its own salt fields. Otherwise, the days of relying on others would be excessively stifling. Mo Yin's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixed his gaze on Yezi, affirming, it is indeed possible. It was evident that Yezi harbored intentions of infiltrating the Chuan Mountain tribe's salt fields. Despite the Tingsha tribe's current lack of strength, should Yezi dare to proceed, he would undoubtedly accompany her. Mo Yin, follow me. The rest of you disperse, she instructed. The Tingsha tribe was undeniably feeble, and leading the entirety of her people into a confrontation with a tribe vastly superior in power was not an act of folly she was willing to undertake. Instead, a covert strategy would suffice. After all, from Mo Yin's and the tribesmen's words, it seemed the Chuan Mountain tribe was not particularly virtuous. With that in mind, they need not expect any courtesy. On a dark and tempestuous night, two figures stealthily exited the Tingsha tribe. Their faces were obscured by black cloth, concealing their identities. These two were none other than Yezi and Mo Yin. This venture was kept secret from everyone, as Yezi believed that the fewer individuals privy to such matters, the better. Mo Yin, devoted to his role as Yezi's protector, was wholly committed to her cause, especially since Yezi's intentions were for the good of the tribe. He had long contemplated such actions. Thus, they became conspirators in the shadows. As they traversed the forest in the dead of night, Mo Yin felt no burden, whereas Yezi struggled, stumbling repeatedly and nearly falling several times. Ultimately, unable to bear the sight of her distress, Mo Yin lifted Yezi onto his back. What was meant to be a thrilling act of thievery transformed into an intimate nocturnal escapade. As Yezi felt her ears flush, she experienced a curious blend of sweetness and bashfulness for the first time in her life, being carried by a man. The sensation was both delightful and slightly embarrassing, particularly as Mo Yin's hand inadvertently grasped her delicate form in a somewhat compromising manner. She found herself frozen in place, acutely aware of the warmth emanating from his touch. A warmth that made her desire to escape. Mo Yin, too, was caught in a maelstrom of thoughts. Initially, he had merely intended to quicken their pace by carrying Yezi. However, with her nestled against him, he could not help but let his imagination wander. Strangely, he felt as though her body temperature was rising, as if he were bearing a heated stone. Mo Yin was well acquainted with the path to the mountain-dwelling tribe, and even under the cloak of night, he navigated as if on solid ground, effortlessly carrying another. To alleviate the tension, he quickened his stride, leading them swiftly to the tribe. Upon arrival, he gently set Yezi down, her embarrassment forgotten in the face of more pressing matters. Peering through the underbrush towards the tribe, Yezi was astonished to find it devoid of any night watchman. The entire settlement lay shrouded in stillness. Where's the salt field? Yezi pondered aloud, the inky darkness rendering her search for it exceedingly difficult. She turned to Mo Yin. We must traverse the tribe to reach it, but doing so might expose us. Are you afraid? The salt field was situated just behind the tribe, and to pilfer salt, they had no choice but to pass through. An action that would inevitably raise alarms and awaken the inhabitants of the pangolin tribe. Mo Yin, concerned for Yezi, recognized her apparent discomfort with navigating in the dark. Fear not. Lead the way, and let us be swift, she replied with determination. Though Mo Yin could not discern the expression on her face in the night, the brilliance of her eyes conveyed her excitement and lack of fear. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he urged, let us go, and took the lead, Yezi closely following, keen to not lose sight of him. The significance of the salt field was well understood by the pangolin tribe. They would never neglect to assign guards. However, the watchmen had succumbed to slumber. The tribe felt no apprehension about theft, believing themselves too formidable and well-backed to be targeted. Who would dare steal salt, knowing the wrath they would incur, not only from the pangolin tribe, but also from the formidable Medusa clan? The Medusa clan, the most formidable among the serpent tribes, was feared for their potent venom and their terrifying ability to petrify. While the pangolin tribe was indeed strong and independent, they had been coerced into submission by the looming threat of the Medusa clan. Despite this, they bore no regret. Such was the nature of their world, where strength dictated respect. They chose to bow their heads rather than risk becoming stone, aligning themselves with the Medusa clan. Returning to the moment, as Mo Yin and Yezi stealthily navigated through the living quarters of the pangolin tribe and reached the backyard, Mo Yin nimbly stepped over a slumbering guard. Yezi, however, was less fortunate. She felt an obstruction beneath her feet, causing her to lose her balance and tumble forward uncontrollably. A scream was out of the question. Instead, she instinctively braced herself, executing a backflip that saved her from a fall, albeit at the cost of awakening the guard. Aliang, why are you stepping on me instead of sleeping? The guard grumbled, assuming it was a fellow comrade's clumsiness. At this moment, silence could easily betray them, prompting Yezi to reply with a feigned nonchalance. Just had to relieve myself, my apologies. The guard, initially oblivious, suddenly found himself questioning, when do we ever say we went to relieve ourselves? His eyes shot open, locking onto Yezi's bright, gleaming smile. Ah, good evening, he exclaimed, just as Yezi struck him with a blow that sent him crashing to the ground, her whispered apology barely escaping her lips before he lay sprawled out. On the other side, another guard stirred at the commotion. His confusion quickly resolved when Mo Yin decisively seized him by the neck, applying pressure with a swift crunch that left the man limp and lifeless. The leaves trembled slightly, having witnessed their fair share of battles with beasts in this world, including the fierce encounters with serpents and wolves. However, they had never been so close to witnessing a murder. Chapter 71. Someone steals salt. Particularly unsettling was the fact that the killer was Mo Yin, leaving her inexplicably perturbed. What's wrong? In the darkness, Mo Yin adeptly dealt with another issue. Upon releasing his opponent, he distinctly sensed something amiss with Yezi. You just killed someone. Mo Yin felt no remorse. He had encountered countless skirmishes between tribes and was indifferent to the loss of a few lives. Yes, but if I hadn't killed him, he would have exposed our whereabouts, making our escape perilous. Though he was unconcerned for himself, the presence of Yezi compelled him to exercise caution, striving to avoid any confrontation with the mountain tribe. Honestly, you could have just knocked him out. There was no need to kill him. Yezi. raised in a society governed by laws, felt a deep-seated aversion to acts of violence, oblivious to the fact that she had long departed from that era of peace. Mo Yin paused, quickly realizing that Yezi disapproved of his actions due to her moral beliefs regarding murder. Yi Wu. This is a world where if you do not eliminate your enemy, they will eliminate you. Unless one is a member of your own tribe, everyone else is an adversary. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. You will come to understand this in due time. Having said this, Mo Yin turned without hesitation and made his way towards the cave designated for storing salt, a place he had visited more than once and was thoroughly familiar with. Outside the cave stood 2 guards, who, like their counterparts outside, were fast asleep. Mo Yin initially intended to dispose of them as well, but by some twist of fate, he refrained from killing them and instead rendered them unconscious, before approaching the cave to gather the salt. Yezi was still pondering Mo Yin's words. The survival rules of this world appeared to be far more ruthless than she had anticipated. Perhaps she should heed Mo Yin's advice. For he was indeed a native of this realm, possessing a deeper understanding of it than she could ever hope to achieve. With the storage ring in hand, Mo Yin effortlessly transported the salt, returning with a light-hearted demeanor after thoroughly pillaging the cave. He approached Yezi and declared, "We can head back now." With the acquired salt, the Ting Snake tribe would be sustained for several years, alleviating his worries regarding salt for the time being. "Have you finished already? It seems you were gone for such a brief period," Yezi remarked, astonished by his swiftness. "I only collected what was piled up in the cave. It is ample enough. With this salt, the tribe need not fret for years," Mo Yin mused, contemplating that when the tribe's salt ran out, he could simply return for more. Dismissing any notion of wrongdoing in taking from others. "Since you are here, why not take the salt fields as well?" Yezi suggested. Mo Yin had already harmed the family members of his adversary, thus solidifying the enmity. In light of this, he resolved to act with greater decisiveness. Yezi scoffed with derision, reflecting on her own hypocrisy. Previously, she had blamed Mo Yin for taking a life, yet now she contemplated seizing the salt fields belonging to another tribe. In truth, she was not inherently virtuous. Mo Yin fixed his gaze upon Yezi, noticing her serious demeanor. He raised his hand to point in a certain direction, where the salt fields guarded by the Chuan Mountain tribe lay. Without uttering a word, Yezi strode forward. Mo Yin, intending to follow, was suddenly struck by a sharp pain from behind. It was the individual Yezi had previously incapacitated, now awakened and launching an attack. Ugh! Mo Yin stifled a groan, enduring the pain as he turned and swung his sword at the assailant. The man, retreating to evade the blow, opened his mouth and shouted, "Someone has stolen the salt." The leaves whispered discontent as they turned back to call out, "Mo Yin." Yet, Mo Yin, without glancing back, replied, "You go ahead and tend to the salt fields. I shall hold the fort here for now." With a determined stomp of her foot, Yezi dashed towards the location previously indicated by Mo Yin, filled with regret for her earlier hesitations. Indeed, Mo Yin had been correct. Had she followed his lead and eliminated their adversaries from the outset, they would have evaded detection. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Yin had sustained injuries and was now fighting while wounded, as the members of the Chuan Shan tribe surged forth from their dwellings, converging upon Mo Yin. "Who dares to steal salt? Kill him!" they roared, their audacity astonishing. "To think someone would dare to pilfer our salt, such foolishness. Slay him and hang his corpse outside the tribe, so that those who covet our salt may witness the consequences of offending the Chuan Shan tribe." Mo Yin remained silent, wielding the earthly sword with relentless precision against the advancing Chuan Shan orcs. Initially, the orcs believed they could withstand his onslaught, only to discover that their once invulnerable defenses were rendered ineffective against this formidable foe. Their eyes gleamed with avarice as they beheld the sword in Mo Yin's grasp. Such a sharp weapon would undoubtedly enhance their tribe's strength immensely. "Kill him and seize his weapon," they clamored, though Mo Yin's recent training had augmented his overall prowess. Facing such a multitude proved strenuous. Coupled with the injury on his back, any vigorous movement exacerbated his wound, draining his vitality and leaving him pallid as blood seeped away. Yet, he gritted his teeth, determined to buy Yezi a chance to escape, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Suddenly, a rumbling tremor echoed through the air, causing everyone to sway. "What is happening? What is that sound? Is the earth shifting?" Mo Yin turned to the source of the noise, the very direction Yezi had fled. Alarmed for her safety, he seized the opportunity to sprint towards her. "Quickly, pursue him. Do not let him escape. Capture him and disregard everything else." Ignoring the shouts behind him, Mo Yin quickened his pace but lost his footing, plummeting downwards. Just as he contemplated the depth of the chasm he had fallen into, he felt a firm grip on his arm. Yezi's voice rang out, "I've got you. Whatever you do, don't fall." The Tianxin sword, releasing itself from Yezi's hair, swiftly expanded beneath Mo Yin's feet. With a gentle tug, Yezi was pulled onto the sword by Mo Yin. Before they could steady themselves, the Tianxin sword surged forward, nearly throwing them off. Fortunately, they clung tightly to the sword, and upon glancing back, they realized the Chuan Shan tribe had vanished from sight. Yezi could not help but exclaim, "This speed is extraordinary." However, Mo Yin, still preoccupied with the sound from earlier, inquired through gritted teeth, "Yi Wu, what exactly did you just do?" Mo Yin was certain that the noise had originated from Yezi, yet the reason for such a commotion eluded him. "Hiki, Mo Yin. I merely collected the salt fields of the Chuan Shan clan. I had no idea the salt fields were so vast, and I inadvertently made quite a stir. Yezi replied. Master Tianji had once claimed that the Tian Xian sword could encompass a small world. She had been skeptical until just now, when the sword had absorbed such a large expanse of salt fields, confirming her belief. Chapter 72. The disappearance of the salt fields initially. She beheld a crystalline expanse of approximately 100 square meters, surrounded by barren land devoid of anything else, leading her to assume that was the extent of it. However, upon collection, she discovered the entirety of the area below. After the Tian Xian sword collected the salt, a substantial pit emerged in its place, the true size of which remained unknown due to the darkness. In any case, our Yi Wu was utterly astounded by the remarkable capabilities of the Tian Xian sword. Such an extraordinary treasure had been bestowed upon her by Master Tianji, indeed a mark of great generosity. Mo Yin could hardly suppress a smirk. It was not merely a slight movement, but rather a cataclysmic event. The sudden disappearance of the Chuanshan clan's salt fields would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar, and the Medusa clan would surely dispatch personnel to investigate. Upon their return, they must keep this matter under wraps, refraining from disclosing it to anyone to avoid drawing attention. Some individuals in the tribe lacked discernment, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and could not keep secrets. It was sufficient for the two of them to be aware of the situation. The first thing that came to Yezi's mind was the old face of Aguo. To be honest, if she were to learn of this matter, it would indeed be difficult to keep it a secret. Now that I am aware, let us first store it within the Tianxin sword. If the tribe has a need, we shall seize the opportunity to take it out. As soon as Yezi's words fell, Moyen suddenly toppled forward. Yezi hurriedly supported him and exclaimed, Moyen, what has happened to you? In an attempt to alleviate Yezi's concern, Moyen deliberately replied, I sustained some injuries during our previous battle, but they are not severe, so there is no need for you to worry. Yezi retorted, you are injured. How can I not be worried? Bear with me, I shall tend to your wounds at once. The essence of energy, heed my call, heal. Yezi was unaware of Mo Yan's injury. As darkness enveloped the sky, she could not discern where he was hurt and instinctively cast a healing spell. While the spell was indeed capable of mending physical wounds, it could not remedy the excessive blood loss Mo Yan had suffered. Fortunately, the injuries on his body were healed, and he was able to sit up, albeit feeling rather feeble. The Tianxin sword carried the two of them back to the Tingsha tribe, where the Night Watch orc was taken aback upon witnessing their descent. Tribe leader, Yi Wu, what has happened? He inquired, his voice laced with concern as the torchlight illuminated Mo Yan's condition. Ali, do not raise your voice. We must not alarm the tribe, Mo Yan commanded. Ali, though hesitant, complied, yet still whispered, tribe leader, what were you and Yi Wu doing? How did you sustain such injuries? Ali, all you need to know is that we acted for the good of the tribe. As for the rest, feign ignorance. If anyone inquires, simply state that we remained within the tribe tonight and did not venture anywhere else, understood? After Mo Yin spoke, Yezi promptly added, it is imperative that the news of the tribe leader's injury remains confidential. Rest assured, I have already administered healing. He merely suffers from blood loss and is a bit weak. With some restorative nourishment and a few days of rest, he will recover. The healing prowess of Yezi surpasses even that of the most skilled witch, and naturally, Ali places his unwavering trust in her. The simultaneous request for secrecy from both the chief and the leaf which suggests that they must be engaged in something of great significance tonight. Thus, he resolves to keep their secret. After bidding farewell to Ali, Yezi accompanied Mo Yin back to his dwelling, saying, you should rest for a while. I will prepare some pig liver soup for you. Pig liver soup is nourishing, and the tribe is currently abundant in such resources. She has indeed witnessed several wild boars, each the size of a water buffalo. Leaf witch, it is quite late, and you must be weary as well. It would be wise for you to return and rest. Whatever needs to be done can wait until tomorrow. Although his body felt somewhat frail, it was not a matter of concern for him. A little rest would suffice, for he did not wish for Yezi to tire herself on his account. It is nothing, merely preparing a soup. It will be ready swiftly, so just wait. Without allowing Mo Yin a chance to decline, Yezi turned and strode towards the communal cooking area of the tribe. As of now, the Tingsha tribe still operates on a communal dining system, where food is gathered together and prepared when needed. The beast meat has been meticulously cleaned and hung, while the entrails are piled in wooden basins, their pungent aroma unmistakably overwhelming. Yezi pinched her nose and selected a particularly fine piece of liver, taking it aside to clean it thoroughly before slicing it with a bone knife for later use. The stone pot still contained water, and Yezi ignited the kindling using her fire-starting technique. Given the slow heat conduction of the stone pot, she could only exercise patience as she awaited the water to boil. With limited conditions, achieving exceptional flavor was a daunting task. Once the water reached a boil, Yezi carefully placed the sliced liver into the pot, adding a sprinkle of salt before serving it. The liver required minimal cooking, and once everything was prepared, Yezi brought the broth to Mo Yin for his consumption. The soup that Yezi meticulously prepared was entirely consumed by Moyen, leaving him quite satisfied with his own performance. As she put away the wooden bowl, she said to him, rest now. I shall prepare more for you tomorrow. Moyen smiled as he saw Yezi off. But once she departed, He grabbed the bamboo tube by his bedside and poured water into his mouth. The taste of liver was particularly pungent, leaving him with a mouthful of that strong flavor. He refrained from informing Yezi that typically, as long as he had sufficient food, he would avoid such delicacies. The thought of Yezi preparing liver soup for him again the next day filled him with reluctance, yet oddly enough, it also brought him joy. He could not let down the heartfelt intentions of the leaf witch. Moyen resolved that as long as it was Yezi who prepared it, he would drink it all. Even with his eyes closed, he would simply drink more water afterward if need be. Meanwhile, the Chuan mountain tribe, having failed to catch their quarry, discovered that their salt fields had mysteriously vanished, causing the tribe leader's complexion to change drastically. This was a disaster. If the Medusa tribe learned of their lost salt fields, they would undoubtedly exact retribution. Who could have done this? Leader, you must immediately go to the Medusa tribe and report everything that has happened here. Honestly and without shirking responsibility. Your attitude must be sincere, commanded the tribe's shaman, recognizing that this was beyond their capacity to manage. Unlike other tribes, the shaman held a higher status than the leader and had the most authority concerning tribal matters. The Chuan mountain tribe leader, in a state of utter confusion, had no idea what to do, and upon hearing the shaman's words, he promptly gathered his people to head to the Medusa tribe. At midnight, the Medusa tribe leader, Yin, was roused from his dreams by the Chuan mountain tribe leader's report. He slammed his palm on the stone table, roaring, "What did you say? The salt fields have vanished?" Was he still asleep, or was the Chuan mountain tribe leader jesting with him? How could perfectly good salt fields simply disappear? Indeed, they have vanished. When thieves invaded our tribe, we were about to apprehend them when a thunderous noise erupted from the direction of the salt fields. By the time we arrived, they were gone. The outcome was that the thief escaped, and the salt fields had mysteriously disappeared, leaving him fearful of the Medusa tribe leader's wrath. Chapter 73. You are being deceived. Yin of the Medusa tribe did not believe the Chuan mountain tribe leader's words and immediately set out with his people to investigate. Upon seeing the vast pit, his face contorted in disbelief. How could this be? Who possesses the power to remove an entire salt field? If he had not witnessed it himself, he would not have believed it at all. However, the sight before him left him astounded. Such power, aside from the rumored 3 celestial shamans, could not be wielded by anyone else. Following closely behind, the Medusa tribe's grand shaman, Maiden, gazed at the pit with a complex expression. Could it truly be one of the 3? Their status and identity were such that whatever they desired, they could have without lifting a finger. Others would willingly offer it to them. Grand shaman, the super tribes lack salt fields. They would not resort to such actions for something so trivial, Yin remarked skeptically. He shared Lanlin's thoughts, believing that such transcendent beings would not need to resort to force to obtain what they wished. A mere word from them would suffice to have it presented before them. Then let us investigate. If it was indeed one of the 3 who meddled with our tribe, this matter will conclude there. If not, if my Medusa tribe is capable of confronting them, they shall regret offending us. With the salt fields of the Medusa tribe stolen, they mobilized all their forces to conduct a thorough investigation, causing every small tribe within the forest to feel anxious. They began their inquiry with the smaller tribes. If none showed any irregularities, the disappearance of the salt fields would inevitably link back to one of the other 2 tribes. The 3 tribes had maintained a peaceful coexistence, but should it be revealed that one of them was responsible, conflict would be unavoidable. The Medusa tribe wished to avoid war, yet they would not cower in the face of aggression. The investigation commenced, and the Medusa tribe searched every tribe meticulously, yet they found not a trace of the missing salt fields. Yin's expression darkened as he said, "Could it be that one of the other 2 tribes is truly behind this?" Lanlin, after a moment of silence, asked, "During your investigation, did you overlook anything?" The Medusa tribe's reputation still held some weight, and Lanlin was confident that the other 2 tribes would not dare to provoke them. Grand Shaman, there is one location we have yet to examine, the site of the previous disturbance. There, a powerful individual resides, and our warriors had no means to defend themselves in their presence, which is why we avoided that area. The previous incident had dealt a heavy blow to the prideful Medusa tribe, extinguishing their arrogance. Prior to that, Yin had always viewed their tribe as the mightiest in the region. Lanlin had previously advised him to temper his arrogance, for the world was not as simple as he believed. He had dismissed her warnings, viewing females as timid and fearful. Had it not been for the tribe's reliance on shamans, he would have considered silencing Lanlin's incessant chatter. However, when strange occurrences began in the forest, Yin dispatched the strongest warriors of their tribe to investigate, only to find themselves utterly defeated. It was then that he began to trust the words of the grand shaman. Yet, he remained fixated on that area, eager to uncover its secrets and learn what manner of beings inhabited it. Grand shaman, let us investigate this matter further, Yin proposed. For he was a man of ambition, dreaming of ruling over the forest. In his eyes, the colorful Python tribe and the Fox tribe were merely larger tribes, certainly inferior to the Medusa tribe. Once he extended his influence over several more tribes, he would deal with those 2. However, before that, neutralizing any potential threats was paramount. He would not allow a 4th force to emerge in the forest. Lanlin paused before saying, We may investigate, but no one is to act rashly. The warriors we dispatched last time were the strongest in the Medusa tribe, yet they were all subdued by a single individual. Afterward, she had learned that not only their tribe had sent people, the Fox tribe and the colorful Python tribe, along with several other formidable tribes, had also acted. The outcome was the same. They all fell before that one individual, who even warned them not to seek trouble, or they would face the consequences. This compelled Lon to exercise caution. She had no desire to provoke someone formidable and jeopardize the foundation of the Medusa tribe. Regarding the Medusa tribe's current development, she felt quite satisfied, believing that if they continued to progress in this manner, one day they would become even more powerful. After reaching a consensus with Haoyan, the leader of the Medusa tribe and the Grand Shaman set out together towards the Tingsha tribe. At the Tingsha tribe, Moyen was ordered by Yezi to rest and recover, forbidding him from stepping out of the room. She informed her fellow tribesmen that Moyen was in seclusion for training. Yiwu, what does training entail? Yezi, indeed. Cultivation entails secluding oneself within a chamber, shielding oneself from external disturbances, and diligently striving to become more formidable. She speaks no falsehood. Moyen is presently quite feeble and requires a period of recuperation. Once he replenishes the blood he has lost, he shall regain his former prowess. Jelly, however, Leaf Witch. Should not the path to strength lie in rigorous training and actively participating in hunting expeditions? Is it not through combat with wild beasts that one fortifies their own abilities? How can merely confining oneself to a room foster true strength? It sounds almost like a ruse. With a glimmer in her eye, she addressed the orcs, urging them to heed her words. Who claims that during your hunts, when you engage in fierce combat with beasts, it is merely a chaotic affair? When the beasts charge at you, it is imperative to employ strategy and contemplate your responses rather than flail indiscriminately. Will you easily forget the invaluable experiences of battle upon returning to the tribe? Certainly not. You will incessantly reflect upon the methods you employed, pondering whether they were indeed the most effective. Should you encounter a similar scenario in the future, will you not instinctively resort to the strategies you have previously mastered to vanquish the beasts? I tell you, this is the essence of cultivation, applying the combat techniques you have honed in your past encounters with wild creatures to future confrontations, ensuring you do not behave like novices. In doing so, your prowess will undoubtedly grow ever more formidable. The Leaves had never realized how effortlessly she could deceive others, effortlessly articulating a series of absurdities. Observing the orc's bewildered expressions, she hastily added, the chieftain must cultivate his strength. The task of safeguarding the tribe falls upon you. Furthermore, the construction of the walls must be expedited. Let us not wait until the next crisis arrives, only to find ourselves unprepared. Chapter 74. The pitiful Ollie. The orcs were somewhat puzzled by Leaf's earlier statements, yet they comprehended her concluding remarks clearly. With no need to venture out for hunting, the paramount task was to fortify the tribe. They needed to erect high walls to prevent the beasts from scaling them again. Seeing the orcs spring into action, Leaf finally breathed a sigh of relief. The incident involving Mo Yen could finally be smoothed over. However, upon turning around, she met the knowing gaze of the old witch, which startled her, causing Leaf to exclaim cheerfully, "Old witch! Oh dear, frightening someone can indeed be deadly, especially when she felt so guilty about her actions, making her even more susceptible to being startled." The old witch was curious about what had transpired with Mo Yen, but she refrained from inquiring at that moment. Since Leaf had already calmed the tribe, there was no need to expose the truth. Instead, she instructed Leaf, "Come with me." While this matter could be concealed from the tribe, it could not be hidden from the old witch. Leaf could only hope that when the old witch learned the truth, she would not scold her too harshly. "What? You two are far too audacious." The old witch was visibly agitated upon discovering the truth. She had never anticipated that Leaf would incite Mo Yen to commit such a grave offense. If they had merely gone to pilfer some salt, it might have been forgivable, but they had taken an entire pot from the Medusa tribe, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Realizing that the Medusa tribe might come seeking retribution, the old witch immediately inquired, "Aside from the two of you, who else is privy to this matter?" The Leaves confessed sincerely, "The matter of stealing salt is known only to the two of us. When we returned, Ali happened to see us. I had cautioned him, and he should remain silent." However, the old witch felt the gravity of the situation and deemed it unwise to rely on mere luck. Thus, she immediately recited an incantation, the power of the core essence, be mine to command, silence, Ali. Ye stood in astonishment, gazing at the old witch. "Grandma witch, is this truly necessary? Have you silenced Ali's voice? It's one thing to suddenly lose the ability to speak. I can only imagine how distressing that must be for him. Moreover, will it have any adverse effects on him? Rest assured, apart from his inability to speak, there will be no other repercussions for Ali. Once this matter has passed, I shall lift the spell I cast upon him. For the sake of safety, we must make Ali endure this for a while. We shall address the situation properly later and offer our apologies to the boy." "Oh, poor Ali. I can only let you suffer for now." Having guarded through the night, Ali now lay in bed, sound asleep, entirely unaware that his voice had been sealed by the old witch. The witch shared the same sentiment as Mo Yen. The salt fields must remain concealed for the time being, as keeping them within the heart of Heaven's sword was the safest option. Afterward, she joined Yi in visiting Mo Yen. Following a thorough reprimand of Mo Yen, the witch then approached the serpent statue for a chat. Despite her furrowed brow, she felt a sense of relief inside. For years, the tribe had endured bullying from the mountain tribe in exchange for salt. Regarding Yi and Mo Yan's clandestine acquisition of salt, no, rather, the salt fields, the witch silently applauded their audacity. Why the secrecy? The witch had also come to realize that Yi was a fearless individual. In such a short span, she had orchestrated a remarkable act. If the witch were to praise her openly, Yi might become overly elated. Hence, it was imperative to keep her grounded, lest that spirited girl become carried away and provoke unforeseen troubles. If the Tungsha tribe were robust enough, the witch would be unperturbed. However, the fact remained that the Tungsha tribe was currently too weak to bear any significant calamities. The witch muttered to herself before the serpent statue, and the tribe's people assumed she was praying, beseeching the serpent ancestor to bless the Tungsha tribe, unaware of the glee bubbling within her heart. Contrasting the witch's concealed delight, Yi felt a tinge of frustration. Having accomplished a commendable deed, she found herself stifled by the weakness of the Tungsha tribe, unable to speak out about it. Observing Yi's despondent expression, Mo Yen couldn't help but offer comfort. Cheer up, don't overthink it. Just remember, this endeavor benefits us. As you said, we shall accumulate our wealth quietly, allowing the Tungsha tribe to grow in strength. One day, we will live freely without restraint, no longer needing to suppress ourselves. This is merely a temporary circumstance. I vow to elevate the Tungsha tribe to the pinnacle, granting Yi the freedom to live as she pleases, without worry or fear. Well? Ironically, it's you who bears the brunt of the scolding, yet here you are, comforting me. Quite the melodrama, isn't it? Yezi felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was she who had orchestrated this affair, and she alone deserved the scolding, yet all the blame fell upon Moyen. Moyen said little, merely gazing at Yezi. He appreciated their current rapport. At last, Yezi was no longer afraid of him and could sit beside him to converse. The sudden silence stirred a sense of unease within Yezi, not fear, but a feeling of disorientation that compelled her to flee. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she acted on impulse, abruptly rising and leaving behind the words, "Moyen, take care of yourself, I must be going," before dashing away. Moyen shook his head in resignation. Having just felt relief that Yezi was no longer intimidated by him, only to see her retreat once more. It seemed he still had to make further efforts. Once Yezi distanced herself and calmed her racing heart, she hurried to the wooden cabin adorned with the carcasses of wild beasts, a project she had initially proposed. At this moment, the creatures had all been skinned and neatly hung, and to be frank, anyone with a timid disposition would likely hesitate to enter such a scene. Yezi has now become accustomed to her training, displaying little emotional response to her surroundings. However, upon entering the room, her brow furrowed. Within just 2 or 3 days, the meat hanging within had begun to emit a foul odor. If left for a few more days, it would surely spoil. Turning to her loyal companion, Xiaolan, she instructed, "Stand guard outside. Do not allow anyone to enter." Bai Shui refrained from following closely behind Yezi, burdened by guilt. When their tribe was besieged by beasts, and the shaman had rushed back for aid, all had assumed she was fleeing. Bai Shui herself had shared this sentiment, overwhelmed by fear. She had relied on the shaman as her emotional anchor. The shaman's sudden departure shattered her sense of security, igniting a rage that compelled her to exclaim that the shaman had abandoned them. Upon the shaman's return, Bai Shui realized her misunderstanding. But the weight of her guilt made it impossible for her to meet the shaman's gaze. She felt unworthy to remain by her side. Chao Rui, feeling embarrassed, recognized her awakened bloodline powers yet found herself unchanged from her past self. She volunteered for training, aspiring to grow stronger before returning to protect the shaman. Both the shaman and Yezi approved of her decision. Chapter 75. Curing meat. Only Sualan remained steadfastly by Yezi's side, unwavering in her loyalty and obedient to her commands. Presently, as Yezi instructed her to guard the door, she stood with a stern expression, ready to intimidate any approaching tribesman, her demeanor suggesting she might pounce at any moment. Remarkably, her fierce countenance deterred others from approaching. Her reputation for bravery had spread throughout the tribe, and they understood that Sualan was no longer the helpless child bullied by her mother. Moreover, as Yezi's attendant, she had the support of the shaman, making it unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke her. With Sualan on guard, there was no question that the shaman was safely inside. Unlike others, they harbored no suspicions about the shaman's intentions, for she would never harm the tribe. Sualan. The voice startled her, a reflexive shudder coursing through her. She had endured much torment from the owner of that voice, and she had yet to recover. Yet, it no longer mattered. She would no longer be a victim of manipulation. She regarded the approaching Aguan Na with an impassive expression. "I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me?" Aguan Na was irked. This girl, once quaking at the sound of her voice, would have immediately rushed to her side for affection. Now, she stood still, daring to glare back. She had clearly grown bold. It was all the shaman's fault, had she not encouraged Sualan. The girl would never have dared to defy her. This thought ignited Aguan Na's fury. "Do you have something to say? So what if you heard me? You think you can treat me as you did before?" rushing to my side whenever I called? You'll be sorely disappointed. What kind of attitude is this? I'm your mother. Is this how you treat your own mother? You've gone too far. You're just a mindless little wretch. Her energy, heed my command. Cast Agona away. Bang. Ouch. With a flick of her mystical power, Yezi disdainfully cast Agona aside, harboring an intense loathing for the old woman. Agona, should you dare to show your face before Sualan again or utter any disrespectful words, I shall cast you away each time I see you. If you're unafraid, then by all means, try me. Sualan glanced back at the closed door, tears glistening in her eyes, only to swiftly raise her gaze and stifle her emotions. When she turned to face Agona again, her expression remained devoid of sentiment. If only it were possible, she wished that she could be the one to throw Agona out. But alas, she could disown her, yet could not bring herself to inflict harm upon her. No matter what, Agona was her mother, an immutable truth. Agona, grumbling and muttering, managed to rise, yet dared not approach Solon any closer. The witch was indeed one to keep her word. Agona's frail body could not withstand another toss. Engaging with Yezi was a path to self-inflicted misery. Ultimately, everyone would side with Yezi, and Agona would be the perpetual loser. A wise person does not suffer unnecessary losses. She vowed to remember this grudge and one day repay Yezi 100-fold. With a final glare at Sualan, Agona limped away, her heart simmering with indignation. Having cursed Sualan repeatedly in her mind to quell her fury. Once the echoes of Agona's voice faded, Yezi resumed her task of curing the meat. She could not risk exposing the salt's secrets and had to undertake the task herself. The room contained several large stone jars, into which Yezi placed the salted beast meat, allowing it to marinate for a few days until the salt permeated the flesh, ready for the orcs to dry or smoke it. The workload was immense, leaving Yezi exhausted to the point where her arms felt incapable of lifting. Just then, the witch arrived. Sualan, is Yezi inside? Sualan hesitated, wondering if she should intervene. Fortunately, Yezi's timely voice broke through. Witch, I'm here. Please come in and assist me. The witch regarded Sualan with a blend of admiration and exasperation. This child, loyal to Yezi, would undoubtedly become her most steadfast supporter, yet her rigidity was concerning. She hoped for Sualan's growth and adaptability. Shaking her head, the witch resolved that it was not her concern. Once she had come to terms with her thoughts, she pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Yezi, who appeared as if she had just emerged from the water, soft and weary against the wall, the witch hurried over to support her and inquired, Yezi, what has happened to you? With the support of the old witch, Yezi managed to rise unsteadily, pointing at the well-marinated beast meat in the stone vat. I see that this meat has absorbed the flavor. If it is not preserved any longer, it may spoil. Since both you and Moyen said that the matter of salt must remain confidential, I had no choice but to take it upon myself to procure the salt for marination. The old witch gazed at the 6 large vats brimming with meat, her heart aching as she considered Yezi's frail, almost juvenile form. She gently cast a healing spell upon her. Silly child, in the future, when faced with such matters, do not bear the burden alone. You must come to me or consult Moyen. You cannot shoulder it all by yourself. If you seek my assistance, I can easily summon 2 strong warriors to help you. And afterwards, I can temporarily seal their ability to speak. Alternatively, you may also approach Moyen, though he is somewhat weakened. He is robust enough to lend a hand with certain tasks. I did not contemplate this deeply. I simply thought I could resolve it on my own and proceeded to take action. Yezi gently massaged her shoulders and realized that after the witch cast her healing spell, she felt utterly rejuvenated. She promptly added, Grandma Witch, we are running short on stone jars. Please ask the clan members to fetch a few more. It would be prudent to marinate the beast meat sooner rather than later. We must avoid any unpleasant odors. The witch, equally reluctant to see the precious meat spoil, such sustenance being fundamental for the survival of their people, immediately turned to find someone to procure the stone jars. The leaf conjecture regarding the construction of the stone tank will require some additional time. Therefore, I took Solon to the city wall. Upon witnessing the towering structure, approximately 20 to 30 meters high, I was utterly astounded. Goodness, how swiftly they have erected the wall. It seems this group has been rather negligent. Had they constructed the wall at this pace earlier, it would have been completed long before, thus avoiding the recent beast attacks. With the assistance of the warriors, the transportation of substantial stones and timber has become considerably easier, facilitating the rapid progress of the construction. Although Sualan is not particularly talkative, she diligently contributes wherever possible. Previously, the task of building the wall fell to the ordinary orcs, whose limited capabilities resulted in a slower pace of work. I must concede that the awakened bloodline orcs are indeed formidable, yet our ordinary orcs are not to be underestimated. Their contributions are significant. It is precisely due to the solid groundwork laid previously that the wall has risen to such impressive heights. Chapter 76. Descendants of the Soaring Serpent, whether ordinary orcs or those warriors with awakened bloodlines, all are members of the Soaring Serpent tribe, and their efforts ought to be acknowledged. As I ascended the city tower, I observed the orcs engaged in finishing touches, while Moto was atop the gate, busily crafting a statue. At a glance, the statue has begun to take shape, revealing the imposing figure of a majestic soaring serpent. As Yezi's lips quivered, she longed to express that with this group of soaring serpents around, There was truly no need for such embellishments. It would be far more practical to carve a dragon instead. Yet, the thought of her potential draconic lineage silenced her. For she was certain that if she were to voice it, these individuals would undoubtedly oblige her wish. Maintain a low profile. Keep it discreet. Yiwu. Yiwu is here. As the clansfolk recognized Yezi, they greeted her with warmth and sincerity, lifting her spirits immensely. Thank you all for your hard work. By the way, if possible, let us construct a few stone shelters atop the city walls to shield from the wind and rain, allowing our kin to avoid the sun and elements while on watch. Although she understood that these individuals cared little for such discomforts. Why endure unnecessary hardships when comfort could be afforded? The thoughtfulness of Yi Wu was commendable. Then let us build, she concluded. Upon hearing her words, the orcs, after clarifying her construction intentions, immediately set to work. Just as Yezi marveled at their obedience and industriousness, a voice suddenly broke through the air. Yi Wu. It seems someone is approaching. What? Everyone halted their tasks and turned their gaze towards the distance, where indeed a group of individuals was making their way toward their tribe. A sudden jolt coursed through Yezi's mind as she immediately surmised that this group of individuals had likely come in response to the salt fields of the mountain tribe. Having traced their way to her clan, sensing their ominous intent, Yezi swiftly commanded the orcs, fetch Granny Witch and Mo Yin at once, and alert all warriors to ascend the city walls and prepare for defense. Yes, Yi Witch. In the face of uncertainty, the clan members stood ready, their gazes fixed upon the approaching throng that drew ever closer. The newcomers were equally taken aback by their surroundings. They were none other than the chieftain and the high priest of the Medusa tribe, accompanied by their valiant warriors. It was astonishing to discover such a hidden clan. Evidently, it was not to be underestimated. The fortifications were impressively tall, a testament to the formidable defenses of this region. What manner of people resided within? Could it be that our tribe's salt had been pilfered by them? Medusa Haoyan's countenance darkened considerably. He recalled this place as a nondescript little tribe, one he had scarcely regarded when hearing reports from his kin. He had not anticipated that they had quietly flourished and expanded. The scale of these walls was beyond what a mere small tribe could construct. It appeared that the Medusa tribe had gained yet another rival to contend with. He wondered what sort of orcs inhabited this tribe, and if they would pose a challenge. Chieftain, the situation remains unclear. We must ensure our kin are restrained, urged Medusa Lanlin, her apprehension palpable due to past events and the current circumstances. She genuinely feared that the Medusa tribe might provoke a formidable adversary. Medusa Haoyan grumbled. I am aware. Given the present situation, they were entirely ignorant of the opponent's capabilities. Thus, he dared not act recklessly. At the very least, they needed to ascertain the strength of their adversaries before proceeding. The opposing tribe seems to be of the Serpent clan, the high priest interjected. Medusa Haoyan shot a glare at the speaking orc, for he abhorred the thought of being perceived as subordinate to Medusa Lanlin, as if he were merely following her lead. The orc, sensing the intensity of Medusa Haoyan's gaze, quickly lowered his head, having inadvertently transgressed the chieftain's taboo, which would surely earn him the chieftain's ire. Unfazed by the underlying tension, Medusa Lanlin remained focused on her duty. To her, both the chieftain and the high priest were leaders guiding their tribe. The hierarchy of who stood in front or behind mattered little. Her full attention was captivated by the serpentine statue atop the walls, an image that seemed hauntingly familiar yet eluded her recollection. Upon seeing the serpent statue, Medusa Haoyan cast aside all caution. Now certain of their opponent's identity as the Serpent clan, he felt no fear. Among the Serpent clan, the Medusa tribe stood in a position of superiority. Even the rainbow-bellied Serpent clan held them in some regard. A fledgling Serpent clan, with a lineage surely inferior to their own, would soon come face to face with him. He resolved to assert the noble lineage of the Medusa tribe, instilling a sense of dread that would compel them to submit to him. Sharing Haoyan's sentiments, all the Medusa tribe's people, save for Medusa Lanlin, lifted their proud heads high, striding with an air of arrogance toward the Serpent tribe. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Granny Witch and Mo Yin had also arrived. As Granny Witch gazed upon the fierce gathering below, she remarked in an almost serene tone, the Medusa tribe certainly arrived swiftly. Curiosity piqued, Yezi gazed at the approaching group, wondering if they were indeed the Medusa clan. They bore a striking resemblance to the Tingsha tribe. Contrary to the tale she had heard of Medusas possessing serpentine hair, it appeared that legends were not always grounded in truth. For the individuals before her sported remarkably ordinary hair. After years apart, their demeanor had grown increasingly haughty. This was a blatant irony. Yezi sensed something amiss, as it seemed that the witches were entirely unperturbed. Previously, they had urged her to conceal herself to avoid detection, leading her to believe that the Tingsha tribe harbored a fear of the Medusas. Yet, it appeared that the reality was far removed from her assumptions. Yezi decided to observe the situation further, for with the witch present, she had no desire to take the lead. After all, experience often trumps arrogance, and the witch undoubtedly possessed ample expertise in handling such matters. No matter how haughty they appeared, they had yet to earn the right to flaunt their power before us. As these words left her lips, Mo Yan's aura surged dramatically, exuding a regal presence that bore down upon the Medusa clan. How could this be? A sense of dread enveloped the Medusa clan members as they realized that their adversaries were of a lineage even more noble than their own. Medusa Hao Tian and Medusa Lan Lin were struck with disbelief. Suddenly, Medusa Lan Lin's expression shifted. She recalled where she had encountered the serpentine figure before and urgently declared, "Everyone, abandon all resistance. Do not harbor even the slightest hint of disrespect. They are descendants of the Tingsha." What? The fabled Tingsha, one of the ancient 10 divine beasts, had descendants residing in this very forest. The Tingsha was the true king of serpents. Before them, all serpentine beings were compelled to bow in submission. It was sheer folly that they had considered utilizing bloodline suppression against such formidable opponents. Chapter 77. The might of the dragon. It was akin to presenting one's face for a resounding slap, and a humiliating one at that. Many, filled with youthful bravado, believed that the Tingsha, having been absent for many years and remaining low-key, had undoubtedly diminished in strength. They sought to test their resistance, thinking that if successful, the Medusa clan could subjugate the Tingsha and ascend to true royalty. It can be said that, apart from Medusa Lan Lin and a select few, the majority of the Medusa clan, led by Medusa Hao Tian, were unwilling to easily submit to the Tingsha. A cold smirk crept upon Mo Yin's lips. He had initially considered granting them some semblance of dignity, but it seemed that after years without restraint, the Medusa had grown increasingly arrogant. In light of this, he resolved to be less courteous. Just as he was about to amplify his suppression, a small hand unexpectedly grasped his arm. Looking down, he saw Yezi gazing at him with a serious expression, her voice low as she cautioned, "Are you reckless? Are you not aware of your current physical condition?" "I'm fine," Mo Yin replied. Yi directly interrupted Mo Yin, stating, "This matter is not yours to dictate. Is it not merely a matter of bloodline suppression? Allow me to handle it. Who can rival the nobility of dragon blood? Before a dragon, all serpents must coil in submission." With a resolve fueled by her heritage, Yi stepped forward, her seemingly unremarkable form suddenly radiating a resplendent golden light. An overwhelming aura of draconic majesty surged forth, crashing down upon the Medusa clan. In the wake of this formidable presence, those led by Medusa Hao Tian were left reeling, blood spilling from their lips as they collapsed to the ground. A few of the weaker among them were crushed under the weight of the draconic might, succumbing to unconsciousness. In contrast, Medusa Lan Lin and those of her kin who offered no resistance managed to evade disaster, their hearts swelling with relief at having heeded the shaman's counsel. As you unleashed her draconic power for the first time, though it was directed towards the Medusa clan, the serpents standing by her side were not spared from its effects. It appears my bloodline strength is indeed formidable. Look, they are already subdued by my might. As Yezi turned around, she discovered that apart from Mo Yin, who stood unscathed, everyone else lay crumpled on the ground, their faces etched with fear as they gazed at her. Realizing her misstep, Yezi immediately felt a pang of guilt and apologized. "Are you all right? I'm truly sorry. I inadvertently lost control and dragged you into this. Please forgive me." Noticing that the old witch had also fallen, Yezi hurriedly bent down to assist her, saying, "I apologize, dear witch. Are you injured?" "It's nothing at all. My old bones are quite sturdy. I'm not so easily harmed," the old witch thought, reflecting on how embarrassing it was for them to be subdued by mere bloodline pressure, particularly when it was not even directed at them. If their ancestor, the snake, were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. "Esteemed one, I am Medusa's great witch, Medusa Lan Lin. We mean no offense. I implore you to show mercy and spare my Medusa clan." Without even having seen her opponent, Medusa Lan Lin's face turned pale, blood trickling from her lips. Desperately wishing to avoid any further repercussions, she cared not for the salt fields or the identity of her adversary. All she sought was clemency. While they might have endured the initial wave of pressure, the second left them devoid of any will to resist. It was an overwhelming one-sided oppression. Medusa Lan Lin was certain that within the territory occupied by the snake descendants, there resided a formidable figure, an entity they could not provoke. "Take your people and leave. This is not a place for you. Should you return, I shall not show mercy." Mo Yin commanded Medusa Lan Lin to withdraw. Confronting the opponent was out of the question. As previously stated, the snake tribe was too weak. Without sufficient strength, it was unwise to engage in conflict with others. Despite the injuries sustained by this group, they had come in considerable numbers, and with a powerful witch among them, they were not a force they could withstand. Although their tribe boasted 2 witches, both were at the novice level, and the odds of victory in a confrontation were slim. While Yezi could employ pressure to subdue them, if the others remained steadfast in their resolve, the effectiveness of her pressure would be significantly diminished. "Thank you, esteemed one." Without further ado, Medusa Lan Lin urged her less severely injured kin to assist their more grievously wounded comrades, swiftly disappearing from Yezi's sight. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, followed by looks of admiration directed towards Yezi. The intensity of their gazes made her awkwardly retreat behind Mo Yin. "Yi witch, what exactly is your lineage? The pressure you emit is astonishingly potent." It was evident that this pressure was not aimed at them, and if it had been, the consequences would have been dire. It was no wonder that those individuals had begged for mercy. They clearly could not withstand Yezi's oppressive force. Fleeing in a disheveled manner, Reflecting on the arrogance of those individuals earlier and their current state of disarray brought a sense of satisfaction to the tribe members. I felt as if a mountain had descended upon me. It was even difficult to breathe. Yi, which is truly formidable. Yi hurriedly waved her hands, insisting, no, that was merely a bluff. If it came to a real confrontation, I would undoubtedly be a weakling. Oh, Yi Wu, you are far too modest. If you are a weakling, then what does that make us? They replied, we are the true weaklings. Had it not been for Yi Wu scaring that group away, we might not know what the outcome would have been. The old witch and Mo Yin genuinely felt that their clansmen were beneath notice, merely enduring a fleeting threat. Each one of them a source of embarrassment. Of course, the old witch could not reprimand her kin, as her own earlier performance had not been particularly commendable. Witches were never known for their combat prowess. They relied on their mystical powers. Encountering someone as extraordinary as Yi, the old witch began to realize that perhaps witches could also cultivate their strength beyond their innate abilities. Nevertheless, at her age, even with good intentions, it was likely too late for her. She resolved to continue her role as a witch. Instead of lavishing praise on Yi Wu, it would be wiser to focus on strengthening themselves. I do not wish for Yi Wu to protect us every time. Next time we face such a situation, I want to see you standing in front of her. Witches were supposed to be the guardians of the brave, yet now, in their tongue snake tribe, the tables had turned. Mo Yin felt a sense of defeat. As descendants of the tongue snake, they had brought shame upon their lineage. However, the bloodline power of Yi was indeed formidable, and it had yet to fully awaken. If it were to completely manifest, he feared he might not be able to withstand it himself. Mo Yin silently vowed to strengthen himself. Otherwise, when Yi truly awakened her bloodline, he would have no face left to remain by her side. With the crisis once again averted, the clansmen resumed their busy activities. This time, Yi did not need to take action herself. She merely produced salt and delegated the task to her kin. Chapter 78. A rare opportunity. The Medusa clan had been frightened away, so what was there to worry about? Besides, Yi had only taken a little salt, while the rest remained securely within the Tianqin sword. While everyone was preoccupied, one person stealthily exited the tribe, Iguana. She could no longer endure her time in the tongue snake tribe. Her kin looked down upon her. Her youngest daughter rejected her, and there was the loathed Yi Wu, who constantly reminded her of her deceased eldest daughter, Soya. With no aspirations left, she pondered that rather than languishing in the tongue snake tribe, it would be better to expose Yi Wu's matters. In addition to avenging Suaya, perhaps she could alter her living situation entirely, potentially transforming her later years. With this thought in mind, Iguana felt no fear and resolutely departed from the tongue snake tribe. Iguana had become a pariah, and recently, her kin had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding her, leading to her departure going unnoticed. The tongue snake tribe was bustling, busy with curing beast meat, constructing their settlement, and stockpiling provisions for winter. Everyone was actively engaged, creating a scene filled with vitality. In stark contrast, the Medusa clan was not so fortunate. Their chief and the High Witch had set out, only to return defeated. Unfortunately, the injuries sustained by Medusa Haoyan and the tribal warriors had been witnessed by other tribes. And soon, the news spread throughout all clans. The seven-colored viper tribe rejoiced, exclaiming, "Well done, Medusa Haoyan. Who would have thought you would meet your match?" Delightful. Chief Locke felt particularly elated. For many years, as one of the three major tribes in the region, the seven-colored viper had been overshadowed by the Medusa clan, leaving Locke feeling deeply frustrated. Now, the Medusa clan had encountered misfortune. They had not only lost their salt fields, but had also been thoroughly beaten. "Chief, I believe this is an opportunity we must seize," suggested the High Witch Xueling. She had long harbored resentment towards Medusa Lan Lin, always wishing to surpass her, yet had found herself powerless against the infamous petrifying abilities of the Medusa clan. Indeed, the Medusa clan has dispatched their strongest beast warriors, including Medusa Haoyan and High Witch Medusa Lan Lin. However, reports indicate that aside from Medusa Lan Lin and a few warriors who remain uninjured, the others have all suffered injuries, Locke replied. Our tribe has long been suppressed by the Medusa clan. I can no longer hold back my frustration. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to bring them down and ensure they can never rise again? Locke stood up, acknowledging that Xueling's words had stirred his interest. Yet he still harbored reservations about the Medusa clan. You are aware of the Medusa clan's petrification abilities, Xueling. If our kin were to engage them in battle, we would surely suffer greatly. The two tribes were evenly matched, but it was the petrification ability that had allowed the Medusa clan to maintain their dominance. Locke certainly did not wish for his kin to be turned to stone. With a confident smile, Xueling continued, "For years, I have studied the petrification abilities of the Medusa clan. I discovered that their power relies entirely on their gaze. Those who turn to stone do so only after making eye contact with a member of the Medusa clan. Therefore, if we simply avoid direct eye contact, they will be unable to utilize their petrification abilities." Locke paced back and forth, contemplating Xueling's reasoning. If they could resolve the petrification issue, it would indeed present a significant opportunity to finally subdue the Medusa clan. "Xueling, it has been a while now. Medusa Lan Lin should have already used her healing arts to tend to Medusa Hao Yin and the others, correct? Are we truly able to attack? Xue Ling regarded Locke with disdain, finding his timorous nature rather tiresome. However, she did not mind his lack of decisiveness. The more he hesitated, the more he would rely on her. Over time, her influence over the seven-colored Viper tribe would solidify, establishing her as the true voice of authority. Rest assured, Medusa Lan Lin is cautious by nature. With such a situation unfolding in their tribe, the news has already spread far and wide. She would not waste her mystical energy healing Medusa Hao Yin and the others, as she needs to conserve her power for other impending crises. For instance, the vibrant-scaled Snake Clan and the Fox Clan both harbor such intentions. Snow Ling, the High Witch, is certain that the Fox Clan will not remain idle. Even if they were to unite to divide the Medusa Clan, the Fox Clan would not passively witness the expansion of the vibrant-scaled Snake Clan. There is a saying, the ones who understand you best are often your enemies. Snow Ling accurately guessed what Medusa Lan Lin was contemplating. To preserve her strength in safeguarding the Medusa Clan, she entrusted the task of healing to the junior witches. Naturally, the abilities of the junior witches pale in comparison to those of a high witch. Their healing prowess is limited, and they require rest after each healing session. Some even become limp and powerless after exhausting their magical energy, akin to leaves that show no reaction after performing a healing spell, though such cases are rare. Yet, Medusa Hao Yin fails to comprehend the good intentions of Medusa Lan Lin, accusing her of deliberately withholding healing spells and using it as an opportunity to control the Medusa Clan. Medusa Lan Lin, in tears, wonders when she ever considered power struggles while always thinking of the tribe's welfare. In a fit of anger, she declared, "Fine. I shall exert all my strength to heal you, but should anyone come knocking, you must handle it yourselves." Heartbroken by Medusa Hao Yin's words, she immediately cast her healing spells. After ensuring everyone was healed, she did not spare Medusa Hao Yin a glance and staggered back to her dwelling. "If anyone comes knocking, it is certainly our duty to respond. Can we expect those useless witches to do anything?" In Medusa Hao Yin's mind, the role of witches, aside from awakening the bloodline power of the clan members, is to serve the warriors. This remark infuriated the junior witches who had yet to leave. To think that they were regarded as useless by their leader. They hoped their leader would not regret her words. With that, the junior witches departed in indignation. Chapter 79, Cooperation. Medusa Hao Yin, filled with pride, scoffed at the witches' threats. How could he possibly regret his stance? The importance of witches pales in comparison to that of warriors. Warriors defend the tribe well. If any fool dares to approach, teach them a proper lesson, so they know that the Medusa clan is not to be trifled with. Yes, Chief. Medusa Hao Yin's arrogance was mirrored by the warriors who had long been indoctrinated by him. Their perception of witches was even less respectful than his. Witches were merely there to serve them, as they considered themselves the true heroes of the tribe. Medusa Lan Lin's supporters were undoubtedly few, comprising merely 2 or 3 dozen individuals along with the 4 junior witches. At this moment, they were all gathered at Medusa Lan Lin's residence. "Great Witch, the chief and the others have gone too far. Witches have always been respected, yet I feel none of that in our tribe. I even feel that we, the witches, are treated worse than ordinary beast men, summoned like slaves to serve those warriors. Enough, let us speak less. Do you not see that the Great Witch is in a weakened state?" Medusa Lan Lin felt a mix of anger and bitterness. If the junior witches were disrespected, how could she expect to be acknowledged by the clansmen? Aside from the annual awakening ceremony, when they listened to her, at all other times, Medusa Hao Yin held sway. Medusa Lan Lin thought to herself that as long as it was for the good of the tribe, she could overlook such matters. However, now, with the tribe's survival at stake, Medusa Hao Yin remained obstinate, leaving her no choice but to devise a different plan. "Listen, I can only rely on you now. With this incident, the other 2 clans will certainly set their sights on us. A tribal war is inevitable. My magical energy is depleted, and I need at least 2 days to recover. I fear the other 2 clans will not grant me the time to recuperate. The chief has already disregarded my words, and if that is the case, to prevent the annihilation of the Medusa clan, we must proceed this way." Medusa Lan Lin then made arrangements that left her followers questioning her sanity. "Great Witch, do we truly have to go through with this? If the tribe reaches that point, it would be their doing, yet we would still have to rely on them. Does that not seem unreasonable?" Medusa Lan Lin addressed the dissenting expressions around her. "No, it is not their fault. If we were in their position, would we not resist if someone came knocking? Moreover, the Tingsha clan has not yet made any aggressive moves. They are merely trying to intimidate us. Additionally, you may not know this, but the Medusa clan was originally a subordinate tribe of the Tingsha. Our actions are merely a return to the Tingsha clan. Of course, if the situation were not so dire, you need not heed my words. But if we are truly at death's door, as long as we survive, aligning with the Tingsha clan is our final refuge." As the High Witch, she naturally knew more about their serpentine ancestors than the tribesmen. The former glory of the Tingsha clan, even captured in written records, inspired her deeply. The sight of thousands of serpents bowing in reverence stirred her blood. Although the Medusa clan had claimed dominance after breaking away from the Tingsha, achieving the same level of unity was impossible. The serpentine clans had fractured, each acting independently, all aspiring to emulate the Tingsha's unification, yet none succeeded. Medusa Lawman pondered that perhaps only the Tingsha could command the submission of countless serpents. On the other side, the leader of the vibrant-scaled snake clan, Locke, heeded the words of Snowling, the High Witch, and approached the Fox clan. In their quest to subjugate the Medusa clan, they resolved to persuade the Fox clan to ally with them in their endeavor to divide the Medusa clan. The Fox clan leader, Huemo, readily agreed, and after sending Locke away, promptly summoned the clan members for discussion. Leader, have you truly decided to collaborate with the vibrant-scaled snake clan? The Fox clan's High Witch, Hu Qingxing, frowned. Despite the discord between the Medusa clan and the vibrant-scaled snake clan, they were still both part of the Serpent clan. This situation appeared to be an internecine conflict within the Serpent clan, and their reckless intervention might yield little benefit. High Witch, I see this as an opportunity. In the past, we have refrained from confronting the Serpent clans because they have two tribes of comparable strength. Now that they are in disarray, seeking our assistance is advantageous. Once we join forces with the vibrant-scaled snake clan to annihilate the Medusa clan, only the two major tribes, the vibrant-scaled snake clan and our Fox clan, will remain in this region. The leader of the vibrant-scaled snake clan lacks ambition. The real decision-maker is their High Witch, Snowling. While she possesses a bit of cunning, she is not to be feared. High Witch, once we reach that point, dealing with the vibrant-scaled snake clan will be much simpler. Do you not wish to witness our Fox clan reigning supreme in this region? Of course, who would not desire to stand at the pinnacle and be revered? Hu Qingxing is no exception. However, she still harbored concerns. I understand everything the leader has said, but have you forgotten about another looming threat? Let us not forget who it was that injured the Medusa clan. Medusa Haoyan may indeed be somewhat haughty, yet her strength is not to be underestimated. Coupled with the formidable presence of their great shaman, the situation has compelled her to contemplate the implications of that realm more seriously. The great shaman. There exists a tribe in that territory which we have always been aware of. For centuries, have you ever witnessed them making any moves? Had it not been for the Medusa clan's provocation, they would have remained indifferent to the skirmishes within the forest. Thus, it is prudent for us to refrain from inciting them. In the past, they were perceived as an inconspicuous little tribe, posing no threat, and so we let them be. Now that their might is revealed, we must exercise caution and avoid unnecessary troubles, with the foolish demise of the Medusa clan as a warning. Should they fail to exercise vigilance, they would be no different from the Medusa clan. Huemo is not so naive. Were Huemo to realize that the Tingsha tribe does not ignore these conflicts but rather lacks the capacity to intervene, he would surely be infuriated. Of course, ignorance is bliss, providing the Tingsha tribe with a much-needed respite to fortify themselves. Since the chieftain has already devised a strategy, it is time to act. I shall lend my support from behind. Hu Qingxing was successfully persuaded by Huemo, contemplating that once they conquer the Medusa clan, the Fox tribe shall no longer live in fear of the Snake tribe. With the great shaman's unwavering support, how could the Fox tribe not prosper? Huemo was in high spirits, as events unfolded favorably, and the expansion of the Fox tribe was imminent. He could already envision the splendid unification of the Fox clan in this region. Chapter 80, the attack to deny Medusa a moment's respite after reaching a consensus. The seven-colored abdominal serpent tribe and the Fox tribe launched an assault against the Medusa clan, due to Medusa Lanlin expending her shamanic power to heal those warriors. The initial wave of attack resulted in heavy losses for both tribes, with a significant number of warriors petrified and captured. Medusa Haoyan laughed heartily, exclaiming, Come. Do you think my Medusa clan is easy to bully? I shall ensure you all return to your homes empty-handed. The seven-colored abdominal serpent tribe and the Fox tribe retreated in defeat, with Locke slamming his palm onto the stone table in frustration, shattering it. That despicable Medusa Haoyan. Once he falls into my hands, I will make him suffer tenfold for my grievances. Huemo cast a disdainful glance at Locke, retorting that anyone can boast. If he had the courage, he should confront Medusa Haoyan directly, rather than engage in idle talk. They should devise a strategy to counter the petrifying abilities of the Medusa clan. They had initially believed that avoiding eye contact with the Medusa clan would suffice, only to discover that the Medusa clan could manipulate the hearts of others, compelling them to look into their eyes, resulting in their kin being petrified and captured without striking a blow. Huing murmured, logically. Medusa Haoyan and his subordinates must be gravely injured and incapable of fighting unless their tribe's shaman has cast healing spells for them. Yes, that must be it. Huing promptly suggested to Huemo, chieftain, let the great shaman intervene. I am certain that the Medusa clan's great shaman is now depleted of power and cannot assist Medusa Haoyan in battle. Upon hearing this, Huemo regarded Huing with appreciation. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Go at once and inform the great shaman to aid us in confronting the Medusa clan. Yes, chieftain. Even when praised by Huemo, Huing remained humble and composed, accepting the command and departing. Huemo nodded in satisfaction. Huing was undoubtedly the most outstanding warrior among the younger generation. If only he could become his son-in-law. Contemplating Silver Jiao, Huemo shook his head in exasperation. Such a temperament. How could Huing possibly be interested? It was his fault for indulging his daughter. Never mind. He would select an exceptional warrior for her in due course. But for now, The priority lay in the greater matters at hand. Locke, since you have sent someone to summon our great shaman, shouldn't you send someone to call your snowling great shaman? The agreed-upon collaboration was paramount. Huemo did not wish for the seven-colored abdominal serpent tribe to gain undue advantage if they deployed their great shaman. The seven-colored abdominal serpent tribe must also do the same. Naturally, Locke thought to himself, cursing Huemo for being overly calculating while maintaining a facade of cordiality. He turned to the man behind him, Seven Knight, and instructed, "Go, fetch the snowling great shaman." Yes, chieftain. Seven Knight was affiliated with the snowling great shaman, who had promised that as long as he obeyed, he would become the next chieftain. Determined to secure the position, he harbored a grudge. Remembering the injuries inflicted upon him last time, once he ascended to the chieftaincy, he would seek out those who had harmed him and exact vengeance. The Medusa clan's simultaneous victory over two tribes brought joy to all, affirming the words of their chieftain, Medusa Haotian, that they were indeed the rulers of this forest. Only Medusa Lanlin wore a troubled expression. Her kin had succumbed to the euphoria of victory, rendering her concerns futile. "Great shaman, our tribe has triumphed. Why do you remain so glum?" Although they were not held in high regard by the chieftain or the tribespeople as members of the Medusa clan, they too felt a sense of joy in their tribe's victory. When? You were too navi. A fleeting victory does not equate to triumph. It merely accelerates the demise of the Medusa clan. It is not that she was being alarmist. Medusa Haotian's disdain for shamans blinded him to the truth that a shaman's powers, when combined with those of warriors, could not be resisted, no matter how formidable. Yet, she was currently in a recovery phase. Once the two tribes' great shamans simultaneously attacked the Medusa clan, their defeat would be inevitable. Are you all prepared? Now, she must ready the Medusa clan for the future, ensuring they do not march toward annihilation. Great shaman, we are all prepared. The younglings have gathered together. And should the Medusa clan face defeat as you foretold, we will swiftly lead the younglings to safety. However, great shaman, many females do not believe the Medusa clan will fall. What if they refuse to flee with us when the time comes? Medusa Lanlin gazed at the celebrating tribespeople outside, suppressing her sorrow, and closed her eyes, stating, "Those willing to follow may come. Those unwilling shall be left to their own devices. The outcome is their choice. And we shall do our best." As Medusa Lanlin feared, once the great shamans of the two tribes utilized their powers to counter the Medusa clan's petrification ability, the Medusa clan lost its advantage and was swiftly overwhelmed. Medusa Haotian, besieged by Locke and Huemo, bore wounds all over his body. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Locke, Huemo, you despicable scoundrels. If you have the audacity, face me one-on-one." Huemo chuckled softly, retorting, "Medusa Haotian, you have lived for over a century. Yet you utter such childish words. Do you think this is a contest of strength? This is a tribal war, solely concerned with victory and defeat. Who would engage in such folly with you? Medusa Haotian is utterly foolish. Bah, what are you capable of? Taking advantage of my Medusa clan's injuries. You dare to unite against us, despicable and shameless." Medusa Haotian was unconcerned with notions of immaturity. He was only aware that the seven-colored Abyssal Snake clan and the Fox clan were devoid of morals, ganging up on a single individual, a behavior unbefitting of heroes. Lochte delivered a kick to Medusa Haotian's posterior, sending him tumbling to the ground. As Medusa rose, Lochte disdainfully remarked, "In tribal warfare, victory and defeat are all that matter. Medusa Haotian, your clan is destined to lose today. Should we conquer your clan, what will it matter if you deem us despicable and shameless? You all, I will fight you to the bitter end." Medusa Haotian declared, shedding any restraint and transforming into his true form, a colossal serpent, dark with streaks of red. Two antennae adorned his head, while his body was covered in black and red scales that emanated a chilling aura. His blood-red eyes, the size of copper bells, glared ominously at Lochte and Fox. "Mo Lochte, you conspired with the Fox clan to slaughter the Snake clan, thereby breaching our sacred oath. Today, I shall take your life." Upon hearing this, Lochte felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. In his fervor for success, he had indeed overlooked the ancestral teachings of the Snake clan. The teachings stated, the Snake clan may vie for resources and dominion among themselves, yet collusion with outsiders to harm kin is deemed treachery, leading to exile and pursuit by all clansmen. Medusa Haotian, cease your baseless accusations. When have I ever allied with outsiders to slaughter my own kind? The Fox clan only seeks to partake in the benefits of the Medusa clan. It has nothing to do with me. Regardless, he could not confess to such a charge, for the seven-colored Abyssal Snake clan lacked the strength to withstand the wrath of 1,000 serpents. Lochte, do not feign innocence. You are a traitor, and your sins will bring shame upon the Snake clan. They will not let you escape. Lochte's expression darkened, and a murderous intent arose towards Medusa Haotian and all Medusas. A voice echoed within him. Eliminate Medusa Haotian, eradicate all Medusas, and none shall be the wiser. As for the Fox clan, they were allies now, and he believed they would not dare to divulge the truth. The might of the Snake clan was not something the Fox clan could provoke. Foxamo, the Snake clan harbors deep grudges. If we fail to annihilate the Medusa clan today, they will escape and never forget this affront. We must join forces to slay Medusa Haotian and exterminate every last one of the Medusas. Not a single one must escape. In truth, the matter could not remain hidden. The tribes within this forest were numerous, and the alliance between the seven-colored Abyssal Snake clan and the Fox clan against the Medusa clan was already common knowledge. Fox Mo was unconcerned about the potential retaliation from the Snake clan. Indeed, the Snake clan was substantial, yet they were currently fragmented and thus not a formidable threat. Lochte was determined to eradicate the Medusa clan, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to engage. As Medusa Haotian transformed into his true form for battle, Lochte and Foxamo also assumed their true shapes. A white and green striped seven-colored abyssal snake and a six-tailed fox surrounded Medusa Haotian. Lochte's words did not go unheard by Medusa Haotian. Furious at the thought of slaughtering his kin, he charged at Lochte. Lochte, undeterred, met him head-on, and the two serpents entwined in a fierce struggle. Foxamo, however, did not engage directly, instead observing the duel between the two serpents. Truth be told, in their true forms, the Fox clan was at a disadvantage, as their forms were not as imposing. Meanwhile, the clash between the Medusa clan and the seven-colored Abyssal Snake clan revealed the disparity. The foxes appeared as mere trinkets amidst the serpentine fray. Nonetheless, the Fox clan thrived on agility, and their sharp fangs left wounds on their adversaries. With the cooperation of the seven-colored Abyssal Snake clan, they pushed the Medusa clan into retreat, for the outcome was already determined. Two clans united against one. Even a clan possessing petrification abilities like the Medusas could not withstand the combined might of the two tribes. Moreover, with the Medusa clan's great shaman unable to intervene, the shamans from the two allied clans gained the upper hand, sealing the Medusa clan's fate. Foxamo, stop idling and watching. Let us not forget our alliance. Lochte bellowed in frustration, enraged that the cunning fox was calmly spectating while he fought for his life against Medusa Haotian. Foxamo smirked, coming right up. Lochte, aware that he was at a disadvantage against Medusa Haotian, had no choice but to rely on Fox Mo's assistance. His nonchalant demeanor only fueled Lochte's ire. He vowed that one day he would have his revenge on the crafty fox for this indignity. Foxamo, pay heed. Do not gaze into his eyes. Boom. Medusa Haotian. Fully cognizant that he could overpower Lochte but could not simultaneously contend with both clan leaders, sensed Fox Mo moving to assist. Without hesitation, he unleashed his lethal technique, petrification, successfully drawing Fox Mo's gaze. However, a massive boulder unexpectedly obstructed his path, causing his petrification to be wasted on the stone, inciting Medusa Haotian's fury at the sudden intervention of Fox Qingqing. Indeed, it was Fox Qingqing who arrived just in time, using the boulder to block Medusa Haotian's attack, thereby allowing Fox Mo to escape unscathed. Fox Qingqing. Medusa Haotian immediately attempted to bewitch her, but regrettably, he had chosen the wrong target. When it came to the art of seduction and manipulation, the females of the Fox clan were unparalleled. Am I beautiful, Medusa Haotian? A whisper of allure reached Medusa Haotian's ears as he beheld Fox Qingqing swaying her enticing figure, gazing at him with longing. While Medusa Haotian had encountered many beautiful women, he had never seen one as enchanting as Fox Qingqing. He felt an irresistible urge to approach her, to embrace her tenderly, momentarily forgetting the perilous situation surrounding him. To Lochte's astonishment, Medusa Haotian suddenly abandoned all hostility. His once blood-red serpent eyes transformed into a mesmerizing emerald hue, gazing adoringly at Fox Qingqing. His massive head leaned toward her, affectionately nudging her palm, occasionally extending his serpent tongue to caress her smooth, fair hand. At that moment, Foxamo seized the opportunity, gripping a sharp weapon and stealthily approaching Medusa Haotian's vulnerable spot. While Medusa Haotian was entranced by the illusion crafted by Fox Qingqing, Fox Mo struck without hesitation. Thud. Ah! Medusa Haotian awoke in agony, his massive serpent form writhing on the ground, his eyes now filled with unbridled hatred. Fox Qingqing. How dare you employ your charms against your own clan leader? I shall slay you. As Fox Mo successfully landed his attack, Fox Qingqing had already distanced herself from Medusa Haotian, retreating to a secure location. Hearing Medusa Haotian's words, she could not help but chuckle. Medusa Haotian, should I call you naive or foolish? Do you think only your clan possesses extraordinary abilities? Allow me to enlighten you. The Fox clan possesses its own unique talents, though we prefer to remain discreet, unlike your ostentatious ways. Moreover, the petrifying abilities of the Medusa clan are excessively brutal and grotesque. Just look at the enchanting powers of our Fox clan. You have personally experienced it. Haven to you? It is truly mesmerizing, evoking an insatiable desire. Oh, I shall kill you, you despicable wretch. Medusa Haotian, overwhelmed by indignation, succumbed to the wiles of Fox Qingqing, losing even the last chance to fight back. He felt unworthy of his kin and could not face Medusa Lonlin again. Chapter 82. The greatest loss. He was mistaken. He should not have been blindly arrogant nor disregarded Medusa Lonlin's words, which led him to such a dire fate. He could no longer bear to live. Nor could he. The snake's heart was pierced by Fox Mo, and his vitality was ebbing away. With death inevitable, he decided to take a few down with him. Medusa Hautian's colossal serpent form made its final struggles. He had no obligation to adhere to the ancestral teachings of the snake clan. The venom erupted from him, hissing as it spread, and those unable to evade it were, to varying degrees, afflicted by Houghton's toxic spray. "You madman, Medusa Hautian!" Lockhart, in a fit of rage, severed a chunk of flesh from his arm. The venom of the Medusa clan was exceedingly potent. Any contact would seep through the skin and wreak havoc upon the body, ultimately leading to the demise of their foes. To survive, it was merely a piece of flesh. Regardless of the pain, Lockhart had to act decisively. For if the poison spread, he would be doomed. Damn it. One of Foxmo's 6 tails was tainted by the venom, visibly darkening at an alarming rate. Witnessing Lockhart's desperate act, Fox-Mo hesitated for a moment before resolutely severing the tail. The agony and regret of self-mutilation caused Fox-Mo to cry out in pain. He had underestimated the threat, allowing Medusa Hautian to gain the upper hand. Among the 3, the most unfortunate was undoubtedly Fox Chingching. For the venom sprayed by Medusa Hautian had struck her face. Beautiful as she was, Fox Chingching could not escape the dire consequences. While Lockhart ruthlessly removed flesh from his arm and Fox-Mo severed a tail, she found herself powerless to act upon her own visage. Yet, the toxin continued to spread. If the venom was not swiftly removed, Fox Chingching risked losing not only her beauty but perhaps her very life. As the great shaman of the Fox tribe, Fox-Mo could not bear to watch her perish. Since she could not bring herself to act, he would take it upon himself. "Fox-Mo, what are you doing?" In her agony, Fox Chingching felt his grip on her hand, and his cold, unfeeling demeanor sent shivers down her spine. "I shall help you. Living is preferable to dying. The Medusa clan must be annihilated, leaving only 2 equally matched tribes in this region. The 7-colored abdominal snake clan had a great shaman to oversee them. Their Fox clan could not afford to be lesser than the 7-colored abdominal snake clan. Fox Chingching had to survive, even if it meant facing an exceedingly ugly truth. Fox-Mo's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he plunged a sharp object into Fox Chingching's face, the sickening sound of flesh being pierced resonating through the air. The next moment, her anguished scream echoed throughout the Medusa clan. Medusa Hautian finally ceased his struggles, his immense serpent body collapsing to the ground. Filled with regret as he closed his eyes for the last time. "Chief, avenge the chief. Kill." The Medusa warriors fought valiantly, baring their venomous fangs and spewing poison, determined to take down as many foes as possible. With 2 clan leaders and a great shaman injured in this tribal battle, their resolve to annihilate the Medusa clan only intensified. At all costs, eradicate them. Fox-Mo issued a command for total annihilation. For it was their Fox clan that suffered the greatest losses in this conflict. He had lost a tail, the great shaman was disfigured, while Lockhart merely lost a piece of flesh from his arm. Having paid such a steep price, once the battle concluded, their Fox clan must claim the lioness share, or he would ensure that his can turned against the 7-colored abdominal snake clan. The Medusa clan was swiftly subdued. However, neither tribe could find joy in their victory. Besides their substantial losses, they had allowed the great shaman of the Medusa clan and a portion of their kin to escape. Medusa Lonlin was indeed cunning. Abandoning her clan to flee with a portion of her people, she behaved like a reckless great shaman. The great shaman Shuling, eager to humiliate Medusa Lonlin, was taken aback by Lonlin's cold-hearted decision to abandon her tribe, leaving her with a hollow sense of triumph. "You are quite the great shaman. While everyone else is fighting fiercely, you are nowhere to be found. I wish to ask you, where have you gone?" Since disfiguring her face, Fox Chingching had been enveloped in a dark aura, her gaze hostile towards everyone, even causing Fox-Mo to retreat, striving to avoid confrontation with her. "Of course. I pursued Medusa Lonlin. As the great shaman of the Fox clan, I understand your distress over your appearance, but you cannot doubt everyone. We are allies. And I would never neglect my duties." Inside, the great shaman Shuling smirked, finding Fox Chingching's current demeanor reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Although the encirclement of the Medusa clan had not gone perfectly, Shuling felt satisfaction. Among the 3 major tribes, it appeared that theirs had benefited the most. Now, she stood as the sole highest-ranking great shaman in the region, and the mere thought of it brought her immense joy. She took pleasure in observing the visage of the Fox clan's great shaman, wrapped in bandages, with Medusa Lonlin having fled and Fox Chingching disfigured. She remained unscathed. The heavens had truly favored her. "You went to pursue someone, so I ask you, where are they?" The despicable one's eyes roamed over her face, as if mocking her. "Damn reptile, should you dare to mock me again, I shall ruin your face, making you as wretched as I." Coughing, she remarked. It is not that Medusa Lonlin is too cunning, erasing her tracks to evade capture. Fox Chingching now teetered on the edge of fury. It was best not to provoke her, lest she unleash her wrath. In the end, they had failed to locate the individual, and Shuling harbored doubts about her tribe's cooperation. Previously, reports indicated that the Fox clan suffered the greatest losses. Many warriors had perished, either strangled or poisoned. In contrast, the 7-colored abdominal snake clan, adhering to their ancestral teachings, directed the venom primarily at the Fox clan, resulting in minimal casualties on their part. Each time Fox-Mo and Fox Chingching contemplated this, their anger surged, loathing the cursed ancestral teachings of the snake clan. When attacking enemies, it should not matter who they are. One should strike with all their might. The notion of holding back simply because they are of the same clan is utterly foolish. Our stance is clear. You cannot assume we have not exerted ourselves simply because the Medusa clan did not use poison against us. This has always been the ancestral rule of the snake clan. What can we do? Moreover, the Medusa clan we have slain is not fewer than yours. Chapter 83. Should we shelter them? Shameless, utterly shameless. Utilizing the ancestral teachings of our clan to evade the lethal techniques of our kin is one matter. However, to turn the tables and slay the opponent while uttering such shameless words is an affront to decency. The seven-colored abyssal serpent clan truly deserves the title of the most despicable tribe. Fox Chingching's chest heaved with anger, and she was tempted several times to charge at Locke and Shuling. How could there exist such shameless individuals in this world? Humph, I care not whether you have made an effort, nor do I wish to acknowledge your so-called ancestral teachings. I shall tell you now that in this siege, our Fox clan has suffered the greatest losses, and I demand 2/3 of the territory of the Medusa clan as compensation. Upon hearing Fox Mo's words, Fox Chingching managed to suppress her fury and stood aside, casting a cold glare at Locke and his companions. Should they agree to this demand, all would be settled. If the seven-colored abyssal serpent clan disagreed, she would have ample opportunity to vent her frustrations upon them. Fox Mo, we had initially agreed to divide all benefits equally after conquering the Medusa clan. How can you go back on your word? Locke immediately rose in protest, exclaiming that demanding 2/3 of the spoils was akin to being a lion that opens its mouth wide. Why not claim it all? Fox Mo retorted, stating that what was agreed upon in the past is irrelevant to the present. The losses endured by my Fox clan are evident. Should you refuse, let us engage in battle once more to determine the victor, and the spoils shall remain untouched. Locke glared at Fox Mo in exasperation. How can you be so untrustworthy? If this were any other tribe, he would have already lost his temper and engaged in conflict, but not with the Fox clan. They could not afford to confront them directly, for the Fox clan boasts a celestial shaman. Although that celestial shaman does not belong to Fox Mo's tribe. Should a member of the Fox clan be wronged and seek her intervention, the celestial shaman would not turn a blind eye. Enough of this idle chatter. Granting you even a fraction of the benefits is already generous. Accept it, or let us settle this through a decisive battle. Previously, he had been apprehensive about the serpent clans uniting against the Fox clan, but now that the Medusa clan had been subdued, what was there to fear? Moreover, with the emergence of an extraordinary celestial shaman from the Fox clan, while she may not always offer assistance, her reputation alone serves as a deterrent. What Fox Mo sought was the prestige of the celestial shaman Fox G. For her presence would compel the seven-colored abyssal serpent clan to weigh their options should they truly consider war. Enraged by Fox Mo's audacity, Locke stood up in defiance, declaring, if battle is what you desire, then let it be so. Who is afraid? The great shaman Shuling interrupted him, saying, one fraction is sufficient. We will only make this concession once. Should the Fox clan dare to renege, the seven-colored abyssal serpent clan shall not yield further. The great shaman Shuling understood well that occasional concessions are acceptable, but unending capitulation only invites further encroachment. Although the presence of a celestial shaman in the Fox clan instilled trepidation, Shuling had also heard tales of the shaman's erratic nature. She intervenes when she wishes, but remains indifferent when she does not. In this world, the Fox clan is widespread, yet few can truly attest to the celestial shaman's involvement. Even should they confront the Fox clan directly, her intervention was not guaranteed. Thus, she would gamble that the shaman would remain uninvolved in this matter. After the two clans divided the territory of the Medusa clan, they returned to their respective lands. Despite their victory, neither tribe exhibited joy, particularly the Fox clan, which had suffered significant losses, including the chief's severed tail, the great shaman's disfigurement, and the deaths of numerous warriors. An atmosphere of despair prevailed. Meanwhile, the Tingsha clan welcomed their first batch of guests, led by the fleeing Medusa clansmen, including the likes of Lon Lin. My lord, the Medusa clan has been annihilated by the combined assault of the seven-colored abyssal serpent clan and the Fox clan. We barely managed to escape. I implore you, for the sake of our shared lineage as serpents, to take us in. Truth be told, gazing upon a great shaman, for junior shamans, several warriors, and a throng of females, the Tingsha clan hesitated to offer refuge, for their own clans scarcely matched in strength. Leaf gazed at the group of individuals and could not help but inquire of the man standing beside her, Moyen, shall we offer them refuge? Frankly, the population of the Tingsha tribe was quite limited, and the notion of expansion solely through the tribe's females seemed rather impractical. Thus, Leaf was inclined to accept outsiders. The individuals before her appeared to be quite suitable, not to mention, the females and their offspring represented the tribe's future hope. Mordo was the first to respond. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. What if they enter and behold the state of our tribe, harboring ill intentions? From an external perspective, the Tingsha tribe might seem relatively stable, yet should these newcomers gain entry and witness the scant numbers, it could easily lead to underestimation of their strength. Observing that the number of Medusa tribe members was nearly equivalent to their own, and even included a prominent shaman, Mordo harbored concerns that they might, in turn, seize their territory. Indeed, such a possibility was not far-fetched. Jelly shared similar sentiments. Without uttering a word, he recalled that the Medusa tribe had recently sought trouble with them. If one were to reflect, the current plight of their tribe was intertwined with the actions of the Medusa, and should they enter and perceive the tribe's situation, the desire for revenge could very well manifest. Should we just send them away? Ollie pondered, sensing the internal conflict among the tribe members. If they were reluctant to offer sanctuary, then it would suffice to let them depart. Why complicate matters further? The Leaves understood that it was entirely natural for the clan members to be apprehensive about unforeseen circumstances. However, they could not help but express their concerns. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate? Look at the many females and young ones. If we simply allow them to depart, and if the rainbow-bellied serpent clan and the fox clan pursue them, they would surely meet a grim fate. Upon seeing the vulnerable females and their offspring, Nina felt a surge of compassion and immediately proposed, "We should let them stay. It would be utterly tragic if they fell into the hands of those individuals. Keeping them here would be far better. The females could contribute to the tribe's lineage, and the young ones could grow to become the next generation of warriors for the Tingsnake clan. The shamans are of paramount importance to the Tingsnake clan, and there are several esteemed ones over there. Yet, the predicament concerning the Grand Shaman and the dozen or so warriors posed a challenge. One could only wonder if they would indeed pose a threat to the tribe, as Moto and the others feared. Thus, the question arose, should we take them in or not? Once this sentiment was voiced, all eyes turned to Moyen and the elder shaman, regardless of how much was said. The ultimate decision rested with the clan leader and the elder shaman. Yi, being of tender years and possessing a charming demeanor, is often subconsciously regarded as a child by her kin, who seldom contemplate seeking her counsel in matters of governance. Indeed, this suits Yi perfectly. She relishes the arrangement where, for any pressing issues, they defer to the ancient witch and Moyen, while she herself is content to manage infrastructure and indulge in leisurely pursuits with her fellow tribespeople. Moyen, however, is reluctant to embrace the Medusa clan, recalling how, during the decline of the Tungsha tribe, these subordinate factions chose to abandon their allies rather than offer assistance, which left a profound sense of betrayal within Tungsha. This historical grievance gave rise to the ancestral edict forbidding the acceptance of outsiders. Nevertheless, Yi's previous remarks compel Moyen to reassess this matter. For the Tungsha tribe has dwindled significantly in numbers. Yezi once remarked that for the Tingshi tribe to flourish, it must welcome new blood. Otherwise, with their limited numbers, growth would be unattainable. Moyen, not one to settle for mediocrity, yearned for strength and aspired for the Tingshi tribe to thrive. Thus, a transformation was imperative, commencing with his generation. Having made up his mind, Moyen coldly commanded, "Open the city gates and allow them entry." The tribesmen were taken aback by Moyen's decision, yet ultimately chose to acquiesce. Ever since they embraced Yiwu, they had already strayed from their ancestors' teachings. However, it was precisely through this choice of change that their tribe could continue to exist and achieve all that they have today. Embrace this reality. With Moyen, the witch, and Yiwu present, the tribe would face no troubles. Medusa clansmen, heed my words. I am Moyen, the chief of the current Tingshi generation, and I consent to your inclusion. Upon your arrival in our tribe, you must adhere to our arrangements and harbor no malicious intents. Should you agree now but later renege? I solemnly swear in the name of Tingshi that as long as my tribe endures, I shall pursue your annihilation without mercy. Upon hearing Moyen's declaration, Lonlin of the Medusa felt a twinge of curiosity but promptly responded, "Chief Moyen, I am Lonlin of the Medusa. I am grateful for your hospitality. I vow in the name of the Grand Witch that from this day forth, we shall be members of the Tungshi tribe, prioritizing its interests and pledging lifelong loyalty. Never to betray." The witch trembled with excitement. A Grand Witch would join the Tingshi tribe, pledging allegiance. How could this not evoke joy? Once, they lacked even a regular witch, and she had risked much to summon Yezi from a distant realm. Unexpectedly, not only had they acquired a new witch, but they were also on the verge of gaining a Grand Witch, both gifts from Yezi, who was indeed the tribe's fortunate star. Yiwu, you shall be our tribe's most vital witch. Even with the addition of a Grand Witch, your status shall remain unaltered. The elder witch sought to solidify Yezi's irreplaceable position within the Tingshi tribe, fearing she might entertain doubts about her significance. Witch, I harbor no concerns regarding this matter. I refuse to believe that you would forget the old for the new. If she were so easily cast aside, it would reflect either the tribe's cruelty or her ineptitude. The former she could depart from without a second thought, while the latter is utterly inconceivable. As a modern individual, she embodies the ancient civilization of Huaxia spanning millennia. In matters of infrastructure, who could rival her, let alone a Grand Witch? Even a celestial witch would find her unmatched when it comes to the construction and development of the tribe. No matter how many newcomers arrive, you shall forever remain my sole Yiwu. None can take your place. Should anyone dare to show you disrespect, simply voice your grievance, and I shall ensure they are cast out from the Tungshi tribe. Yezi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment amidst such a gathering. Moyen's heartfelt declaration seemed to be a subtle confession of affection. Rest assured, Chief, if anyone dares to trouble the Leaf Shaman, they will face our united disapproval before you even need to intervene. Indeed, the Leaf Shaman is our tribe's beacon of fortune. None are more significant than her. and we shall forever honor and cherish her. The Leaf Shaman will eternally be our esteemed and beloved seer. Chief, may you forge a bond with the Leaf Shaman. This way, no one would dare to challenge her. Oh, let them unite. Let them unite. Let them unite. The leaves harbored an urge to burrow into the earth, pondering the notion of companionship. Was it not a source of embarrassment? Master Tianji had indeed proclaimed that her primary focus should be on diligently enhancing her witchcraft abilities. Matters of companionship were not to be addressed at this juncture. Let us not incite frivolity. Our foremost endeavor is to nurture and fortify the Tingsha tribe, alongside the pursuit of self-empowerment. Other concerns may be considered at a later time. After Yezi spoke, she dared not look at Moyen's expression, directly pushing past the orcs to flee down the city wall, only to collide with Medusa Lanlin and her companions who were arriving. Jerry, responsible for welcoming the Medusa tribe into the clan, immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Yezi and exclaimed, "Leaf Witch." Yezi nodded. She then addressed Medusa Lanlin and her group, saying, "Welcome to the Tingsha clan. The chieftains will be down shortly, so please wait a moment. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, she turned and hurried towards her dwelling, feeling a bit shy, and thought it best to avoid them for the time being. Who is she? Since encountering Yezi, Medusa Lanlin's gaze had not strayed from her. Yezi gave her an odd feeling. She possessed no witch power, yet an imperceptible aura of authority emanated from her, instilling a sense of fear. Moreover, it was evident that Yezi possessed a unique constitution, being a natural witch body, which allowed her to master witchcraft with remarkable speed. The existence of such a witch within the Tingsha clan warranted their utmost cultivation and support. The fact that they referred to her as Leaf Witch confirmed her status as a witch, but why did she lack witch power? Jerry gazed reverently at Yezi's departing figure and remarked, "She is the Leaf Witch, the most esteemed individual in our Tingsha clan, our very own blessing. With her presence, the Tingsha clan flourishes. She has imparted invaluable knowledge to our people, guiding the clan towards growth and prosperity, deserving of the respect and admiration from all." Are you jesting? A female devoid of any witch power can be your most respected witch? Does that not imply that those of us with witch power deserve better treatment? The junior witches of the Medusa tribe, who had endured neglect, looked at Jerry with hopeful expressions. Jerry smiled enigmatically. Her status is unassailable, even by the great witches. Once you join the Tingsha clan, you become one of us and must hold the Leaf Witch in reverence. Who says the Leaf Witch lacks witch power? She possesses the ability to cast collective healing spells and can awaken the powers of all our tribesmen. The fact that others cannot perceive this serves as a perfect disguise for her. The unknown often breeds speculation. Chapter 85. Medusa Julia. Medusa Lanlin's heart tightened. A natural witch body that concealed its power, revered by the Tingsha clan, surely concealed deeper complexities than they realized. She promptly declared that is natural. She is indeed a natural witch body, and her achievements must be extraordinary. We shall respect her like the Tingsha people. By mentioning the natural witch body, she sought to test the orc before her. Seeing his expression of rightful acknowledgement only reinforced her suspicions. This Leaf Witch is likely not simple. She must find the time to advise her people to avoid provoking the Leaf Witch and to show her respect. When the old witch and Moyen descended from the city wall with their tribesmen, Medusa Lanlin and those behind her couldn't help but glance around. Upon seeing the desolate clan, their confusion deepened. Was this truly all there was to the Tingsha clan? May I ask, is this all the people in the Tingsha clan? Medusa Julia felt his heart race. If the Tingsha clan truly had so few members, did that not imply they need not live under another's roof and might have the opportunity to replace them? His decision to follow Medusa Lanlin was based on the hope that she would rebuild the clan and appoint him as the new chieftain, for he was undoubtedly the strongest among the warriors. Little did he know that Medusa Lanlin would lead them to seek refuge in the Tingsha clan, which left him feeling increasingly discontented. Now, witnessing the scant numbers of the Tingsha clan, his concealed ambitions could no longer be restrained. Moyen smirked coldly, casting a glance at Medusa Julia, stating, "You are mistaken. Adding you all, there are indeed more than just these." With that, the aura belonging to the Tingsha king serpent bore down upon Medusa Julia, a targeted personal suppression. Medusa Julia felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, causing him to kneel. The pressure from the bloodline left him unable to resist, no matter how much he wished to rebel. Those sharing Medusa Julia's sentiments quickly quelled their thoughts upon witnessing this. After all, he was the strongest warrior among them. If he was so thoroughly suppressed, what could they possibly do? "My lord, Julia meant no disrespect. Please spare him." Medusa Lanlin exclaimed anxiously. She was well aware of Medusa Julia's ambitions, but knew he was not fit for such a position, which was why she chose to align with the Tingsha clan. She had not anticipated that the Tingsha clan would be so few in number. Seeing Medusa Julia's ambition rise under these circumstances was beyond her expectations. What surprised her further was that, despite the small size of the Tingsha clan, their young chieftain possessed the bloodline of the ancestral king serpent. The power of this bloodline alone could firmly suppress them. Coupled with the earlier aura that surpassed even the king serpents, their attempts to regain control over the Tingsha clan were utterly futile. Moreover, the enigmatic Leaf Witch, whose which power remained undetectable, added layers of complexity to the Tungsha clan, clearly indicating that it was far from simple as they perceived. It is often said that a starving camel is larger than a horse, and this holds true. The Tungsha clan, once the rulers of myriad serpents, despite their current plight, could not be so easily suppressed. Moyen merely shot Medusa Laman a sidelong glance before coldly stating, "No, you're mistaken. He harbors ulterior motives and considerable ambition. As a newcomer, to covet the territory of one who has offered refuge is indeed a bold act of folly. My lord, this," Medusa Laman attempted to explain further. But Moyen raised a hand to stop her, directing his gaze towards the kneeling Medusa Gilia, who was still struggling against the suppression. With a hint of appreciation in his eyes, the Tungsha clan lacked warriors. If he could subdue this individual and harness his influence over the Medusa warriors, it would prove to be an invaluable asset. "What is your name?" Medusa Gilia turned his head defiantly, thinking that being suppressed by bloodline power was hardly a display of skill. He believed that only by truly fighting and proving his ability to rule would he ever submit. Otherwise, he would remain rebellious at the first opportunity. "My lord, his name is Medusa Gilia." Medusa Laman looked at Medusa Gilia with a hint of exasperation. Why could he not simply comply and avoid unnecessary suffering? Moyen nodded at Medusa Laman before turning his attention back to Medusa Gilia, saying, "Medusa Gilia, since you refuse to acknowledge our chieftain, I shall offer you an opportunity. Defeat me, and I will grant you the position of chieftain of the Tungsha clan." Medusa Gilia's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up at Moyen and asked, "Is that true?" Then recalling the earlier bloodline suppression, he continued, "I challenge you to a duel. You must not use your bloodline power against me. We shall fight openly, and if you can defeat me, I vow allegiance to the Tungsha clan and will never harbor any thoughts of rebellion." "Agreed." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Mo Yan's eyes. It was precisely the affirmation he sought. Rising with an undeniable aura of sovereignty, he surveyed the scene. In contrast, the now unrestrained Medusa Gilia struggled to regain her composure, prompting Medusa Laman to shake her head in resignation. The outcome had long been predetermined. This duel was merely a formality. A spectacle orchestrated by the Tungsha chieftain to subdue Medusa Gilia. Observing Mo Yan's calm and confident demeanor, Medusa Laman shook her head once more. Casting a sympathetic glance towards Medusa Gilia, she was certain that the forthcoming battle would not bode well for the latter. To the far west of the Tungsha tribe lay the training grounds, a designated area for the warriors to hone their skills. Here, the duel between Mo Yan and Medusa Gilia was set to unfold. Upon entering the training arena, the Medusa orcs were captivated by the peculiar apparatuses that adorned the space. Unlike anything they had previously encountered, seemingly related to their training regimen, the warriors of the Tungsha tribe stood proud, their heads held high. These innovations were conceived by Yiwu, designed to strengthen their physiques and expedite their ascent to power. It was no wonder Medusa Laman was intrigued, for this was a unique training facility in their world. Now that these individuals had aligned with them, they were considered kin. Naturally, the Tungsha orcs felt compelled to provide an introduction. This apparatus is known as the horizontal bar. It is intended to enhance our arm strength, making our limbs more robust and powerful. Over there, that exercise is called crawling. It involves traversing the ground on all fours. Do not be deceived by its simplicity. One truly grasps its difficulty only when participating. Of course, should we transform into our true forms, it would be child's play. Yet, Yiwu prohibits such transformations, compelling us to train in our current state. Chapter 86. Yielding the stone house, I shall refrain from further elaboration, my brothers. After all, you are now part of the Tungsha tribe. There will be ample opportunities for you to experience this firsthand. The one introducing the Medusa orcs was Mo Duo, who, truth be told, had only a cursory understanding of the training equipment, as it had only recently been constructed. Now, let us focus on the contest between the chieftain and Gilia. Unbeknownst to them, the Medusa clan was already entranced by Mo Yan's innate regal presence, their perception of him as their new leader solidifying even before the battle commenced. As the duel began, Mo Yan remained motionless, exuding an air of disdain that provoked Gilia into action. "Ah!" Medusa Gilia shouted, launching the first strike. As his fist hurtled towards Mo Yan's face, the latter merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Seizing the moment of Gilia's forward momentum, Mo Yan deftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful blow to Gilia's back. The impact sent Medusa Gilia crashing to the ground in an undignified manner, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. The Medusa orcs averted their gazes, unable to bear witness to Gilia's humiliation, urging him to rise and redeem himself. Just one move, and you find yourself on the ground. How can we stand by and watch this? Fuming with embarrassment, Medusa Gilia realized that Mo Yan had intentionally humiliated him. Rising once more, he charged at Mo Yan, repeating his previous attack, seemingly unable to tolerate the calmness etched across Mo Yan's face. This time, he swung his fist with fervor aimed squarely at Mo Yan's visage. Yet, Mo Yan stood firm, catching Gilia's fist in an unwavering grip, much to the latter's disbelief. What? In that moment, with an assertive pull, Mo Yan sent Gilia stumbling forward, his shoulder colliding forcefully with Gilia's chest. "Ah!" Medusa Gilia gasped, the pain in his chest overwhelming him. He fell backward, landing with a thud upon the ground. To his dismay, he found himself seated upon a rather uncomfortable stone, the sensation eliciting a grimace that distorted his features. Surrounded by spectators, he wished for nothing more than to vanish from sight. Will we continue? Mo Yin looked down at Medusa Gile. His gaze subtly directed at the stone upon which Gile sat, perfectly positioned for his embarrassment. Shaking his head, Gile replied, "No more fighting, no more." He realized he was no match for Mo Yin. Continuing would only lead to further humiliation. Moreover, his backside was sore, and standing proved a challenge. He had no desire to endure more disgrace. "I trust you are a warrior of your word," Mo Yin remarked, appreciating Gile's recognition of the situation. Had Gile been obstinate, Mo Yin would have had no qualms about teaching him another lesson. Indeed, a warrior's word is sacred. Though Gile harbored grievances against Mo Yin, he could not deny the latter's superiority. Defeat was defeat. He was not one to shy away from acknowledging it. "Excellent." Mo Yin turned to Nina and instructed, "Please arrange for them to reside in the newly constructed stone houses." As the mundane matters of the tribe typically fell to Nina, the task of organizing accommodations for the Medusa clan was naturally hers to manage. Nina, however, was reluctant to allocate the newly built stone houses to the Medusa clan, for they had been proposed by Yiwu. Not only were they aesthetically pleasing, but they also boasted excellent lighting and ventilation. Yiwu had assured her that during winter, with the windows and doors shut and the hearth stoked, the interiors would be delightfully warm, sparing them from the chill. The stone houses had only just been completed, awaiting a few days for the air to circulate and the odors to dissipate before the tribespeople could move in. To her dismay, they were now to be given to the Medusa orcs. Yet, Mo Yan's command was not one to be contested. Nina had no choice but to suppress her discontent as she led them toward the stone houses. "Chieftain, those stone houses were constructed for our tribe. Why bestow them upon outsiders? I was eagerly awaiting my chance to move in, and now it seems that hope has been dashed." The stone houses, painstakingly built, were now to be enjoyed by others, leaving a bitter taste in the mouths of her kin. As the Medusa orcs departed, discontent arose among the tribe, murmurs of dissatisfaction echoing throughout. After all, those stone houses belonged to them, and to simply cede them to the Medusa clan without protest was a testament to their restraint. "They have just joined us. If we treat them differently, it may breed discontent. By offering them the stone houses, we demonstrate our genuine acceptance. Furthermore, with winter still a few months away, do we not have time to rebuild? For the betterment of our tribe's future, we shall extend this courtesy to the Medusas. And you can toil a bit longer to reconstruct. Consider the influx of new members to our tribe, including the great shaman and warriors. Do you not perceive the value in relinquishing those stone houses?" Surrounded by the direct kin of the Tungsha, Mo Yin patiently elucidated. Confident that his clansmen understood the gravity of the situation, they nodded in agreement, contemplating that although they were still unfamiliar with the Medusa serpent people, they had now joined the Tungsha tribe, thus becoming one of their own. With this thought in mind, the idea of residing in stone houses became more palatable. Rather than clinging to reluctance, it would be more prudent to erect the stone houses and establish a city sooner, allowing everyone to settle into their new abodes more quickly. Medusa Lanlin and her kin were assigned rooms, and each was filled with joy, pleasantly surprised by the modest yet decent living conditions within the Tungsha tribe. This fostered a greater willingness among the Medusas to integrate into the Tungsha, as they cheerfully unpacked their belongings and organized their new quarters. Only Medusa Lanlin noticed that these houses were still pristine. To confirm her suspicions, she ventured outside, wandering through the tribe. Upon observing that the Tungsha inhabitants resided in old caves and wooden houses, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Tungsha's sincerity, silently etching it into her heart. Once a regal serpent, even in her fallen state, her dignity surpassed that of others. Historically, the Medusa clan had been a subordinate tribe to the Tungsha. Now, she returned with her remaining kin, merely retracing the path of history. Medusa Lanlin gazed at the Tungsha statue upon the distant altar, respectfully bowing. "King, your subjects have returned. I, Medusa Lanlin, pledge to assist the descendants of the Tungsha with unwavering dedication, aspiring for your protection and blessings." Chapter 87. The birth of a new king. No sooner had Medusa Lanlin spoken than the Tungsha statue upon the altar emanated a mist of emerald light, gradually expanding. Being the closest, Medusa Lanlin immediately felt a subtle force permeate her body, revitalizing her waning magical energy. Overjoyed, she knelt before the Tungsha statue, fervently proclaiming, "Thank you for your blessings, O king." At that very moment, all within the Tungsha tribe sensed this newfound power. Some healed from old wounds. Others experienced a surge in strength, and even the frail found themselves invigorated. The elder witch trembled as she embraced the mysterious energy, her wrinkles visibly diminishing, and a faint sheen appeared on her face. Unbeknownst to her, her lifespan lengthened. She could easily expect to live another century. Excitedly, she dashed out of her chamber. Her once constant staff now forgotten, her movements as sprightly as a youth's. A resounding cry echoed through the Tungsha tribe as a large emerald serpent burst forth from a dwelling. Soaring high above, revealing wings sprouting from its back, Medusa Lanlin gazed upward, exclaiming in exhilaration, "The king's serpent! It is the king's serpent!" Everyone emerged from their homes, gazing at the magnificent figure in the sky, kneeling in homage. "Hail to the king! Congratulations on breaking the shackles and achieving your true form. The Tingsha. One of the 10 ancient divine beasts, possessed the ability to soar through the skies, surveying the earth below, dominating all. The ancestral teachings of the Tingsha dictated that a serpent without wings could never claim the title of king. They might lead, but never reign. Yet today, with the Medusa clan's inclusion and Medusa Lamland's genuine devotion, the long-silent Tingsha statue finally bestowed its blessings upon its descendants, heralding the official birth of a new king. Simultaneously, 1,000 miles away, the 3 great celestial witches turned their gaze toward this event, astonished. The fox princess pushed away the man in her embrace. Her face contorted in anger. A ruler has emerged in this world? Impossible. Unacceptable. Striding out of her opulent palace, she summoned the Fox clan's chief, commanding, "A ruler has been born 1,000 miles from here. I want you to do whatever it takes to eliminate him before he comes of age." She would not allow this newly born ruler to threaten the Fox clan or herself. The chief, his heart racing, swiftly departed, realizing that the emergence of the new king could jeopardize his status. Unbeknownst to him, the Fox princess was never mistaken. He would immediately arrange for personnel to head in that direction, with orders to eliminate anyone suspected of being the new king without mercy. In a dim palace of the Wolf clan, an elder clad in gray ceremonial robes lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes as he muttered, "A new king has been born? It has been years since this land has seen a ruler. Perhaps it is better that none are born at all." With a flick of his wrist, a piece of beast hide flew from the gray palace, landing in the hands of the Wolf clan's chief. The chief frowned as he grasped the hide, his face twisting into a scornful expression upon reading its contents. Where in this world could a new king emerge? If there is one, it shall be within my Wolf clan. He then issued a command for a squad to head eastward, to eliminate any beastmen displaying unusual traits without mercy. The Unicorn clan resided in a valley where spring reigned eternal, a picturesque paradise. Atop a mountain, Tianji abruptly opened his eyes, gazing toward the location of the Tingsha tribe, murmuring, "I have underestimated the situation. It seems Zhang Tian will have reason to be proud." As the new king's mentor, he knew that while Zhang Tian would boast, the other two would also sense the emergence of the new king. Given their characters, it was unlikely they would allow Mo Yin to flourish. The Tingsha tribe remained too weak. Alas, as Zhang Tian's disciple, he entrusted the new king's safety to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian was engaged in practice with his clansmen, though it was more akin to a one-sided display of dominance. "Zhang Tian, with your strength, your challenges are nothing short of bullying. Can't you refrain from tormenting us?" As the foremost warrior of the unicorns and protector of the celestial witches, his power was nearly unparalleled, yet he continually took pleasure in overwhelming them. "You promised to restrain your strength in practice. Look at the effort you're exerting. My bones feel as if they might shatter." One clan member, bruised and nursing his injuries, glared at Zhang Tian with resentment, wishing he could retaliate. "Listen, Zhang Tian. Starting today, I refuse to spar with you any longer. Whoever wishes to do so, be my guest. I will not participate." As long as Zhang Tian remained within the tribe, he would inevitably drag them into training sessions that felt more like punishment. Zhang Tian, appearing indifferent, remarked, "Look at your pitiful state. It's merely a few bruises. Must you act as if you're being bullied? Zhang Tian, Mo Yin, and the Tingsha tribe are in peril. You must depart at once to protect them." Before he could finish, Tianji's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian realized the urgency. Immediately grasping his discarded garments and sprinting from the valley, leaving a group of dumbfounded clansmen in his wake. "My fellow clansmen, my disciple is in danger. I must go to his aid. Upon my return, we shall continue our training." The unicorns erupted in a chorus of curses. "Get lost, Zhang Tian. You'd best not return. Damn it, who wants to practice with you? I just want to give you a beating. Close the valley. No one, not even Zhang Tian and the hounds, shall enter." Those below listened attentively. If Zhang Tian were to return, they would immediately inform me, for I must enter seclusion. Tianji's lips curled into a faint smile. These were the mightiest warriors of the Unicorn clan, and it was due to their presence that he felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the unicorns. How he missed Xiao Yang. Memories of her delectable dishes flooded his mind, and he even contemplated following Zhang Tian. "Tianji, do you truly intend to hide in this valley for all eternity?" It was the voice of Hushi. Tianji's expression changed, his eyes turning icy, a flicker of murderous intent flashing before subsiding into resignation. "Master, why can't I take action against her?" This question echoed in his mind countless times, yet he could never grasp the answer. The yearning to find his long-lost mentor grew stronger within him. "Tianji, I know you're in the valley. Won't you come out and see me? I have choreographed a new dance. Let me perform it for you." In the valley, the unicorns wore expressions of disdain. "That insufferable woman is back again. As long as Tian Wu is around, she comes here every few days. It's utterly annoying. That shameless woman keeps pestering our Tian Wu. How can she have such a thick skin? Just hearing her voice makes me uncomfortable. I don't even want to stay at home. This is infuriating. This woman is even more obnoxious than that old Zhang Tian. Honestly, she is the one I want to hit the most." Hushi paid no mind to the thoughts of the other unicorns, continuing to call out Tianji's name repeatedly from outside the valley. Suddenly, clouds gathered ominously above the valley, coalescing into a massive hand. Hushi's eyes shifted, and she darted sideways just in time, as the spot she had occupied moments before was instantly reduced to ruins. Tianji, you truly have a ruthless heart. Do you wish to crush me? Hushi thought, shaken. If she had delayed even a moment longer, would she have met the same fate as the stones and trees, reduced to dust? Leave. Tianji had reached the point of not wanting to waste words with Hushi. She was impervious to reason. Any attempt at conversation was merely a waste of breath. Rather than engage in futile discourse, it would be more practical to take action. His master forbade him from killing Hushi, but had never explicitly prohibited him from confronting her. Thus, as long as he ensured she remained unharmed, he would retaliate every time she approached until she dared not come near the valley again. Tianji, you will pay for this. With that, Hushi departed empty-handed once more. The unicorns exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. Each time she issued threats, she would return days later with the same antics. They had long since seen through her. However, Tian Wu's patience was wearing thin. From attempts at persuasion to a lack of words, he was now unable to restrain himself from striking. Who could say whether he would next confront Hushi with full force? Meanwhile, Mo Yin had finally completed his transformation. He shed his original form and descended gracefully to the ground, radiating an aura of sovereignty that rendered his kin unable to meet his gaze. Sensing their trepidation, Mo Yin tempered his presence, allowing the onlookers to breathe a sigh of relief and slowly raise their eyes to their king. They soon noticed the significant changes in him. Aside from his regal aura, he had grown taller and more commanding. His features were strikingly handsome, exuding both authority and an irresistible charm that compelled them to bow in reverence. Where's Yiwu? Mo Yin, transformed into the royal serpent, first sought out Yezi. He longed to share his joy with her, to assure her of his extraordinary potential and his growing strength to protect her. Yiwu? The clan members exchanged glances. Having felt the blessing of their serpent ancestor and hearing the king's roar, they emerged from their chambers, oblivious to Yiwu's whereabouts. Your Majesty, the situation is somewhat unusual. We did not pay special attention. Yiwu is not here. She must still be in her room. The uniqueness of Yiwu to their king was well known throughout the Tingxi tribe. Seeing him so eager to find her upon his transformation only heightened their regard for her. It was clear that even if Yiwu were not a shaman, she would undoubtedly be the female chosen by the royal serpent, the most esteemed candidate for queen among the Tingxi tribe. I will go see her. You all attend to your matters. Just as Mo Yin was about to step forward, he heard Yezi's loud exclamation. Suddenly, her dwelling was enveloped in brilliant golden light, and an overwhelming force, far greater than that of the royal serpent, surged into the sky. The clan members were unable to withstand the onslaught of this power, spitting blood as they fell. Mo Yan's expression shifted, reverting to his original form to shield his kin from the impending danger. Worry etched across his face as he glanced towards Yezi's chamber. In an instant, the surrounding mountains trembled, rivers boiled, and fish leaped from the water, only to fall back as lifeless corpses. Within 100 miles of the Tingxi tribe, all beasts lay prostrate, trembling in fear, not daring to utter a sound. In the neighboring tribes, all individuals emerged, stricken with horror, speculating whether a formidable beast had descended upon the forest. The three celestial shamans turned their gazes towards the commotion. Two of the female shamans shrouded in gloom. The birth of a king was one thing, but now an even greater presence had emerged. Was the area destined for upheaval? Fortunately, they had dispatched personnel to investigate, and upon their return, they would uncover the truth. Among the three shamans, Tianji understood the situation best. The displeasure caused by Hushi faded from his countenance, replaced by immense relief. Shaowen Yang, I knew you would not be outdone by him. You have truly exceeded my expectations. How could my disciple possibly fall short of Zhang Tian as apprentice? Regardless of the royal serpent, you shall always reign supreme. He fell into a state of unconsciousness once more, overwhelmed by an inexplicable force that coursed through her veins like boiling blood, causing her to writhe in discomfort within her chamber. Even the sounds from outside could not lure her to investigate the source of the disturbance. Instead, she felt as though her very bones were cracking and rearranging, inflicting upon her an excruciating agony that brought her to the brink of death. Ultimately, her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Once the tumult subsided, Moyen was the first to burst into Yi's room, only to be met with a scene of chaos. There, on the floor, lay Yi, unconscious and resembling a figure drenched in blood. Yi, Moyen exclaimed, anxiously lifting her. And as he caught sight of the two protrusions on her forehead, a perplexing expression flickered across his eyes. These horns bore a resemblance to those of a deer. Yet Moyen was acutely aware that they were not mere antlers, for they were of a milky hue, and upon closer inspection, he could discern the flow of blood within them. Suppressing the urge to touch them, Moyen carried Yi to where Medusa Blandlin and the Elder Witch awaited. Great Witch, Elder, please examine our Yi and reveal her condition, he implored. A crowd had gathered around, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity, eager to ascertain what had befallen their beloved witch. Upon noticing the horns sprouting from Yi's head, gasps of astonishment erupted among them as they speculated about her possible lineage. Your Majesty, may I inquire, is she not of the serpent tribe? One dared to question. Medusa Blandlin, however, already had her suspicions. It was evident that Yi was not a serpent, and the very horns upon her head served as irrefutable evidence. No, she is not. But she remains a witch of our serpent tribe, and that fact shall never change. The elder witch's gaze fell upon Yi's face, her expression filled with worry. The suffering this child endured was due to her, for she had brought Yi into this predicament yet failed to care for her adequately. She felt a deep sense of remorse for the child. Medusa Blandlin ceased her inquiries and raised her hand to cast a healing spell, commencing the process of restoration. Midway through the treatment, she hesitated, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. This was a scenario she had never encountered before. And she turned to Moyen and the others with a grave expression. Her mystical energy is severely depleted. It appears she is in dire need of a substantial amount of it. Does our tribe possess any core essence? Chapter 89. The attributes of core essence. What does this mean? Yiwu requires core essence. Moyen and the old witch found themselves in an awkward predicament. There was a scarcity of core essence in the tribe. The two pieces they had painstakingly acquired were all absorbed by Yi. It hadn't been long since they first needed core essence, and now they felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in providing for Yi. However, Moyen and the old witch were resolute. They needed to procure more core essence for Yi. You keep watch over her. I shall seek out the essence immediately. Moyen was well aware of the locations in the forest where formidable beings resided, places likely to possess core essence. Normally, he would avoid these areas. But now he felt compelled to confront the fierce beasts and retrieve their core essence for Yi. Wait, your majesty. Medusa Lonlin called out just in time. Previously, she would have been reluctant to part with core essence, as they had only recently joined the Tungsha tribe and felt no obligation to share. However, witnessing the birth of the king snake and the transformation of the individual before her made her realize it was time to express her loyalty. Your majesty, I possess core essence that I brought with me when we escaped. Please allow Yiwu to use it. Medusa Lonlin presented 3 pieces of core essence. Astonishing Moyen and the old witch. They understood the rarity of such a treasure. Thank you for your generosity, great witch Lonlin. I shall repay you, Moyen said. Fully aware that the core essence was Lanlin's personal possession, her willingness to share it moved him deeply. And he resolved to find a way to repay her once he was well. Your majesty, I have joined the Tungsha tribe. What is mine is also the tribe's. If there is a need, I have no reason to hoard it. However, I wonder if Yiwu has previously used core essence, and if so, what type? The old witch and Moyen were perplexed. Core essence had different attributes? Great witch Lonlin, does core essence possess attributes? The old witch was filled with questions, as she had never been informed of this by her mentor. More importantly, she had only absorbed 1 piece of core essence in her lifetime, and had always believed they were all the same. Did you not know? Medusa Lonlin began to doubt the old witch. Had she not witnessed Moyen transforming into the Tungsha, she might have thought the Tungsha tribe was a mere facade. The differentiation of core essence by attributes had been an age-old tradition, and the Tungsha, being an ancient tribe, should have inherited more knowledge than her own Medusa clan. How could they be so uninformed? Great witch Lonlin, to speak frankly, during the tribulations of the Tungsha, some took advantage of our plight. And many precious legacies were lost as our kin fled. By the time we managed to survive, many of our teachings were lost forever. What we know now is merely what we have managed to preserve with great difficulty. For instance, the incantations used to summon Yiwu, the rituals required for sacrifices, and the awakening of our kin's bloodline power are all hard-won knowledge, and beyond that, we have little. No wonder. Medusa Lonlin finally understood how challenging it had been for the descendants of Tungsha to endure until now, lacking a complete legacy. Your majesty, the Medusa clan has long been a subordinate tribe to the Tungsha, and our heritage is not vastly different. I will gradually share everything with you. The old witch was deeply moved by Medusa Lonlin's generosity and loyalty. She had not expected Lonlin to not only offer core essence but also to share her knowledge of their heritage. In that moment, the old witch fully accepted Medusa Lonlin. Good child, I thank you. Medusa Lonlin felt a little awkward, as she was a great witch and not particularly young. Being referred to as a child was indeed a peculiar sensation. Let us set aside these matters for now and focus on resolving Yiwu's situation. The old witch also noticed her inappropriate behavior but, being more brazen than Medusa Lonlin, casually released her hand, acting as if nothing had happened. Yet, she mused. I should find out Lanlin's age sometime. She seems so embarrassed. Could she possibly be older than me? With this thought, the old witch grew uneasy. Indeed, it was plausible. Medusa Lonlin was a great witch, and her lifespan could certainly exceed her own. If she possessed the ability to maintain her youthful appearance, it would not be impossible. And calling her a child could turn out to be quite the faux pas. Never mind that for now. Yes, health is paramount. By the way, we must clarify the issue of core essence attributes. Great witch Lonlin, could you please enlighten us about the attributes of core essence? We were unaware before. But when awakening Yiwu's powers, we used a red core essence from an 8-legged insect. We suffered significant losses in our warriors to obtain that essence. And it remains a painful memory for us. Then that essence must undoubtedly be of the fire attribute. Fortunately, one of the 3 pieces I possess is of the fire attribute. Medusa Lonlin held 3 pieces of core essence, gold, wood, and fire. She felt fortunate to have one that matched Yiwu's power. However, Great Witch Lonlin, Yiwu has absorbed not only the fire attribute essence but also a blue essence by chance. Moyen contested Lonlin's statement. If a witch could only absorb one type of core essence, how could you have absorbed a second blue essence? What? You say she absorbed not only the fire attribute essence but also a blue one, which corresponds to the wood attribute. How is that possible? This seemed utterly inconceivable. Two different attributes competing within the body would lead to conflict. How could a beastman endure such a struggle? Nothing is impossible. I witnessed it with my own eyes, along with several warriors who can attest to it. Medusa Lanlin's certainty caused Mo Yan's expression to change. Could it be that witches were incapable of absorbing different attributes of core essence? Would Ye's absorption of two different essences harm her body? Mo Duo quickly corroborated, indeed. We saw Yiwu absorb the blue essence, and she emitted a foul odor as a result. The stench was unbearable, and it was hard to believe it emanated from Yiwu, who was typically very clean. I can also testify, Jelly added. Yiwu nearly broke down and jumped into the river to wash off. However, after cleaning up, she became even more beautiful. As soon as Jelly spoke, he felt a chill and turned to see Mo Yin looking at him with an inscrutable expression, causing him to shiver. He hastily explained, tribe leader. I merely spoke the truth. I meant no offense. The other warriors cast sympathetic glances at Jelly, knowing full well that the tribe leader held special feelings for Yiwu. To praise her beauty in front of him was bound to lead to misunderstandings. He was rightly scrutinized. To avoid being the focus of the tribe leader's attention, the others merely nodded in agreement. Medusa Lanlin was too absorbed in the shock of Yiwu absorbing two different attribute essences simultaneously to concern herself with the warriors' exchanges. The fact that Yiwu could absorb different attributes of core essence and remain unscathed was truly a miracle. In this situation, Medusa Lanlin found herself at a loss for words, having never encountered anything like it before. Her research had yielded no records of such phenomena. At that moment, Yezi let out a pained groan, feeling an overwhelming hunger that gnawed at her. Yiwu, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Yiwu. Wake up, the voices buzzed around her. Yezi, consumed by her hunger, struggled to discern who was speaking, yet she was certain that Mo Yin held her close. With feeble hands, she grasped the fur clothing of Mo Yin, whispering her desperate hunger in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Fortunately, Mo Yan's keen hearing picked up on Yezi's murmurs, and he turned to Medusa Lanlin and the elder witch, saying, she keeps saying she is hungry. What should we do? Given Yezi's condition, feeding her directly was out of the question. Mo Yin held her tightly, placing all his hopes in the hands of the elder witches. Nina, go and check the gamma milk tree, see if there is any milk flowing from it. If so, bring it back immediately for Yiwu to drink. The gamma milk tree is a type of tree that sheds its leaves in winter, signaling the time of maturation. The sap from this tree serves as sustenance for the tribe's young during the harsh winter months, ensuring their survival when food is scarce. The leaves could not partake in sustenance, and the only option the old witch could conceive was the gamma milk tree. However, with winter still 2 months away, she could not be certain whether the tree contained any sap. Upon noticing Nina's departure, the old witch turned to Solon and instructed, fetch some bones and minced meat to brew a broth. The thicker, the better. If the gamma milk is unavailable, we can use the bone broth as a temporary measure. Several females accompanied Solon to prepare the bone broth, while Medusa Lanine observed the leaves cradled in Moyen's arms, noting the deep affection the tribe held for her. Yet, a suspicion lingered in Medusa Lanine's mind. What this leaf which truly needed might not be actual food, but rather the spiritual energy contained within the core essence. She resolved to test her hypothesis and produced a crimson core essence, addressing Moyen. Perhaps what she requires is the energy from the core essence. Allow me to cast a spell to aid her in absorbing it. Witchcraft is stratified into levels, ranging from novice witches to grand witches, encompassing a total of 9 tiers. Each elevation in which power necessitates the absorption of a core essence. The transition from grand witch to celestial witch is divided into 3 categories: novice grand witch, intermediate grand witch, and advanced grand witch, with each level requiring the simultaneous absorption of 6 core essences of the same attribute for advancement. Medusa Lanine, currently a novice grand witch, was uncertain when she would reach the intermediate level. Thus, the core essences she possessed were of no immediate use to her. These core essences were intended for the tribe's new witches, but aside from her novice grand witch status and 4 novice witches, no others had emerged within the tribe. The 4 novice witches possessed average talent, and thus far, none had progressed beyond the novice level. Reflecting on this, Medusa Lanine regarded the leaf witch. Truly, she was a natural-born witch. Despite appearing to be in her 20s, she had already attained the 2nd novice level and possessed different attributes. Her future potential was boundless. Thank you, Grand Witch Lanine, she said with gratitude. Yezi possesses a unique constitution. Although Mo Yin harbors concerns regarding her health, he subconsciously believes that the attributes of the core essence seemingly have no effect on her. Witnessing Yezi's frailty and her constant exclamations of hunger, Mo Yin resolves to allow her to absorb a core essence to see what happens. Medusa Lanlin places the core essence into Yezi's hands and, just as she intends to cast a spell to assist with the absorption, she watches in astonishment as the core essence instantly transforms into a red light and burrows into Yezi's body. How can this be? She exclaims. Is there something amiss? Grand Witch Lanlin, the elder witch, had heard of this phenomenon from Mo Yin and the others, but had always been skeptical, convinced that they had misinterpreted the situation and that Yezi had merely recalled the incantation she had once witnessed. thus facilitating her own absorption of the core essence. However, witnessing it firsthand left her no room for disbelief. This child was shrouded in mystery, and she could not be compared to the ordinary. Had Yezi experienced such a rapid absorption of core essence previously? If not for her own eyes, Medusa Lanlin would never have believed that anyone could absorb a core essence with such astonishing speed, as if the essence were eager to enter her body. Mo Yin nodded, clearly recognizing that Yezi's condition was unprecedented for Medusa Lanlin as well. He gazed down at Yezi, whose complexion had become rosy after absorbing the core essence. Uncertain of how to proceed, aware that the core essence seemed beneficial for her, he yearned to procure more. Yet he was plagued by the fear that her body might react adversely to it, leading to a profound internal conflict. Meanwhile, Yezi appeared utterly comfortable, even murmuring, "I want more." Mo Yin diverted his gaze towards the two remaining core essences in Medusa Lanlin's possession, contemplating whether to allow Yezi to absorb another. "My king, I advise that we first provide her with sustenance. If she does not improve, we can reconsider the absorption," she suggested. It was indeed alarming. A typical which requires time to adapt and digest a single core essence, yet Yezi seemed to consume them as casually as one would a meal, which was quite peculiar. "I concur with Grand Witch Lanlin," Mo Yin replied. "Let us observe the situation further." The Elder Witch felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of such a precious core essence vanishing in an instant while Yezi still appeared insatiable. This child was truly a challenge to nurture. However, she had brought this upon herself, and given Yezi's gentle demeanor, the Elder Witch, despite her heartache, would not hesitate to provide for her if needed. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of witchcraft, Mo Yin watched as the Elder Witch and Medusa Lanlin attempted to dissuade him, compelling him to temporarily set aside the notion of further core essence absorption. Just then, Nina approached with a wooden basin, joyfully announcing, "Grandma Witch, the gamma milk tree is yielding sap. We can give some to Yezi now." The Elder Witch rejoiced and urged, "Quickly, bring it over for Yezi to drink." Nina delivered the gamma milk along with a small bamboo straw, a method Yezi had ingeniously devised for consuming it. As the bamboo straw reached her lips, Yezi frowned slightly, instinctively finding it rather rigid. Yet, with a determined pull, she tasted the sweet, delicate flavor that filled her mouth, prompting her to gulp it down eagerly. The entire basin of gamma milk was rapidly consumed, leaving onlookers unable to suppress their salivation. Observing Yezi's delight, they yearned to try it themselves, though they refrained from competing with the young ones for their winter sustenance. Despite the considerable amount of gamma milk she had just consumed, Yezi continued to murmur her hunger. The crowd glanced towards the core essence held by Medusa Lanlin, their intent unmistakable. They wished for her to absorb it. Medusa Lanlin was already in a state of shock. After this latest absorption, Yezi had ascended to the third level of witchcraft, yet she showed no signs of stopping, treating the core essence as if it were mere food. This was truly unprecedented. Reluctantly, she decided to comply, hoping that any consequences following this absorption would not be blamed on her. Following tradition, when Medusa Lanlin placed the wooden core essence in Yezi's hands, it transformed into a green light and melded into her body. "Ah, that feels delightful." Yezi's voice, no longer a mere whisper, was heard clearly by all present. Everyone couldn't help but think, after absorbing such precious core essences consecutively, how could she feel anything but discomfort? Yet, they remained on edge, eyes fixed on Yezi, awaiting her response. After a moment, Yezi opened her lips again. "Ah, I'm so hungry." A collective gasp escaped the crowd, and they instinctively flicked their tongues like serpents. How could she still be hungry? Once more, they turned their gaze towards the golden core essence in Medusa Lanlin's grasp. In unison, they implored, "Grand Witch Lanlin, please allow Yezi to absorb the final core essence." Medusa Lanlin's lips curled into a slight smile. Could she really refuse? Having already relinquished so much, why should she hesitate over this last piece? Nevertheless, she pondered whether this method of absorption was truly without risk. "Grand Witch Lanlin, I implore you," Mo Yin urged. Despite her lingering doubts, Medusa Lanlin could not delay any further. She promptly placed the golden core essence into Yezi's hands. In an instant, it transformed into golden light and entered her body. This time, Yezi opened her eyes, which sparkled with golden radiance, dazzling the onlookers. When they regained their sight, they found Yezi curled up in Mo Yin's embrace, still murmuring about her hunger. The assembly fell silent, bewildered, still hungry. They lifted her up and questioned loudly, "Yezi, do you realize you've absorbed 3 core essences in succession? How can you still be hungry?" Mo Yin cradled Yezi protectively, choosing to ignore the scrutinizing gazes of the others. To absorb 3 core essences at once would cause concern for anyone. They were exceedingly rare and valuable. Yet, gazing at Yezi's endearing demeanor, Mo Yin felt no reluctance at all. Rather, he wished he could procure even more core essences for her. Despite Yezi's continued claims of hunger, she appeared more stable now, her breaths deep and steady, though she remained in slumber. It was clear that she still needed more core essence. Resolutely, Mo Yin lifted his head to address the Elder Witch, stating, "I will seek additional core essences for Yezi. The tribe is in your capable hands for the time being." Medusa Lanlin was taken aback. She glanced from Mo Yin to Yezi in his arms, quickly grasping his intentions. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if their king was becoming too infatuated with a female. He was willing to put himself in danger for her sake. My king. This is far too perilous. Matters concerning core essences can entirely be entrusted to the warriors. There is no need for you to take such risks. Every beast possessing a core essence is a ruthless king of the forest, and to acquire this essence, they must endure fierce battles. Medusa Lonlin, though she has not experienced such peril, understands it well, for each core essence is obtained at the cost of tribal warriors' sacrifices. In other words, core essences are earned through the blood and lives of these brave souls. Sometimes, even with great effort, one may fail to acquire a core essence, which underscores its rarity and preciousness. Deep down, Medusa Lonlin disapproves of Mo Yen's personal involvement in this endeavor. She glances at the old witch, hoping she might persuade Mo Yen to reconsider. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the old witch encourages him, saying, "Do not worry, the tribe shall be in our capable hands. However, Mo Yen, remember that you bear the weighty responsibility of revitalizing the tincture. At all times, you must ensure your own safety." Mo Yen nods resolutely, affirming, "Yes, I shall ensure my safe return." Medusa Lonlin is puzzled. If he is aware of the responsibilities he shoulders, why persist in taking risks? Mo Yen turns to her, stating, "Great Witch Lonlin, I am the guardian of the Leaf Witch." At this moment, Medusa Lonlin comprehends, as a guardian, his allegiance lies with the witch he protects. Even though Mo Yen is the king serpent, this truth remains unchanged. Medusa Lonlin casts a complex glance at the Leaf Witch, pondering her worthiness in having the king serpent serve as her protector. "King, I understand now. You may proceed without worry. The protective measures of the Tingsha tribe are robust. With this layer of security, I can assure the safety of the Tingsha. With her capabilities as a great witch, coupled with the formidable defenses of the Tingsha tribe, she can guarantee that the tribe will not fall. King, take Medusa Julia and the others with you. Their presence will facilitate the acquisition of core essences." This is Medusa Lonlin's subtle intention. She hopes to integrate the Medusa warriors swiftly into the Tingsha and wishes for Mo Yen to embrace them wholeheartedly. The most effective way for Mo Yen and the Tingsha warriors to accept the Medusa people is for them to witness the prowess of the Medusa warriors firsthand. Mo Yen indeed intends to take a portion of the Medusa warriors with him. To be candid, he feels a twinge of anxiety at the thought of so many Medusa warriors remaining in the Tingsha tribe. It is true that Medusa Lonlin sincerely wishes to join the Tingsha tribe, and Medusa Julia has already pledged loyalty to him. Yet the others may not be as easily convinced. By keeping them close, he can assess their abilities while simultaneously demonstrating the might of the Tingsha warriors, quelling any rebellious thoughts they may harbor. Very well, Medusa Julia. Select half of the warriors to accompany us in search of core essences. The others should remain here and await our return, Mo Yen commands. Medusa Julia immediately complies. He holds a certain prestige among the Medusa warriors, and regardless of their reluctance, they dare not delay. Chapter 92. The prestige of the Leaf Witch. Mo Yen and his party set forth, their destination the Thunder Flame Valley, a suggestion from Medusa Lonlin. As it is the nearest location to the Tingsha tribe and houses a formidable beast, this has long been a target for the Medusa tribe, but alas, they were unable to seize it before their downfall. Now that they have joined the Tingsha tribe, these resources rightfully belong to them. After the warriors depart, the Tingsha tribe does not fall silent. They remain engrossed in their tasks. Among them, a newly constructed dwelling emits curling smoke, and surprisingly, the aroma of meat wafts through the air as clan members busily transport branches inside. Curiosity piqued, Medusa Lonlin approaches and peers inside, discovering the room festooned with hanging beast meat, which is being smoked over a fire. Upon noticing Medusa Lonlin, the clan members hastily bow in respect, exclaiming, "Great Witch." She is regarded as an even more formidable presence than the old witch, now recognized as the Great Witch of the Tingsha tribe, and the admiration in their eyes is palpable. Medusa Lonlin smiles and inquires, "What are you all doing?" At her question, pride flickers in the eyes of the clan member, who replies, "We are preparing smoked meat, as taught by the Leaf Witch. Through curing and smoking, the beast meat can be preserved for an extended period. We are beginning preparations now, so that when winter arrives, we shall not lack sustenance." Medusa Lonlin is taken aback, realizing that this is a method of food preservation. She gazes at the hanging meat, golden and fragrant, contemplating whether it indeed can be stored for such a long time. With lingering doubts, she departs from the smoking room, only to discover the Tingsha tribe encircled in stone, where some wild beast cubs are being raised. Meanwhile, the tribe's beastkin children joyfully feed the wild cubs with grass and leaves. Among the beastkin children, several hail from the Medusa tribe. Upon seeing Medusa Lonlin, they excitedly shout, "Great Witch, come see. There are so many wild beast cubs. They say once they grow up, we can slaughter them for meat." Medusa Lonlin chuckles. "These are the warriors' captures for your amusement, but raising them for meat will require considerable time. The notion of raising wild beasts is unprecedented, reserved only for those considered pets or mounts by the beastkin. No, Great Witch, this is not merely for play, the children insist. The Leaf Witch instructed us that we shall begin raising them now, and when winter comes, these beasts will be grown. We can then directly slaughter them, thereby augmenting the tribe's food supply. Indeed," they continue, "the females and cubs can also contribute to the tribe. If we work together, our tribe will not face poverty. They point out that there are many more wild beast cubs, all captured by the clan leaders, while they and the females are tasked with gathering grass to feed them. They have grown significantly. They were tiny and frail when they first arrived. Look at this one. With its plump rear, surely it will yield much meat. Medusa Lonlin cannot help but laugh. The cubs are indeed adorable. It seems they can be assigned tasks, thus reducing their noise. The Leaf Witch's method of managing the cubs is quite commendable. Great Witch, Nina, accompanied by the females, arrives to clean the stone enclosure and is surprised to find Medusa Lonlin present. Medusa Lonlin greets her with a smile. What brings you here? Nina explains. The Leaf Witch stated that to maintain a good environment in the wild beast enclosure, it requires regular cleaning, and we are here to attend to it. The tribe is indeed kind to the cubs, providing them with wild beast cubs to play with, and they must also clean, so their efforts are appreciated. Internally, Medusa Lonlin does not regard these wild beast cubs as significant. She believes they are merely toys for the beastkin children. Great Witch. This is not merely for the children's amusement. These are the tribe's raised beasts. Once they mature, they will be killed to supplement the tribe's food supply. Medusa Lonlin, astonished, asks, not for the children's play? Nina shakes her head. No, the Leaf Witch said that while we females remain idle in the tribe, we can alleviate some burdens. This is her devised method. By nurturing the wild beast cubs, we provide food for the tribe. Additionally, the Leaf Witch will teach us how to cultivate food, but recent events have delayed this. However, we trust the Leaf Witch. Once everything stabilizes, she will guide us in improving the tribe. Medusa Lonlin could hardly fathom the high esteem that the little witch had garnered within the tribe. After some contemplation, she inquired, how did the Leaf Witch come to know all this? Medusa Lonlin was certain that such knowledge was absent in this beastly world. Thus, it puzzled her how a female, the Leaf Witch, could possess it. It is from the world she originally hailed from. Upon arriving in our tribe and witnessing our hardships, she imparted her wisdom to us. Look at our fortifications. They did not exist prior, and it was she who taught us the art of construction. The lake at the center of the tribe was also a project we undertook later, initiated by her suggestion, with the common beastmen independently digging it out. The walls provide us with a secure environment, while the artificial lake shields us from the unknown dangers of the river. Our kin are safe, and the young ones need not worry about threats. Great Witch, we have never felt such security. The females can roam freely within the tribe, and the young can play without fear. All this is a gift from the Leaf Witch, and thus we trust her. We firmly believe that by following her guidance, we shall reap the benefits. Great Witch, the Leaf Witch embodies the hope of our Tingsha tribe. Before her arrival, our world was shrouded in darkness, perpetually on the brink of demise. Since she joined us, smiles have graced the faces of our people, and life has begun to flourish. Our existence is no longer bleak. We see a glimmer of hope for survival, whether among the awakened warriors, the ordinary beast men, or the females and their young, all filled with vigor. The Leaf Witch has enlightened us to the fact that only through unity, working together as one, can our tribe prosper. Nina and the females behind her shone with hope in their eyes, as if they could envision a bright future for the Tingsha tribe. This filled Medusa Lonlin with deep emotion. She had never witnessed an individual effect such monumental change in others. Not only had she earned the recognition of the entire Tingsha tribe, but she had also etched herself into the hearts of the clan's people. It was indeed remarkable for an outsider to achieve such a feat with such ease. Reflecting upon everything in the Tingsha tribe, Medusa Lonlin gazed at the towering walls and the innocent smiles of her kin, and she too smiled. Isn't this wonderful? A tribe with such strong cohesion has no reason to fear stagnation or decline. Chapter 93. The horde of attack she desired to witness such a tribe. What the Medusa tribe lacked was precisely this sense of unity, which ultimately led them to destruction, but they had not truly perished. A glimmer of light flashed in Medusa Lonlin's eyes, now that they had returned to the Tingsha tribe. As long as they worked together, the Medusa tribe would not face annihilation. The Leaf Witch is the spiritual cornerstone of the Tingsha tribe. You are right. I shall guard her alongside you, and strive to build our tribe. Nina nodded with a smile, further affirming her recognition of Medusa Lonlin. The Great Witch was indeed commendable. She did not belittle the Tingsha tribe because of her status, nor did she harbor any thoughts of usurping them due to their weakness, which was truly rare. The purpose of sharing everything about the Leaf Witch with Medusa Lonlin was to elucidate why Yen acted as he did. It was all because the Leaf Witch was worth it. As for the fact that the Leaf Witch was not a member of the Tingsha tribe, the Medusa people would eventually learn of this now that they had joined the Tingsha tribe, so there was no harm in informing them. Suddenly, the horn of attack sounded. Quickly, to the walls for defense. All females and young ones, return to your homes. The unexpected blast of the horn sent everyone into a panic, dropping their tasks and rushing to the ramparts. The chieftain had only just departed the tribe with the warriors when this incident unfolded, filling everyone with dread. The old witch was tasked with holding the gate, while Medusa Lonlin led her people atop the walls to confront the impending assault, clearly discerning the identity of their foes. As the saying goes, enemies meeting are particularly venomous. Medusa Lonlin and her tribesfolk glowered at the leader of the opposing force, the rainbow-bellied snake, Locke. Today, following the tremors of the earth caused by the Leaf's actions, a bloodied female from the rainbow-bellied snake tribe stumbled upon them. Initially, the tribesfolk, perceiving her as aged and decrepit, contemplated discarding her as a waste of resources, planning to feed her to the beasts. However, the female was not dead. Instead, she clamored to see the chieftain, claiming to possess secrets to divulge. The tribesfolk thought to themselves, she's merely an old woman. In her state, her secrets are likely trivial. The chieftain was already incensed over the matters concerning the Medusa tribe, and visiting him now could easily invite his wrath. They were unwilling to take that risk. And thus they dragged the injured Agona away, intending to expel her. But how could that be? Having endured countless hardships to reach this tribe, being cast out would surely mean her demise. Agona was unwilling to accept this fate. She raised her voice in protest, attracting the attention of the great witch Shuling, who happened to be exiting at that moment, and she took Agona inside. Upon learning that this place was inhabited by the descendants of the Tingsha, and seeing no formidable guardians in residence, the great witch Shuling immediately entertained thoughts of extermination. The Tingsha had fallen to such depths that they were virtually extinct, and the only tribe capable of rivaling them, the Medusa tribe, had also been nearly obliterated. If they could eradicate the Tingsha descendants, the rainbow-bellied snake tribe could rise to become the ruling serpent tribe. The great witch Shuling stood in excitement, commanding Locke in an authoritative tone, Locke, while the fox tribe remains oblivious, gather our forces immediately to eliminate the Tingsha descendants. Although Locke was displeased, he understood the nature of the great witch Shuling and chose not to dispute her. After all, he was the chieftain of the rainbow-bellied snake tribe. Locke was tempted by her orders, yet he had lingering doubts. You claim there are no formidable guardians in the Tingsha tribe. But who repelled our warriors when we sent them to scout your tribe previously? The expression on the great witch Shuling shifted, and she swiftly turned her gaze to Agona. How could she have overlooked this detail? Many had witnessed it. This female was deceiving her. Sensing the icy glare of the great witch, Agona was taken aback and quickly explained, those were warriors merely passing through, resting temporarily in the tribe. They have since departed. The Tingsha tribe offered her no refuge, forcing her to flee and nearly perish in the forest. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for all within the Tingsha tribe, to incite these individuals to annihilate the Tingsha tribe. Agona concealed the existence of Tianji and Zhan Tian, fully aware that mentioning them would deter any attack on the Tingsha tribe. What of the Medusa tribe? They were well aware of the strength of Medusa Haoyan, and with so many warriors in tow, if those masters had indeed departed, who had inflicted their injuries, those capable of wounding Medusa Haoyan and his kin could easily harm them as well, and Locke had no desire to share the same fate as the Medusa tribe, especially with the fox tribe lurking nearby. It is the leaf witch. She may not be of the Tingsha bloodline, but her lineage is noble enough to suppress the Medusa tribe. The Medusa tribe was caught off guard and suffered due to the pressure she exerted. Mentioning Yi Wu, Agona seethed with rage, her teeth grinding in resentment. The downfall she faced was entirely due to Yi Wu. She was the one deserving of condemnation. The Grand Witch Shuling immediately inquired, is Yi Wu truly formidable in her witchcraft? What level has she attained now? Within this forest, there are 3 Grand Witches. With Medusa Lanlin stripped of her tribal protection, she poses little threat. The once wise fox Qingqing has now marred her appearance and undergone a drastic change in temperament, losing her former brilliance. It can be said that currently, Grand Witch Shuling reigns supreme in this region, and she will not allow anyone to share in her glory. Agona replied bitterly, that wretched girl has only recently awakened her witch powers. She cannot possibly compare to you. She is merely a novice witch. Upon hearing this, Grand Witch Shuling felt reassured. A newly awakened witch was hardly worth her concern. In that case, Locke, take the novice witches from our tribe along. It is time they ventured out for some training. A tribe solely composed of novice witches lacks strength, and as a distinguished Grand Witch, there was no need for her to personally undertake the journey. Locke, observing the situation, recognized that Grand Witch Shuling's notorious pride had flared once more. He had initially considered her accompanying them for safety, but it was evident she would not go. Well, counting all, they would only face 2 novice witches, one aged and the other newly awakened. The novice witches from their tribe should be capable of handling it. Thus, Locke gathered the personnel and, in a grand procession, arrived outside the Tingsha tribe. Upon seeing the towering walls and the familiar figures standing atop, he felt an immediate urge to retreat. Bring that old woman here. The old woman referred to Agona, and Locke felt deceived. Why hadn't this old woman informed him that Medusa Lanlin and her group had gone to the Tingsha tribe? Chapter 94. Entanglement. It was indeed an injustice to blame Agona. When she departed from the tribe, the Medusa clan had not yet joined the Tingsha tribe. Feeling guilty for leading the attack on the Tingsha tribe, Agona, the foolish woman, had been lurking at the back of the group. Suddenly, she was dragged in front of Locke and unceremoniously tossed to the ground, causing her to grimace in pain and exclaim, "Ouch, I could have been killed." Silence. I demand to know how the Medusa clan came to be there, and why you failed to inform us of the Tingsha tribe's situation. With such defenses, how could that old woman claim the Tingsha tribe was destitute? If they were indeed in dire straits, then the Cheat Fushing tribe must be impoverished beyond comprehension. Furthermore, regarding Medusa Lanlin, she was a Grand Witch, and the ones they brought were all novices. How could they possibly be her match? He felt utterly betrayed by this old woman. What Medusa clan? There is no Medusa clan in the Tingsha tribe. Agona was utterly bewildered by Locke's inquiries and felt terrified by the menacing gazes surrounding her. Were they going to kill her? Fear gripped her as she noticed Locke's cold, lifeless stare and the figure approaching her menacingly, wielding a weapon. Chief, I risked my life to deliver this message to you. I beg you, do not kill me. Agona cried while shrinking back. Disillusioned as her expectations had taken a grim turn. Shouldn't they be grateful for her valuable information and treat her well, promising her safety? Get it over with. I never want to see her again. Risking her life to deliver a message, only to bring falsehoods that rendered them helpless in this standoff. Locke wished he could strangle this old woman with his own hands, but her pitiful appearance, tears streaming down her face, disgusted him beyond measure, making any thought of violence repulsive. Don't kill me, Sualan. Save me. Chief, rescue me. Witch Granny, it's me, Agona. Please help. Help? Of course not. For someone like Agona, who betrays her own, the tribe would be more than happy to forget her existence. Medusa Lonlin seemed to sense something amiss. When she noticed a young girl crying in the witch's embrace, she couldn't help but glance at the woman facing death. Surely, she must be related to that girl? A cold smile crept across her lips. Anyone appearing in the Chi-Fushing tribe was clearly a traitor, and such individuals were the most despicable. It is worth noting that she had betrayed her own kin, those with whom she had shared her days, including her own flesh and blood. Such a betrayal, devoid of conscience, deserved no sympathy. Sualan, I am your mother. I know you're up there. You can't just stand by as others kill me. Agona's cries prompted Locke to raise his hand, halting his tribesmen from executing her. He glanced at the wall, then back at the old woman on the ground. Upon seeing the puddle beneath her, he turned away in disgust, cursing how utterly revolting. Yet Agona, oblivious to her shame, had nearly met her end and was too frightened to care. Her every thought clung to Sualan. She knew if anyone could save her from the Tingsha tribe, it was her. Sualan, you cannot abandon your mother. They want to kill me. Please save me. Sualan, plead with the witch and the others. Don't ignore my plight. Yiwu, I acknowledge my mistakes. I will never oppose you again. I beg you, save me. Chief, I am of the Tingsha clan. You promised to protect your kin. You cannot leave me to die. Beneath the walls, Agona's desperate pleas echoed, while above, the members of the tribe seethed in rage. Yet no one spoke. They felt no sympathy for Agona. This was all her own doing. From the moment she appeared, the tribe knew Agona had betrayed them. She was no longer one of them. Yet she was Sualan's mother, and they observed the turmoil within the poor child, who must be suffering greatly. Having been treated cruelly by Agona in her youth, Sualan had finally made something of herself, only for Agona to commit such a disgraceful act. What choice did she have? What to do? Sualan incessantly questioned herself. She had secretly wished for Agona's demise, yet why did it ache so deeply within her? But she could not save her. How could she ask her tribesmen to assist her? That woman, the one who had tormented her since childhood, was somehow the one who had given her life. As the silence from the wall continued, Locke lost his patience and issued a direct command. Kill this wretched woman. Everyone, retreat with me. Retreat? Chief, we haven't even fought yet. Why retreat? Seven Knight disagreed with the withdrawal, asserting that to retreat without a fight would bring ridicule to the Chi-Fushing tribe, the Grand Witch awaited their triumphant return. They were all loyal to Grand Witch Shuling and had long lost their respect for Locke. Now, witnessing such an order, they were reluctant to comply. The wall hardly had a significant number of defenders, with the capabilities of the Chi-Fushing warriors, scaling the wall should not be a challenge. The warriors began to think Locke was intimidated by the height of the Tingsha tribe's walls, sneering at him in their hearts, deriding him as cowardly and indecisive. What do you know? On the city wall stood Medusa Lonlin, a powerful sorceress. This time, the Great Witch Shuling did not accompany them, and even if they fought, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Locke's words, once spoken, drew scorn from the warriors. Without the Great Witch, they felt incapable. Was it truly necessary for the multitudes of the Seven-Colored Serpent clan to rely on Shuling to triumph in battle? Even those warriors who followed Locke began to voice their discontent, fully aware that Shuling's influence had eclipsed his own. They missed the opportunity to demonstrate that, even in the absence of the Great Witch, the clan could flourish under their leader's guidance. Instead, Locke openly acknowledged his ineptitude, inciting discontent among the warriors of the Seven-Colored Serpent clan. Leader, to retreat before the battle even begins. We cannot afford to lose face. Please rescind your command to withdraw. Upon observing the expressions of his kin, Shriya could not help but smirk. It seemed their leader was losing the people's favor. This was an opportune moment for him to assert his authority, to show that he was more fit to lead the Seven-Colored Serpent clan than Locke. I am aware of your opinions regarding your chief. Very well, I shall demonstrate the validity of my decisions. Locke's face darkened with anger. He realized that his people were defying him, and he had not anticipated their refusal to obey orders. You doubt me? You choose to disobey? He seethed. Then let you experience firsthand the consequences of your folly. Let blood and death teach these blind fools whether I, their chief, am right or wrong. Go, slay that woman. And then assault the Tingsha tribe with all your might. Show me if you truly possess the valor to conquer them. If you can succeed, I shall willingly relinquish my position as chief. Whoever among you is capable may take my place. Throughout history, has any tribal leader endured such pressure from above and dissatisfaction from below? He had reached his breaking point. Thus, he resolved to let these arrogant warriors prove their worth. Locke's fury did not deter the warriors of the Seven-Colored Serpent clan. Instead, it invigorated them, revealing expressions long overdue. In a fit of rage, Lokti turned away, deciding to distance himself from this place, relinquishing control to the one who had long sought to usurp him, Shurya. As he turned, a cold smirk graced his lips, shuling. Let me witness the prowess of the one you favor. With Lokti's departure, Shurya assumed a victorious stance at the forefront of the group, loudly proclaiming, warriors, charge through that wall, eliminate the remnants of the Tingsha. From this day forth, we shall be the most esteemed among the serpent clans. The notion of being the most esteemed, akin to the king of serpents, ignited a fervor within the blood of the seven-colored serpent warriors. Charge. Fight for the honor of the seven-colored serpent. Kill, for we are the true king of serpents. We shall seize the Tingsha descendants and claim our rightful place as the most revered. The battle was poised to erupt. The fervent battle cries echoing as one side fought fiercely while the other maintained a steadfast defense. Stones rained down upon the advancing seven-colored serpent warriors, fueled by their wrath. The Tingsha tribe was the true paragon of serpents, and the audacity of the seven-colored serpent clan to seek their overthrow was unforgivable. Arrows rained mercilessly upon the seven-colored serpent warriors, and despite their cries of agony, the Tingsha tribe remained unmoved. You know neither the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth, foolishly attempting to dethrone the Tingsha. It is nothing but a delusion. The seven-colored serpent deserves their fate. What are arrows? Not only the seven-colored serpent warriors, but even Medusa Lanlin was taken aback. She had never seen such a weapon capable of inflicting harm from afar, rivaling sorcery itself. Most surprising was the little girl who had once wept helplessly in the old witch's embrace. Now, her weapon seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking true, targeting only those surrounding Iguana. One could not help but admire Iguana's luck, for the honor of becoming the king of serpents had distracted the seven-colored serpent warriors, allowing her to escape unscathed. As for Sualan, she could not bear to watch Iguana in peril. Too shy to plead for help, she relied solely on herself. Fortunately, after the leaf which proposed the creation of bows and arrows, her tireless practice had led to her current accuracy, enabling her to intercept those who sought to harm Iguana. After several rounds of combat, the seven-colored serpent warriors suffered significant casualties, yet scarcely managed to scale the Tingsha tribe's walls. Shurya grew anxious. This battle was crucial for his ambition to dethrone Lokti and could not be lost. Transform into our true forms and storm the walls, eliminate them. With those words, Shurya instantly transformed, leading the charge toward the walls. Upon witnessing Shurya's bravery, the other seven-colored serpent warriors felt invigorated, joining him in a fierce ascent. Jilly sneered. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's that coward who was beaten down by the chief. During their quest for the core essence, Moto and Jelly had remained behind to guard the tribe, and upon seeing Shurya's transformation, they immediately recalled the unfortunate soul who had suffered under Moya's wrath. Upon hearing Jelly's words, Moto looked down at the walls, grinning. Well, it is indeed him. I didn't expect him to come back for more. Jelly, let us go greet him. Previously, Moto and Jelly might not have been Shurya's match, for he had the great witch Shuling as his backing and lacked for resources. Unlike Moto and his companions, who had to rely solely on their efforts to grow stronger. However, the situation had changed. Having undergone a second evolution and equipped with training equipment suggested by the Leaf Witch, the warriors of the Tingsha tribe had significantly enhanced their strength. And Moto and Jelly were no exceptions. As the opponent transformed for battle, they could not allow anyone to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, great serpents appeared atop the walls. Looking down at the beleaguered seven-colored serpent warriors struggling to ascend, they coldly observed, targeting any who dared to show their heads with swift strikes. In an instant, the ground beneath echoed with the sound of bodies falling. After transforming, the seven-colored serpent warriors had not only failed to scale the walls but were left reeling from the impact. Meanwhile, the archers of the Tingsha tribe continued their relentless assault, and the number of fallen seven-colored serpent warriors grew ever larger. Watching from a distance, Lokti was infuriated, nearly beside himself with rage. Fools. Utterly foolish. Seeking death in such a manner is madness. Shuling, is this the person you value? He is nothing but a simpleton. Lokti did not wish for the warriors of the seven-colored serpent to perish entirely. He could no longer hold back. With a thunderous command, he shouted, Everyone, heed my orders. Those who wish to live, follow me and retreat. In truth, what is delicately termed a retreat can be bluntly described as a flight. The formidable Tingsha tribe shows no mercy towards the audacious Chitsai Fushes, who dare to challenge their dominance and seek to usurp their position. Madwa, with his piercing gaze, surveyed the group of Chitsai Fushes attempting to flee below and commanded loudly, Open the city gates. Let us descend and eliminate these ignorant fools who aspire to encroach upon the throne of our Tingsha king. His brother had already transformed, rightfully claiming the title of the new generation Serpent King. The audacity of this ragtag assembly to think they could slay them and usurp their royal status would never be forgiven. To pursue these miscreants, there was no need to open the gates. The Tingsha and Medusa soared into the air, the 30-meter-high walls posing little challenge to their newly acquired forms. It could be said that the Chitsai Fushes had thoroughly offended both tribes, and given their shared lineage, they united against a common foe with fervor. Chapter 96, Thunderfire Valley. Thousand-legged worm. This battle culminated in the escape of Locke and Chia, while the valiant warriors of the Chitsai Fushes met with grim fates, some killed, others captured. Even the 4 novice witches who accompanied them were swiftly subdued by Medusa Lanlin, rendered immobile and subsequently imprisoned within the tribe. Meanwhile, the despised Agona, shielded fiercely by Sualan, miraculously evaded disaster. Sualan, observing Agona curled behind a stone, cried out in anguish, "Why didn't you perish outside? Then I would have to strain myself to save you, nor bear the stigma of being the daughter of a traitor. I loathe Agona and detest the identity of being her daughter." "What did you say? You wretched girl. Have you grown so bold as to speak to your mother in such a manner? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? You have no right to chastise her." Medusa Lanlin interjected coldly, her formidable presence bearing down upon Agona, rendering her unable to rise. "You lack the authority to scold her or to claim the title of mother. After committing such contemptible acts, she still fought to protect you, while you remain unrepentant. You are unworthy of motherhood. How dare you curse her? Were it not for her, you would have perished countless times. Where is your dignity? What dignity could she possess? She was a traitor, a wretched being unworthy of humanity. Please, do not insult beasts. Her actions are beneath even their standards." As the tribe hurled insults at her, Sualan, consumed by indignation, turned and fled, unable to bear the stain Agona cast upon her or to witness her disgraceful state. Ultimately, the elder witch spared Agona's life for Sualan's sake, but ordered her to be taken to the breeding grounds, tasked with cleaning the excrement left by the beasts. Once the area was tidied, she would be fed. If not, she would go hungry, with no one permitted to show her pity. Indeed, no one would. Agona's remaining days were destined to be spent in the company of beasts. The leaves remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the world outside, while Mo Yin and his companions raced forward, finally arriving at the Thunderflame Valley. Within this valley, not a blade of grass dared to grow, even before entering. The oppressive aura that greeted them rendered Mo Yin and his companions grave. Mo Yin, a descendant of the awakened royal serpent lineage, found himself stifled by the formidable presence of the beast lurking within the valley, suggesting the immense power of these creatures. "I shall secure the nucleus here. Your strength is inadequate, so remain outside and await my return." It was evident that the beasts within the valley were no trifles, and entering would inevitably lead to bloodshed and sacrifice. Mo Yin sought to spare the warriors from such needless loss. Ali promptly declared, "Chieftain, I will accompany you. I set out with you to seek the nucleus, and it would be illogical to shy away from danger. Besides, we have yet to encounter any peril. I will not be left behind. To leave before facing the beasts would render our journey pointless," grumbled Deshawn, "the leaf which awaits the nucleus. The more of us there are, the quicker we can procure it. We came to assist, not to abandon our purpose." The warriors of the Tongue Snake tribe voiced their reluctance to remain behind, eager to follow Mo Yin in the hunt for beasts and to aid the leaf witch in her quest for the nucleus. Medusa Gilia, feeling somewhat irked, retorted angrily, "Who do you look down upon? It is well known that there are ferocious beasts within. If we have come this far, we shall not retreat. Enough of this chatter. I shall go first." With that, she strode boldly into the valley. A smirk graced Mo Yin's lips. Without further ado, he followed suit, deftly stepping ahead of Medusa Gilia and leaving her with a warning. "You possess some courage, but you have overstepped. The position of chieftain is not yours to claim." Watching Mo Yan's retreating figure, Medusa Gilia clenched her fists, yearning to confront this arrogant chieftain and release her pent-up frustration. Yet, considering the timing and her own limitations, she begrudgingly suppressed her anger and followed closely behind. The Tongue Snake warriors exchanged glances, unwavering in their resolve to follow, while the Medusa tribe's warriors hesitated momentarily. However, seeing Medusa Gilia's determination, they reluctantly joined the march. Before they could approach too closely, a booming sound reverberated through the air, prompting everyone to quickly find hiding spots to conceal themselves, cautiously peering out to assess the situation. Before them lay a centipede, stretching over 10 meters long, spewing forth a blinding white light aimed at a small fox. Everyone silently pondered. This fox had likely strayed into the valley, becoming the target of the centipede's aggression. Treated either as an intruder or prey, only Mo Yin frowned deeply. Despite the perilous situation, he observed that the little fox expertly evaded the centipede's attacks with remarkable agility. Moreover, the centipede's massive form and impenetrable exoskeleton, coupled with its myriad legs resembling razor-sharp blades, left a path of devastation in its wake. Each strike aimed at the fox obliterated the ground it occupied, demonstrating the lethal sharpness of its appendages. Mo Yin finally comprehended the desolation of the valley. Wherever the centipede traversed, its lethal limbs effortlessly severed all that lay in its path. "Chieftain, shall we advance?" The enormity and ferocity of the centipede exceeded their imagination. Should they be caught in its white light, they would likely not survive unscathed. Indeed, the white light emitted by the centipede possessed the ability to scorch, as evidenced by the smoke rising from the areas it had struck, reducing any foliage to charred remnants. The centipede's multitude of legs, though its name exaggerated its count, truly numbered nearly 100, each as sharp as a blade. In truth, their fragile forms were insufficient to withstand such a creature. A single encounter could spell their doom. Mo Yin, without turning back, coldly instructed, remain vigilant. No one is to act recklessly. In this predicament, it was wise to lay low, allowing the little fox to exhaust the centipede's strength. The greater its fatigue, the more advantageous their eventual assault would be. Observing the fox, Mo Yin noted its lively demeanor. Thus, allowing it to toy with the centipede for a while longer seemed prudent. Chapter 97. Submission. Indeed, it was a game of distraction. Mo Yin clearly saw that the little fox exerted little effort, bouncing playfully and drawing the centipede's relentless attacks. He doubted the centipede could sustain its barrage of white light indefinitely. When it could no longer unleash its power, that would be their moment to strike. And for the sharp legs, he had the earthly sword to contend with. The centipede continued its pursuit of the little fox, while the beastmen silently observed, their eyes widening with incredulity. What was happening? Was the little fox leading the centipede closer to them? As it drew nearer, Mo Yin recognized the little fox's cunning. It was deliberately luring the centipede toward them, likely aware of their presence. Continuing to hide was no longer an option. They had to engage. Without hesitation, Mo Yin initiated the attack, gripping the earthly sword and striking the centipede. Sparks flew, accompanied by the creature's furious roar, akin to the sound of someone crushing leaves underfoot, piercing their eardrums with its intensity. As Mo Yin clashed with the centipede, the little fox paused, glancing between the earthly sword and Mo Yin, before settling down calmly, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. No one paid heed to the little fox. Upon witnessing Mo Yin's engagement, the others rushed forward, launching their own attacks against the centipede. The little fox shook its head disapprovingly at the beastmen's foolishness, knowing that their efforts would likely be futile and provoke the centipede's wrath. Indeed, the centipede retaliated in fury, injuring several beastmen with its legs, causing them to writhe in agony. Observing this, Mo Yin intensified his assault. The earthly sword was capable of inflicting harm upon the centipede, while the others could not. The centipede promptly abandoned its focus on the other warriors, fixating solely on Mo Yin. At that moment, the beastmen grasped the significance of a quality weapon. Their lack of sharp instruments rendered them powerless, merely spectators to the chaos. They possessed brute strength, yet could inflict no damage upon the centipede, standing helplessly by as their chieftain bore the brunt of the battle. What shall we do? Our attacks are ineffectual against it. Even if their efforts bore no fruit, they could not simply stand idly by. They had to create distractions, easing the burden on their chieftain. Let us proceed with this plan. The orcs charged forward once more, but alas, they retreated shortly thereafter, for their assaults inflicted no harm upon the centipede. The creature, infuriatingly indifferent, appeared to mock them with an air of superiority, as if to say, "Strike all you wish, I shall remain unscathed." Indeed, the centipede proved formidable, its armored exoskeleton impervious to their attacks, rendering their efforts a mere jest, akin to scratching the creature's back. This left the orcs in a state of frustration, caught in a dilemma that left them feeling suffocated. Simultaneously, their admiration for Mo Yin grew exponentially. Beyond his potent weaponry, Mo Yin's strength was undeniable. He surpassed them by leaps and bounds, exemplifying the chasm between them and their rightful king. The Medusas expressed their complete submission, with Zhilai shedding any lingering discontent towards Mo Yin. After recognizing his prowess, she began to worry for his safety, exclaiming loudly, "We must think of a way to harm this beast." Upon reflection, she realized her request was unreasonable, and thus added, "Even if we cannot inflict damage, a distraction would suffice." A distraction? The orcs scratched their heads in confusion, while Ollie paced anxiously. Suddenly, he noticed the valley was strewn with stones, and an idea sparked in his mind, recalling how they had used stones to crush wild beasts. "Brothers, let us hurl stones at it. Just be cautious not to injure the chieftain." The mention of stones ignited joy among the orcs, who quickly bent down to gather them, the valley soon echoing with the sound of impacts. Surprisingly, though the stones could not breach the centipede's hard shell, they could indeed inflict pain, and larger stones often resulted in internal injuries. The little fox, wide-eyed with admiration, thought, "Not bad at all. These orcs are clever." Not placing all their hopes on that young man. As Mo Yin sensed a reduction in pressure, he seized the opportunity created by the centipede's distraction, wielding the Earth Abyss sword to relentlessly strike at its eyes, the only vulnerability he had discerned thus far. Naturally, the eyes represented a weakness common to all creatures in this realm. Thus, when Mo Yin realized he could not deliver a fatal blow, he focused his attacks on the centipede's eyes. Amidst the onslaught of stones raining down from behind, the centipede found itself struggling to fend off Mo Yin's relentless strikes. Gradually succumbing to the pressure, the little fox, reflecting on its own superior strength compared to every orc present, even more so than the young man wielding the Earth Abyss sword, felt a surge of frustration as it had failed to subdue the creature despite its prolonged engagement. To make matters worse, in its quest for the centipede's essence, it had been injured by its electric discharge, rendering it unable to transform. Forced to observe in its original form, the little fox, consumed by resentment, wished to strip the centipede of its skin. watching the centipede falter under the orc's assault. The little fox felt a sense of vindication, thinking, once these orcs deal with the centipede, I shall reap the rewards. In truth, if Yezi were to see this so-called centipede, she would undoubtedly recognize it as a magnified version of a centipede. Centipedes are the natural enemies of serpents, and the king of serpents, the tongue snake, poses the greatest threat to them. The issue lay in Mo Yan's youthfulness and relative lack of strength. Furthermore, as he had been fighting in human form, he had not exuded the aura characteristic of a king serpent, which explained the current predicament. The centipede, belonging to the class of multi-legged creatures, possessed a first pair of legs that were hook-shaped, sharp, and equipped with venom glands, commonly referred to as maxillary or venomous limbs, capable of discharging toxins. At that moment, the centipede harbored murderous intent towards Mo Yan, raising its first pair of legs high like two curved blades, slashing furiously while occasionally releasing venom. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mo Yan decided to abandon restraint. His objective was to swiftly obtain the essence. For Yezi awaited him back in the tribe. He swiftly retreated, taking advantage of the centipede's pursuit to unleash a newly acquired skill from his transformation into a king serpent. A swirling mist emanated from Mo Yan, enveloping him and soon obscuring the centipede within the fog. Chapter 98. Domain skill. The little fox gasped, unable to remain still, springing to its feet and exclaiming, domain skill. If it recalled correctly, only a handful of individuals in this world possess such abilities. And how could someone so young possibly wield a domain skill? Dashin stared blankly at the spot where the centipede and Mo Yan had been moments ago, now devoid of any presence, and foolishly inquired, where's the chieftain? Ali dashed over, searching frantically, before exclaiming in astonishment, the centipede is also gone. The orcs hurriedly gathered, calling out, chieftain. They were oblivious to the concept of domain skills. All they knew was that after the mist dissipated, both their chieftain and the centipede had vanished. Jilai murmured, how could such a large centipede just disappear? Observing the panic among her kin as they frantically searched, she continued, the chieftain is also missing. He would never abandon us. They must still be nearby. Yet if they are here, why can't we see them? Ali feigned calmness, asserting, indeed, they must still be here. It must be that mist. It appeared just before this happened. Upon further reflection, he recalled that the mist seemed to have emerged from Mo Yan, leading him to conclude that the chieftain was the source of this phenomenon. However, they had accompanied him for quite some time and could not recall him possessing such a skill. Suddenly, Ali's eyes gleamed with realization. Having just transformed into a king serpent, could this be a newly acquired ability? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Initially flustered by Mo Yan's sudden disappearance, he began to calm down, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Ali, have you uncovered something? Do share. You're driving us mad with suspense. Have you discovered the truth behind the chieftain's disappearance? Ali grinned. I do have a theory, though I'm uncertain if it's accurate. By this point, Ali was increasingly confident in his thoughts. The notion that their chieftain had not only transformed into a king serpent, but had also acquired an extraordinary skill filled him with joy. The other orcs watched Ali's smug expression with annoyance, vowing to teach him a lesson if he continued to act insufferably, for making others anxious would surely have its consequences. Now, there is no need to rush. I suspect the chieftain gained a new ability upon transforming, and that mist likely relates to his newfound skill. We need not do anything but wait here. I believe he will return victorious after dealing with that centipede. Ali also noticed the unkind gazes of his kin. To avoid being besieged, he wisely laid bare all his speculations and provided an analysis. The orcs, not lacking in intelligence, immediately recalled the incident when Mo Yan transformed, and thus they quickly concurred with Ali's assertions. With a sigh of relief, the tension in their bodies dissipated, and one by one, the orcs slumped to the ground, wiping the sweat from their brows and exhaling the stale air from their lungs. Truth be told, witnessing Mo Yan's sudden disappearance had thrown them into a panic, rendering them feeling as though the sky had fallen, a truly dreadful sensation. The little fox settled down once more, yet its eyes no longer mirrored the carefree demeanor of an observer. Instead, they bore a hint of seriousness. It scanned the seated orcs and soon realized that the group included members of the serpent clan. To its astonishment, among them were the long-lost Tingsha, who had once been a formidable presence. Uncertain of how many Tingsha still survived and wary of the one possessing domain skills, the little fox felt compelled to re-evaluate the Tingsha clan. As one of the 10 ancient divine beasts, the Tingsha was indeed favored by the heavens. Many spent their entire lives without acquiring such domain skills, yet they appeared in this young Tingsha, a stark reminder of life's unfairness. Regardless of the circumstances outside, Mo Yan, in his inaugural use of domain skills, dared not act carelessly and focused entirely on the centipede. He discovered that within his domain, he could ensnare the centipede with mist, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the earth sword floated under Mo Yan's command, aimed at the centipede's eye. With a swift mental command, it shot forth. The centipede struggled desperately, but being trapped within the domain proved futile. As danger approached, it instinctively emitted the white light previously witnessed by Mo Yan and his companions. The clash between the earth sword and the white light produced a hissing sound, and Mo Yin felt the sword tremble with fear at the centipede's emitted light. Alarmed, he realized the electric spark in the air was affecting his domain. Since the domain originated from his body, he too was affected. The tingling sensation sent his heart racing. And he finally understood what that white light was. It was akin to the electric flicker during a rainstorm. He comprehended why this place was called Thunderfire Valley. This centipede was indeed formidable, and he resolved to act swiftly. With a determined gaze, Mo Yin concentrated his domain skills on the centipede, preventing it even from opening its mouth. Clutching the earth sword tightly, he swiftly positioned himself at the centipede's head and, without hesitation, struck one of its eyes. The sword plunged into the centipede's right eye, and as it struggled to escape its bonds, Mo Yin withdrew the sword and stabbed into the left eye. With a similar sound, both of the centipede's eyes were obliterated. In a frenzy, the centipede broke free from Mo Yin's restraints and rampaged wildly within the domain. As its anguished cries echoed, it harbored deep resentment towards Mo Yin. As the king of Thunderfire Valley, it had long been an invincible force. Even when faced with superior beings, it had managed to endure. Now, injured by a suddenly emerging orc, how could it not be enraged? How could it not harbor hatred? At that moment, the centipede's singular focus was to annihilate the being that had destroyed its eyes, regardless of the cost. Blinded and driven mad, the centipede, while ferocious, was riddled with vulnerabilities, precisely what Mo Yin sought. Seizing upon the centipede's blindness, Mo Yin sprouted wings from his back and soared into the sky. Looking down upon the rampaging centipede, at last, Mo Yin discerned the centipede's weakness, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Here lay its true vulnerability. The centipede was a dark red creature, marked by a multitude of sharp legs and segmented body, each covered with a hard shell that even the earth sword could not pierce. However, at the abdomen, near the sixth pair of legs, a patch of milky white flesh was exposed. Mo Yin noted its undulations. If it were a hard shell, such movement would be impossible. Thus, he concluded that this was indeed the centipede's weakness. With resolve, he directed the earth sword towards that white spot and thrust it with force. The sword entered the body, causing the centipede to writhe in agony, blood gushing forth and staining the domain crimson. Both the little fox and the orcs leaped up in unison. They had not misheard. The centipede's cries of torment indicated that Mo Yin was gaining the upper hand. The little fox's expression was complex. Up to this point, it still could not spot the centipede or the young Tingsha. It was incredulous that the centipede, which it had evaded for so long, was proving no match for the young Tingsha, a blow to its pride. How had it squandered so much time only to be outdone by a mere child? The little fox sighed in bitter amusement, while the orcs, oblivious to its plight, focused entirely on the clash between the centipede and Mo Yin. Even upon hearing the centipede's screams, they dared not relax their guard until they were certain of Mo Yin's safety. Meanwhile, Mo Yin relentlessly targeted the centipede's critical weakness, thrusting the earth sword into its white abdomen again and again until he had created a gaping wound, from which rolled a white object. Was it a core essence? In Mo Yin's newfound understanding, core essence possessed elemental attributes, each defined by color: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The colors correspond to gold, green, cyan, red, and brown. This white object is undoubtedly a core essence, yet it is not one of the 5 types he is familiar with, which causes Mo Yin to furrow his brow, uncertain if this core essence would be of any use to Yezi. However, Mo Yin does not dwell on it for too long, regardless of its utility. He decides to collect it first. With his eyes destroyed and his abdomen ruptured, the core essence flows out, and the centipede's life force dwindles as it gradually ceases to struggle, ultimately lying motionless. Confirming that the centipede is indeed lifeless, Mo Yin approaches it, his gaze fixated on the creature's head. As far as he knows, core essences are typically produced in the head, yet this one was found in the abdomen, prompting him to wonder if there might be another core essence in the centipede's head. Without hesitation, he takes action. The deceased centipede is at his mercy. With the earth-shattering sword in hand, he begins to dissect the centipede's head. The centipede's shell is remarkably hard, making it impossible to break through directly, and Mo Yin has no intention of doing so as he considers the shells to be valuable. He plans to take them back and craft a set of protective armor. A piece of knowledge imparted by Yezi. The thought of that soft and gentle being warms his heart. He hastens his dissection. The one he protects is still waiting for him, and he must swiftly return with the core essence. As Mo Yin removes the shell of the centipede's head, he reveals blood-red flesh accompanied by a nauseating stench. Without a moment's thought, he reaches in and pulls out an unexpected treasure, another core essence. It is a known fact that a ferocious beast yields but one core essence, yet here he stands, having discovered 2 from a single creature. It is an astonishing stroke of luck. Having achieved his objective and dispatched the centipede, Mo Yin dispels his domain, allowing his body to plummet downward. Instinctively, he spreads his wings to halt his descent. The centipede's body, lacking the support of the domain, crashes to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. The unprepared onlookers are caught in the fallout, their faces and mouths coated in dirt, a sight both comical and chaotic. The little fox gazes at Mo Yin in astonishment, particularly at the wings that unfurl behind him. The realization that he possesses domain skills and has awakened the bloodline of the king snake leaves her in awe. However, this is not the time for such thoughts. In a flash, the little fox leaps onto the centipede's body, her eyes narrowing menacingly at Mo Yin. Claiming the core essence for herself. Though she is wary of the little snake's domain, she knows too well that the centipede is a formidable opponent, only bested by its awakened intelligence. Yet, despite its ferocity, it has fallen to the little snake's hand, compelling her to reconsider her approach. Unable to seize it by force, she resolves to employ cunning instead. Having made up her mind, she begins to prance on the centipede's body, taunting, "Get up! Aren't you mighty? Come and fight me." The beastmen, witnessing this display, erupt into laughter, even forgetting their grievances over being dusted with debris. Is the little fox seeking revenge? One remarks. "No," she retorts. "I am performing and venting my frustrations. When we arrived, did we not see it being chased by the centipede? Now that it is dead, I have come to settle the score. Which of your eyes saw me being pursued? I was merely toying with the centipede, draining its energy. Had I not depleted so much of its strength, that little snake would not have stood a chance against it." Mo Yin, however, does not share this sentiment. He recognizes the little fox is far from ordinary. Furthermore, he caught a fleeting glimpse of hostility in her gaze, though she quickly masked it. Additionally, she was the first to rush toward the centipede's head, clearly intent on claiming the core essence. The core essence belongs to him. Anyone attempting to seize it is an adversary, no matter how harmless they may appear, even if they are a seemingly innocuous little fox. With the centipede in tow, Mo Yin is eager to return to the tribe. He instructs his kin to lift the centipede's body and hastens their journey home. Just as he lifts his foot, the little fox leaps onto his shoulder without a moment's hesitation. Reacting instinctively, Mo Yin swats her off, sending the unprepared little fox tumbling to the ground. "How dare you? Little snake, do you not understand respect for the elders? Even the mightiest would not dare disrespect me, yet you have the audacity. Go back where you came from. I do not keep pets, nor do I welcome strangers or beasts near me. Except for Yezi. He will not show kindness to an unfamiliar fox, especially one that harbors ill intent. You are the pet. Your entire family are pets. The fact that I grace your shoulder is a mark of respect. Do not take it for granted." Unfortunately, Mo Yin and the beastmen do not comprehend the little fox's frantic chattering and ignore her as they continue onward. Though the little fox is difficult to shake off, having acquired something belonging to him, she cannot escape his grasp. With a smile in her eyes, she follows along, eager to see how the little snake fares now. Along the way, she attempts to leap onto Mo Yin's shoulder again, but each time she is swatted away. Fortunately, she is prepared this time and manages to avoid the clumsiness of her initial attempt. Mo Yin, increasingly annoyed by her persistence, unleashes the full force of the king snake's aura upon her as she attempts to jump once more. Unprepared, the little fox is knocked back by the overwhelming presence. And when she rises, anger flashes in her eyes, yet she dares not approach Mo Yin again. Inwardly, she vows, "One day, little snake, you shall regret your actions today." Seeing the little fox cease her pursuit, Mo Yin finally suppresses his aura and urges his kin to quicken their pace, eager to return to the tribe. Upon reaching the outskirts of the tribe, they are met with devastation. The scene is one of chaos, clearly indicative of a fierce battle. Alarmed, they quicken their steps toward the heart of the tribe, anxious to ascertain the situation and the extent of the damage. There they are. It's the chieftain. Hurry. Inform Granny Witch that the chieftain has returned. They rush to open the gates to welcome their leader back home. Upon witnessing the warriors carrying the colossal centipede, the tribe's people erupted into joyous celebration, their elation evident in their animated gestures. The sight affirmed their belief that the chieftains had triumphed. At last, the leaf shaman would be able to utilize the core essence. Life without her presence felt incomplete, as they had grown accustomed to her guidance. Alas, the audacious rainbow-bellied serpent clan dared to attack the tribe during their absence, courting destruction. The rainbow-bellied serpents had not escaped my wrath. I would not rest until I avenged both past grievances and recent affronts. They aspired to reign as kings of serpents, but they were unworthy of such an ambition. How preposterous. The tribe's people united in their fury, whether they were from the Thunder Serpent or the Medusa clan. The actions of the rainbow-bellied serpents had ignited their wrath. The old witch chuckled at the indignant warriors, remarking, "Why be vexed? They gained nothing from this. In fact, they nearly faced total annihilation. A handful fled, but they are not capable of rising again." Medusa Lawman concurred. Ultimately, we emerged victorious in this skirmish, capturing 4 novice shamans and a considerable number of warriors from the rainbow-bellied serpents. As for Locke, what of it? We need not lift a finger. There are plenty who will deal with the rainbow-bellied serpents. Remember when they merely suffered minor injuries and provoked a coalition from 2 tribes? They nearly faced total obliteration. The fate of the rainbow-bellied serpent clan will not be better than that of the Medusa clan. The Fox clan would not overlook this opportunity to establish dominance, and other tribes would not stand idly by, seizing the chance to carve up the territory of the rainbow-bellied serpents to strengthen themselves. Watching the Fox clan grow powerful posed a threat to all tribes. To avoid being subjugated, Medusa Lonlin believed they would not allow the Fox clan to consume the wealth of the rainbow-bellied serpents unchallenged. Let them squabble amongst themselves while we conserve our strength. Winter approaches, and our priority must be to ensure the safety of our people through the cold months. When the next year dawns, we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. The lands belonging to our serpent clan shall be restored, and it is time for the Thunder Serpent clan to step into the limelight. Both the Medusa clan and the rainbow-bellied serpent clan belong to the serpent lineage, and the Thunder Serpent shall oversee all. Lacking the means to assert control is one matter. However, the Thunder Serpent clan's power is steadily increasing, and there is no longer reason to remain hidden. The territories of the Medusa and rainbow-bellied serpents shall be left for the other tribes to contest. Come next year, we shall reclaim what is ours. In that moment, whether it was the old witch, Medusa Lonlin, or the orcs surrounding Mo Yin, they all perceived a regal aura emanating from him. They would act in accordance with their king's directives. Their king was indeed correct. Let those tribes bask in their arrogance for now, and when the time comes, they shall reclaim the lands belonging to the Serpent clan. For now, our focus must be on surviving the winter. There is much to prepare for, and many tasks still await. Having grasped the situation's nuances, the gathering dispersed, and Mo Yin escorted the old witch and Medusa Lonlin to the dwelling of Leaf. The sight of the cherubic Leaf, her cheeks flushed and endearing, melted their hearts. In her slumber, Leaf was blissfully unaware of the eyes upon her. Dreaming of fried chicken burgers, her lips smacking as she murmured, "So delicious." With that single utterance, the three were drawn back to reality, unable to suppress their laughter at Leaf's adorable demeanor. This child was truly a glutton, even in dreams, and one could only wonder what delectable dish had tempted her so. The old witch gazed at Leaf with affectionate eyes, finding her insatiable appetite increasingly endearing. I find myself intrigued by the delicacies of her dreams. Ever since arriving in the tribe, I have come to appreciate the once overlooked grasses that are surprisingly delightful. Especially knowing that it was little Leaf who discovered these treasures and shared their preparation with the tribe, she has become my idol. I cannot help but admit that the thought of those scrumptious dishes makes my mouth water. Though many in the tribe may not respect the witch, Medusa Lonlin, as the high shaman, she receives her due recognition. She has savored countless exquisite dishes, yet upon her arrival in the Thunder Serpent clan, she realized that the fare she previously enjoyed paled in comparison to a single platter of grass served by them. This was Medusa Lonlin's gesture of goodwill towards Leaf. She recognized the fondness that both the old witch and Mo Yin held for the young shaman, and wished to convey her intention to cherish the little shaman as well. Yet she spoke no falsehood. She was indeed astonished by the taste of the grasses presented by the Thunder Serpent clan. Recalling her initial impression of the grass, she had thought the Thunder Serpent clan to be impoverished, reduced to eating grass. Embracing the customs of her new home, she had taken a bite of the grass. Her heart filled with delight as she found herself enamored by the flavor, unable to restrain her laughter. Like you, I have reached this age with little ambition, merely wishing for the Thunder Serpent clan's continued survival. Who could have anticipated such a little fortune would come our way? Not only improving our tribe, but allowing me to experience what true living is. I shudder at the thought of those days spent gnawing on tough beast meat. Nothing compares to a bowl of bone soup paired with a plate of greens. Mo Yin, however, did not share the exaggerated sentiments of the old witch. While greens are delightful, they do not satiate hunger. The orc warriors could not forego beast meat. Only when their stomachs were full could they muster the strength to hunt and protect the tribe. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of happiness seeing Leaf adored and celebrated by others, believing she deserved all the admiration bestowed upon her. Old witch, great shaman Lonlin, let us awaken her early so she may continue bringing you culinary delights. Compared to the current Leaf, Mo Yin preferred the lively, animated version of her. That was when she was at her best. My king, bestow upon her the core essence. The old witch and I shall safeguard her, ensuring her well-being without fail. Lying on her bed, Yezi had already ascended to the 5th level of witchcraft, far surpassing many of her peers in proficiency. Though still quite young, she could be regarded as the youngest yet most powerful novice which that Medusa Lonlin had ever encountered. Even the elder witch had been left far behind by Yezi's remarkable progress. Once she absorbed 4 more core essences, she would stand shoulder to shoulder with Medusa Lonlin. In the entire beastly realm, there had never been a grand witch in her 20s, especially among the illustrious tribes. Medusa Lonlin yearned to witness this miracle. With the emergence of a king snake in the Tungsha tribe, the arrival of the youngest grand witch would herald unimaginable achievements. Medusa Lonlin had no regrets about her decision, firmly believing that following Tungsha would secure a brighter future for the Medusa clan. With Medusa Lonlin present, the elder witch felt her role was almost redundant. Yet she longed to watch Yezi awaken, transforming into a vibrant young witch. Mo Yin, though not well versed in the intricacies of witchcraft, was apprehensive about Yezi's well-being and thus placed his hopes in Medusa Lonlin and the elder witch. After receiving their approval, Mo Yin produced a core essence from his possession. Upon seeing the white core essence, Medusa Lonlin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "An attribute-defying core essence." Previously, the elder witch had little understanding of such matters, had it not been for Medusa Lonlin joining the Tungsha tribe. She might have mistaken it for merely a white core essence. However, times had changed. She now understood that core essences were categorized by attributes. And this was not limited to the 5 known attributes. The emergence of an attribute-defying core essence was perplexing. What exactly constituted this rare essence? Mo Yin felt it necessary to clarify the potential dangers it might pose. He would rather discard it than risk Yezi's safety. An attribute-defying core essence is produced outside the existing 5 types of core essences, yet it is exceedingly rare, something I have yet to witness firsthand. I have only encountered references to it in a fragmented Beast Hide manuscript, which suggested that the natural attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were not the sole elements. Beyond them existed anomalies. These anomalies, akin to variations of the original 5 attributes, possess powers that surpass the ordinary. Additionally, there are core essences representing attributes such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, each being a rarity among rarities. The acquisition of any of these would be considered an extraordinary event. However, some witches might find them useless, as they had already absorbed other attribute core essences, rendering them incompatible with an attribute-defying core essence. Such essences are best suited for witches who are absorbing core essences for the first time. Once integrated, they become exceptionally formidable entities. The 3 great celestial witches of the present era all awakened their powers using attribute-defying core essences. For instance, it is said that the Unicorn Clan's celestial witch, Tianji, absorbed a mutated water core essence, while the Fox Clan's celestial witch, Hushi, took in a mutated fire core essence. As for the Wolf Clan's celestial witch, Su Wei, she is rumored to have absorbed a wind core essence. However, discussions about Su Wei are rare. I know little. Only that she seldom intervenes unless the Fox Clan's existence is threatened. Thus, I believe this core essence is not suitable for Yezi's absorption. We should preserve it until the next witch of promising potential is born, allowing us to cultivate a celestial witch for the Tingsha tribe. The unique constitution of Yezi allows her to absorb any form of core essence, causing great concern for Medusa Lonling. She fears that if this mutated core essence falls into Yezi's hands, it will be consumed as effortlessly as any ordinary essence, resulting in an immense waste. To ensure a brighter future for the Tingsha tribe, Medusa Lonling hopes that Moyen will retain the core essence, reserving it for a true shaman capable of harnessing its potential. No, what I need from you is to ensure her safety in case of any unforeseen mishaps during her absorption of the core essence. This mutated core essence was originally procured for her. It rightfully belongs to her. It would be one thing if he were unaware of the essence's significance. But now that he understands its rarity, he cannot justify leaving it for anyone else. Medusa Lonling intends to persuade Moyen further. Speaking urgently, King, the old shaman, however, interrupts, grasping Medusa Lonling firmly and stating, "Then let it be as you wish. Such treasures must certainly be kept for our Yezi. She is a natural-born shaman. And I believe that if the mutated core essence is granted to her, it will yield even greater results." The words of the shaman successfully softened the icy demeanor of Moyen, revealing how little Medusa Lonling truly comprehends him. Without Yezi's presence, the mutated core essence would hold no value to him, regardless of who else might use it. Now, however, the situation has changed, with Yezi here. All the treasures he has gathered are hers unless she chooses otherwise. Resolute, Moyen no longer hesitates and directly places the mutated core essence into Yezi's hands. Medusa Lonling hesitates, wanting to voice her concerns, but seeing Moyen's unwavering determination, she understands that resistance is futile. Instead, she tightens her focus, watching intently for any changes in Yezi. Chapter 102. Do not fear, I am here with you. Once the core essence is in Yezi's grasp, it radiates with brilliance. Yet it does not immediately get absorbed as other essences do. The 3 of them remain calm and fixate on the core essence, its glow intensifying. Yezi, still in slumber, feels a tingling in her palm, akin to an electric shock. Outside the room, Sualon senses a shadow darting towards her at an alarming speed. Without a moment's hesitation, she blocks the door with her body. The shadow, however, pays her no heed, aiming straight for the gap she has unwittingly opened. Protect the leaf shaman. Hearing the commotion, Moyen's expression darkens as he instructs the old shaman and Medusa Lonling to safeguard Yezi. He swiftly exits, delivering a powerful strike to whatever is charging at them. Bang! Squeak! Squeak! Little fox. Moyen's gaze sharpens. He has suspected the little fox all along, and it indeed comes rushing for the core essence. Damn little Tingsha. If I hadn't been injured previously, I wouldn't have let you ruin my plans time and again. The little fox must retrieve the core essence. Ordinary essence cannot aid in its recovery, and this unique attribute essence is too precious to let anyone else absorb it. With renewed determination, the little fox charges back into the room, the mutated core essence glowing brilliantly, indicating it has already awakened. If it does not enter soon, it may be too late. Bang! Moyen strikes the little fox once more, but it merely rises and continues its reckless dash. He realizes that although he has struck it, the little fox seems remarkably resilient. Earthly sword. Since the little fox cannot be harmed, he decides to wield the earthly sword, determined to teach it a lesson it won't soon forget. The little fox glances at the earthly sword with indifference before once again rushing towards the room. Though the earthly sword is sharp enough, it proves insufficient to inflict any damage. As expected, When the sword pierces the little fox, it barely grazes its fur, further confirming to Moyen that the creature is extraordinary. Despite the earthly sword's inability to harm the little fox, it serves its purpose of obstruction, preventing the little fox from entering the room. Meanwhile, inside, the core essence in Yezi's hand grows ever more radiant, dazzling the old shaman and Medusa Lonling, forcing them to shield their eyes while they keenly observe the transformation of the essence through the gaps in their fingers. Yezi furrowed her brows, the sensation of being electrified growing ever more intense. She struggled to open her eyes, yet found herself utterly unable to do so. Suddenly, the old witch exclaimed in astonishment. "Look, the core essence has transformed." Medusa Lonlin focused intently, observing that the white core essence had morphed into a beam of white light, slowly ascending and swirling around Yezi. The two dared not be negligent. Disregarding the blinding light, they concentrated all their attention on Yezi, prepared to exert every effort to save her at the slightest sign of danger. The little fox grew anxious, letting out a cry, and in an instant, flames ignited upon its brow, its aura surging dramatically, sending Sualon flying, while Moyen barely managed to steady himself. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the little fox dashed forward with remarkable speed. Upon seeing the white light swirling above Yezi's head, it charged forward without a moment's hesitation to seize it. Medusa Lonlin shouted. "Bind." The old witch, albeit a beat late, commanded, "The power of the core essence, bend to my will, wall of earth, obstruct." With a formidable witch and a novice sorceress, the little fox hardly regarded them. Yet, in this critical moment, it was precisely the sorceress it had previously looked down upon that successfully impeded its advance. Bang! Ft! Ft! The little fox unleashed its full force, while Medusa Lonlin and the old witch simultaneously spat blood. Medusa Lonlin stared in horror at the little fox, while the old witch collapsed into unconsciousness. At that moment, the white light surged from above Yezi's head into her body, eliciting a scream of agony from her. Medusa Lonlin anxiously called out, "Ye witch!" Moyen rushed into the room, witnessing Yezi's torment, and in a fit of self-reproach, cried out, "Yezi!" The little fox, in that instant, slumped in despair, murmuring to itself, "I was still a step too late." Sizzle. With her arms outstretched, Yezi was enveloped in streams of electricity coursing through her entire being. The ritual attire she wore began to emit wisps of black smoke, as it astonishingly ignited into flames. "Ah!" You cried out in pain once more, this time. The sensation was not merely that of an electric shock, but rather akin to being engulfed in flames, experiencing searing agony. Yi, observing her engulfed in fire, Moyen recklessly dashed towards her, only to recoil from the intense heat upon nearing. Medusa Lonlin, witnessing this, cried out in desperation, "My lord, do not approach. You will be harmed." Moyen roared in anger, "Save her. Find a way to save her." Medusa Lonlin lowered her head in guilt, replying, "My lord, I cannot save her." Fury and despair surged within Moyen as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Medusa Lonlin. Cannot save her? Was this not the very reason he had summoned Medusa Lonlin and the old witch to keep watch over Yi and to provide aid should the situation deteriorate? Yet now, they were either injured or unconscious. What was to become of Yi? Who would rescue her? Seeing Medusa Lonlin silent and downcast, and hearing Yi's anguished cries, Moyen was suddenly overtaken by a profound sense of solidarity, life entwined with life, death entwined with death. "Do not fear, I am here with you." With those words, he lunged towards Yi, enduring the excruciating burn as he clasped her tightly in his embrace. "My lord, no?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, Medusa Lonlin looked up and instinctively reached out to pull Moyen back. Alas, she was too late, her hands missing even the hem of his garment. As she helplessly watched both of them succumb to the flames, Medusa Lonlin collapsed to the ground, despairing, "It is over. Our king has left with the Leaf Witch. What will become of the Tingsha tribe? What will happen to our Medusa clan?" Suddenly, the Tianqin sword embedded in Yi's hair could no longer withstand the searing heat, detaching itself and expanding to encircle both Yi and Moyen, seemingly intent on rescuing them, yet powerless against the flames. The little fox exclaimed, "The Tianqin sword." First, it was the Dichuan sword of Zhantian, and now the Tianqin sword of Tianji. While it could overlook the former, it could not disregard the wielder of the latter. The essence had once owed a favor to Tianji's master, and it seemed the time had come to repay that debt. The little fox gazed at the two, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "I truly do not wish to intervene. After all, they did seize what belonged to me." Moyen. Yezi finally opened her eyes, only to find Moyen tightly embracing her amidst a raging inferno. What was happening? Hearing Yezi's call, Moyen, despite enduring excruciating pain, replied, "Yezi, do not be afraid. I shall accompany you through heaven and earth." Chapter 103. I shall kill you. Was this a declaration of love? Who could enlighten her on the unfolding events? Ye's face was filled with bewilderment. Strangely, despite being engulfed in flames, she felt no sensation of burning. In contrast, the one embracing her, Moyen, trembled uncontrollably, and she witnessed with her own eyes the flames consuming his clothing and hair. Yezi pushed Moyen, shouting as she did, "Moyen, your clothes and hair are on fire. Water. Someone please help." Unbeknownst to her, she too was completely unclothed, and the items in the room were ablaze. Medusa Lonlin, accompanied by the old witch, had long since exited the room. Moyen was in excruciating pain, his skin suffering extensive burns. He had even lost consciousness, yet he still clung tightly to Yezi, refusing to let go despite her desperate attempts to push him away. The little fox observed the scene, marveling at the rarity of such profound affection in the world, a sight both uncommon and deeply moving. Resigned, it decided to act on this rare moment of inspiration, considering it an act of kindness. This body, no matter how flawed, was as it was. Then, flames flickered from the little fox's brow, detaching and soaring toward the two entangled in the inferno. Strangely, wherever the fox's flames touched, the raging fire was extinguished. Outside, some clansmen had noticed the fire and summoned others to assist in putting it out. Upon seeing Medusa Lanine's disheveled state and the unconscious old witch, they could not help but glance toward the burning building. Where are the Great Witch and Leaf Witch? Where is the clan leader? Where could they have gone? As they looked at Medusa Lanine, their gaze shifted to the fire-engulfed house, desperately trying to reassure themselves. The clan leader and Leaf Witch could not possibly be inside. Yet, Medusa Lanine, in despair, pointed to the flames, saying, "They are inside." "No, it cannot be. They are not in there. You must be lying. How could they be inside? I refuse to believe it. The clan leader is the king serpent. He is formidable and must have escaped with the Leaf Witch long ago. There is no way they are still inside. Put out the fire. We must prove to her that the clan leader and Leaf Witch are not in there." In tears, the clansmen frantically doused the flames, unwilling to accept the reality. Medusa Lanine had no reason to fabricate such a tale. Suddenly, a clansman, overwhelmed with despair, cried out, "The fire is too fierce. The wooden structure is nearly consumed. If Moyen and Yezi are indeed inside, they are surely doomed." The clansmen could not bear the thought. After finally enjoying a few peaceful days, how could such calamity strike? "You little serpent, I will destroy you." A furious roar erupted from the heart of the flames, shocking the clansmen into silence, their sorrow forgotten as they turned their attention to the fiery chaos. "I saved you out of kindness. Yet you dare to consume my life fire, ungrateful wretches." The clansmen rose, their hearts swelling with joy as they realized the clan leader and Leaf Witch had been rescued. "Ha! This is wonderful." Yet confusion gripped them. It wasn't intentional. "Look, he is still unconscious." This is entirely, Yezi struggled to articulate, her mind racing with questions. Initially worried about Moyen, she had not anticipated the sudden extinguishing of the flames. Then, she saw Moyen swallow a flame, followed by the little fox jumping and scolding them. And even in her dim-wittedness, she discerned that the flame belonged to this little creature, which Moyen had consumed. "You are no better. Neither of you are virtuous. Both are equally flawed." Yezi was taken aback, wondering why she too was being scolded. Had she offended the little fox in any way? The little fox, in a fit of rage, coughed up blood, its thoughts lingering on its core essence and life fire. "Little fox?" Yezi cradled Moyen, gazing at the little fox lying motionless on the ground, blood trickling from its mouth, feeling utterly at a loss. It seemed as though so much had transpired during her slumber, yet she remained oblivious to it all. The only one capable of enlightening her now was undoubtedly Moyen. As she looked at Moyen, whose body was charred black from the flames, a wave of sorrow surged within her, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Without needing to speculate, she understood that the reason for Moyen's current state was undoubtedly her fault. "You foolish one," she lamented. "You promised to stay by my side, and now, while I am unharmed, you have suffered like this. Does it not fill me with guilt and anguish?" What merit did she possess to warrant such devotion from Moyen? In this vast world, how many men would stand by her side through life and death as Moyen had? It seemed she was extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered him. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to come to harm. Our journey together is far from over." They still had to elevate the Tingsha tribe and grow stronger together. Most importantly, she longed to take Moyen home to meet her parents. In this lifetime, she had made her choice. She would stand by this man, willing to face death for her. No matter his nature, she had resolutely committed herself to him. He applied a healing spell on Moyen, yet curiously, his healing magic could barely sustain his life. How could this be? The leaves were aware that her magical prowess had become significantly more robust than before, and her own strength had correspondingly increased. However, the healing spell she cast proved to be surprisingly ineffective on Moyen, failing to heal even the burns on his skin. What could be the reason for this? Leaf Witch, clan leader, it is a relief to see you unharmed. What has happened to the clan leader? As the flames extinguished, the clan members rushed in, only to find Yezi in a daze, cradling Moyen. They overlooked the vulnerability of the two, focusing solely on their safety. It was only when Medusa Lanine entered and draped her ceremonial robe over Yezi that the gravity of the situation began to settle in. Moyen, charred and blackened, was beyond any need for covering. How could this be? Medusa Lanine examined Moyen's condition and immediately attempted a healing spell, only to find it equally futile. Just as it had been for Yezi. You cannot succeed either, can you? Great Witch, it appears our powers are ineffective against him. What shall we do? Medusa Lanine, being a Great Witch herself, found her abilities rendered useless, leaving them all at a loss for how to heal Moyen. Uncertain, she sensed that Yezi had likely attempted everything possible. After all, they were the most formidable witches of the Tingsha tribe. If they were incapable, others would stand no chance. Leaf Witch, do not despair. There must be a solution. Let us depart from here. If previously Medusa Lonlin regarded Yezi as a mere child, their relationship had now evolved into one of equals. Unconsciously, she began to express a newfound respect for Yezi. Despite Yezi's current lower rank as a witch, it was evident that her future achievements would surpass Medusa Lonlin's. Yezi was not only a naturally gifted witch, she also had the extraordinary ability to absorb essence cores of various attributes, and she had recently absorbed an essence core of a different attribute as well. Chapter 104, Disciple. Are you still alive? On that note, Medusa Lonlin turned to Yezi once more and inquired, you absorbed an essence core of a different attribute earlier. Did you notice any differences? An essence core of a different attribute. As Yezi endeavored to harness the mystical energy within her, a surge of electricity spontaneously manifested around her. Yin exhibited little reaction, while the nearest Medusa was struck, causing her to topple backwards. Yezi, Great Witch Lonlin. The clansman, Great Witch. Everyone was taken aback, as if Yezi had forcibly pushed Medusa Lonlin forward. Some clansmen hurried to support Medusa Lonlin, but upon contact, they felt an overwhelming numbness throughout their bodies, rendering them utterly powerless and collapsing to the ground. Medusa Lonlin fared no better. Succumbing to the same fate as she fell alongside the clansman, her gaze towards Yezi filled with sheer terror. What kind of elemental core power is this? It's astonishing that it could induce such paralysis and loss of strength, an experience beyond comprehension. Yezi raised her hands, momentarily entranced by the sight before her. She was astonished to see currents of electricity coursing through her fingers. The term electrifying sprang to mind, causing her to swallow nervously. Would she not become a figure of danger in the future? Who would dare to approach her closely, lest they be met with a shocking fate? He instinctively glanced at Yin in her arms, realizing he remained utterly unaffected. Was it due to his unconscious state? Or was he genuinely immune to the currents coursing through her? Alas, this time, she had truly ventured too far. What had she absorbed before? Yi Wu. All of this chaos was instigated by that wretched little fox. She yearned to dismantle it piece by piece. Unbeknownst to her, Sual Lan had awakened at some point. Surveying the disarray of the room and the pitiful condition of Yi and the others, naturally she attributed all the misfortune to the little fox. With gritted teeth, she seized the creature, fully intent on skinning it alive, her fierce demeanor betraying no hint of the pitiable creature it once appeared to be. Yi hurriedly called out to Sual Lan, wait, you cannot kill it. It was this very creature that saved both Yin and me before. This little fox has an extraordinary origin. Should you slay it, you may unwittingly invite unnecessary trouble. Although I am unaware of its past actions, it is a fact that it rescued us in our moment of peril. Furthermore, it seems Yin has ingested the flames it conjured. In order to save Yin, we must ascertain the source of those flames. Thus the little fox must not perish. As the leaves opened, Sualan had no choice but to relent. The little fox, half-closed eyes, cast a glance at Yezi, feeling that this young witch possessed commendable character. Then, it shot a sidelong glance at Sualan, its eyes flashing with surprise. Not expecting that the Tungsha tribe harbored female warriors. Indeed, heaven seemed particularly benevolent to the Tungsha. However, it harbored grudges. For this little female had just attempted to cause it harm. It took note of this and resolved to seek retribution once it had recovered. Another mournful wail erupted. Having suffered grievous injuries and lost its life essence, the little fox felt immensely aggrieved, perhaps the most unfortunate fox lord in the annals of this world. Beloved disciple, your master has come to see you. Hasten to greet me. After a long and arduous journey, Jiantian finally arrived at the Tungsha tribe. Upon witnessing the newly constructed walls, even the well-traveled Jiantian could not help but admire. Clearly the work of the young witch, quite impressive, significantly enhancing safety. Yet, he knew that such a height would not deter a master like himself. Entering would be effortless. To preserve his disciple's dignity, Jiantian patiently awaited. Despite the dust of travel clinging to him, for his beloved disciple ought to extend a show of respect. It is Master Jiantian. Quickly, open the city gates. Many in the Tungsha tribe recognized Jiantian, and upon seeing him, the orcs' previously somber moods found an outlet. Master Jiantian, you have finally arrived. Your presence brings hope for our chieftain's salvation. Faced with the clamoring orcs, Jiantian felt disoriented. Something was amiss. Had he arrived too late? Had his disciple already fallen victim to those vile insects? It made little sense. He had traveled a considerable distance, and the journey had been fraught with peril. Moreover, those people had no knowledge of the Tungsha tribe's location, making it improbable that they would find this place so easily. Pray, tell me what has transpired. What has become of Moyen? It dawned on him why Moyen had not come to greet him. Evidently, something grave had occurred. The chieftain has fallen into a coma while trying to save the leaf, which from flames. The situation appeared more complex than initially thought. While it was true that the chieftain had attempted to rescue the leaf witch, it seemed he had willingly faced the flames. The orcs behind him were at a loss for words. Oh, wait, it was the leaf witch who was engulfed in flames, and the chieftain, distressed for her, rushed to accompany her, thus suffering the fire's wrath. The great witch, Lan Lin, had remarked at that moment, stating that the chieftain was overly sentimental. That the leaf which held greater importance to him than the entire Tingsha tribe. Your accounts are flawed. The incident stemmed from the leaf which absorbing a core essence, which ignited a conflagration. The chieftain and others sought to assist the leaf which in absorbing the core essence, and that is when calamity struck. The tribesmen were uncertain how to articulate their thoughts. Fundamentally, the matter was tied to the leaf witch, yet she lay unconscious. And all decisions had been made by the chieftain and his companions, seemingly isolating her from responsibility. In short, the situation was rather chaotic. Jiantian, too, found the narrative bewildering. One moment, the young witch was aflame. The next, Moyan was engulfed. Had both encountered such peril? This was alarming. It would be devastating if the only disciple he had gathered was lost to fire. Unable to contain himself, Jiantian inquired, has the young witch also been burned? Indeed. The leaf witch had suffered flames, yet she remained unscathed. At that moment, the fire had transformed into a veritable sea of flames, yet upon their entrance, the leaf witch was unharmed, while the chieftain bore the brunt of the blaze. Our leaf witch is formidable, flames cannot harm her. The chieftain, no less powerful, had been severely scorched, while the leaf witch emerged unscathed. In a certain sense, it appeared the leaf witch possessed greater strength than the chieftain. Jiantian grasped the implication. Both the young witch and Moyan had faced flames, yet the former remained unharmed, while the latter had been grievously burned. Alas! To be overshadowed by the likes of Tianji is one thing, but to have a disciple less capable than Tianji's own is quite another. Internally, Jiantian derided Moyan. You foolish young wretch, to be bested by a female and not feel ashamed. He resolved to refrain from further inquiries. The responses from these orcs had left him confounded. It would be prudent to witness the situation firsthand before drawing any conclusions. When Jiantian arrived at Moyan's dwelling, guided by the orcs, he could not help but exclaim, Disciple, are you still alive? What has become of you in such a state? Yezi cried out to Jiantian, Master Jiantian, Moyan is still alive. Please take a look at him. Why does our shamanic power have no effect on his injuries? Chapter 105. Cliff Eagle Rock. Jiantian rushed to Moyan's side, bending down to examine him closely. Upon confirming that Moyan was indeed alive, he let out a sigh of relief. Little shaman, I am a warrior, utterly ignorant of shamanic matters. I cannot discern the nature of his condition. Perhaps only Tianji possesses the knowledge required. He excels in combat. But when it comes to shamanic affairs, Tianji undoubtedly knows far more. It would be prudent to entrust this matter to him. Tianji? Yes. He will surely be able to save Moyan. Master Jiantian, where is he? The master is a celestial shaman. They are incapable of assisting. Yet he will undoubtedly save Moyan. We must go find him. Little shaman, do not blame me for not warning you. The Tingshi tribe is 1,000 miles away from Lucian Valley, with countless dangers along the journey. Even with my company, given this young man's condition, I fear he may not endure. Despite him arriving here in little time, it was because he did not linger, focus solely on his journey. He faced several beast attacks along the way. I fear you are unaware of the perils of this world. What shall we do? Shall we merely watch as Moyan suffers? The agony of his burns is not to be underestimated. If left untreated, Moyan will continue to endure torment. How can she bear to witness such suffering? There is a solution. I once heard Tianji mention a flower that grows on Cliff Eagle Rock, capable of curing all ailments. It is said to possess the power of resurrection. However, this flower thrives in the harshest of conditions. And Cliff Eagle Rock is the territory of the Eagle clan, who revere this flower as sacred and have sent their kin to guard it. This clan is solitary and notoriously difficult to approach, making it quite a challenge to obtain their sacred flower. Tianji is learned and astute. Despite Jiantian's occasional carelessness, having spent ample time with him, he has absorbed much knowledge. How far is Cliff Eagle Rock from the Tingshi tribe? Where there is a will, there is a way, regardless of how difficult the Eagle clan may be or how rare the flower is. I must devise a means to procure it for Moyan. The reason I mention this is that Cliff Eagle Rock is relatively close to the Tingshi tribe, situated to the east, approximately 100 miles away. In contrast to the 1,000 miles to Lucian Valley, Cliff Eagle Rock is indeed much nearer. With your protection, traversing this distance should pose no problem. Then let us set forth immediately to Cliff Eagle Rock. The sooner we obtain that flower, the less suffering Moyan will endure. Yezi does not wish to delay even a moment. No, little shaman, did you not hear my earlier words? I said the Eagle clan is difficult to deal with. We are seeking their sacred item, and they will surely be reluctant to part with it. Do not blame me for not warning you. Tianji once said that in terms of my abilities, I am no match for the Eagle King. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The foolish disciple's willingness to go to such lengths for the little shaman speaks volumes of his affections for her. Jiantian is eager to ascertain whether this young man's heartfelt devotion is truly worthy. Should the little shaman fail to match Moyan's spirit? Even though she is Tianji's disciple, he would counsel Moyan to relinquish this affection. Where there is a will, there is a way. Regardless of the obstacles or dangers, I will find a means to obtain the flower. I cannot bear to see him in this state. She cherishes the stoic Moyan, who always looks after her. She admires his commanding presence among their kin and is captivated by his fearless demeanor in battle. What pains her most is seeing him motionless, lying there, causing her distress and heartache. Very well, we shall undertake this journey. I have long desired to meet the Eagle King and witness his true strength. Jean Tian has always been troubled by Tianji's assertion that he is inferior to others, and now is the perfect opportunity to confront the Eagle King and prove himself. The entire tribe supports the mission to save Mo Yin, with the village elder even issuing a direct order for all warriors to accompany and protect them. Yezi advised. Grandma Witch, while Mo Yin is important, so too is our tribe. There are those who covet our tribe from afar. We must leave some to guard it. We cannot wait for Mo Yin to recover only to find our home lost. With my presence and Master Jean Tian by his side, I assure you, he will be safe. Please believe me, I will protect him with my life. As long as I am here, he is safe. Her assertion. As long as he is safe, I am safe, successfully eased the worries of the tribespeople, and they began to understand Mo Yan's previous neglect towards Yezi. However, the number of people was still too few for her comfort. At the very least, we should select 10 brave warriors to accompany us. We cannot afford to have fewer. Do not speak of as long as he is safe again, the Grandma Witch replied. I have no other wishes but for your safe return. In her heart, Yezi had long been regarded as family, and Mo Yin was a child she had watched grow up. She wished to see neither of them come to harm. Very well. I promise you, do not worry. We will return safely, Yezi assured her. The Grandma Witch was her only kin in this world, and as long as Yezi existed, she would return to the Tingsha tribe, for it was her home. Rest assured, Tree Witch, I will ensure that Little Witch and the others are unharmed. You may await our return in peace. Though he was not the most formidable expert, he was still highly regarded in this realm. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as the guardian of Tianji. Among their group were not only his disciples but also those of Tianji. If he failed to protect Little Witch, Tianji would surely come after him. Despite appearing amiable, he had a cunning side and was fiercely protective of his own. Little Witch was his sole disciple. Should anything happen to her, Tianji would be the first to leap to her defense. This was also the reason he dared to take Little Witch and the others to Yai Cliff. When Jean Tian spoke, the Grandma Witch could say nothing further and could only bow respectfully. With Master Jean Tian present, I am at ease. I entrust them to your care. To be honest, Jean Tian felt somewhat uncomfortable facing the Grandma Witch's reverence. Given Mo Yin and others' respect for her, she could be considered their ancestor. However, from their perspective, the Grandma Witch was of a similar age, perhaps even younger than some of them. Furthermore, she was a novice witch and typically would not have the opportunity to converse with them. But since he and Tianji had both taken Little Witch and Mo Yin as disciples, it had effectively shortened their generational gap, making the Grandma Witch their elder. Ironically, she did not dare to refer to herself as an elder, always maintaining a demeanor of respect and humility, which felt rather awkward. Jean Tian waved his hand dismissively and continued forward. While a smile flickered in the Grandma Witch's eyes, she could see through his discomfort but did not mind. There was no need for such entanglement. It could be sorted out separately. Tianji was more open-minded than Jean Tian. Chapter 106. The rabbit delivered to our door. After bidding farewell to the Grandma Witch, the group set off, carrying Mo Yin. For his well-being, Yezi had the tribe's people construct a simple stretcher on which they laid Mo Yin, covering him with animal hides, with 2 orc warriors lifting him, one in front and one behind. The rest of the group was responsible for keeping watch, only switching out with the bearers when they grew weary. As they journeyed through the forest that day, a rabbit suddenly sprang from the thicket ahead. Jean Tian seized the rabbit by its ears and laughed heartily. It seems it knows we are hungry. It has come to us as a meal. Gugu, let go of me. I am not food. I am a pet. Not to be eaten. The rabbit appeared rather familiar to him. Yezi was struck by an unsettling familiarity with this creature, particularly its physique and its incessant clucking at Jean Tian, alongside its 4 legs kicking in a rather comical manner. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a rabbit she had encountered before. What do you mean by familiar? We have indeed crossed paths, you know. Female, please, hasten to rescue my master. Delay any longer, and it may be too late. Indeed, it is you. Yet your incessant clucking leaves me bewildered. I cannot comprehend your utterances. By the way, where is your master? Is he nearby? Ah, that aloof and handsome gentleman. His demeanor bears some resemblance to Mo Yin's. He seems quite fond of this rabbit. If this pet is here, then its owner ought to be as well. The rabbit, in a state of growing anxiety, exclaimed, Hurry, my master is in peril. If you tarry, I shall be left without a master. Jean Tian, please release it. It belongs to someone, and we should seek sustenance elsewhere. To be honest, this rabbit is rather corpulent, and were it not for its ownership, I would have certainly considered it a delectable feast. Alas, it is indeed the pet of someone. Little Wen Yang is acquainted with it, so you are fortunate. However, be cautious next time. Should you encounter an unfamiliar face, your life may be at stake. Off you go, and cease your erratic movements. Jean Tian, regrettably, could not savor the opportunity presented by the rabbit, and as he released it, he unconsciously pinched its leg, contemplating, what a plump rabbit. It must possess substantial meat. The rabbit, having regained its freedom, did not flee but rather hopped in front of Yezi, clucking fervently. Your clucking is of no avail. I cannot decipher your words. Please seek your master. The outside world is perilous for you. With such rotundity, you are practically a moving morsel, constantly exuding the message, I am succulent. Come and feast upon me. In a state of desperation, the rabbit resorted to biting Yezi's ceremonial robe, tugging her backward with urgency. Hey, you damaged my sacrificial garment last time. If you ruin this one, I shall indeed roast you. This was a gift from my master, a treasured item crafted with care, and I possess only a few such garments. Having lost one to fire, nothing remained but ashes, and the memory of once appearing bare before others filled Yezi with embarrassment. Little Wunyang, it seems the rabbit is in need of your assistance. Perhaps you should follow it to see what it requires. As soon as Zhantian concluded his statement, the rabbit, displaying a surprising sense of understanding, paused and vigorously nodded in agreement with his words. We must continue our journey, Yezi hesitated. Their goal was to rescue Mo Yin, and she truly wished to avoid distractions. Cluck, cluck, female. You cannot stand idly by. My master is genuinely in danger. If you save him, I shall ensure he rewards you handsomely. Just as Yezi was about to respond, a flash of white light enveloped her, and suddenly, a small fox appeared in her embrace. As Yezi lowered her gaze, she recognized the small fox that had remained in the tribe to recuperate. She immediately inquired, "Oh, why have you come along? Were you not instructed to stay in the tribe?" Zhantian, observing the little fox nestled in Yezi's arms, chuckled and remarked, "Well, it seems we have a gathering of pets. Little Wunyang, it is up to you to manage this situation. I shall procure some food." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhantian, you muscle-bound fool. You are the true pet here. Your entire family consists of pets. Ha ha ha. You certainly have a fiery temper, rivaling that of your master. With that, Zhantian turned and vanished into the forest, while the little fox waved its paw at him, seemingly intent on delivering a playful swipe to his face. Yezi chuckled as he advised, all right. He was merely jesting. There's no need for you to take offense." The little fox cast a sidelong glance at Yezi before lazily settling into a comfortable position, half closing its eyes as it fixated on the rabbit, who, feeling intimidated, retreated until the fox finally averted its gaze. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tell me, rabbit, is your master handsome? The little snake, having endured considerable misfortune, noted the snake's evident concern for the little witch and decided to seek out several attractive males to serve her. When the snake eventually awoke to this scenario, it would undoubtedly be infuriated. Oh, simply envisioning that scene brought delight to my heart. Of course, he's handsome. My master is the most striking in the tribe, and he possesses remarkable talent. At such a young age, he has already attained the rank of a level 5 novice witch. Chirp, chirp, chirp. How old is your master? As far as it knew, the little witch was in her 20s, also a level 5 novice witch, having absorbed a rare elemental core, which assured her a promising future. The mere thought of that elemental core filled the little fox with sorrow. It cursed the little snake, blaming it for robbing itself of a chance at recovery. Well, I must certainly find several handsome males for the little witch to infuriate that wretched little snake. Chirp, chirp, chirp. My master is merely 98 years old. Isn't he impressive? Achieving the level 5 novice witch rank at such a tender age? He is bound to become a celestial witch. Seeing the rabbit's smug expression, the little fox couldn't help but sneer. 98 years and only a level 5 novice witch? Compared to the little witch, that's hardly commendable. And you dare to boast of talent? How utterly laughable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You mustn't speak of my master in such a manner. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What's wrong? Do you have an objection? I'm feeling rather peckish, and you appear quite meaty. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Please spare me. I am far from appetizing. If you wish for meat, there are plenty of delicacies in this forest. Let them catch it for you instead. Humph. He lowered her gaze toward the little fox nestled in her arms. If she had not misheard, the fox had just uttered a few words. I certainly heard you. You can speak human language now, can't you? The little fox rolled its eyes at Yi, too lazy to engage in conversation. What did it mean by saying it could speak human language? It was originally a beast man, merely maintaining its true form due to injury. As the little fox pondered, it began to feel disgruntled with Yi. After all, it was all the fault of that little witch. If it weren't for her needs, the little snake would not have attempted to steal its core essence. Now that it had decided to stay in the snake tribe to recuperate, it might as well create some misunderstandings between those two since it had nothing better to do. The rabbit's owner was in danger, and it had come to find someone to rescue its master. Coincidentally, it encountered Yi, a familiar face. You must go and save it, it insisted, hoping that the rabbit's owner was competent enough not to let it down. With a sudden exclamation, the little fox spoke, catching Yi off guard, and as a result, it tumbled to the ground. Oh dear, little witch, was that intentional? The little fox rubbed its backside, seething with indignation. How could it, a proud fox spirit, be treated in such a manner? How could that be? I was merely startled. I never expected you could actually speak. Why then did you remain silent before? Was it amusing to squeak away? Mind your own business. I shall do as I please, the little fox retorted, before swiftly leaping back into Yi's embrace and closing its eyes, as if it belonged there. Yi was momentarily taken aback by the fox's audacity, contemplating whether to toss it out. Just as her hand lifted, the voice from her arms chimed in. I have become this way because of you. Until my injury heals, the responsibility of caring for me falls upon you. Why should it be my duty? Yi protested. The little fox continued, let me tell you. The only reason that little snake is still alive is due to my life fire. Out of kindness, I have refrained from reclaiming it. Should you provoke me, I might just take it back, and then that little snake would be in serious trouble. The truth was, if it could retrieve it, it would have done so already. Kindness, my foot. What worth is it compared to flesh? As Yezi gazed at the little fox cradled in her arms, a surge of exasperation washed over her, tempting her to end its life. The blatant threat was undeniable, rendering any notions of compassion utterly shameless. Yet, to her dismay, this threat proved remarkably effective. While she could negotiate on many matters, when it came to Imoyen's life, she found herself compelled to yield. Stop dawdling. Hurry and rescue my master. Leave me be. I am far too preoccupied. The anger that simmered within her was palpable, especially as the incessant chatter of the bothersome rabbit continued unabated. In a fit of frustration, Yezi kicked it away. Saving a life is a noble deed, the rabbit mused, displaying an unexpected sense of loyalty. Little witch, go assist in the rescue. In truth, the rabbit's concern for the rescue was purely self-serving. It relished the sight of the little witch's silent fury. Observing her puffed-up indignation brought it a certain delight, a refreshing amusement amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, Yezi resolved to wait for Master Jean Tian's return before proceeding. Her unease regarding Imoyen's safety lingered. After a moment's contemplation, she asserted, I shall comply with any request you have, provided Imoyen's safety is guaranteed. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. Cursing the wretched little fox under her breath, she thought that had it not been for Imoyen, she would have gladly skinned it alive and fashioned a fine collar from its pelt. The little fox cast Yezi a sidelong glance but remained silent. Well aware that her concession stemmed from her concern for the little ting snake, persuading her to abandon it for the sake of rescue seemed implausible. Stop dawdling. Leaf. Silence. Little fox. Silence. Rabbit. The leaves and the little fox heard the rabbit preparing to make its usual sound and, in unison, exclaimed disapprovingly. The rabbit, glancing at the leaves and then at the little fox, felt an overwhelming urgency yet dared not utter another word. To be honest, the decision to save or not lay in the hands of others. Aside from futilely pleading, it had no better course of action. Helplessly, the rabbit could only pray in its heart, "Oh master, you must hold on." Unfortunately, its master was already grievously wounded, struggling even to stand. His ceremonial robe stained crimson with blood, the original color indistinguishable. Remarkably, this rabbit possesses great perseverance, though surrounded by over a dozen individuals. By being appeared battered yet commanded a semblance of respect. It was said that shamans were weak, needing the protection of beast men. However, this individual defied that notion. As a shaman, his physique rivaled that of a beast man, showcasing the strength of both. This indicated he was likely the one they sought. The heavenly shaman had ordered them to find the newly born king, and lacking a specific target, they could only target those who stood out. This male rabbit shaman belonged to that category. Male shamans were already scarce in this world, and each that emerged was deemed a talent among 100. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly kill than let escape, once they identified him, they resolved to eliminate him swiftly to prevent future threats to their fox clan. I do not comprehend how I have offended you, prompting such a relentless pursuit of my demise. However, mark my words, as long as Bai Bing survives today, I will avenge the slaughter of my kin. These detestable foxes stormed into their rabbit clan, slaying without hesitation. And the mere thought of his kin's gruesome deaths fueled his desire for revenge against these foxes. Regrettably, he was but one against many. He could neither avenge nor hope to survive, leaving him filled with bitterness. The leading fox sneered, even at death's door, you still boast? Let us see if you can survive to speak again. Kill him. A chorus of "I, kill him," erupted as a dozen weapons lunged towards Bai Bing. With a voice of resolve, Bai Bing stood firm, though he was already at the end of his strength, unable to muster even the energy to resist. He could only close his eyes, consumed by bitterness and resignation. In that critical moment, Jean Tian appeared, interposing himself between Bai Bing and the assailants, successfully pulling him back from the brink of death. With a swift kick, he sent each attacker sprawling, their cries of pain resonating in Bai Bing's ears, prompting him to open his eyes in astonishment. Who dares meddle in the affairs of my fox clan? Do you seek death? The assailants grumbled as they rose, hurling insults at Jean Tian, their arrogance provoking his disdain. You foxes are notorious for bullying the weak. Since fate has brought us together, I shall intervene. While others may fear the fox clan, Jean Tian did not, seizing the chance to settle scores for past grievances against the foxes who had offended the unicorn clan. Such vile creatures, neither the foxes nor their kin are to be admired. They are all cut from the same cloth. Thank you for saving me, Bai Bing exclaimed, having thought he would not escape this day, only to find salvation in this unexpected elder. Jean Tian regarded Bai Bing, noting how his demeanor resembled Mo Yan's, both exuding a cold and detached aura. It seemed that the youth of today relished in their aloofness. By nature, Jean Tian would not have accepted Mo Yan. But since it was Tian Ji who designated him, he begrudgingly accepted their bond. As he got to know Mo Yan, he discovered his exceptional qualities. And apart from his cold personality, he was quite admirable. Unbeknownst to him, Jean Tian had come to see Bai Bing as akin to Mo Yan, his gaze softening significantly. Do not thank me. I too harbor disdain for the Fox clan. When I witness their tyranny, regardless of the victim, I will intervene. The Fox clan held a prominent position in this world, protected by their heavenly shaman. It is worth noting that only 3 clans possessed such a formidable guardian on this continent. Furthermore, the Foxes, both male and female, were naturally striking, garnering admiration from other beast tribes. Numerous tribes sought to ally through marriage with the Fox clan, resulting in their kin being spread across the land, wherever they roamed. The Fox clan maintained a position of superiority, even the lowest among them thrived. Suddenly confronted with someone who dismissed their significance, the Foxes could barely contain their fury, unleashing a tirade of insults. You are doomed. Offending the Fox clan will bring you untold suffering. You old fool, you likely underestimate our might. Let me enlighten you. We are a clan under the protection of a heavenly shaman. Are you aware of what that entails? Humph. There are only 3 heavenly shamans in the entire beast realm, and our clan possesses one. Moreover, our heavenly shaman is powerful and youthful, far surpassing the other 2. Have you come to fear us? If you know what is good for you, surrender that boy and kneel in supplication. Perhaps we will spare you and your kin. Jean Tian regarded the Foxes with disdain, baffled by their misplaced confidence in believing that their vixen was superior to Tian Ji and Su Wei. Bai Bing, upon hearing their words, felt a wave of despair wash over him. With the Fox clan's heavenly shaman protecting them, how could he possibly avenge his kin? Elder, they have a heavenly shaman. Please, do not involve yourself in my plight. Hand me over to them to spare you and your clan from the consequences. With his kin already gone and feeling utterly impotent, he considered surrendering rather than dragging this elder into his inevitable demise. Nonsense. You appear cold and indifferent. Yet you are akin to that coward Mo Yin. With his character, if someone bullied him, he would resist fiercely and never yield. Humph. This is merely a wise man knowing when to retreat. Offending the Fox clan guarantees a grim fate. Do not let your meddling bring ruin upon your entire clan. At last, they had encountered someone who feared the Fox clan's reputation, and the Foxes regained their lost arrogance, gazing down upon Bai Bing with disdain. Pah. My clan is not one you Foxes can easily intimidate. Had it not been for Tian Ji's master forbidding him from engaging with the vixen, they would have stormed your clan long ago. Do you think they would cower before you foul creatures? In other words, do you truly believe that your compliance will save you? Humph. Regardless of your submission, death awaits you. Instead of yielding in cowardice, why not fight back? Perhaps you could take a few of us down with you, finding some honor in your demise. The group pursued the young boy relentlessly, intent on exterminating him. What would it matter if he submitted? Could he evade death? He might be the individual the Fox clan sought. Today, he must perish. Old fool. We shall not hold you accountable today. Leave while you still can. On this day, I shall not bicker with this old man. He has committed the visage of that individual to memory, and when they gather their forces to confront him, he shall meet his reckoning. Offending the Fox clan means one cannot expect to escape unscathed. Once they locate this old man and his tribe, they shall ensure not a single one is left alive. Jean Tian paid no heed to the foxman who spoke, instead turning to Bai Bing and inquiring, Youngster, do you still wish to be slain by them and relinquish your life? Jean Tian harbored no fondness for the Fox clan, and when faced with such a situation, anyone would instinctively act to save another. Yet if the one in need of salvation sought death with such fervor, he would not extend his kindness to such an extreme. Should the lad maintain his previous attitude, he would simply turn and leave without a second thought. No, senior, I do not wish to die. I wish to retain my life to avenge my kin. I was merely concerned about implicating you. Bai Bing declared with unwavering resolve. Is it not merely the celestial witch? I am only 98 years old. Given time, I believe I shall ascend to such heights as well. The enmity between the Fox clan and the Slaughterers is irreconcilable. His latter years shall be devoted to the eradication of the Fox clan. Good lad, now you speak like a person. Stand aside and watch as I first deal with these few insignificant pests. A handful of foxlings dared to intimidate him. Let him demonstrate how to teach them a lesson. Thank you for your efforts, senior. Bai Bing offered no further words, finding a rock to sit upon, limping slightly. The Slaughterers of the Rabbit clan were not limited to these few, yet if this elder could eliminate them, it would serve as a solace to the spirits of his fallen kin. As for the others, he would leave them be. Weakness is but a temporary state. And one day, he would grow strong enough to avenge today's grievances. Old man, do you truly disregard our Fox clan? A dozen individuals eyed Jean Tian warily, sensing his undeniable strength. They had initially intended to leverage the Fox clan's reputation to intimidate him, but it appeared that strategy was faltering. Jean Tian laughed heartily. In my eyes, your Fox clan amounts to little. Were it not for certain reasons, I would have long sought an audience with that haughty Fox princess. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Bah! To insult our celestial, which is unforgivable. I shall kill you. Those who insult my celestial, which shall face no mercy. Kill him. The Fox princess held a divine status among the Fox clan. Her disciples revered her, and Jean Tian's words incited a few to anger. Regardless of whether they could defeat him, they all charged at Jean Tian with weapons drawn. Come at me. Jean Tian bellowed, swiftly moving to confront the first charging foxman, delivering a left hook that snapped his jaw. With a resounding crack, the foxman screamed as he performed a backflip, crashing to the ground and scattering leaves everywhere. Without a glance back, Jean Tian charged at the second foe, delivering a punch that forced the foxman to regurgitate his last meal, his body propelled backward. As the third adversary approached, Bai Bing, witnessing the weapon aimed at Jean Tian, could not help but shout, "Senior, be careful." To his surprise, Jean Tian merely sidestepped, and the weapon narrowly missed him. Bai Bing sighed in relief, only to see Jean Tian seize the opponent's weapon-wielding hand and, with a sharp twist, snap the wrist. With a clang, the weapon fell, and the foxman howled in agony. Jean Tian released his grip and delivered a swift kick, sending the moaning foxman sprawling while he shouted, "Who else dares to approach?" The remaining foxmen, visibly shaken and filled with trepidation, recognized Jean Tian as a force to be reckoned with. Charging him would be tantamount to seeking death. In that moment, they collectively thought of retreat, exchanging glances before hoisting their injured comrade and fleeing, voicing threats. "Old man, you shall pay for this. The Fox clan will not forget. We will report today's events to the Celestial Witch, and you will face her wrath." Jean Tian chuckled heartily. "Let that haughty wench send her best. If I, Jean Tian, were to fear her, I would not be the foremost warrior of the Unicorn clan." The fleeing foxmen hesitated, then quickened their pace. They realized with dismay that they were dealing with Jean Tian, which explained his contempt for their clan. There was a rumor among the Fox clan that their Celestial Witch held a fondness for the Unicorn clan's Celestial Witch, Tian Ji, a love unfulfilled. Thus, she had become a forbidden topic, and all matters relating to her were strictly off-limits unless sanctioned from above. Moreover, they had learned that the Celestial Witch possessed unfathomable powers, possibly surpassing that of their own Celestial Witch. It was evident that if her abilities were inferior, she would have been captured by their Celestial Witch long ago. Additionally, her guardian, the foremost warrior of the Unicorn clan, was fierce and formidable, not someone they could hope to challenge. In retrospect, they were fortunate not to have rushed in. Otherwise, they would surely have faced annihilation. "Senior, why not slay them?" Bai Bing glared at the retreating figures of the foxmen, his eyes filled with rage. Alas, he was too injured to pursue them. "Youngster, while killing them would be easy, it would draw unnecessary trouble my way. That Celestial, which is a madwoman. I have no desire to cross her, especially when I yearn to teach her a lesson but can't. That would be infuriating. Moreover, when all is said and done, I hold no deep-seated vendetta against them. Besides, I am a figure of some repute. Slaying a few insignificant pests would only invite ridicule. There is no need for such grim expressions. Surviving is the best outcome. As for vengeance, do you not think it more satisfying to take matters into your own hands? Killing 10 or so would be a trivial matter for me, yet doing so would likely provoke the ire of the Fox Princess. She is likely seeking an excuse to entangle herself with Tianji, and I cannot afford to provide her with such an opportunity. Senior, I shall exact my own revenge. One day, they shall pay in blood." Bai Bing, blinded by his hatred, quickly grasped Jean Tian's words. The vengeance for the Rabbit clan must be his own to fulfill. As for this elder, he had already rendered him a great service by saving him. It would be unreasonable to expect him to take on his vendetta as well. "Very well, come with me. You appear gravely injured. Our party has a shaman, and I shall have her tend to your wounds." Jean Tian regarded his empty hands. He had set out to procure food but returned with naught but an injured companion. He wondered if the shaman would be angry. After several days, Jean Tian had learned a bit about Yezi. Her temper was indeed formidable. Should one err, regardless of their status, she would scold them mercilessly. "Senior, to be frank, I am a shaman. If I rest for a while and restore some of my power, I shall be able to heal myself. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed senior. I shall not trouble you any further, should fate allow us to meet again. I will undoubtedly repay the kindness you have shown today. It is already a great favor to have received assistance from a chance encounter. And I do not wish to impose on Jean Tian any more than necessary. Are you certain you require no help? Do not blame me for not warning you. Whether those individuals have departed is one matter, but the beasts lurking in this forest are plentiful. Your scent, tainted with blood, is incredibly enticing. Can you guarantee that you will recover before attracting unwanted attention from these predators?" Upon reflection, Jean Tian found his own disciple to be more agreeable, as this one spoke in a rather affected manner, which felt somewhat awkward. "Why put on a brave front when you are in such a state? You already owe a debt of gratitude for saving your life. What else more? Healing your wounds is a simple matter for a shaman, requiring little more than a few words, far more pragmatic than luring beasts into the fray. Forgive me for my imposition." White Bing felt that to refuse would be ungrateful. Thus he steeled himself to present his case before the esteemed Jean Tian once more. With a smile, Jean Tian patted White Bing on the shoulder and said, "Ah, that is the spirit. It seems you are not entirely beyond redemption." Before Jean Tian could finish his thought, White Bing closed his eyes and collapsed backward, having reached the limits of his endurance. The moment he relaxed his mental fortitude, he could no longer hold on and fell splendidly to the ground. "Hey kid, surely you can't be fainting after just a couple of pats. That's rather feeble," Jean Tian remarked as he checked White Bing's pulse, realizing he was merely unconscious. He hoisted the young man onto his shoulder, intending to carry him back for Yezi's treatment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the group anxiously awaited Jean Tian's return, their patience wearing thin as the incessant chattering of the rabbits gnawed at their nerves. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall skin you and roast you for dinner. Yezi could no longer endure the incessant cooing of the rabbit. She loathed the sound. And had it not been for the inexplicable protection offered by that enigmatic fox, she would have truly considered roasting the creature for a meal. Coo, coo. Let us roast it, she mused. After such a prolonged delay, my master must surely be long gone. What meaning does my existence hold now? Yezi, feeling helpless, could only implore gently. Ah, I beseech you to cease your cries. I have already stated that as soon as the person returns, they will assist in the rescue. Surely you jest, for it has been quite a while. My master is undoubtedly lost. Even if we await their return, what purpose would it serve? The leaves surrendered, turning to the rabbit nestled in their embrace, and spoke. Cunning fox, please translate this for me. The communication is so utterly nonsensical that I am on the verge of despair. The little fox narrowed its eyes, a glint of danger illuminating its gaze, and inquired, Do you dare to utter that again? Chapter 110, The Loyal and Affectionate Rabbit. Yezi longed to retort with unwavering spirit, yet ultimately succumbed to a sense of resignation, uttering, How could that be? I was merely provoked by it. Oh, cunning fox, you are indeed the most formidable. Let us not dwell on this matter. While her words conveyed a semblance of acquiescence, her heart harbored a torrent of disdain for this fox and its entire lineage. Just wait. Once the issue of the flames is resolved, she would relish the opportunity to subdue this insufferable creature. Humph. The little fox scoffed. Kiki. Yezi offered a sheepish grin. Each harbored ulterior motives. None were virtuous souls. Leaf. Silence. Does she not realize how much she loathes the sound of cooing at this moment? Little fox, be quiet. How audacious for a tiny creature, merely a morsel, to comment on my worth. It is utterly oblivious to its own peril. The two, a human and a fox, synchronized once more, yet this time their exchange was far more tranquil. They merely exchanged glances before calmly diverting their gazes. Rabbit, once again subjected to oppression, feeling utterly wronged. It squatted in a corner, tears cascading down its cheeks. Little fox disdainfully shut its eyes, while Leaf felt a twinge of pity for the rabbit. Indeed, as Little Fox had remarked, although the rabbit was insufferable, its concern for its master was commendable. It truly embodied loyalty. Hey, do not weep. Your master is destined for fortune and will come to no harm. I promise you, the moment Master Gentian returns, I shall accompany you to rescue them, all right? The rabbit continued to sob sorrowfully, having heard this very assurance from the female countless times before. Moreover, it had discerned that this female could not comprehend rabbit speech and particularly detested its vocalizations. It was indeed wise to remain silent in her presence. Oh, the plight of being a rabbit is overwhelming. Little Fox was equally exasperated by the rabbit's incessant wailing, especially the sound of tears hitting the ground, which frayed its nerves. Unable to restrain itself, it shouted, If you cry again, I shall ensure you never make a sound again. The rabbit's crying abruptly ceased, its eyes wide and glistening with tears, silently conveying its sorrow. This existence has become unbearable. Even the right to weep has been stripped away. How utterly powerless. Why must it always be the one to endure such suffering? Suddenly, Yezi recalled that there was indeed a silencing spell mentioned in the tome of myriad transformations. Why had she not employed it earlier and endured the torment inflicted by the rabbit? With a furtive glance at the rabbit, she resolved that if it dared to make another sound, she would unleash the silencing spell upon it. The rabbit, Xiaobai, suddenly shivered, sensing that someone harbored ill intentions towards it. It speculated whether the little witch was contemplating how to roast it for dinner. With a suspicious gaze, it turned to Yezi, but she had already reverted to her usual demeanor, seemingly lost in thought. In truth, she was mulling over the incantation for the silencing spell. Seeing that Yezi was unperturbed, the rabbit then cast a wary glance at the fox nestled in her arms. Could it be that this fox was plotting something nefarious against it? Humph. The fox scoffed at the rabbit's foolishness. Why would it need to devise a plan to deal with a mere rabbit? Acting directly was far more efficient. It discreetly opened its eyes to glance at Yezi, harboring a secret ability to discern the thoughts of others. Yet, it found itself unable to comprehend the intentions of the little witch. As a level 6 novice witch, she seemed to possess a vast array of secrets, which perplexed the little fox even further. There was an air of mystery surrounding the little witch, which was precisely why the fox was so intent on following her. It yearned to uncover all the unknowns about her and the world she inhabited. Little witch, I have returned. Come quickly to assist in rescuing someone. The voice arrived before the person did. After waiting for so long, the rabbit could no longer afford to feel sorrow. With a swift leap, it bolted forward. Goo. The unmistakable call of the rabbit echoed, a sound so familiar to Yezi and the others that they immediately sprang to their feet, carrying Mo Yen as they hurried towards the source of the noise. Hey, rabbit, what madness has possessed you? Why are you climbing onto me? Get off, or I shall toss you out. As Yezi and the others approached, they beheld Gentian bearing a bloodied figure upon his shoulder, unconscious and unresponsive, while the rabbit, Xiaobai, anxiously scrambled up Gentian's body. Little witch, please make it move aside. I fear I might inadvertently kick it away, Gentian exclaimed, immediately conscious of his esteemed status. He wondered how he had come to tolerate such behavior from a mere rabbit. Had it not been for the little witch's acquaintance with this creature, he might have been tempted to deliver a swift kick, intending to teach it that the legs of a unicorn were not to be trifled with. You should set down the person you are carrying. It is likely their master. Although the face remained obscured, Yezi discerned through the rabbit's actions that the individual Jean had brought back might indeed be someone they had previously encountered. This fellow had the audacity to keep such a rabbit as a gift. It was truly perplexing. Jean struggled to find an appropriate term to encapsulate his thoughts, ultimately concluding that this creature, known as Betrayal, was not one to nurture a pet. Much like Mo Yin, he too was incapable of such a task. It appeared that while these two individuals bore a semblance of similarity in character, they were, in essence, quite distinct. The leaf was oblivious to Jean thoughts. Otherwise, it would have surely scoffed at him. One was a serpent and the other a rabbit, two entirely distinct species. How could they possibly be considered the same? In a certain sense, they represented the cosmos. It seemed that serpents had a penchant for consuming rabbits. However, the laws of this world dictated that all beings capable of transforming between human and beast were collectively referred to as beastmen and were forbidden from being eaten. Thus, regardless of the category of beastman, there existed merely a distinction of strength, although consumption was off the table. The weaker individuals faced formidable challenges in their survival within this realm. Bang! Jean method of releasing by Bing was merely a shrug of his shoulder, casting the individual to the ground without regard for potential injury. Goo goo! Cried the little rabbit, in a fit of agitation, before leaping onto Bing, emitting a series of sorrowful coos. Given its weight, could it truly avoid inflicting internal injuries upon its beloved master? The sight left Yezi's lips twitching uncontrollably. It was uncertain whether the man was alive or dead, but in the presence of this peculiar human and beast duo, it seemed his demise was imminent. The little fox opened its eyes and was met with the disheveled figure of a person, their face smeared with blood, barely recognizable as human. Disinterested. It promptly closed its eyes once more, returning to slumber. Little witch, it urged, please cast a healing spell on him. This fellow is gravely injured, and if left untreated, even that rabbit might prove fatal. Jean glanced at the plump form of the rabbit, Xiaobai, and couldn't help but suspect that the man had fattened the creature for the sole purpose of having a meal in dire circumstances. Here, hold him. Yi directly thrust the fox in her arms into Jean hands. At present, she was casting a healing spell, which required incantations and gestures, making it inconvenient to hold the fox. Chapter 111. The little fox. Jean felt a soft object being pressed into his hands, and upon seeing the little fox, he was momentarily dumbfounded, as he had never held such a small creature before. The little fox twitched its nose and suddenly opened its eyes. Upon realizing it was cradled in Jean embrace, it instantly fluffed up in indignation. How dare that wretched little witch hand me over to this brutish oaf? Does she not know of my cleanliness obsession? Is she unaware of how filthy this oaf is? Does she not perceive the stench emanating from him? The little fox leaped out of Jean hold, its expression one of utter disdain, igniting Jean ire. What does this mean? Disdain for me? Does it not realize I abhor foxes? It is fortunate I do not take my frustration out on this one just because of its lineage. Yet it dares to reject me. Indeed, all foxes are insufferable creatures. You are a good creature, and your entire family as well. Why should I bear animosity towards foxes? You dare to threaten me? If you do not wish to remain in my embrace, I shall not permit it. With that foul odor clinging to you, I should be the one expressing disdain. Jean thought bitterly. Do not think that just because you have the little witch's protection, you can do as you please. Should you provoke me further, I will strip your fur to fashion a hat. The little fox bristled, determined to teach Jean a lesson for daring to claim it reeked. I am the most esteemed being of the fox clan. Such a stench has not existed for years. This is an attack on my dignity. You wish to skin me for a hat? I shall have my revenge, Jean. Prepare yourself. The little fox raised its paw, aiming a swipe at Jean face, wishing to mar that insufferable visage. Jean dodged the little fox's assault, swinging his fist towards it. He initially believed Yi would intervene and intentionally delayed his strike, only to discover Yi was utterly unconcerned. In fact, she stood by, relishing the spectacle. Intervene? Do not jest. The little fox has caused me enough grief. I wish for someone to teach it a lesson, Yi thought, cheering inwardly for Jean. Go ahead, strike it until it cries for mercy. The more tragic, the better. I support you wholeheartedly. However, the idealized imagination clashed cruelly with reality. No one anticipated that the little fox would wield witchcraft, and not the kind requiring incantations. After a few exchanges with Jean, fully aware it could not gain the upper hand, the little fox swiped at him with its claws, leading to Jean's unfortunate fate. He was either struck by flying stones, whipped by tree branches as thick as his arm, or rendered immobile entirely. Yezi, taken aback, swiftly rose, deciding against watching the performance. After all, should the little fox take a disliking to her, it could spell her doom. Alas, the little fox indeed proved to be a hidden powerhouse, possessing such magical prowess that it outclassed her by several streets. It was a force to be reckoned with, and perhaps it was wiser to maintain a low profile. Essence of the core, you might call, healing arts. The little fox cast a sidelong glance at Yezi, inwardly scoffing. The notion of witnessing it being overwhelmed was a fanciful delusion. With its current might, even at its peak, it could have effortlessly dispatched Jean Tian with just a wave of its hand. Presently, it could still hold its ground against Jean Tian. Indeed, the little fox and Jean Tian were evenly matched. Its sorcery might render Jean Tian somewhat beleaguered, yet it posed no true threat to him. Conversely, Jean Tian's attempts to assault the little fox were futile. Aside from utilizing magic to thwart his strikes, the fox was simply too agile for him to even make contact. Pray tell, what brings you here? What are your intentions in approaching the little witch? Are you perhaps sent by that flirtatious fox queen? Given its prowess and fox lineage, Jean Tian couldn't help but question the little fox's motives. Previously, he had received a message from Tianji indicating that both the fox and wolf clans had dispatched representatives, with the likely target being Mo Yin and the little witch. The sudden appearance of this little fox left him with no choice but to harbor suspicions. As for the true intentions of your presence, it was previously absent, but now has emerged. You seek to uncover the origins of the little witch and the secrets she bears. Yezi had already cast a healing spell on Bai Bing, who was now in the process of recovery. Upon hearing Jean Tian's inquiry, he could not help but ask, "Little fox, you clearly possess the ability to speak. Why do you persist in making those incessant chattering sounds?" This fox can talk. The little fox's gaze flickered with a hint of evasion. It was not so much fear as a desire to remain undetected by Jean Tian, who had encountered her before. Of course, in her current form, Jean Tian had yet to see her, and thus could not recognize her. However, should she choose to speak, that would certainly change. Noticing the little fox's unease, Yezi ventured to inquire once more, "Could it be that you are acquainted with Jean Tian, fearing that he might recognize your voice?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little fox bared her teeth at Yezi and then conveyed telepathically, "Mind your own business. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Should you dare to utter another word, I shall ensure that you are forever rendered voiceless. Go ahead, test me if you wish." Yezi raised her hand to cover her mouth, shaking her head to indicate that she would no longer speak. Despite her formidable strength, what if she was truly silenced? Alas, have you threatened the little witch? Could it be that her words hold truth? Do I truly know you, which is why you remain silent? Jean Tian, not lacking in wit, immediately inferred from Yezi's demeanor that the art of sound transmission was indeed at play. Chirp, 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 roll away. Even if what you say is true, I have no intention of speaking. What can you do to me? I care not whether I know you or not. However, should you pose a threat to the little witch and her companions, I shall not let you go unpunished. The fox, cunning as it is, found itself at an impasse. Jean Tian did not press the matter, merely cautioning it against causing harm to Yezi and Mo Yin. What does it matter if you persist in your chirping? With such meager abilities, what can you possibly achieve against me? Someone remained silent, yet insisted on incessantly chattering, fueling my growing disdain for foxes and their incessant cries. Little witch, await my return. I was so preoccupied with rescuing others that I forgot to hunt the beasts. Without waiting for Yezi to respond, she leapt away, vanishing from sight, leaving behind the little fox in a flurry of chirps. Ugh, this is infuriating, cursed Jean Tian. Once I regain my strength, I shall exact vengeance for today's grievances. What is it about foxes? In our clan, both males and females are undeniably enchanting, each tribe vying for their affection. Why then, does this one provoke such disdain? Fox, I shall slay you. At last, Bai Bing, now fully aware, sat up to behold the fox capable of human speech, and immediately charged forward, brimming with murderous intent. Yezi hurriedly interjected, "Stop it at once. Oh dear, having lost so much blood, your body must be quite weakened. How can one possibly think of fighting or killing the moment they open their eyes?" The little fox retorted, "Hold me down." Chapter 112, The Little Witch. I was unaware the little fox was filled with indignation. What was wrong with the Fox clan? Why was there such animosity towards them? Fox Empress, I entrust the Fox clan to you. Is this how you intend to elevate our legacy? The situation had escalated to the point where it seemed everyone was clamoring for their downfall. She was even caught in the crossfire. What had the Fox clan done to provoke such disdain from the world? If you possess the prowess, imprison me for eternity. Otherwise, I will eradicate your entire Fox clan. Bai Bing was immobilized, her blood-red eyes seething with hatred as she glared at the little fox, her expression one of sheer malice, as if she yearned to tear her to shreds. The intensity of such hatred left the little fox somewhat taken aback. Throughout her life, she had only encountered admiration and affection, and this was the first time she had witnessed someone harbor such murderous intent towards her. The little fox inquired, "Why do you harbor such hatred for the Fox clan?" The leaves dared not interject. It was evident, considering the multitude of wounds adorning the individual, who had narrowly escaped death. She was certain, without a doubt, that it was the work of the Fox clan. Bai Bing spoke with a tone steeped in resentment. "Why? Are you truly unaware?" The little fox, genuinely perplexed, would not have posed the question otherwise. Reflecting on the injuries, she inquired once more, "Did the Fox clan inflict all of these upon you?" Bai Bing, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. "Ha! What do these minor injuries signify? In comparison to the annihilation of my clan by your fox kin, these wounds are trivial. The little fox gasped. What? Annihilation? Even Yezi and all the valiant warriors of the Tongue-Shi clan turned their gazes toward Bai Bing in disbelief, unable to fathom that this rabbit person had endured such brutal circumstances. A clan's destruction, coupled with relentless pursuit, anyone in such a predicament would likely react similarly. Can you not believe it? Let me assure you, the devastation extends far beyond our rabbit clan. Your fox clan is despicable, all in pursuit of some newly born king. Anyone suspected is deemed expendable, mercilessly slaughtered without hesitation. When those individuals hunted him down, they spoke at length of their so-called noble deeds. In this region, the clans that have been obliterated are not limited to merely the rabbit clan. Yezi and the others exchanged glances, then encircled Mo Yen, vigilantly observing the little fox and isolating it from the group. Even Yezi, usually cautious, now focused intently on the little fox. If the Fox clan had indeed come for the newly born king, they needed to be on guard, not for any other reason, but because Mo Yen was the newly emerged king, and they were too vulnerable. Until they fully matured, every step had to be taken with utmost care. Yezi acknowledged the formidable prowess of the little fox, yet for the sake of Moyen, she was resolute in her stance, unwilling to yield even an inch. Moreover, she was not devoid of combat capability. As a level 6 novice witch, she had absorbed a core of a different attribute and was infused with electric currents. She believed that with full exertion, she could indeed contend with the little fox. Furthermore, they had Zhang, whose strength was commensurate with that of the little fox. Upon hearing any commotion, Zhang would undoubtedly return, and together they could secure victory. Little witch, I am unaware of these matters. Nor do I comprehend the current actions of the Fox tribe. When I departed from the Fox clan, it was not in such a state. No individual relishes being treated as an adversary, especially under circumstances of ignorance. Witnessing everyone isolate her evoked an indescribable sorrow within the little fox, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. Particularly with the little witch, she appreciated the casual demeanor that belied their power disparity, as the little witch often seemed inclined to take action despite her limitations. Yet now, with an air of vigilance as if the little fox were a monstrous threat, it was clear she was contemplating how to overcome her. Merely entertaining this thought filled the little fox with unease. She found herself disliking the little witch's wariness. After all, how could she continue to remain by the little witch's side? Trying to uncover the reasons behind her inability to perceive her inner thoughts or discern her true nature as a beast man. Very well, the little fox conceded. Feelings of sadness were non-existent, merely a flicker of indignation. Under the leadership of the Fox Princess, the Fox tribe had devolved into such a wretched state. Engaging in such morally corrupt actions as the Slaughter tribe was utterly reprehensible. It seemed her painstakingly nurtured celestial, which would struggle to advance further. Among the 3 celestial witches, Sue aged prematurely upon becoming one, her achievements stalling at the elementary, celestial witch level. Tianji and the Fox Princess were of similar age. However, Tianji's temperament was steady, and her comprehension surpassed that of the Fox Princess. Already inferior in capability, the Fox Princess coveted her beauty, indulging incessantly in hedonistic pleasures. And she likely found herself even less admirable than Tianji now. Currently, her actions were ruthless and overbearing, perhaps reaching a point of universal disdain. The once mighty Fox tribe now seemed destined for decline. Little Fox, do you truly remain oblivious to these matters? The leaves displayed a sense of hesitation. Without delving into further details, it is undeniable that within Mo Yin resides the flame of a little fox. A sight she witnessed with her own eyes as Mo Yin consumed it. There is no room for deceit here. Truly, dear Wu Nyang, I have been away from the Fox clan for an extended period, and I am genuinely oblivious to the current affairs of the clan. As the little fox spoke, tears welled up in its eyes as it gazed pleadingly at Yezi. Even Bai Bing, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Fox clan, could not help but momentarily soften at the sight of such pitifulness. However, she quickly regained her composure and retorted fiercely, do not trust it. The Fox clan is inherently cunning, and its words are unworthy of belief. The little fox could not restrain itself from rolling its eyes. What is termed inherent cunning is merely a manifestation of cleverness and agility. Can one not articulate it more aptly? Moreover, this time it has not lied. It has indeed been a long while since it departed from the Fox clan, long enough that the clan may have forgotten its very existence. While I may have doubts about other matters, the flame it conjured was undoubtedly consumed by Mo Yin, and on this account, it must not encounter any misfortune. The warriors of the Tingshi tribe nodded in agreement. After all, they had ventured forth with a singular purpose, to heal their chieftain. The relationship between Yiwu and the chieftain is quite evident. She spoke of what she had witnessed firsthand, which leaves no room for doubt. Consequently, until the issue concerning the flames is resolved, this fox must not be harmed. Furthermore, the rabbit is so feeble that it cannot even best them, let alone overpower the little fox, who is capable of matching the prowess of the master of war. I understand your deep-seated animosity towards the Fox clan, but this particular creature is off limits. In fact, you are powerless against it. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from any rash actions and focus on restoring your health first. This rabbit harbors a vendetta against the fox clan, viewing even an innocent fox as an adversary. However, the fate of the little fox is tied to Yin. And for this reason, even the most ardent hater of the fox clan must exercise restraint. You saved my life, and I am not ungrateful. Since you claim its existence is pivotal to this individual's survival, I shall temporarily spare it. At this point, not only did the little fox roll its eyes, but even Yezi and the others could not resist doing the same, pondering who exactly is sparing whom given your pitiful state. Goo goo goo, master. It's incredibly formidable. You cannot defeat it. By being asked, can he not slay this rabbit? Upon uttering this, his face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing why the expressions of those around him had been so peculiar, he felt utterly humiliated. Thankfully, it seemed these individuals were oblivious to the rabbit's language. Or else he would truly be mortified. The rabbit you raised is quite impressive. The little fox was overjoyed, unafraid of a deity-like opponent, yet wary of a rabbit-like comrade. This sentiment rings true, as it is indeed a burdensome fool. Bai Bing gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare at Xiao Bai, inquiring, what does it feel like to be mocked by an enemy? Goo goo goo. Master, did I say something wrong? It merely reminded the master that this fox is quite formidable, and a wise warrior does not engage in conflict with a strong foe. Bai Bing declared. Power of the core essence, heed my call, silencing technique. The rabbit Xiao Bai whimpered, woo-woo, master, I was wrong. Yezi was taken aback. This world seemed to favor sorcery immensely, presenting an abundance of potent spells at her disposal. TSK, 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 just observe. Uninterested in idle chatter, she effortlessly cast a silencing spell, and lo and behold, the world fell into a serene hush. Indeed, she resolved to employ this tactic again in the future. The little fox stifled a giggle, finding the interaction between this person and her pet rabbit exceedingly amusing. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, the little fox waved her paw nonchalantly. Goo goo goo. My master, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. I shall never dare again, nor will I pilfer the meals prepared by my kin for you, and certainly, I shall refrain from relieving myself outside your abode. Yezi, wasn't it said that the sound-reducing spell would be in effect? How can it still make those cooing noises? Yezi does not understand the language of rabbits, she merely finds it curious. Puff, aha aha. The little fox burst into laughter. This rabbit is simply too amusing, utterly hilarious. Bai Bing is somewhat perplexed by life. Hasn't the sound-reducing spell already been cast? Why is it still ineffective? Could it be that he is so severely injured that the magic has faltered? Suddenly, a fit of gritted teeth ensues. That wretched little Bai has the audacity to pilfer his food and defecate outside his dwelling. How could those hidden thoughts escape? Goo goo goo, master. Let me explain. Bai Bing, I shall not spare you. Goo goo goo, master. Spare my life. The little white rabbit, sensing the ire in Bai Bing's gaze, immediately takes flight, pleading for mercy as it runs. Bai Bing, stop right there. If he does not properly deal with this insufferable rabbit, its audacity will know no bounds. How dare it engage in so much mischief behind his back? What has happened? Everything was fine, yet now it seems they are embroiled in a chase. However, it appears the injured rabbit cannot keep up with the robust, healthy bunny. The beastmen observe the pair darting through the woods, unaware of the events that transpired between them. Yet, in this manner, the rabbit man can temporarily forget the sorrow of his slain kin. Has he truly forgotten? Not at all. The pain in Bai Bing's heart cannot be so easily alleviated by the antics of the little rabbit. He merely seeks to vent his inner turmoil. The little fox's laughter fades. After all, the fox clan has decimated another's lineage, displaying a profound lack of humanity. In this world, the survival of beastmen is already fraught with difficulty, compounded by oppression from more powerful races. When will the beastmen rise in strength? Must they not set aside their racial divisions and unite to flourish collectively? The little fox chuckles self-deprecatingly. During her tenure as a leader of the fox clan, she failed to achieve this, and now, having been away from her clan for so long, she cannot concern herself with such matters. What is this? How have those two managed to catch up? Zhang Tian, returning with his prey, witnesses Bai Bing and the rabbit leaping and bounding, once again marveling at the wonders of magic. No matter how many years he has lived, he is always left in awe each time he sees a shaman wield their craft. Zhang Tian cannot fathom why some beastmen can use magic while others cannot. At times, he wonders if he too could wield magic. Combined with his own warrior strength, would he not become even more formidable? Alas, such thoughts remain mere fantasies. Thus far, he has yet to encounter anyone of that caliber. Who knows what commotion they are causing? Upon concluding her words, Yezi turned her gaze towards the prey in Zhang Tian's hands. Upon noticing the two rabbits, she continued, Master Zhang Tian, since you have caught rabbits, shall we indulge in a feast? Even the leaves are exasperated. She is acutely aware that there resides a rabbit beastman here, accompanied by a pet rabbit. Yet they still dare to hunt rabbits. She is certain that Zhang Tian is doing this intentionally. Haha. It just so happens that he stumbled upon them and seized the opportunity to capture one. They do not consume what we eat. It is not as if they have never tasted it before, is it? I don't trust you at all. Master Zhang Tian is quite devious. Yezi was already certain that Zhang Tian's actions were deliberate. She recalled the two encounters with that rabbit, both of which had been rather unpleasant. With a swift turn of her thoughts, she unwittingly acquiesced to Jean Tien's approach. Having captured the creature and seeing it perish at his hands, she mused on the wastefulness of not consuming it, adhering to the principle that waste is shameful. Therefore, they decided to roast the meat. The little fox cast a disdainful glance at Jean Tien and Yezi, thinking to herself, indeed, like attracts like. Zhi, dear little witch. Please reserve 2 rabbit legs for me, specifically the hind legs, as they possess more meat. Understood. The leaves curled in disdain, revealing that the unscrupulous were not limited to just them. The little fox was no paragon of virtue either. Nevertheless, as long as it did not fear incurring new enmities, 2 legs would suffice for it. Upon returning from battle, Jean Tien was greeted by Bai Bing, who hurried over to express his gratitude. Senior, I am Bai Bing of the Rabbit Clan, and I sincerely thank you for saving my life. After this emotional outpouring, the anguish in his heart was somewhat alleviated, and many matters became clearer to him. He realized that seeking vengeance in a fit of impulsiveness was unwise. What he needed now was to strengthen himself. Once he possessed sufficient power, he would avenge his kin. Jean Tien slowly concealed the hand that held the rabbit behind him and nonchalantly remarked, it was merely a trivial act. You need not dwell on it. Now, I must attend to my quarry. Observing Jean Tien's feigned ignorance, Yezi could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation. She longed to inquire, Master Jean Tien, when has the task of dealing with prey ever fallen solely upon you warriors? 2 individuals should assist Master Jean Tien with the prey. With a multitude of hunters, relying solely on Jean Tien to prepare the game would delay their feast. Moreover, having never witnessed Jean Tien handle prey, she was genuinely concerned he might not do it properly. Meanwhile, as Jean Tien dealt with the game, the beastmen diligently set up a campfire. Yezi cast a fire-spelling incantation, and the flames blazed to life instantaneously. The little fox's eyes lit up with curiosity as it asked, Little witch, can you also conjure fire? This was no surprise to the tongue snake tribe. The Yi Witch clan possessed a multitude of such abilities, and igniting a flame was merely a minor feat. Only the little fox and Bai Bing gazed at Yezi in astonishment. A witch capable of conjuring fire was indeed a rarity in this world. Chapter 114, The Rabbit Elder. The little fox could also conjure fire, but only when its life flame still burned bright. It could not do so now. Bai Bing, having never encountered a witch capable of fire conjuration, felt a surge of curiosity towards this female whom he had previously met. Yezi casually remarked, it's nothing remarkable. We can simply employ the fire summoning technique. You can do it too. She had learned this technique from the Book of Transformation, and apart from its primary use for igniting fires for cooking, she found little else for it. Fire summoning technique. Is such a sorcery even existent? Both the little fox and Bai Bing pondered seriously, ultimately shaking their heads, as they were quite certain they had never encountered this form of sorcery before. Bai Bing mused that it might be a unique magical inheritance of Yezi's tribe, and decided against probing further, silently envying her. The little fox, however, was different. She directly inquired, Little witch, could you recite the incantation for the fire summoning technique for me? Before Yezi could respond, Bai Bing cast a cold glare in her direction, then mockingly remarked, the visage of the fox tribe is indeed repugnant. What? Do you aspire to adopt the shamanic heritage of the human tribes? Yezi, rabbit. Why do you confront the fox like that? It's not such a grave matter, merely a trivial fire-starting spell. Learning it is just part of the process. Little fox. Hey, am I not bestowing a favor upon you, rabbit? How can the fox clan be deemed ugly? The little fox was never known for its amiable temperament. Previously, feeling a twinge of guilt over some mischief caused by the fox clan, it had shown a modicum of restraint towards the rabbit. Now, however, the little fox realized, why should it endure this vexation? It was not responsible for the misdeeds committed. Why bear the brunt of such indignation? It vowed that should the rabbit continue to prattle, it would no longer hold back. It owed no debts of sin to bear this burden. This was a matter of tribal heritage, and if one had even a semblance of dignity, they should know when to cease. Yet here it was, audaciously demanding the little fox recite the spell for its amusement. Was that not a grotesque display? Harboring resentment, Bai Bing found the little fox insufferable, particularly its presumptuous demeanor, which only intensified her irritation. This young shaman was still naive. She must not allow this cunning fox to mislead her. If she felt too shy to refuse, then let the one with grievances against the fox clan speak up. If the little fox desired to learn, so be it. Whether or not it was willing was a matter for the young shaman to decide. Who did it think it was to meddle so deeply? The little fox merely wished to test if it could still summon fire using the fire-starting spell mentioned by the shaman, but the unfortunate rabbit twisted this into something intolerable, prompting a retort. Why should it not concern me? The young shaman, naive to the treachery of the world, needed guidance to guard against those with ulterior motives. She must not fall into their traps. This sentiment was directed at Yezi, though if Yezi insisted on voicing his thoughts, there was little that could be done to prevent him. Hey, how long have you lived to criticize the young shaman's naivety? I assure you, she is far from the innocent you portray. The rabbit, hidden away, perked up at the mention of Little White. Goo goo, who is calling me? Unfortunately, no one acknowledged it. Bai Bing retorted sharply, "What nonsense. She appears to be in her 20s. In our tribe, she is akin to a youngling, in need of protection. Clearly a novice in venturing far from home. You likely think her gullible, which is why you have deliberately approached her. Isn't it? If you possess any true skill, wait for the return of Zhang Tian, and then have the little shaman recite spells for you." Bai Bing had witnessed Zhang Tian's prowess firsthand. He was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior. She had faith that with Zhang Tian present, the little fox would not dare make such demands. Yezi felt that Bai Bing had won the argument, for when Zhang Tian was present, the little fox was too afraid of being recognized to utter a word. However, Yezi was somewhat displeased by Bai Bing's remark, as it implied that she was naive and easily deceived. "May I inquire, dear rabbit brother, how old are you?" Yezi regarded Bai Bing with an expression that mirrored her own age, perhaps just a few years her senior. Why then, did she look down upon her so? "Little witch, my name is Bai Bing, and I am 98 years old. 98? Surely, this must be a jest." In Yezi's mind, the age of 98 conjured the image of a venerable old man with a white beard. She was taken aback to discover that the youthful Bai Bing was indeed so advanced in years. Ah, but this is the beast world, where age cannot be measured by modern standards. In this context, she truly is rather young. Speaking of which, just how old is Mo Yin? Surely he cannot be of the same age as this rabbit gentleman. Little did she know that Mo Yin was even older than Bai Bing, having reached the age of 121. Of course, in this realm, such an age for a beastman signifies the pinnacle of vigor and vitality. Yezi resolved never to inquire about Mo Yin regarding this matter, not for any other reason, but the fear that knowing would leave her feeling uneasy. Just imagine. At merely 20-something years of age, she had chosen as her husband someone who was a mere century or so old, or even older. It was a thought that sat uncomfortably in her mind. Thus, she buried it deep within her heart, never to ask. Upon hearing Bai Bing disclose her age, the little fox couldn't help but scoff. How embarrassing. Bai Bing shot a cold glare in her direction. "You impudent fox, what else do you wish to say?" With her hands clasped in prayer, Yezi bid farewell to the little fox. The incessant bickering between the girl and the fox seemed never-ending. She implored the little fox to cease provoking Bai Bing into arguments. Yet, the little fox feigned ignorance and, with a flick of its tongue, retorted that some individuals mistakenly believed that the young witch was lesser, unaware that she surpassed them in strength. TSK, at the age of 98. A mere level 5 novice witch, while the young witch, in her 20s, had already attained the status of a level 6 novice witch. What? The young witch is a level 6 novice witch? Bai Bing exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Yezi. He had been unable to discern Yezi's level, having always assumed she was merely a level 1 or 2 novice witch. He had prided himself on being hailed as the most gifted witch of his age. Having reached level 5 at such a young age, the elders had even proclaimed that his future accomplishments would be remarkable. Yet now, he found himself confronted by a young witch, barely in her 20s, who had already achieved level 6. In comparison, what did his so-called extraordinary talent amount to? He hurriedly interjected, "Do not heed the ramblings of that little fox. My circumstances are rather unique, and comparisons are unwarranted. You are truly formidable. Among all the novice witches I have encountered, none possess your level of prowess. Consider the old witch. She has languished at the first level of novice witch for centuries yet continues to thrive, growing ever younger. Moreover, her situation is indeed exceptional. She is a transcender and possibly a descendant of dragons, blessed with numerous advantageous traits. Thus, these comparisons are utterly unfounded. This esteemed rabbit gentleman must not feel inferior to her, for that would be her folly. Thank you, little witch. I am not so fragile. Is it not her intention to undermine me? I shall not grant that odious fox her wish." After expressing her gratitude to Yi, Bai Bing swiftly donned a mask of indifference, confronting the little fox. "You Fox Clan members believe yourselves above reproach simply because you have produced a celestial witch. You disregard the lives of others. One day, I too shall cultivate to that height, and then it will be your clan that pays in blood for its transgressions." Upon uttering these words, Yi positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Bing. "Little fox, have some compassion. It is understandable that one might speak harshly in such a situation. To be candid, if she were in the fox's position, her first instinct would likely be to eliminate Bai Bing to prevent future troubles. You have yet to transcend to the celestial witch level. How can you dare to speak so defiantly before one so evidently superior? Such bravado is tantamount to courting death." Bai Bing gazed at Yi. Her heart warmed. The petite figure stood at her chest level, yet she boldly defended her. What merit did Bai Bing possess to deserve such loyalty? The little fox harbored a tinge of murderous intent. Although it had distanced itself from Fox Clan affairs, they were still its roots, and those fox people were its disciples. It could not allow such a danger to persist. Despite its disdain for Bai Bing's inferiority to the little witch, Bai Bing's innate talent was indeed commendable, surpassing many of her peers. Furthermore, male witches have always been rare, and each one that emerges is a remarkable existence. Given the inherent tenacity of male witches, one could not dismiss the possibility that he might one day rise to greatness. The vendetta against the Fox Clan had undoubtedly taken root in this rabbit's heart. When the day comes that he attains celestial witch status, he may very well seek retribution against the Fox Clan. Eliminate him and sever future troubles, was the little fox's prevailing thought. However, upon observing the little witch's demeanor, the fox hesitated. If it were to slay this rabbit, it would surely alienate itself from the little witch. How could it reclaim its innate flame? How might it continue to remain by the little witch's side and uncover the secrets she harbored? After much contemplation, the little fox resolved to spare the rabbit for the time being. Let us not forget, aside from the celestial witch, there exists one even more powerful than she. Though presently diminished, the little fox firmly believes in its eventual restoration. Moreover, this rabbit is merely a 5th-level novice witch. To cultivate to the level of a celestial witch is no trivial matter. Without several centuries of dedication, he would be hard-pressed to reach such heights. Centuries are a long time. Who can predict what may transpire? Having reached this conclusion, the little fox resumed its languid demeanor, half closing its eyes as it remarked. This esteemed being does not hold grudges against the insignificant. There is no need to quibble with a novice witch. However, before it could finish speaking, it noticed Jean Tian approaching and promptly fell silent, affirming Yi's conviction that the little fox and Jean Tian were indeed acquaintances. Acquaintances, those familiar with Master Tianji, are certainly no weaklings. How formidable must this one be, injured as he is? Little witch, the prey has been dealt with. The remainder is yours to manage. Since tasting the food prepared by Yi, Jean Tian had developed an affinity for her culinary skills. There was something about her cooking. The same ingredients transformed into something far more delectable under her hands. I understand, Master Jean Tian. You must be weary. Please rest for a moment. I will call for you once everything is ready. Thanks to Jean Tian's prowess, their entire group was able to operate with remarkable ease, and Yi was immensely grateful to him. Yi, while processing the prey, I stumbled upon this and brought it back. Do you think it is edible? Upon mentioning food, both the little fox and Jean Tian glanced over, only to find it was not meat, prompting both to immediately withdraw their gazes in disappointment. Yet, the leaves exclaimed, cabbage. How astonishing that you have discovered cabbage. Where did you find it? Is there more to be found there? Yezi hurriedly approached the orc, her excitement palpable as she beheld a splendid, plump cabbage, swathed in layers, resembling a chubby infant. Observing her enthusiasm, the orc, Deshaun, scratched his head in a simple-minded manner and replied, it's just over there by the creek, quite a few of them. I found it fascinating how it was all bundled up, so I casually pulled one out. He seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Yet he pondered whether it was palatable. Come, let us hasten to take a look. With the prospect of discovering a new delicacy, Yezi was oblivious to all else, even neglecting her hunger as she eagerly pulled Deshaun forward. The little fox, naturally, followed suit, curious to discern what could incite such fervor in the young witch. Bai Bing, ever suspicious of the fox's intentions, trailed behind, determined to safeguard the young witch from any potential deceit. Bai Bing's resolve to follow was matched by the rabbit, who remained steadfastly at her heels, fearing abandonment. Jean Tian promptly assigned 2 individuals, instructing, you two, accompany them and protect Yi Wu. If anything arises, call out. With so many in attendance and the creek not being too far, any commotion would surely be heard, rendering it unnecessary to join the throng. Understood, Master Jean Tian. As the two set off, Jean Tian settled down, his gaze drawn to the abandoned cabbage. Cabbage should be edible, and if so, I shall taste it to discern its flavor, especially if it warrants such attention from Yi Wu. He took the cabbage into his embrace, and with a decisive bite, he chewed thoughtfully, concluding, it's rather crisp and sweet, barely palatable, though I must admit, I prefer meat. Satisfied that it was indeed consumable, he tossed it aside, realizing that such flavors were more suited to the females, nothing compared to the satisfaction of meat. The orcs left behind exchanged glances, acknowledging Jean Tian's sentiments. Yet they had discovered through Yi Wu's culinary influence that wild vegetables could indeed be delightful. Moreover, they noted a curious benefit. Since consuming wild greens and fruits alongside Yi Wu, their digestive troubles had significantly improved. No longer did they endure days of discomfort. Struggling to relieve themselves, the wild fare had proven advantageous. Meanwhile, Yezi and her companions finally reached the creek where Jean Tian and the others had been processing their catch. The banks were strewn with the entrails of beasts, and in mere moments, they had attracted a swarm of mosquitoes, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Yezi could not help but suggest, in the future, when you handle the prey, it would be wise to bury the entrails of such beasts. Not only do they attract mosquitoes, which is quite bothersome, but they can also unwittingly draw other ferocious creatures. In Chapter 116 of Lu Wen, the act of slaying a beast, discarding its entrails, and taking the meat is a common practice among all. Upon hearing Yezi's suggestion, some felt it to be somewhat superfluous. Yi Wu, we understand. We shall adhere to your counsel moving forward. Yezi is the most esteemed shaman of the Tingsha tribe. When she spoke, the 3 men of the mountains naturally complied and promptly agreed. Shaman Yi, one of them said, I gathered that item over there. Look, there are plenty more. As Yezi followed the direction indicated by the hand of the towering orc, her gaze fell upon a stretch of flat land where cabbages flourished in abundance. Upon closer inspection, the largest among them were nearly the size of a basin. At the base of these cabbages lay numerous dried and decaying leaves, while wild grasses and thorns intertwined, sprawling across the verdant foliage. Yezi was overjoyed to discover such a bountiful harvest, envisioning a winter when they could feast on fresh vegetables. The tribe lacked seeds, and their current sustenance consisted solely of foraged wild greens. As winter approached, when all life would be stilled and wild vegetables and fruits would vanish, these cabbages would prove invaluable. TNX and GN, arise, she commanded. The TNX and GN, attuned to Yezi's thoughts, responded instantly. Soaring from her hair and enlarging itself to slice through the thorny vines with precision, the little fox's mouth twitched in disbelief. Such a magnificent sword being used to cut thorns seemed a waste. I wonder if TNJ will regret gifting that sword to the little witch, it mused. Such sharpness, such a marvelous tool. Bai Bing exclaimed, admiration filling her gaze. She realized the significance of the little witch's identity at such a young age. She had already attained the rank of a level 6 initiate witch, a feat unattainable for an ordinary small tribe. The rarity of core essence was well known. The only reason the rabbit tribe could afford it was due to their careful preservation of resources and their renowned speed, allowing them to acquire core essence swiftly and efficiently without engaging in direct combat. This was the reason the rabbit tribe, despite its frailty, continued to thrive. Reflecting on this, sorrow washed over Bai Bing as she lamented the tribe's demise at the hands of the fox tribe. She cast a determined glance at the little fox, silently vowing, Fox tribe, await your reckoning. One day, I will ensure your total annihilation. The little fox sensed the intensity of Bai Bing's gaze. When it turned back, it noticed Bai Bing had already averted his eyes, a smirk involuntarily gracing its lips. The little rabbit's animosity was palpable. It seemed unafraid of being vanquished. With a cunning glint in its eye, the little fox spoke, Are you envious? Such treasures are not for everyone. Do you know who she is? I shall enlighten you. The little witch is a disciple of TNJ. Are you familiar with TNJ? In this world, there are 3 celestial witches, and our fox tribe possesses one. The little witch's master is among them, with another residing in the wolf tribe. Among the 3, TNJ wields the greatest power, even if the little fox was reluctant to admit this fact. The little witch is his sole disciple. Are you hoping to align yourself with her, seeking her protection to bolster your strength? How shameful for a grown man. The little fox aimed to dismiss Bai Bing, not out of malice, but to rid itself of the constant scrutiny of a hater. It could not eliminate him, which was bothersome. So it sought to distance itself from the little rabbit. Foul fox, you think to provoke me into leaving? Not a chance. I shall remain unless you depart first. Bai Bing refrained from mentioning that he would gladly leave if the little witch requested it, ensuring he would not linger. You intend to cling to the little witch. But beware, she has a partner, the one lying still beside her. The little witch is here to find medicine to heal him. You stand no chance. The sacred medicine of the Cliff Eagle tribe was rumored to be exceptional, and Bai Bing had heard whispers of its renown. If given the opportunity, he would seize him to test its restorative properties. Your fox tribe not only wears a grotesque fade but harbors a vile heart as well. The little witch having a partner is a blessing. I shall only wish her well and her partner. I bear no ill thoughts. I must inform you that the elder Jean Tian saved my life, and the little witch healed my wounds. I am determined to repay their kindness. You harbor ulterior motives. I must keep a watchful eye on you. The little witch seeks medicine, and I shall assist her with all my strength. If you wish for me to leave, you can forget it. As the two fell behind in their quarrel, Yezi paid them no mind, her thoughts solely occupied with the cabbages. Once she saw that the TNXNGN had cleared the thorny vines, she promptly commanded, Harvest all the cabbages. Yes, Leaf Witch, replied the 3 beast men, obediently moving towards the cabbages to begin uprooting them one by one. The leaves are not idle, observing a plump cabbage as it approaches, shedding the withered, yellow outer leaves to reveal the tender, succulent inner ones, filling the heart with delight. How wonderful! With these cabbages, I can retreat to my room during the winter and attempt to prepare a hot pot feast. The wild herbs smell so fragrant. I, Little White, am in for a treat and shall indulge heartily. A rabbit? As Yezi turned her head, she beheld Bai Bing's pet rabbit eagerly gnawing on a large cabbage, and an instant sense of dread washed over her. Silence. You are not permitted to feast upon my cabbage. Cabbages and carrots were indeed the rabbit's favorites, and this particular rabbit was both large and plump, undoubtedly capable of devouring copious amounts. She could not allow it to ravage the precious cabbages. Boo boo boo. What of it? This is wild and freely grown. Anyone can partake. Female. You cannot be so domineering. Bai Bing, control your rabbit. These cabbages are our tribe's sustenance for the winter. Do not let it ruin them. Although she could not comprehend the rabbit's sounds, she believed it was never wrong to ask the owner to manage their pet. Yezi had faith that Bai Bing could certainly handle this rabbit. Upon hearing Yezi's call, Bai Bing immediately addressed the rabbit, Xiao Bai, saying, Xiao Bai, cease at once. If you touch those cabbages again, you shall no longer accompany me. Her words were akin to a binding spell. Xiao Bai, realizing Bai Bing was not jesting, hesitated to approach the cabbages despite its craving. Boo boo boo, master. Please do not forsake me. I shall not eat. I promise. Despite the rabbit being restrained, Yezi could not help but feel a pang of compassion at its pitiful appearance. She decided to pull out the cabbage that Xiao Bai had previously nibbled and placed it before it, saying, Here, this one is for you. The others are off limits, understand? Xiao Bai did not move, instead gazing at Bai Bing, clearly frightened of being abandoned. Without Bai Bing's prompting, it truly dared not eat. Go ahead, eat it. By being declared, then proceeded to the vegetable patch, joining the 3 orcs in harvesting the cabbages. She did not wish to sound so severe, but the times had changed, and Xiaobai could no longer be allowed to run amok. Thank you, master. Xiaobai exclaimed gratefully, and upon receiving permission, it joyfully embraced the cabbage and began to munch away, completely devoid of any semblance of pity. The leaves curled in disdain. This was merely a gluttonous rabbit, deserving of pity. Shouldn't it express gratitude to itself instead? Nevertheless, she chose to rise above, unwilling to quarrel with a mere rabbit, and decided to gather the cabbage first. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yezi, oh my, what is that sound? It sends shivers down my spine. Deshaun and the others, protect the leaf witch. By Bing. Closest to Yezi, was the first to rush forward to shield her, thus earning the favor of the 3 beast men. The little fox leaped onto a tree, gazing down upon the source of the sound, and then remarked, "Little witch, we are in trouble. The creatures that have arrived this time are rather formidable. In the past, no matter how fierce the beasts were, a mere wave of the little fox's hand would suffice to send them away. However, its current strength had significantly diminished, making it arduous to contend with these foes." Upon hearing the little fox express that they were troublesome, Yezi felt a sense of relief. If the little fox claimed it was incapable of handling them, that would indeed be a grave concern. Little fox, what do you see? It is often said that those who stand high can see far. The little fox, perched atop the tree, must have discerned the nature of the approaching entities. Observing the few individuals below, the little fox spoke with a hint of foreboding. Do not rush. You shall find out shortly. Upon hearing this tone, the others instinctively feared that calamity was imminent, and they widened their eyes in alarm. Deshaun immediately urged Yezi in terror. Leaf Witch quickly climbed the tree. Another chimed in urgently. Yes, ascend first. We shall cover your retreat. By Bing, with a grim expression, shot a glare at the little fox and added, You go up first. We will seek another hiding place. This was not the time for hesitation. Yezi promptly dashed toward the tree where the little fox was situated and swiftly ascended. It was then she beheld a horde of beetles approaching, dense and numerous, leaving no foliage in their wake, nearly causing her to slip down the tree in shock. Seeing that the others remained below, she immediately called out, Stop standing there. Hurry and find a place to hide. The 3, their faces grave, confirmed that Yezi had reached the tree before turning to dash toward the adjacent one, swiftly climbing up. Upon witnessing the swarm of beetles, the beastmen could not help but rub their arms and murmur, My goodness, there are so many. Beastman Adam, after careful observation, remarked, Look at their mandibles, they are razor sharp. The moment they encounter something, they can bite right through it. Have you noticed? They consume everything edible and reduce the inedible to mere fragments. The little fox shot Adam a sidelong glance. Your observations are quite meticulous. Do you know what happens when they encounter beastmen? The group exchanged glances between the little fox and the dense swarm of beetles, collectively shuddering. They had no desire to know. Unfortunately, the little fox intended for them to find out. If beastmen come across these creatures, they will be left with naught but bones. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down their spines. In truth, they had already suspected as much. Yet hearing it articulated by the little fox instilled a deeper sense of dread. Yezi could not help but clasp her arms tightly. Little fox. What exactly are those creatures? Is there any way to deal with them? She was certain that the little fox was well aware of the nature of these beetles, for it would not possess such knowledge otherwise. The bone-eating beetles, with their exceedingly hard exoskeletons, were nearly impervious to attack, and they were insatiably gluttonous, consuming everything in their path, leaving no trace behind. There had once been a tribe that encountered these creatures, and in a single night, the entire tribe vanished from existence, with nothing remaining except for the structures they inhabited. If they were to fear anything, it would likely be fire. However, ordinary flames could not vanquish them, only the mystical fire could suffice. The thought of annihilating an entire tribe in one night was truly terrifying. And while the group felt an overwhelming dread of these beetles, thoughts of exterminating them also crossed their minds. Yet, upon hearing the little fox's words, they fell into silence. Only the mystical fire could eradicate these creatures, and they possessed none. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that these beings were highly sensitive to scents and were adept climbers as well. The little fox was being deliberately mischievous. The group, including Yezi, glared at the little fox. You knew they were sensitive to smells and could climb trees, yet you didn't warn us? This wretched fox was truly insufferable. Was it intent on leading them to their doom? The little fox replied nonchalantly, It wouldn't matter if I told you, for they would simply follow the path you take in your escape. I presume you wouldn't want to lead them to Mo Yin and the others, would you? Yezi, she certainly would not lead danger towards Moyin. That being said, it seems they can only await their demise. She does not believe that the little fox would watch them perish here. By the way, can the Tianqing sword pierce through their shells? The Tianqing sword is indeed a treasured blade, remarkably sharp. Yezi feels it should be capable of breaking through the exoskeletons of those beetles. Are you certain you can strike accurately? Such a vast expanse, even if the Tianqing sword can indeed penetrate their shells, it would not be able to slay them all. Would it? The leaves fell silent in response. Indeed, there were too many beetles. Yet, could the flames she conjured, without the use of the Tianqing sword, truly incinerate those beetles? Fire, perhaps? However, her flames were typically reserved for cooking, lacking any extraordinary qualities. The fire she produced was certainly not of a mystical nature. Would it be sufficient to vanquish those beetles? The orc from the mountains exclaimed. Look, leaf shaman. As Yezi gazed ahead, her eyes widened in astonishment. She beheld the beetles had arrived at the edge of the stream, where the entrails of beasts previously piled by the orcs had now been submerged. As the beetles tumbled about, the water splashed violently, and the aquatic creatures concealed within the stream met their unfortunate fate. Ah, the cabbages. Tianqin's sword, gather those cabbages. Leave not a single one behind. Whoosh. The Tianqin sword darted towards the ground without a care for the circumstances, severing them at the roots before drawing them into the sword. The commotion caused by the Tianqin sword caught the attention of the bone-eating beetles, which raised their sharp pincers, emitting a crunching sound. In an instant, all the beetles surged towards the Tianqin sword in a frenzy. Tian. The leaf was also apprehensive of the Tianqin sword being encircled by the beetles, fearing that if it were to be damaged by them, she would have no place to weep. Just as she intended to call back the Tianqin sword, a small fox's paw covered her mouth. Accompanying this gesture was the fox's warning, do not make a sound. Should she remain silent and watch the Tianqin sword be besieged by the beetles? After all, it was a gift from Master Tianji. The soft whispers of the little fox reached her ears again. What are you worried about? The Tianqin sword is a precious blade. Those beetles cannot harm it. Can it truly not be harmed? Yezi fixed her gaze upon the Tianqin sword, observing as it sliced through the swarm of bone erosion beetles, green liquid splattering in every direction. An unsettling odor wafted towards her, and despite her efforts to resist, she retched involuntarily. Chapter 118, The Electric Attribute Core Essence. All their efforts seemed in vain. The little fox noticed that not only Yezi was vomiting, but others were as well. It had forgotten one crucial detail. The blood and flesh of the bone erosion beetles were formidable weapons in their own right. Crunch, crunch. The bone erosion beetles, having detected the presence of individuals on the tree, began to ascend towards them. To make matters worse, some beetles were gnawing at the base of the tree. In this dire situation, relying on anyone seemed futile. The little fox waved its claws, swiftly swatting down the beetles that had managed to climb halfway. Orcakang finally ceased his retching, only to be horrified at the sight, witnessing the little fox's actions. He shouted, Little fox, over here. Help us out as well. The little fox cast a sidelong glance at Bai Bing and mischievously replied, Sure, if you beg me, I might lend a hand. All right, we beseech you, little fox. Great fox, please assist us. They implored. Fox ancestor, enough of the games. They are almost upon us. If you do not act soon, we are doomed. Unmoved, the little fox continued to fixate on Bai Bing, intrigued by the little rabbit's pride. It wished to see if he would maintain his composure in the face of death. You foul fox, do you wish to see me beg for mercy? Let me assure you, even in death, I shall never bow to you. The little fox clearly awaited his declaration, yet he would not seek aid from the fox clan. Should he leap down, he was certain this insufferable fox would save the others. Bai Bing. Dasha grabbed Bai Bing, who was poised to jump, casting a reproachful glance at the little fox, silently accusing it of cruelty. Humph, what a stubborn soul. The little fox had tested its limits. It realized that this was a particularly obstinate stone. Convincing him to beg for mercy would be no easy feat. The leaves of her feet felt somewhat weak. This bout of retching had thoroughly tormented her. Concerning the matter between the little fox and Bai Bing, she found herself devoid of the strength to intervene. Indeed, this world is perilous. She had initially believed that with Master Zhan Tian by her side, this journey would proceed smoothly, but it now appeared she had been overly optimistic. Little witch, are you all right? If you are, quickly ponder over what to do next. It is not a solution to keep waving like this. Overexerting one's witchcraft will inevitably lead to exhaustion. Yezi was taken aback. She had been relying on the little fox, and now she found herself in a predicament. What could she possibly do? Why was she in a daze? You possess the ability to summon fire and have absorbed the energy of the. Hasten to integrate that energy into the flames and then cast it forth to see if it proves effective. Her bewilderment was nothing short of squandering that precious. It would have been wiser to retain it for its own use. But how to fuse it? She was utterly clueless. I am wasting a treasure. The little fox wanted to curse. So you absorbed such a valuable item only to let it languish within you? You summon the fire. Then attach the energy of the to it and hurl it at those bone-corroding beetles. Do you comprehend? Woe is me. Who else is as unfortunate as it? Having theirs stolen and yet still obligated to instruct another on its usage? It ought to strangle this little witch, lest she continue to vex it. Understood. The leaves settled solemnly, acutely aware that remaining perched upon the tree while practicing sorcery was perilously precarious. A single misstep could result in a debilitating fall. Essence of the core, heed my command, ignite. The little fox twitched at the incantation of the novice sorcerers, finding it rather juvenile. Essence of the core, heed my command. Electrify the flames. The little fox was taken aback. Electrical essence? It was aware that, aside from the 5 elemental essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there also existed the rare essences of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Among these, the lightning and electrical essences were the most elusive, yet to be discovered in contemporary times. Their existence merely a relic of ancient lore. To its astonishment, it had finally encountered one today, stirring a pang of regret. Not for any other reason than the fact that this essence had once brushed past it. With a sizzle, the electrical essence fused with the flames, transforming the once crimson fire into an ethereal blue, shimmering with currents of electricity, exuding an exquisite beauty. Go forth, incinerate them. Leaf felt no qualms about obliterating those wicked beetles. It was only fitting to eradicate such malevolence. With a crackling sound, a sphere of azure flames was hurled into the mass of beetles, instantly igniting a tumultuous uproar. The electric currents coursing through the blue flames eliciting piercing cries of anguish from the creatures. Seizing the moment, the celestial sword returned to Leaf's side. And upon seeing it unscathed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank you for your efforts. Now, take a moment to rest. The celestial sword nuzzled against her before shrinking and reattaching itself to her ponytail. The more Bai Bing observed Leaf, the more he found her unfathomable. Their brief acquaintance had revealed an endless array of remarkable abilities that left him in awe. Do not dawdle. That flame is insufficient. We need a greater conflagration. The numbers of the bone-eating beetles were vast, and the little sorceress's singular sphere of blue flame could extinguish at most 100 of them. Countless more awaited their demise. She could not afford to grow too complacent. Upon observing that the previously cast azure flames had vanished without a trace, Yezi did not dare to linger. She promptly intoned nuclear essence power, unleashing successive orbs of blue flames. Remarkably, her expression remained unperturbed, which unsettled the little fox. Why is it that her nuclear essence seems inexhaustible? The little fox ventured to inquire. Little witch, do you feel any discomfort? Ah, not at all. I'm quite well. There are still numerous bone-eating beetles over there. I shall conjure a couple more large orbs to cast forth. The leaves burned delightfully, simultaneously creating a barrier to shield herself from the foul odor. Truly, she knew how to savor the moment. However, as it was no longer of use, she decided to conjure another barrier, for the stench emitted by the beetles was unbearable. Nearby, a few individuals were nearly driven mad by the vile smell. And with the beetles still lurking beneath the tree, they could only endure it, resorting to vomiting when the nausea became intolerable. Bai Bing placed the rabbit, Xiao Bai, atop the tree, causing the creature to squawk in fright, its four clumsy paws awkwardly gripping the trunk, its body trembling. Goo goo goo, master, rabbits cannot climb trees. You brought me up here, so you must take responsibility. Ugh. Bai Bing turned and retched, vowing that if Xiao Bai continued to pester him, he would kick it down the tree to serve as a meal for the beetles. Seeing Bai Bing suffer, Xiao Bai dared not utter another sound. In moments of peril, Bai Bing had not forgotten to bring it to safety, indicating that he indeed cared for it. It could not constantly be a source of trouble for its master. Master, he is suffering so much. Little witch, are you all right? Chapter 119, The Worship of Zhang Tian. Upon learning of the troubles at the leaves location, Zhang Tian was the first to rush over, considering Mo Yan's situation. He took some time to ensure Mo Yan was settled and instructed the beast men to protect him before hastening to the scene. The foul air and the numerous carcasses of the beetles, along with the writhing bone-eating beetles, compelled Zhang Tian, unable to see the figures of the leaves, to shout out. This shout drew a horde of bone-eating beetles towards him, and seeing them charge, Leaf became anxious. Master Zhang Tian, quickly evade. The distance between them rendered her conjured flames insufficient to aid him. Calm down, little witch. If Zhang Tian cannot escape these beetles, then he has squandered his life thus far. Worrying for Zhang Tian? It would be far more practical to conjure more flames and incinerate several beetles to alleviate their suffering. Truly, the stench of burning bone-eating beetles was overwhelmingly repugnant. If they did not leave promptly, it would surely induce vomiting. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian, witnessing the swarm of approaching bone-eating beetles, shouted, "Come forth." A sky-blue sword appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he sent a significant number of them flying. However, the sheer volume of the beetles was daunting. Those in front were dispatched, yet more surged forward with ferocity. I shall bury you alive. This time, instead of attacking the beetles, Zhang Tian swung his sword at the ground, causing a section of earth, mixed with stones and roots, to cascade down upon the bone-eating beetles. Remarkably, he managed to bury a substantial number of them. Master Zhang Tian, splendidly executed. Master Zhang Tian, so mighty. Master Zhang Tian, truly impressive. The admiration of the three beastmen for Zhang Tian reached an unceasing crescendo. Bai Bing's eyes sparkled with awe, contemplating how wonderful it would be if he too could wield such prowess. In an instant, a thought flickered in his mind, to become Zhang Tian's disciple and learn martial arts under his tutelage. Navi, do you think that can resolve the bone-eating beetles? Zhang Tian is indeed a towering fool with little sense. As the little fox spoke, the earth was disturbed, and the bone-eating beetles crawled out, continuing their assault on Zhang Tian with their sharp pincers. Damn it, if you can't handle them, I'd best retreat. With the beetles drawing ever closer, he realized that staying put would lead to entanglement. He fled. Curse you, Zhang Tian. Where are you running to? The little fox was furious. Zhang Tian had indeed fled. But in the direction of their location, was he being intentional? Little witch, do you have a method to deal with these bone-eating beetles? I've heard from Tianji that only can combat them. Does anyone among you possess? For Zhang Tian, traversing to the leaves was a simple task, accomplished with a few leaps. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You thick-headed Zhang Tian, is it not obvious? Do you not see the blue flames being conjured in the little witch's hand? Oh dear, why does she hold such disdain for him? It seems she is indeed irked by him. The little fox looked at the increasingly larger blue flame in Leaf's hand, unable to refrain from lamenting once more. Her innate fire, her blue flames, and an exceedingly rare electric. Little witch, your fortune is astounding. The little fox wailed again. Can we not speak of this? It was all acquired for me by Mo Yin and the others. I am indeed fortunate to have arrived at the Ting Snake tribe, where everything is splendid. Although there have been some unpleasant occurrences, they pale in comparison to the unconditional support from my kin. By the way, Master Zhang Tian, what of the Mo Yin and the others? Zhang Tian was the primary protector of Mo Yin. With his arrival, what would become of them? Do not worry. I found a safe location for them and settled them before coming here. However, it seems my assistance is not required. Zhang Tian scratched his head, showing off a little, which earned him cheers from the foolish youths, yet he felt somewhat embarrassed for not having accomplished much. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Who said that? I am exhausted. The task of dispatching the remaining bone-eating beetles is now yours. Little witch, what is this little fox babbling about? Squeaking without end, he must understand it too. The fox tribe truly vexes me. Master Zhang Tian, please take care of those beetles climbing the trees. I shall utilize to burn them. Yezi resolved to personally implore Zhang Tian, for if she were to relay the little fox's exact words, an altercation between the human and the fox would be inevitable. The little fox let out a disdainful snort, turning its head aside, expressing its contempt for Yezi's conciliatory approach. This task was simple. She vowed to prevent even a single beetle from ascending. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tian once again showcased his formidable prowess, not employing the azure sword, but rather utilizing his fists to send all the beetles plummeting to the ground. Master Zhang Tian, your fists are incredible. You didn't even touch those beetles. Yet they all fell. Deshan observed his own fists, feeling they were comparable to Master Zhang Tian's, yet wondering why his lacked such potency. That is because the force of my punches carries a wind. Though their shells may be hard, their grip is insufficient. When the wind from my fist strikes, they inevitably lose their hold and tumble down, he explained. At his level of skill, the wind generated was not particularly significant, nonetheless. Zhang Tian relished the adulation bestowed upon him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What a boast. I could easily dislodge those beetles without the wind. Why do these oblivious fools not worship me? The leaves gazed up at the sky, displaying a certain naivety. It is rather amusing that they would claim the beastmen lack insight for such a trivial matter. The little fox, however, fails to consider that the companions it refers to are indeed valiant beastmen warriors. Should they not hold reverence for the god of war? Are they to revere a fox skilled in sorcery instead? That would be a grave misunderstanding. The beastmen harbor only awe towards sorcery, and adoration is a rare sentiment. There exists one individual who practices sorcery, yet far from revering the little fox, he would rather see it perish. The little fox is rather out of place, concealing its identity yet still yearning for attention. If it is so fearful of being recognized, would it not be wiser to remain silent? Is it truly intent on showcasing itself? Alas, it walks a different path. At this moment, it has become evident to all that whenever the god of war is present, the little fox refrains from speaking, opting instead for soft chirps. The true self is certainly not aligned with you. Had I known earlier, I would have let the bone-eating beetle finish you off. Chapter 120, Celestial Sovereign. Yezi realized that the little fox delighted in teasing everyone. Yet it deliberately allowed only her to hear its playful antics, while the others could merely listen to its fox-like calls. Faced with such a situation, Yezi thought it best to simply listen, as long as the little fox did not direct its antics towards her. Let it be as it may, after all. The others were oblivious to its mischievousness. One must wonder, how is it that this creature cannot be silenced? The leaves could hardly recall how many flames had been cast down, yet the beetles below seemed to remain numerous. You are mistaken, little witch, said Zhang Tian. The living beetles have all crawled to the top, while the layer beneath is entirely composed of their deceased kin, creating the illusion that their numbers have not diminished. To be frank, Zhang Tian had to admire Tian Ji's discerning eye. For centuries, countless individuals had sought to become his disciple, yet he accepted none. Except for the little witch. It was only now that Zhang Tian grasped the extent of that individual's insight. He had taken on a pupil who, without any instruction, had become remarkably powerful. What a feat. His own disciple, however, had yet to be rescued and was still in dire need of assistance. Truly, comparisons could be infuriating. Then I shall continue to burn, he declared. The little fox inquired, from where does all this witchcraft originate? Zhang Tian responded. Doesn't the little witch find the stench and repulsiveness of these beetles off-putting? It was then that he noticed the barrier surrounding the leaves and understood that she had isolated herself from the outside world, rendering herself oblivious to the foul odor. Impressive. Looking at the others, their faces were pale, evidently tormented by the fetid sin of the beetles. Speaking of which, the little witch was rather inconsiderate. Aware of her own protection, why had she not created a barrier for the others as well? Little witch, Zhang Tian lamented, you were being quite selfish. Shielding only yourself and neglecting to provide a barrier for the rest. Yezi was taken aback, for it was evident that the little fox had communicated with her through a form of telepathy. However, she was only capable of casting such spells for herself and had no knowledge of extending it to others. Master Zhang Tian, I cannot create barriers for anyone else unless they are in close proximity to me. I can only enlarge the barrier to encompass everyone together. Yet, They are situated on two separate trees, and despite the short distance, it remains impossible to shield them both. Little Wunyang, do you know what I am pondering? This time, Jean Tian felt a sense of embarrassment, as it could be construed as speaking ill of others behind their backs, and yet he had been caught red-handed. No. The little fox informed me. With a coy smile, Yezi thought to herself, this cunning fox is clearly attempting to sow discord. She would not fall for such tricks. She deftly returned the ball, leaving the little fox to resolve the matter on its own. The little fox pondered, has it been sold by the little witch? Among the entire fox clan, only one possesses the ability to comprehend the human heart. However, to my knowledge, that individual has vanished for centuries. Jean Tian, observing the little fox's forehead, shook his head and continued, you cannot be her. She is a prodigy rarely seen in a millennium. Endowed not only with the power to read minds but also with the extraordinary fire. You lack both. You are not her. Jean Tian was lost in reminiscence. That individual was akin to his master, a formidable being who, after bequeathing their legacy to the next generation, retreated from the world. As for their whereabouts, no one knows. Some say they ventured to other continents, while others claim they ascended to a higher realm, to possess the ability to read hearts and wield unique flames. Do you intend to continue concealing your true identity? Upon hearing Jean Tian's words, Yezi became convinced that this was indeed the prodigious figure he spoke of, though she wondered if this genius had fallen on hard times. Little witch, in my current state, where is the former majesty I once commanded? My strength has significantly waned, and I am gravely injured, but most importantly, I have lost my extraordinary fire. Even if I were to admit this myself, no one would be inclined to believe me. If she still possessed her former power, how could she not return to the Fox clan? For that is where her roots lie. He finally comprehended the significance of the flame devoured by Mo Yin. It was, after all, the unique fire of the little fox. Is it even possible to retrieve it? After Yezi inquired, she noticed the little fox dejectedly resting against the tree, shedding tears that evoked immense pity. Oh dear little fox, do not weep. Is it that you cannot retrieve it? If that is the case, I shall help you find a new one in the future, given the little fox's cunning nature. If there were a chance to reclaim it, it would have surely sneaked off to seek Mo Yin by now. Yezi surmised that the likely belonged to Mo Yin by this point. Do you think it is as common as grass, readily available everywhere? It is my life as flame. Accompanying me from birth, inseparable from me. I sacrificed it to save you all, and that wretched boy devoured it in one gulp. Furthermore, do you realize that the you absorbed originally belonged to me? And yet, you consumed it. What? Isn't that what Mo Yin and the others obtained from slaying them? How can it belong to you? She had heard the warriors recount this tale, and the little fox should not attempt to deceive her. They hunted it. Humph. I engaged that for 3 days and nights, enduring its electric shocks multiple times. Just as I was about to slay it after exhausting its energy. Who should arrive but the little Tang snake and his entourage, snatching away what was rightfully mine? Had I not depleted the S energy beforehand? Little Tongue Snake and his companions would have never managed to subdue it. However, she could not dismiss the facts entirely. It was indeed discovered in Lei Yin Valley by Mo Yin and slain by him, was it not? The little fox was certainly not as innocent as it claimed. And Yezi suspected that its words were a blend of truth and falsehood, so she chose to heed only half of what it said. As for she could overlook that. It was Mo Yin who risked his life to procure it for her, and any claims that it originally belonged to her were utterly unfounded. Yet, she had to concede one point. It was indeed a fact that Mo Yin consumed this little creature's flames. And he should be remembered for extinguishing the fire to save them. Little witch, I concede defeat. Given my current predicament, I have no desire to return to the Fox clan, nor do I wish for anyone to witness my present state. In light of the fact that I saved you all and lost my life as flame, allow me to recuperate in the Ting Snake tribe for the time being. I promise to refrain from causing any harm to the Ting Snake tribe. You can rest assured. The Fox clan was known for their pride, especially her. Once the foremost among them, now reduced to such a state, how could she bear for anyone to see her like this? The reason she remained silent in the presence of Jean Tian was her fear that he might discover her identity and mock her for her current circumstances. In times past, she had been extraordinarily resplendent. Even that rascal Tianji would respectfully address her as a mortal. Now, she truly wished to shield her current appearance from prying eyes. Little fox. It seems I can no longer call you that. I suspect your lineage is rather esteemed. How should I address you? Chapter 121. Gu. This little fox is no ordinary creature. It appears to be quite an extraordinary figure. The way Jean Tian regards it reveals just how formidable it once was. What you call me is no longer significant, but in terms of lineage, little witch. You ought to respectfully refer to me as Auntie. Auntie, are you serious? Yezi felt that referring to her as Auntie was far less appealing than calling her little fox. She hoped that little fox would reconsider the matter. If you prefer not to call me Auntie, then perhaps you could address me as Celestial Master, like your Minner. No, that would not do. Such a title would reveal my true identity. How about you simply call me Celestial Maiden? Little Fox pondered for a moment and surprisingly came up with the title Celestial Maiden, which left Yezi utterly astounded. Perhaps we should add a he at the front. Making it a Celestial Maiden, since you are so fond of the character Celestial. That name suits you quite well. It seems she is either inclined to be a Celestial Master or a Celestial Maiden, Perhaps she is quite obsessed with the idea of transcending. Little Fox tilted her head, and her eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, decisively declaring, "All right, from now on, I shall address you as such." Yezi, haha, I was merely jesting. I hope you, esteemed elder, do not take it to heart. After all, you are a figure of renown. Can we not be a tad more reliable? Why does it seem that this fox's mind is somewhat muddled? No. I find the name Hishiengu quite charming. Henceforth, I shall adopt it. This entire affair has left Yezi feeling somewhat disheartened. Well, as long as the little fox is pleased, that suffices. They should not have ventured far from this vicinity. I believe I even spotted some thick smoke rising earlier. They are likely hungry. Let us seek sustenance and split up to find them. Once we locate them, we shall notify one another immediately. Indeed, my lord. What is that odor? It reeks terribly. Heavens, there are numerous beetles. We must hasten away from here. Run. Just as Yezi and the little fox were engaged in their discussion of names, a throng of individuals burst onto the scene, seemingly in search of someone, inadvertently drawing the attention of the beetles. Perhaps considering the few perched in the trees to be formidable, the beetles abruptly shifted direction, pursuing those individuals instead. With the bone-eating beetles diverted, only a multitude of beetle carcasses remained scattered across the ground, alongside the bewildered figures still atop the trees. Yezi swallowed hard and foolishly inquired, "Shall we go rescue those people?" Rescue? Nonsense. If someone is diverting those beetles away from us, that is a blessing. We must hasten our departure from this dreadful place. It reeks to high heaven. Ever since rescuing Yezi and the others, the little fox had reached a profound conclusion. One should never recklessly extend kindness to others, for it could very well lead to one's own undoing. Alas, little fox, you have finally mustered the courage to speak. Yezi gazed at Jean-Tien, noticing that aside from his curiosity about the talking little fox, he exhibited no reaction upon hearing a familiar voice. What could possibly be the reason for this? The little fox communicated telepathically with Yezi, "Little witch. Jean-Tien is quite the oblivious one. Previously, he dismissed my identity because my true form lacks the distinct flame insignia on my brow, thus categorizing me as a stranger. If it were Tianji, even without the flame insignia, he would have recognized her. She ought to be grateful that Tianji is not present here. However, why is Jean-Tien here while the guardian is absent?" After elucidating the situation to Yezi, the little fox turned back to Jean-Tien and remarked, "This immortal maiden has no desire to engage with you." Jean-Tien chuckled. "Ah, but have you not already engaged, little fox? I must say, you bear quite the resemblance to someone I know, though in comparison, you are significantly weaker. You ought to strive for greater cultivation." The little fox rolled her eyes. "We are indeed the same person, so of course there is a resemblance. A brute is simply a brute. Master Jean-Tien, we should depart. Moyen and the others are awaiting our return." Having been away for so long, Yezi was anxious to know where Jean-Tien had concealed Moyen and the others. "Do not fret. They are safe. I have hidden them in a rather secluded location, one that is difficult for the average person to discover."